He awoke, and the first thing he did was avenge himself upon the treacherous beauty who had betrayed him for a decade. Consequently, he inadvertently activated a system that granted him countless extraordinary abilities. The first extraordinary ability, absolute drop rate, elevating the one chance of looting from defeated zombies to a remarkable 100. Indeed, a hundredfold increase, reaching its zenith. The second extraordinary ability, yin-yang duality, allowing the host to possess two professions. Apologies, but not just two, I desire them all. Chapter 1. Rebirth and Return. This narrative unfolds in a parallel world known as Blue Star, where the worldview, including global dynamics, population statistics, cultural nuances, and historical evolution, has no relation to reality. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. A furious roar echoed from dormitory room 404 at Magic City University. Lin Ziluo abruptly sat up in bed, his visage pale and drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from a harrowing nightmare. Still shaken, Lin Ziluo covered his face with his hands, rubbing it in an attempt to awaken from this disconcerting state. However, are these truly my hands and face? Feeling the smooth texture of his palms against his face, he gazed down at his hands. Before him lay a pair of fair, delicate hands, starkly contrasting the rough, calloused ones he once possessed. Lin Ziluo surveyed his surroundings. Is this my dormitory from university days? Indeed, this is my dormitory from that time. I still have a faint recollection of this layout, he exclaimed with excitement, swiftly leaping from the bed. Without even having the time to put on his shoes, Lin Ziluo dashed into the restroom. Gazing into the mirror at the handsome visage reflected back at him, he stood there in a daze. This face, which should have been marred by unsightly scars, was now pristine. 10 years had passed. The scarred visage had prevented Lin Ziluo from ever daring to look into a mirror for the past decade. Blue Star Era, May 23rd, for 78. Time, place, appearance, and even the current state of his physical being. I have been reborn. I have returned to the very day the apocalyptic game commenced. At last, Lin Ziluo comprehended the unfolding events before him. Those two had always been neutral factions the war god invited me, claiming it was to celebrate my ascension as a war god. During our discussion, Yao Jinghan led a horde of zombie kings crashing in. Alongside those two traitorous war gods, they conspired to take my life. This zombie king must have struck some agreement with the Li family more alarmingly. How could there be a fully sealed legendary barrier? Yao Jinghan, merely contemplating her name, filled Lin Ziluo's heart with boundless hatred as he clenched his fists tightly. This was the girlfriend with whom he had once shared a bed. This was the very girlfriend hailed as the campus belle of Magic City University. It was utterly revolting. After the apocalypse descended, when they crossed paths again, she conspired with the young master of the Li family to plot his demise. Fortunately, Lin Ziluo was fortunate enough to survive, despite his disfigurement. Even so, Yao Jinghan had not relented in her pursuit of him. Under the aegis of the Li family, relentless pursuit and oppression of Lin Ziluo continued, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. How could one man contend against the Li family, one of the three prominent clans of Longhua? It is essential to remember that this is the Longhua of Blue Star. Although the government governs the entirety of Longhua, the influence of the three families should not be underestimated. In straightforward terms, they are akin to the legendary local emperors. Each of the three families possesses an incredible heritage, employing esoteric techniques that can brainwash individuals, cultivating numerous loyal assassins devoted entirely to He family, alongside methods to enhance physical prowess. These arcane arts have enabled the three families to amplify their power even further in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Fortunately, in the beginning, the Li family did not regard Lin Ziluo as a threat, allowing him to gain opportunities for growth while he struggled to survive. Nevertheless, even after Lin Ziluo painstakingly broke through to level 90, becoming the 10th war god of Longhua, he had yet to exact revenge on Yao Jinghan. Instead, he was slain by Yao Jinghan, accompanied by a zombie king and two other war gods, who utilized a legendary artifact to end his life. For a decade, Lin Ziluo harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yao Jinghan, yearning to bring about her demise every moment, if it weren't for the continuous protection from the Li family. To kill. Lin Ziluo's hands began to tremble with excitement. I have been reborn. The apocalypse has yet to descend. Yao Jinghan still appears to be my girlfriend. I can resolve this matter beforehand. Wait, first let me check the time. Lin Ziluo swiftly calmed himself. This is a habit that must be cultivated in the apocalypse. Only in a state of extreme composure can one think more clearly. He once again retrieved his worn-out mobile phone. The time now is 5:24 p.m. The phone displayed a message from Yao Jinghan. The password is Yao Jinghan's birthday. How could Lin Ziluo, who harbored a deep-seated grudge against Yao Jinghan, possibly forget this number? Upon unlocking his phone, Lin Ziluo read the message. Ziluo, I need to go out to tutor some children at 6 o'clock tonight. I'm sorry, I won't be able to celebrate your birthday with you today. Looking solely at the content of the message, one might perceive her as a self-sufficient girl. The only point of suspicion is why she would choose to tutor others on her boyfriend's birthday. Only Lin Ziluo knows that this is not merely tutoring a child. She is actually going to give lessons to the young master of the Li family in bed. The young master of the Li family, whose full name is Li Haobo. As for the specific reasons for Lin Ziluo's resentment towards Li Haobo, he remained oblivious even until his last breath in his previous life. He only vaguely learned that it seemed to stem from the grievances left by his deceased father. Li Haobo, perched high above, harbored a deep animosity towards Lin Ziluo, maintaining a cat-and-mouse game of mockery. Yao Jinghan, under Li Haobo's instructions, pretended to be with Lin Ziluo while secretly engaging in various forms of sabotage, pranks, and insults. As for how Lin Ziluo recalled all these events so vividly, at precisely 7 o'clock this evening, when he found himself alone in the dormitory celebrating his birthday, Li Haobo SC, NT Lin Ziluo a video of Yao Jinghan tutoring him, along with the expense receipts and Yao Jinghan's birthday wishes video. Coincidentally, it was also the moment when the Doomsday game commenced. Now reborn, Lin Ziluo was resolute in preventing history from repeating itself. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Yao Jinghan. Jinghan, it's all right. Since you have plans tonight, let's meet first at the abandoned warehouse behind the playground. After sending the message, Lin Ziluo began rummaging through his belongings. At last, guided by a vague recollection, he discovered a sharp dagger beneath a roommate's bed. No need to question its presence, surely. Anyone who has attended university knows that a boys' dormitory would hardly be devoid of such items. Lin Ziluo concealed the dagger within his clothing and retrieved his phone once more. All right, but why there? I must leave before 6 o'clock, so please hurry, he texted Yao Jinghan. For I intend to take your life. However, he refrained from sending that thought, opting instead to delete it and replace it with, because I want to surprise you. Upon seeing the notification confirming his message was sent, Lin Ziluo slipped his phone into his pocket, donned a backpack filled with clothes, and opened the dormitory door to SD. EP outside. In the corridor of the boys' dormitory, groups of students gathered, some boasting while others indulged in smoking. There are discussions about why the sky has turned crimson. Lin Ziluo's previously indifferent expression softened the moment he stepped outside. Not a hint of his impending act of murder was discernible. Ahead, a young man stood with his phone, still broadcasting the expert's voice. The global phenomenon of the red sky is an onsen Faithless natural occurrence. Please remain calm and simply enjoy the view. Lin Ziluo glanced at the blood-red sky, fully aware that this heralded the imminent arrival of the Doomsday game. The people before him remained leisurely, unaware of the chaos that would unfold by 7 o'clock, when the Doomsday game would commence. Those who turned into zombies, or were bitten by them, would find it uncertain how many would survive. As Lin Ziluo descended the staircase, he mentally rehearsed the events that were about to transpire. He realized he had crossed the playground and arrived at the entrance of the abandoned warehouse. This forsaken place saw little traffic during the day. Lin Ziluo cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was watching before he stepped into the warehouse. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Yao Jinghan seated in a chair. How foolish I was! Lin Ziluo couldn't help but berate himself. He had been so blinded by love that he failed to notice the luxurious brands adorning Yao Jinghan items that would recently be acquired without a six-figure sum. How could someone from an ordinary family like hers afford such things? Yao Jinghan also noticed Lin Ziluo as he entered. She sat on the chair without rising, and with evident impatience, remarked, "Why did it take you so long to arrive?" If you have any surprises, do share. I am eager to resume my studies. Chapter 2. The Tragic Demise of Yao Jinghan. Yao Jinghan furrowed her brow even tighter and demanded, "What do you mean by your silence? If you remain mute, I shall take my leave." With that, she rose from her seat. At that moment, Lin Ziluo had approached her, swiftly extending a hand to seize her. Yao Jinghan could hardly fathom that the once obedient Lin Ziluo would resort to such actions. She struggled fiercely, but it proved futile. Lin Ziluo's strength far surpassed that of the pampered Yao Jinghan. On March 16th, for 78, at the Ultramodern Hotel in Magic City, an expenditure of 53,239 yuan. Lin Ziluo's voice resonated deeply, yet Yao Jinghan seemed unable to grasp the meaning behind his words, her gaze fixating instead on a sharp dagger. On March 29th, for 78, at the Kaidi Hotel in Magic City, an expenditure of 109,984 yuan. Lin Ziluo continued to speak, as if in a trance. It dawned on Yao Jinghan that these were the records of her rendezvous with Li Haobo. She yearned to explain, to plead for mercy, yet found herself bereft of any opportunity. On April 13th, for 78, at Confusion Bar, an expenditure of 409,999 yuan. Despair filled Yao Jinghan's eyes. On April 25th, for 78, at the Ultramodern Hotel in Magic City, an expenditure of 84,320 yuan. On April 29th, for 78, Lin Ziluo recited these words, which had already been etched in his mind. He forcefully pushed her onto the chair. At this moment, Yao Jinghan's eyes were filled with despair, regret, confusion, and resentment. Lin Ziluo bent down to retrieve Yao Jinghan's fallen phone. Subsequently, he unlocked the device using her fingerprint, successfully accessing the screen. The display lingered on a chat window. "Yao. I can hardly wait to see you. Li, have you told Lin Ziluo? If you don't, it won't be as fun. Yao. I told him he actually thinks I'm going to tutor someone. Li, what about the birthday gift you prepared for him? Yao. Don't worry, it's all set, and remember the handbag I have my eye on." Upon viewing the familiar video, Lin Ziluo gently tapped it open and turned the screen towards Yao Jinghan. In the video, Yao Jinghan stood before the camera and spoke. "Lin Ziluo, happy birthday. Have you even thought it through? As the belle of Magic City University, how could I possibly be interested in you? A penniless orphan who has nothing but looks? If it weren't for the emphasis placed on you by the young master of the Li family, I wouldn't even bother to glance your way. Nonetheless, I must thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have caught the eye of the young master, gaining so much in return." Slumped in the chair, Yao Jinghan's eyes widened in shock. She could not fathom how the video she had secretly recorded alone just moments ago was being recited verbatim. "Ha ha ha." Lin Ziluo erupted in laughter. Heads rolled. Lin Ziluo sank to the ground. "At last, I have accomplished it. 10 years, a full decade. These 10 years have been exceedingly arduous. Yet, it is still insufficient. There remains Li Haobo, who hides within the manor. The Li family in Kyoto still eludes me." At that moment, a mechanical, synthesized voice resonated in Lin Ziluo's ear. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully reincarnated 10 years into the past, activating the Apocalypse game cheat system." Lin Ziluo retrieved her phone. The time displayed was 6 o'clock. How can this be? The Apocalypse game was supposed to commence at 7, transforming the world into a survival game. The entire globe would become data-driven, and only then would the system manifest. Moreover, this cheat. I have never heard of such a thing before. Ding! The Apocalypse game cheat system can decipher the data within the Apocalypse game, providing the host with an enhanced gaming experience. System ownership confirmed. Please, host, draw your first super cheat. Lin Ziluo swiftly began to analyze what she had just heard. Rebirth? Is this the system I have obtained through my reincarnation? Yet, how could this system be described as so formidable? It can even decipher the data of the Apocalypse game. Although Lin Ziluo was skeptical, he tentatively uttered, "Extract the first super cheat." Beep, extracting the first super cheat. Beep, congratulations player, you have obtained the super cheat. Absolute drop rate. Beep, absolute drop rate. Increases the drop rate of all items from zombies killed by the player from 1 to 100 during gameplay. Chapter 3. The Doomsday game cheat system. To be candid, at the outset, Lin Ziluo had no intention of believing it. However, The offerings were simply too abundant. It is well known that the Doomsday game presents an exceedingly high level of difficulty. The challenge lies in the fact that the cumulative probability of obtaining items, equipment, resources, and skill books upon slaying zombies is a mere one. This is not a conjecture of Lin Ziluo's own making. Rather, it is the result of extensive data tests conducted by a multitude of researchers following the apocalypse. With a drop rate of 1, the majority of items obtained are likely to be survival essentials such as food and water. The mere contemplation of this reality is enough to send shivers down one's spine. For those cursed with bad luck, the situation is truly dire. Were it not for the myriad of dungeons accessible through the abundant teleportation arrays in every city, allowing players to acquire equipment, resources, gold, and other items, very few would manage to survive. Yet now, this cheat system has revealed to Lin Ziluo that the drop rate of 1 has been dramatically elevated to a staggering 100. This means that every zombie slain guarantees the drop of an item. Lin Ziluo could scarcely fathom such a scenario. Are you certain that this golden finger of yours will work? Lin Ziluo inquired tentatively. Ding, the absolute drop rate has been activated. Please rest assured, host. A golden panel materialized before Lin Ziluo. Apocalyptic game, golden finger system. Name, Lin Ziluo. Current level. Level 0, 1 golden finger attribute can be activated for every 10 levels. Super golden finger, 1. Absolute drop rate. Increases the drop rate of all zombies killed during gameplay from 1 to 100. Golden finger tasks, none. Ordinary golden fingers, none. Ding, the host level is synchronized with the game level for every 10 levels gained. One can draw a super golden finger. Completing tasks issued by the golden finger system will yield rewards such as ordinary golden fingers, equipment, and items. Overwhelmed with delight, Lin Ziluo rose to his feet. He could hardly believe that he had acquired such an extraordinary external aid. Simultaneously, a thought emerged in his mind. It was to topple the Li family. Originally, Lin Ziluo intended to lie low after taking revenge on Li Haobua. He planned to quietly operate as a lone wolf, growing stronger before gradually encroaching upon the Li family. The experience of being hunted for a decade had taught him that becoming stronger was paramount. As for the Li family, which had long sheltered Li Haobua and Yao Jinghan, a colossal entity boasting a vast population and ultimately establishing Li City, the challenge of annihilating the Li family was, as one could imagine, formidable. However, the emergence of the Golden Finger system instilled a sense of hope in Lin Ziluo. The Li family, let's await the unfolding events. The exhilaration Lin Ziluo felt from avenging his grievances intensified upon acquiring the Golden Finger system. He grasped the severed head of Yao Jinghan from the ground and lifted the headless, tortured corpse slumped in the chair, now a mere shadow of its former self. With determination, he cast these 2 pieces of refuse into a large trash bin nestled in the corner of the warehouse. He also discarded his blood-stained garments into the bin. Then, retrieving a clean set of clothes from his backpack, he donned them with ease. Less than an hour remained before the onset of the apocalyptic game, and he still needed to prepare a few essentials. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Lin Ziluo exited the warehouse, wearing an expression of nonchalance and leisure. Who would have imagined that the campus bell of Magic City University lay in a state of dismemberment, discarded within this forsaken warehouse? The playground was bustling with a throng of people, drawn together by the sky now drenched in a vivid crimson hue. This spectacle stirred a sense of romance among young couples, prompting them to embrace beneath the blood-red sky, whispering sweet nothings to one another. Lin Ziluo, with a small backpack slung over his shoulder, approached the nearby convenience store adjacent to the playground. "Annie, I would like 3 bottles of water and 5 pieces of bread," Lin Ziluo requested. After handing over the payment to the storekeeper, he stuffed his purchases into his backpack. Though supplies such as these could easily be scavenged from the remains of the undead. Currently, I possess a 100 drop rate, and there is no need to fret over the possibility of failing to acquire items. However, the purchase of these resources serves as a precautionary measure to ascertain the reliability of this cheat system. What if I am unable to obtain any items? Nevertheless, the paramount concern at this moment is to strategize for a flawless beginning. After procuring the supplies, Lin Ziluo made his way out of the school. It is well known that universities are perilous locations in the wake of an apocalypse, given their dense population, predominantly composed of vigorous youth. Their exceptional physical capabilities pose a significant threat to others once they succumb to zombification. In the realm of apocalyptic games, levels are not the crux, rather, individual fundamental attributes take precedence. A professionally trained Special Forces operative can effortlessly contend with ordinary players of levels 5 or 6, even if they themselves are at level 0. Thus, upon exiting the school, Lin Ziluo arrived at a small, obscure and situated 2 streets away. He hastily entered the establishment and spotted the proprietor reclining in a chair. "Sir, I would like to rent a room for an hour," Lin Ziluo stated, rapping the bar to capture the owner's attention. "A single room is 40 for the hour," the proprietor replied without rising, his demeanor unhurried. "I am aware, and please summon room 3 for me as well," Lin Ziluo continued, sliding over the last 300 yuan he possessed. The previously reclining owner straightened in his chair, assessing Lin Ziluo with curiosity. "Ah, I haven't seen you before, but if it's 300, then so be it. You need not pay for the room. You may head upstairs. Room 3 will be with you shortly." Having spoken, the boss tossed a key to room 209 towards Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo accepted the key in silence and ascended the stairs. "Coming here to indulge in women, yet still so arrogant?" the boss murmured as he watched Lin Ziluo disappear upstairs. Indeed, this modest and primarily catered to the pink business. If one were to inquire how Lin Ziluo was aware of this, well, let's not jump to conclusions. He had visited this place post-apocalypse. Lin Ziluo's purpose for coming here was straightforward: to achieve a certain accomplishment. According to Lin Ziluo's recollection, the 3rd technician at this and eventually evolved into a preliminary boss of this region. That was also the first boss Lin Ziluo had vanquished. Since it was a boss, it was inevitable that following the onset of the apocalypse, it would transform into a zombie rather than succumb to infection. Lin Ziluo aimed to locate a secluded spot to swiftly complete the task of slaying a zombie. Unquestionably, the 3rd technician was the prime candidate. He entered room 209. The space was cramped, and the odor was unpleasant. The sole advantage was the presence of a bathing facility. After all, one must understand. Lin Ziluo proceeded directly to the bathroom and took a shower. Upon finishing, he emerged from the bathroom feeling rejuvenated. He dressed once again, glancing at his phone 6:55. Only 5 minutes remained before the onset of the apocalyptic game. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Hello, your requested 3rd technician has arrived." The door was pushed open. A woman, clad in revealing attire and adorned with heavy makeup, entered with a cigarette dangling from her lips, her legs encased in sheer black stockings. Upon catching sight of Lin Ziluo, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Well, I didn't expect to find such a handsome fellow," she mused, a hint of admiration in her tone. However, upon noticing Lin Ziluo reclining on the bed, impeccably dressed, her expression shifted to one of mild discontent. Chapter 4: The Advent of the Apocalypse Game. "There's no need to undress. Simply come here," Lin Ziluo stated coldly while reclining on the bed. "Oh, are you planning a new approach?" the woman replied, her tone teasing. "You youngsters are quite something. Well, considering you possess a modicum of attractiveness, I suppose I could indulge you." With that, she strode over to the bedside in her high heels and plopped down beside him. "Now, how shall we proceed?" As she extinguished her cigarette and began to shed her clothing, Lin Ziluo interjected, "No need for that. Just take a shower and come out directly afterward." Lin Ziluo had summoned the woman primarily to observe whether she would exhibit signs of becoming a zombie. As anticipated, upon her proximity, he detected an unusual odor, subtle yet unmistakable, a scent only emanating from the undead. With the arrival of the game drawing ever closer, those destined to be chosen as zombies would begin to display certain telltale signs. "Strange. I can't fathom what you're thinking," she remarked. "But remember, you're the one who said it. Once I finish my shower, I'll be leaving, and there will be no refunds." She spat dismissively and proceeded to remove her clothing without a hint of modesty. Then, unabashedly bare, she swaggered into the bathroom. Lin Ziluo retrieved his phone. The time read 6:59. He rose from the bed and extracted the sharp dagger he had meticulously cleaned from his backpack. Concealing the dagger, he positioned himself by the bathroom door. Ding! The alarm he had set for 7 o'clock resonated through the air. Suddenly, the woman froze in place, as her skin visibly transformed into a pallid gray. The moment the alarm rang, Lin Ziluo thrust her dagger forward. The guttural roar of the female zombie had yet to dissipate when the blade pierced its neck, a dark specter of death looming above it. Lin Ziluo exhaled a sigh of relief, and shortly thereafter, a blue announcement panel materialized. Welcome to the Apocalypse game. Once initiated, this game will evolve autonomously, impervious to any form of interference. The merciless apocalypse has descended. 80 of the unfortunate souls in this world have been transformed into zombies, leaving only 20 of the fortunate to revel in the exhilarating journey of this game. Ultimately, the primary objective is survival, for death offers no second chances. Zombies in this world possess acute hearing, yet lack visual acuity, only capable of perceiving dynamic objects. To enhance your gaming experience, we shall outline some of the rules. 1. Slaying zombies or other zombified creatures will elevate your level, granting you new attribute points. Your gaming experience is intricately tied to your level. 2. Defeating zombies or other zombified creatures carries a slim chance of yielding equipment, items, or resources, contingent entirely upon fortune. One must ponder whether luck is on your side. In the realm of the game, items such as equipment and props are categorized by levels, ascending from bronze, silver, gold, diamond, epic, legendary, to mythical. As for higher tiers, let us not dwell on what is unattainable. Across the globe, myriad hidden opportunities await discovery. Please exercise utmost diligence in your search. All modern weaponry, including firearms, artillery, and nuclear arms, will lose their offensive capabilities. Do not engage the undead with these items, nor utilize any vehicles in such endeavors. Zombies will evolve over time, and it is imperative to keep pace with their advancements. Should you be scratched or bitten by a zombie, transformation into one is inevitable. Fear not the infectious nature of zombie blood, however. Be mindful that the onset of night will enhance the fundamental attributes of both zombies and zombie-like creatures, so remember to seek refuge. There are many more hints to share, but let us wait until you have navigated the initial 7-day period of protection for novices. Heed my advice, the current zombies are quite feeble. Eliminate as many as you can while you have the chance, lest you regret my lack of warning later on. Bear in mind, the Apocalypse game is rife with uncertainties and possibilities. Finally, I wish you an enjoyable gaming experience. The text on the panel concludes here. Lin Ziluo glanced over it and noted that this announcement bore no difference from the previous one, thus opting to close the page. A new panel emerged. Greetings, player Lin Ziluo. Welcome to the Apocalypse game. Would you like to set a game name? Yes, the game name shall be set as Yazi. One of the 9 sons of the dragon from ancient myths of the Dragon Kingdom, is known for its bloodlust and love for battle, capable of vanquishing all evil. However, Lin Ziluo named himself Yazi primarily for the purpose of vengeance. As the saying goes, one must repay the kindness received, and Yazi will surely avenge the grievances it harbors. Li Haoba, along with the Li family and those who aided them in their pursuit of me. Are you prepared to face my retribution? Detected that the player nickname Yazi is unique and available for use. Player Lin Ziluo has successfully changed his nickname to Yazi. Character creation complete. Attribute panel loaded. Lin Ziluo unfolded his attribute panel. Player, Yazi, no title yet. Level, 1 experience, 0-1 reputation, 0 coins, 0 storage space, 0. 1 cubic meters basic attributes. Strength, 11. The average for a normal adult male is 10. Affecting physical strength and attack power. Spirit, 15. The average for a normal adult male is 10, influencing skill potency, cooldowns, and usage frequency. Constitution, 10. The average for a normal adult male is 10, affecting vitality and defense. Agility, 13. The average for a normal adult male is 10, impacting reaction time and speed. Kind reminder, all basic attributes are mere numerical values and will fluctuate with combat or changes in the player's condition, talent, omni-mastery, and epic level talent. You are well versed in various combat techniques and can adeptly employ a range of fundamental abilities. Skills, none equipment, none quests, none goodness. This panel surpasses my former self by a considerable margin. This spirit and agility must have been heightened due to the reflexes acquired from one's rebirth. This epic talent likely stems from the myriad abilities cultivated over a decade of learning during the apocalypse. Of course, Lin Ziluo has gained far more than merely this. The very moment the apocalypse descended, he annihilated a zombie, paving the way for the greatest rewards to come. Chapter 5. The First Blood. Congratulations to player Yaji for successfully slaying a zombie, earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Congratulations to the player for leveling up to level 2, gaining 1 free attribute point. Congratulations to the player for becoming the first individual in the apocalyptic game to kill a zombie, earning the globally unique achievement, First Blood. A server-wide announcement will soon be made. Lin Ziluo clenched his fist. He had succeeded. He had obtained this achievement. While the attributes of the achievement might not hold great significance, the server-wide announcement is undoubtedly the lifelong pursuit of every player. Receiving the rewards for a global announcement is an unparalleled delight. In his previous life, even after becoming a war god, he had never once secured a server-wide announcement reward. The difficulty of such an accomplishment is thus evident. And now, in the very first second of the apocalypse, he had already earned a server-wide announcement reward. The sound resonated with a grand and vast feeling, as if it emanated from the heavens, yet it also possessed a clarity that pierced directly through to his ears. In summary, whether you are evading the newly transformed zombies or still examining the suddenly appeared announcement panel. World announcement. Congratulations to player Yaji for becoming the first individual to slay a zombie in the apocalyptic game, bravely taking the first step and earning the globally unique achievement, First Blood, along with numerous rewards. Other players are encouraged to take note. At this moment, the world erupted in astonishment. Whether one had already accepted the apocalyptic game or regarded it as a mere prank, disbelief lingered. Is it possible that someone has already killed a zombie while I have yet to encounter one? Pondered a man still perusing the announcement. Damn it. I couldn't care less about who killed a zombie. Can someone please rid me of this grotesque creature chasing me? Exclaimed another man pursued by a zombie. Huh, zombies. What on earth are they? Is someone outside broadcasting nonsense? A boy, deeply engrossed in his game, shouted as he set down his console. He opened the door, eager to discover who was playing this prank, only to be met with a zombie that suddenly appeared and bit off half his face. Intriguingly, someone reacted even faster than I did, thought a man as he laid down his baseball bat, surveying the ground before him where a zombie lay with its skull shattered. Oh dear, this Yaji is quite impressive. I wish he could protect me, mused an ordinary girl hiding in her modest 50-square-meter home, her whimsical thoughts drifting. Woof woof, woof woof. A little dog began to bark. Why did you intrude? At this moment, the illustrious player known as Yaji was basking in the joy of receiving his well-deserved rewards. Congratulations to the player for achieving First Blood in the global announcement. Congratulations to the player for receiving this reward. 1,000 points of reputation, 1,000 gold coins, 3 points of free attributes, and an increase of 1 cubic meter in storage capacity. Indeed, with these rewards, he was undoubtedly several times ahead of his peers. Reputation held considerable significance. Certain equipment and items required a specific level of reputation to be utilized. Additionally, some exclusive shops offered discounts or complimentary gifts based on one's reputation when purchasing items. As for the gold coins, they could be used to acquire goods from hidden stores within the city, which included items, equipment, and resource cards. Resource cards, in particular, were the primary means for players to secure sustenance and ensure their survival. They served as a safety net for those unfortunate players who found nothing while battling zombies. The 3 points of free attributes were even more noteworthy. Before reaching level 10, each level gained would only grant 1 point of free attributes, thereby allowing him to start 3 levels ahead right from the outset. Furthermore, the increased storage capacity represented a 10-fold expansion for Lin Ziluo. This storage feature was designed to house only personal belongings, excluding any living creatures. Determining whether an item belonged to a player was entirely reliant on the game's system's judgment. In essence, the situations encountered could be quite intricate, necessitating the absolute fairness and impartiality of the game system for resolution. After claiming his rewards, Lin Ziluo felt immensely gratified. He then examined the achievements he had acquired. First Blood, an exclusive title that can only be obtained by the first player to slay a zombie in an apocalyptic game. Attributes, increases all attributes by 1. The damage of the first attack each day, after midnight, is enhanced by 100. Lin Ziluo, who had initially held no expectations for the title's attributes, felt a sudden surge of delight. These attributes were not insignificant. Gaining 4 points in attributes without any cost was remarkable. Furthermore, the potential for a 100 damage increase on the first attack each day could yield extraordinary results if utilized wisely. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo equipped the title. In that instant, a warm current coursed through his body, and he could distinctly sense a boost in his physical prowess. Notably, one could only wear a single title at a time, and switching titles would incur a cooldown period of 1 hour, which could be quite bothersome. However, this was a necessary measure to prevent the incessant swapping of titles with excessive attributes. Lin Ziluo stretched lazily and, upon observing the zombie's lifeless body lying in a pool of blood, discovered a necklace emanating a green light on the ground. Was this a dropped item? It then dawned on him that he had previously acquired the ability, absolute drop rate. After all, he had just been lost in the joy of his newfound rewards. Was it truly a 100 drop rate? And he had already obtained a piece of bronze-level equipment on his first attempt? Ding! Please make good use of the golden finger system and do not forget its existence. Apologies, Lin Ziluo said, bowing to pick up the necklace. After simply wiping off the bloodstains, he began to inspect the necklace's attributes. Meditation necklace, bronze-level equipment. Equipping the item grants a boost of 1 point to mental acuity and enhances mental recovery speed by 10%. The attributes are rather mundane, as it is merely a piece of bronze-level equipment. However, even the smallest creature has its worth. One cannot overlook the value of something obtained without cost. Lin Ziluo adorned the meditation necklace around his neck. Success. Meditation necklace equipped. A gentle reminder. Only one piece of jewelry of the same type can be effective when worn simultaneously. This is self-evident. Rings, necklaces, bracelets. It is indeed a pity that the 3 accessories he possessed in his previous life were all of epic quality. Nonetheless, opportunities to reclaim them may arise again. For the journey to acquire them is one Lin Ziluo has personally experienced. Chapter 6. Open the door. Clearing the vice currently, Lin Ziluo possesses 4 free attribute points. Yet he refrains from hastily allocating them. He lacks the time to contemplate his future path. Numerous terrifying hidden classes from before his rebirth remain unclaimed, and he has the chance to embark on a different profession anew. Base attributes: strength, 12 mentality, 17 constitution, 11 agility, 14. These attributes are significantly superior to those of an ordinary individual. However, he understands that he cannot afford to waste time at this juncture. He must first eliminate the surrounding zombies. In the cover of night, the base attributes of the zombies increase by at least 50%. The nocturnal setting of the apocalyptic game spans from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. the following day. This implies that nightfall approaches swiftly, revealing the insidious nature of the apocalyptic game. At 8 in the evening, the zombies gain their enhancements, yet they only begin to descend at 7. In the span of a mere hour, it was hardly sufficient for anyone to prepare adequately. Thus, on the inaugural night of this apocalyptic game, numerous players met their demise. Lin Ziluo emerged from his chamber, armed solely with a dagger, a weapon devoid of any attributes, often referred to as a blank slate. Upon stepping into the corridor of the inn, he found it so narrow that it could barely accommodate 2 individuals side by side. This floor housed a total of 10 rooms, and Lin Ziluo resolved to address room 210 behind him first. His footsteps echoed on the aged floorboards, producing a creaking sound. Before he even reached the threshold of room 210, his footfalls had already attracted attention from within. The sound insulation was appallingly deficient. A growl emanated from within the room, followed by an unnerving, rapid series of footsteps approaching the door. Choosing to strike first, Lin Ziluo decisively brought his dagger down upon the door lock. The rusted lock, little more than a decorative piece, was easily compromised by the blade. With a swift motion, he yanked the door open, revealing a zombie clad in a white tank top. This ghoul, with darkened skin and well-developed musculature, bore the hallmarks of a laborer from its former life. Lin Ziluo promptly assessed the creature's attributes. Common zombie, level 1 basic attributes, strength, 12 spirit, 5 constitution, 13 agility, 9, fortunately. Although its stats surpassed those of an average zombie by 2 or 3 points, Lin Ziluo found it manageable. He executed a graceful arc with his dagger, initiating an assault against the undead foe. The zombie's grayish-white eyes flickered as it waved its elongated claws toward Lin Ziluo's face. Observing the deadly talons approaching, he deftly bent down to evade the strike, then lunged into the embrace of the undead. The distinct stench of decay assaulted his senses. However, Lin Ziluo remained unfazed as he plunged his dagger sharply into the zombie's throat. Alas, it seemed he had not struck a vital point. The zombie bared its gaping maw and lunged at the proximity of Lin Ziluo. Unperturbed, he twisted the dagger in his grasp, and a shadowy specter of death materialized above the zombie's head. Congratulations, player Yazai. You have successfully slain a zombie, earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. The system's notification chimed in promptly. The zombie's lifeless form toppled backward, crashing onto the floor and stirring up a cloud of dust. Lin Ziluo took a deep breath. The encounter had lasted merely 2 breaths, yet he had vanquished a zombie of considerable attributes. Nonetheless, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. His performance had been subpar, resulting in the initial strike failing to deliver a fatal blow. Ascending from level 2 to level 3 required 10 experience points, and he still needed to eliminate 9 more first-level zombies. Kicking aside the fallen zombie, Lin Ziluo discovered a card that had dropped from it. Such cards typically represented resources. Indeed, upon picking it up, he found it inscribed with a medium-rare sirloin steak. A medium-rare sirloin steak, selected from imported new Donglan beef, paired with a specially crafted exclusive sauce, promising you a delightful dining experience. The utilization of the card is quite straightforward once activated. It manifests in your hand at the optimal temperature. However, when the store eventually opens, it will be priced at approximately 100 gold coins, rendering it an accessible item for the masses. Lin Ziluo stowed the card into his storage space. It was still too early for a meal. As he surveyed room 210, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a large fabric bag within. Inside the bag were various repair tools, indicating that this particular zombie was a handyman. Lin Ziluo placed the tool kit into his storage space and took hold of a hammer. The dagger was relatively short, and this hammer would allow for medium-range attacks. Satisfied, Lin Ziluo departed from room 210. Room 210 marked the end of the corridor, with a hefty iron door sealing off the safety passage. Thus, he proceeded toward the next room. Room 208 was empty. Room 207 was also devoid of inhabitants. Lin Ziluo felt a tinge of disappointment. Why were there so few zombies? Finally, upon reaching the entrance of room 206, he heard the guttural roars of zombies. 2 of them, in fact, roaring in unison. Wonderful, action at last. Lin Ziluo's eyes brightened as he smashed the door lock with a single blow from the hammer. He then kicked the door open, shouting, "Open up, we're cleaning house." It must be noted that Lin Ziluo had always been a man of few words prior to the apocalypse. Throughout his previous decade of survival, he maintained a demeanor of cold indifference. However, in this new life, following his confrontation with Yao Jinghan, his disposition had gradually brightened. Perhaps this transformation was the result of long-suppressed emotions finally reaching a breaking point. In the realm of mental illnesses, such occurrences are not uncommon. Patients often oscillate between states of profound depression and subsequent mania within just a few days. Within the confines of the room, 2 zombies appeared utterly bewildered. "I've turned into a zombie, and you still want to engage in moral policing? Goodness, it's indeed quite scandalous, with each of them devoid of clothing." Upon opening the door, Lin Ziluo was taken aback to find 2 completely naked zombies before him. It then dawned on him that this was a motel of a rather risky nature, rendering the scene less surprising. The 2 zombies expressed their indignation at the disturbance caused by Lin Ziluo. The male zombie charged directly at him. Casting a glance, Lin Ziluo could not help but exclaim, "Seriously, brother, with such modesty, are you really out here playing? Isn't that a bit disadvantageous?" The male zombie seemed to comprehend his words and let out a roar in response. Lin Ziluo had already assessed the attributes of this particular zombie. It was 2 points weaker than the previous maintenance worker zombie, explaining its diminutive stature reminiscent of an earthworm. With a swift motion, Lin Ziluo wielded his hammer and struck the zombie's head. A dull thud echoed as the skull shattered upon impact, causing the creature to lose its balance. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ziluo drew his dagger and plunged it into the zombie's neck. Death. Congratulations, player Yazi, for successfully slaying a zombie, earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Chapter 7. The Eye of Reconnaissance. As the male zombie collapsed, Lin Ziluo distinctly noticed a cerulean object materializing beneath it. It appeared to be a bronze-level artifact, but he refrained from hastily inspecting it. As the bare female zombie charged towards him with alarming speed, Lin Ziluo felt a rush of urgency. The 2 already transformed gray rabbits flailed about chaotically. It was a hasty decision to select the 3rd technician. Although his gaze was momentarily captivated, the speed of his dagger remained unwavering. He accurately struck the neck of the female zombie. Typically, female zombies possess slightly higher agility compared to their male counterparts, yet their physical resilience leaves much to be desired. With a decisive thrust, the words death appeared in dark letters above her. Almost simultaneously, a cyan-colored item materialized beside her. What luck! This was indeed a delightful surprise. Earlier in the game, after slaying over 100 zombies, he had only managed to procure a half-filled bottle of mineral water. Now, from just 4 zombies, he had acquired 3 bronze-level items. The disparity was astonishing. A 100% drop rate was simply irresistible. If given a choice, who wouldn't want to be a lucky star? Lin Ziluo picked up the 2 small cylindrical objects from the ground, only to discover they were identical items, both old acquaintances. Eye of Reconnaissance, a one-time bronze-level item capable of detecting movement within a 10-meter radius. It provides a warning to the user if anyone approaches. With a duration of 10 hours, this item had been a treasure to Lin Ziluo in his previous life. Whenever he was pursued by those sent by the Li family or Yao Jing'an, utterly exhausted and in need of rest, he would pull out a high-level Eye of Reconnaissance to sleep soundly without worry. However, due to its immense utility, very few chose to sell it. Thus, Lin Ziluo could only utilize his resources under rare circumstances. There was no need to be envious. He already possessed 2 within him, albeit both merely of bronze caliber. No, tonight he must indulge extravagantly and make use of one. Lin Ziluo resolutely contemplated. Perhaps this was what they referred to as the phenomenon of the affluent engaging in retaliatory consumption. Thud, thud, thud. The staircase echoed with sounds. Simultaneously, Lin Ziluo heard shouts of anger. Who is it? Who is making such a racket up there? Damn it, if you want to play, play properly. It turned out to be the hotel owner, who, awakened from his slumber by the commotion, hastily emerged. Ironically, due to his deep sleep, he had missed the previous global announcement. The panel that appeared before him was perceived as an illusion born from his abrupt awakening, and he carelessly pressed the off button. Lin Ziluo stepped out of room 206 and stood in the corridor. The hotel owner, having just reached the 2nd floor, immediately spotted Lin Ziluo. Damn it, it's you. You little brat. Making such a ruckus without a penny to your name. You won't leave until you kneel and call me Grandpa today. By the way, seeing as you look rather fair-skinned, your mother must be quite decent as well. Bring your mother here to work, and I might consider letting you off. The hotel owner, known for his volatile temper, expressed his dissatisfaction and charged towards Lin Ziluo, attempting to land a punch on his head. Lin Ziluo sighed. He had initially intended to let the man be, given his good mood. After exhaling, he approached the hotel owner with a dagger in hand. Observing Lin Ziluo approach, the hotel owner slowly lowered his raised hand. A profound sense of oppression enveloped him. Merely facing Lin Ziluo evoked a suffocating sensation within him. He remained oblivious to the fact that this was the aura of death, cultivated after the slaughter of countless lives. Typically, Lin Ziluo concealed it adeptly. But once he truly harbored murderous intent, that aura would be unleashed. The innkeeper attempted to retreat, only to find his legs trembling uncontrollably, rendering him immobile. He wished to plead for mercy, yet no sound escaped his lips. Lin Ziluo fixed his gaze upon the innkeeper and approached him. With a swift stroke, a head fell. Throughout the decade of the apocalypse, Lin Ziluo had never been a reasonable man. The end of the world was no place for rationality. The lives of the innocent were as insignificant as blades of grass. Remember, in this desolate era, the most potent voice is that of the fist. How many had Lin Ziluo slain in his previous life? He could scarcely recall, only knowing that anyone who provoked him met their demise. After ascending to the status of a war god, he was absurdly heralded as the guardian deity of the Dragon Kingdom. How ludicrous! Lin Ziluo could hardly be bothered to glance at the lifeless body of the innkeeper. Were it not for the inconvenience, he would have turned the corpse into a zombie before dispatching it, for the certainty of loot was undeniable. However, once a player was bitten by a zombie, it would take approximately an hour for them to transform completely. With that hour, Lin Ziluo could vanquish countless zombies. Contemplating this, he rapped on the door of room 205. Hello, I need assistance with the plumbing. Yet, there was no response. The same silence echoed from rooms 204 and 203. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but feel a tinge of frustration. At last, as Lin Ziluo knocked on the door of room 202, the guttural growls of a zombie echoed from within. Finally, a zombie had appeared. Lin Ziluo felt a sense of nostalgia, as if reuniting with an old friend. With a swift kick, he flung open the door and dispatched the undead companion with a clean strike. The old friend zombie graciously rewarded him with a bottle of flying matai. "Well done, my good brother. You are a steadfast companion," he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to the lifeless body of his former friend. After clearing room 201 and finding it unoccupied, Lin Ziluo stretched leisurely. The entire second floor of the inn had been thoroughly cleansed, and he decided to stay there for the night. As for the scattered corpses and pools of blood, he chose to avert his gaze. During his escapes, he had once sought refuge beneath a pile of zombie corpses for warmth and concealment, an ingenious method that had served him well. There was another significant reason for his choice to rest here. The confined, poorly ventilated space would effectively thwart any attempts by zombies to mount an assault against him. In this narrow corridor, no matter how many zombies there were, they could only confront him one at a time. Regrettably, there were too few zombies. He had only accrued 4 experience points thus far, leaving him 6 points shy of leveling up. Time was also slipping away, now at 7:40. He realized he needed to eliminate 6 zombies within the next 20 minutes to reach level 3. With this thought, Lin Ziluo hastened down to the inn's lobby. The familiar bar came into view, and a sudden thought struck him. There was a technician number 3 at this inn, which should indicate 3 female technicians. Having dispatched 2 thus far, 1 remained. Upon contemplating this, he tapped the bar counter with a hammer, attempting to create a disturbance to attract the zombies. As Lin Ziluo had anticipated, after a brief period of striking, he heard noises emanating from behind the bar's curtain. He stepped into the bar and drew back the curtain, yet found no zombies in sight. He then held his breath, focusing intently to discern the source of the sound. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon a wooden plank on the ground. Goodness, what a clever hiding place, concealed beneath the floor. Chapter 8. The exquisite Tang Hung Dao with one hand. Lin Ziluo lifted the wooden plank, revealing a downward extending ladder before him. He leaned down to peer into the dimly lit underground chamber, where 2 zombies were attempting to climb the ladder. Unfortunately, the steepness of the ladder rendered it impossible for them to ascend. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but exclaim how adept they were at concealing themselves. With that, he leaped downwards. The underground chamber was not particularly deep, and as he descended, he calculated his angle. Just as the 2 zombies gaped with open mouths, waiting for him to fall into their trap, he propelled himself off the ladder, his feet striking the heads of both zombies. The impact sent them crashing to the ground. Lin Ziluo, utilizing the momentum from kicking their heads, landed gracefully. Next, he drew back his arms like a bow. The dagger in his right hand precisely plunged into the neck of the zombie that had fallen, attempting to rise. The words death appeared in dark letters above its head. Meanwhile, his left hand wielded the hammer, which he brought down forcefully upon the other zombie that had managed to rise, sending it crashing back down. After withdrawing the dagger, he deftly plunged it into the neck of the zombie that had just been knocked down. However, he encountered significant resistance upon insertion. Fortunately, Lin Ziluo possessed enough strength to forcefully penetrate the undead creature. He exhaled softly, having executed a fluid series of movements that swiftly dispatched 2 zombies, earning himself 2 experience points. As he extracted the dagger from the zombie's neck, he realized that the difficulty he had experienced was due to the blade having become quite dull. It was hardly surprising, given that this ordinary dagger had dispatched several zombies before now, and its endurance was commendable. Therefore, Lin Ziluo casually tossed the dagger aside, hoping it might yield a more effective weapon for him. He mused that even unarmed, one could still combat zombies, albeit with greater difficulty. Upon lifting the bodies of the 2 zombies, a card and a blue longsword came into view. Goodness, has my luck truly changed? Lin Ziluo exclaimed in astonishment. It seemed that whatever he desired was manifesting before him. He first picked up the card and discovered it was labeled 2 fragrant steamed buns. Perfect for a side dish with steak tonight, he thought. Then, with eager anticipation, he lifted the longsword. Tang Hung Dao, a bronze-grade weapon. A standard military saber from the Tang dynasty of the Dragon Kingdom, approximately 70 centimeters in length, known for its armor-piercing capabilities and durability. Attributes: 1 strength, capable of negating 10 of the enemy's defense and gradually restoring blade damage after disengagement from combat. Now I understand why it looks so familiar. It's a distinctive standard weapon from my homeland, he realized. Such weapons vary according to the unique characteristics of each country. For instance, the distinctive weaponry of the Dragon Nation includes the Tang Dao, Mo Dao, and Guan Dao. In contrast, the neighboring island nation is characterized by its Tachi and Naginata. In essence, standard equipment can later be procured from shops, rendering it commonplace. It undoubtedly serves as a formidable enhancement. sparing one from the necessity of engaging in close combat with mere daggers. Instead, one can wield the Tang Dao for swift, mid-range slashes, significantly hastening the demise of zombies. Lin Ziluo first stowed the Tang Dao in his storage space before ascending the ladder. With 10 minutes remaining, he aimed to eliminate the final 4 zombies. The entirety of the inn had been thoroughly cleared of the undead by Lin Ziluo, so he opened the inn's door with determination. This road was relatively secluded, otherwise, such an establishment would not be found in this locale. Lin Ziluo surveyed his surroundings and noted 6 zombies wandering nearby. At the distant intersection, approximately 7 or 8 zombies huddled together. He gently tapped his foot and then whistled. Having dealt with zombies for a decade, he could deftly modulate the volume of the sounds he produced, adeptly luring the desired number of zombies. As anticipated, the 6 nearby zombies began to approach him in response to his precisely timed whistle, while the distant group remained motionless. He retrieved the Tang Dao from his storage space, bracing himself for the incoming zombies. As they drew nearer, the undead caught the enticing scent of fresh prey, their claws flailing as they quickened their pace. Armed with the Tang Dao, Lin Ziluo retreated a few steps, re-entering the inn. It was not out of cowardice that he hesitated, but rather the narrow entrance of the inn, which was particularly conducive to combat against the undead. Engaging in battle at the threshold, Lin Ziluo harbored sufficient confidence to dispatch the 6 zombies. However, he was acutely aware that an unforeseen attack from a zombie unexpectedly lunging from the side, though improbable, was still a possibility. His cautious disposition compelled him to eliminate any chance of an accident. Indeed, the cramped doorway impeded the advance of the zombies. 2 of them attempted to enter simultaneously, but their mutual obstruction left them ensnared in the entrance, preventing those behind from entering. Clearly, he had overestimated the intellect of the zombies on the first day. Lin Ziluo cradled his head in his hands, recalling how, during the initial onset of the apocalypse, he had secluded himself in his dormitory, consumed by sorrow, entirely unacquainted with the zombies of that time. By the following day, many of the undead had already progressed to level 2, exhibiting far greater cunning. Observing the 2 zombies trapped in the doorframe, he stepped forward with empathy to alleviate their predicament. A flash of his blade severed both their heads simultaneously. Indeed, the quality of this knife was nothing short of exceptional. He mused, even identical equipment could vary greatly in caliber. Undoubtedly, his Tang knife was of the finest quality. A good blade deserved an equally proficient technique. Lin Ziluo readied himself to showcase one of the many swordsmanship styles he had mastered in his previous life. He delivered a swift kick to the headless corpses ensnared in the doorway, clearing a path for the zombies that followed. Then, 2 more zombies rushed in hastily, becoming stuck in the doorframe. "You 4 are a family, aren't you?" Lin Ziluo remarked with a hint of exasperation. Nevertheless, he honestly dispatched the 2 zombies with a single stroke, severing their heads with precision. The 2 round heads rolled into the room, and to Lin Ziluo's astonishment, he now stood amidst 4 neatly arranged heads at his feet. "Congratulations, player Yazi has successfully killed a zombie, earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Congratulations. Player has leveled up to level 3, gaining 1 attribute point. Player Yazi requires 30 experience points to reach the next level." "Alright, I've leveled up," Lin Ziluo declared, as he kicked aside the 2 corpses blocking the entrance. Witnessing another zombie charge in with intent, he nearly shed tears of joy. Finally, a foe with a semblance of intelligence had appeared. Out of respect for such an adversary, he wielded his Tang Dao, carving a graceful arc through the air. With a swift motion, he struck the zombie's arm. Then, following the trajectory, he lifted the blade, slicing through the zombie's jaw. The creature's face was cleaved in 2, from bottom to top. Chapter 9. A great treasure emerges death. Despite Lin Ziluo's respect for his opponent, his swordsmanship still resulted in an instant kill. The zombie's body crumpled backward, and Lin Ziluo witnessed a book materialize from the fallen creature, landing on the ground. "This is a skill book." Lin Ziluo couldn't help but steal another glance. How could such a precious item exist? Suddenly, the zombie corpse, which had not yet completely collapsed, appeared to be thrust forward by an unseen force from behind. In an instant, the body hurtled towards him. Lin Ziluo swiftly diverted his gaze from the skill book on the ground, displaying remarkable reflexes as he pressed himself against the wall. The zombie's body crashed down with a thunderous thud at the very spot where he had just stood. A low growl signaled the entrance of the last of the 6 zombies. Lin Ziluo's expression grew grave. It was already 8 o'clock. the zombie's strength would peak within a minute. He understood that he must eliminate this zombie within that time frame. He had already discerned the attributes of this particular undead foe. Level 1 zombie, base attributes, strength, 15 mentality, 10 constitution, 16 agility, 15. This zombie, augmented by the night, had surpassed Lin Ziluo's attributes. Moreover, as time progressed, its strength would only continue to increase. Yet, Lin Ziluo felt no fear. As previously stated, attributes are merely reference values. In instances where the disparity in attributes is minimal, personal condition, mastery of skills, and even luck can ultimately dictate the outcome of the battle. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ziluo raised the Tang Dao in his hand and charged towards the zombie. The once ash-gray eyes of the creature gradually turned a blood-red hue, its expression contorting into a more ferocious grimace. The blade flashed as the sharp edge of the Tang Dao struck the zombie's neck. However, due to its significantly enhanced constitution, the blow did not sever its head. Infuriated by the attack, the zombie became even more frenzied. Two menacing claws lunged toward Lin Ziluo. With unwavering resolve, Lin Ziluo relinquished the hilt of his Tang knife, which was ensnared in the zombie's neck, and retreated a few steps. He then retrieved a hammer from his storage space and hurled it directly at the advancing zombie. In the confined corridor, the zombie found itself unable to maneuver, helplessly watching as the hammer struck its face. The impact was devastating. The zombie's nose, eyes, and mouth were all crushed inward, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ziluo swiftly advanced to catch the hammer as it slid off the zombie's face, simultaneously yanking at the hilt of the Tang knife. Blood erupted from the zombie's shoulder, inflicting grievous wounds upon both its face and shoulder. Yet, the zombie continued its frenzied assault towards Lin Ziluo. With the Tang knife in hand, he remained remarkably composed, observing the approaching creature with calm determination. In a single, breathtaking strike, he executed a masterful blow. The angle was precise, the speed was remarkable, and all of Lin Ziluo's strength converged as he slashed at the zombie's neck from a diagonal position. The blade was drawn and then fell, delivering death. Lin Ziluo stepped aside, silently watching as the headless corpse staggered past him, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Thus, all 6 zombies had met their demise at Lin Ziluo's hands. He exhaled deeply, massaging his aching arms. The attributes of the last zombie had reached their peak, and Lin Ziluo had confronted a creature with nearly 20 points of strength without sustaining any harm, a testament to his absolute mastery over the application of power. However, now was not the time to ponder such matters. The clock had struck 8, and outside, the attributes of the zombies had each experienced a minimum enhancement of 50%. The commotion from the recent struggle with the last zombie had been quite significant. If not addressed swiftly, it might attract the attention of other zombies. Thus, Lin Ziluo hoisted the lifeless body of the zombie and made his way towards the entrance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 zombies were stacked together, perfectly obstructing the entire doorway of the inn. Only then did Lin Ziluo breathe a sigh of relief. The light above the bar in the inn cast a dim glow. Lin Ziluo had no desire to examine the treasures he had just acquired in this murky light. Casually, he kicked aside the 6 severed heads that lay on the ground. He collected the 6 items and ascended to the 2nd floor. The floorboards creaked beneath his weight. Lin Ziluo maneuvered around the corpse of the innkeeper sprawled in the hallway and placed the eye of investigation on the ground. A green barrier, visible only to him, gradually expanded until it enveloped a 10-meter radius around him. What a waste, Lin Ziluo mused. Now he could rest assured. Should any entity, be it a person or a zombie, approach, the barrier of the eye of investigation would swiftly turn red, providing Lin Ziluo with a warning that would rouse him instantly. Even from slumber, he entered room 203. During his earlier sweep, he had noted that this room was the cleanest, with the best facilities. It was likely the VIP room of the inn. Thus, Lin Ziluo had decided to spend the night here. He placed the items he had obtained on the table and walked into the bathroom, intending to indulge in a refreshing bath. What is this called? It is known as the ritual of bathing and changing before unveiling treasures. In his previous life, the rather unfortunate Lin Ziluo had indeed managed to procure some fine items through sheer luck. With a heart full of joy after a refreshing shower, he donned the last clean outfit from his backpack and eagerly took a seat. Setting aside the skill book, Lin Ziluo began to examine the other 5 items. The first card revealed was Peking Duck Sliced. Excellent. That would make for a delightful addition to dinner. The second card showed 1L Farmer's 3-punch mineral water. Not bad. Now he had something to drink. As he continued, he was taken aback to discover 2 reconnaissance eyes. Lin Ziluo found himself questioning his own luck. How could such valuable items appear so effortlessly? Nevertheless, he shrugged it off, recognizing that fortune was on his side. Good items were never too many. Then, he uncovered the Ring of Nightfall, a piece of bronze-grade equipment, ideal for blending into the shadows. Attributes: 1 agility, and when equipped at dusk, 1's presence is diminished by 30. This was indeed a remarkable find. Lin Ziluo's spirit's sword. It would greatly assist him in his nocturnal endeavors. He promptly adorned the Ring of Nightfall on his finger. Now, he was about to engage in the final act. Emperor Yuhuang, God, Buddha, Allah, may you all bless me with a useful skill. Lin Ziluo fervently uttered a myriad of invocations. Chapter 10, Hidden Profession, Skill Book. The immensely precious skill book. If one were to inquire about the drop rate of skill books from Lin Ziluo, it would be almost negligible, so minuscule it was beyond calculation. The reason for such a low drop rate could be attributed to the rules governing skills within the Doomsday game. Firstly, there exists no upper limit to the skills one can possess. At first glance, this may appear to be a somewhat flawed premise. However, upon truly comprehending the drop rate of skill books, one realizes that this notion bears little significance. The drop rate is so minuscule that even if one were to acquire a skill book, it may not necessarily align with their needs. This terrifying scarcity dictates that despite the absence of a cap on skills, the acquisition of new abilities remains a formidable challenge. Throughout the entirety of the apocalyptic game, players are granted merely 3 opportunities to obtain random skills pertinent to their class, specifically between levels 10 and 80, and each occasion yields only 1 or 2 skills. In essence, those with unfortunate luck may secure a mere 3 skills. Aside from skill books, there are no alternative methods to acquire skills. In Lin Ziluo's recollection, even in the later stages of the game, when most players had reached levels 60 or 70, they still possessed only the innate skills of their class. Such a dismal scenario is indeed lamentable. Meanwhile, the individual dubbed the God of Skills boasts an astonishing 25 skills, the most in the world. Lin Ziluo considers himself fortunate, having previously acquired 10 skills, surpassing 99% of players. Thus, the value of the skill book before him is immeasurable. Rubbing his hands together, Lin Ziluo opened the ancient tome. Splendid. He could not suppress his inner excitement. Skills with such a plethora of attributes are undeniably rare. Yet, it is evident that the cooldown time for such skills is extensive, necessitating an increase in his mental strength to reduce the cooldown period. This is an incredible opportunity. Learn. Lin Ziluo could hardly contain his excitement. His hands itched with anticipation, yet the confines of the room proved somewhat restrictive, hindering his ability to fully express his exhilaration. Thus, he suppressed his impulses and carefully stored away the treasures he had just acquired in his spatial compartment. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction with his achievements that day. His level had ascended to 3, and he had obtained 3 bronze tier items: the meditative necklace, the nightfall ring, and the Tang horizontal blade. The spatial compartment was brimming with an array of items. Just a fortnight prior, acquiring such treasures would have posed a significant challenge. However, the most gratifying aspect was the demise of the woman known as Yao Jinghan. With this thought, Lin Ziluo contentedly retrieved a resource card and activated it. Before him appeared a sumptuous feast: Peking duck, 2 fragrant steamed buns, a medium-rare sirloin steak, and a bottle of Faithless Matai. After an afternoon of intense battles, he was ravenous, feeling as if his stomach were pressed against his back. Without hesitation, he began to indulge in the delectable spread. The Peking duck was accompanied by spring pancakes and sauce, while the sirloin steak was served with pasta and a fried egg. Lin Ziluo eagerly devoured the food, truly relishing the moment. It must be said, the provisions obtained in this apocalyptic game, particularly the cooked delicacies like Peking duck and steak, rivaled the culinary offerings of a 5-star hotel chef in both texture and flavor. Alas, such delightful moments are fleeting. Before long, the table was cleared of all food. Devoured by Lin Ziluo, he patted his belly, feeling content. Discarding the plates, chopsticks, and cutlery aside, he proceeded to tidy up the table. Next, he would embark on a matter of utmost importance. Thus begins the contemplation of one's future. He retrieved a notebook and pen from downstairs and commenced to write fervently. The first step was to determine his career path. The apocalyptic game delineated a remarkably simple classification for player professions. There are only two, warrior and mage. It is as straightforward as that. Upon reaching level 10 and completing the requisite quests, each individual can embrace one of these two vocations. However, despite this classification, the autonomy remains entirely in your hands. The manner in which you wish to engage in combat and the profession you aspire to are solely dependent on your choices. Should you choose to become a warrior, each level gained will incrementally enhance your strength and constitution, alongside the allocation of 2 additional points to distribute freely as you see fit. For instance, if you wish to pursue a tank build, you would allocate all points to constitution. If you favor a brute force warrior approach, then strength would be your focus. Alternatively, for an assassin's path, agility may be a consideration. As for archers, well, the question is not about point allocation, it's whether you can hit your target. It is important to note that selecting the warrior path does not render one's mental and agility attributes immutable. Rather, the fluctuations will be minimal. Overall, these attributes will evolve in tandem with your growing prowess. Conversely, if you opt for the path of the mage, you will similarly gain 1 point in spirit and agility with each level, in addition to 2 discretionary points to allocate freely. Typically, mages invest all their points into spirit. Of course, should you desire to allocate points in constitution or strength to craft a melee mage, well, that is commendable and indeed bold. Herein lies the preciousness of the 5 points of discretionary attributes currently in Lin Ziluo's possession. It is essential to recognize that if these attribute points are allocated in advance, their efficacy will be significantly enhanced upon a successful career transition. This realization rendered Lin Ziluo increasingly cautious. The aforementioned merely touches upon a widely recognized career trajectory. Indeed, 99% of individuals worldwide are likely to pursue one of these 2 paths. The remaining 1 will venture into the realm of hidden professions. Upon reflection, the number of hidden professions is quite substantial, yet the disparities among them are also considerable. Lin Ziluo has meticulously planned his direction towards the pinnacle of hidden careers. He inscribed the word phantom onto his notebook, a reference to his previous life's concealed vocation, earned through a visage marked by indelible scars and numerous brushes with mortality. The Phantom class stands as a legendary and elite assassin profession, characterized by maximum agility and explosive single-target damage. This prowess is the primary reason Lin Ziluo managed to evade a decade-long pursuit by the Li family, even prior to his second career transition. Each level gained would augment his agility and strength by 2 points, in addition to 3 points of free attributes, a stark contrast to ordinary professions. Lin Ziluo was well acquainted with the method and process of acquiring the Phantom class, making it undoubtedly the easiest hidden profession for him to attain. After some contemplation, he proceeded to jot down Paladin of Light, Necromancer, Azura, Titan, Life Reaper, and other invaluable hidden professions, meticulously documenting each one in his notebook. As he possessed a solid understanding of the processes involved in obtaining these vocations, those who possess such professions are destined to become future demigods of war and sorcery. In the later stages of the apocalypse, to stabilize the hearts of the populace and demonstrate the might of their factions, leaders will often have their champions, be they war gods or sorcerers, narrate their experiences and achievements. These accounts will then be disseminated through propaganda to inspire and educate the masses. Lin Ziluo, however, had yet to partake in such a venture, having only just ascended to the status of a war god before his untimely demise. There was no other reason for this. The path to obtaining such a profession was one he understood intimately, thus providing him with the highest probability of success. It is essential to recognize that each hidden profession comes with perilous tasks. Given Lin Ziluo's cautious nature, it was far wiser for him to choose a profession in which he excelled and understood best. With this thought in mind, he did not hesitate to allocate his free attribute points, 3 to strength and 2 to agility. His foundational attributes now stood as follows: strength, 16, spirit, 17, constitution, 11, agility, 17. A warm surge of energy flowed within him, further augmenting his abilities. With his career path now determined, there was little else for him to attend to. Lin Ziluo began to meticulously document his thoughts on paper. Let me ponder, where did I encounter the Holy Paladin? Ah, indeed, that diamond-level item is located at. Furthermore, it is imperative not to overlook this matter, for this object holds great utility. Alas, I should have noted it down sooner. Now I cannot quite recall the precise location of that sword. As the saying goes, a poor memory is no match for a poor pen. Lin Ziluo's pen danced across the pages, turning one after another with fervor. He diligently documented all pertinent information regarding significant items and equipment from his previous life within the confines of his notebook. The night deepened, and the clock struck midnight. Lin Ziluo set his pen down, exhaling softly. He had inscribed all that he could still remember into this singular notebook. As for the rest, he would see if he could recall more later. Rising from his seat, he extinguished the light and, without shedding his clothes, flopped onto the bed. Sleeping in attire was one of the essential lessons of the apocalypse. Soon, he drifted into slumber, experiencing the most restful sleep he had enjoyed in a decade. Outside, the watchful eyes of surveillance provided protection. Within him resided no longer the oppressive weight from Yao Jinghan, nor the relentless pursuers he could not shake off. His nerves were unstrung, and the confusion about the future had dissipated. Damn it, where has that wretched woman gone? In the center of an opulent living room, a man was roaring in fury. He seized a nearby vase and hurled it at a bodyguard clad in a suit behind him. Beside him, an elderly butler with a head of silver hair spoke up. "Young master, I implore you to lower your voice. A sound too loud may very well attract the zombies lurking outside the estate." The young man recalled the previous incident when the entire manor had fallen victim to a zombie outbreak. Countless servants and bodyguards had been transformed into the undead, reducing the once thriving estate, which had housed nearly 4,000 souls, to a mere 400. Reluctantly, he stifled his words. "Calm. How can I remain calm? After all the effort I expended to concoct such a splendid plot, only for it to be utterly ruined by that wretched Yao Jinghan." Just imagine the look of despair on Lin Ziluo's face upon receiving that news. The very thought sends a thrill through me. If I were to infuriate him to the point of death, would that not send him straight to join his repugnant father? Yet, due to that vile woman, and this damned apocalyptic game, I was unable to disseminate the information in time. Cursed be it all, the young man exclaimed, his emotions running high, and his voice growing ever louder. The silver-haired butler interjected, "Young master, I must insist you lower your voice. Our bodyguards have already suffered considerable casualties. Should any more zombies breach our defenses, your life may not be spared." With that, the butler sighed inwardly, lamenting the master's previous decision to cultivate the young master in such a manner. While a family could only have one capable heir to prevent fratricidal conflict, this was predicated on the family maintaining sufficient authority. In the face of this apocalypse, the young master's temperament could very well lead to his undoing. Perhaps it was a reverence for the silver-haired steward, or perhaps a deep-seated appreciation for the fragility of his own existence. Li Haobo once again sealed his lips. However, this resolve did not last long, as he soon found himself seated on the sofa, engaging in soliloquy. It was a pity that Lin Ziluo, that useless wretch, could not witness my playful antics with that harlot, Yao Jinghan. Otherwise, how could I exact my vengeance upon him? Cursing under his breath, the more he pondered, the more incensed he became. Li Haobo spat disdainfully upon the ground and rushed to the side of the silver-haired steward, his teeth clenched in anger. "Zhaobo, I care not. The more I think, the more furious I grow. Did my father not mention days ago that the assassination squad would seek me out? They must have arrived in Magic City by now. Let them hunt down those two scoundrels. I must find Yao Jinghan. Whether alive or dead, I must see her. And that useless Lin Ziluo, I shall ensure he descends into madness." The steward nodded in understanding. "Rest assured, the assassination squad has been trained since childhood to fulfill the young master's every desire." Li Haobo was exhilarated at the thought of such a scenario. Chapter 12, Equipment Enhancement Scroll. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully slaying a zombie, earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Congratulations to player Yazi for leveling up to level 4, earning 1 attribute point. Player Yazi requires 40 experience points to level up again. A blade, gleaming with an emerald light, spun ceaselessly in the air, advancing forward. Unaware of the impending peril, a zombie continued its mindless rush toward a vibrant human figure in the distance. The blade's radiance sliced through the air. The zombie's head, with its gaping maw, tumbled to the ground, simultaneously revealing an item that shimmered with a faint azure light. However, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the blade that whirled forward, defying all logic by executing a spiral turn upon reaching its maximum distance, effortlessly severing the creature's neck from behind. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully slaying the zombie, earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Observing the death that emanated from the zombie's head, Lin Ziluo gracefully caught the tang knife. It was now 12:30 p.m. Lin Ziluo had risen at 6 in the morning and left the inn by 6:30, which meant he had been traversing the outside world for 6 hours. Although he had chosen obscure routes where zombies were exceedingly rare, his rewards were remarkably gratifying. The demise of nearly 30 zombies had allowed Lin Ziluo to ascend to level 4, and with a 100 drop rate, he had acquired close to 30 items. Today, however, Lin Ziluo was not as fortunate as the previous night. A significant portion of these items consisted of supplies, a pristine men's shirt, a serving of kung pao chicken over rice, a precisely timed wristwatch. In any case, Lin Ziluo promptly stowed them away in a storage space. Knowing he had secured enough provisions for 3 days, he donned the wristwatch, recognizing the importance of time management in this apocalyptic game. Checking the time on his second-hand mobile phone was too cumbersome. Among the other items, there was also a reconnaissance eye and a concealment mask. Concealing mask, a bronze-tier item that, when worn, allows one to obscure their nickname, level, and other fundamental information for 30 minutes, usable twice a day. It is indeed a remarkable mask, and Lin Ziluo promptly donned it upon his face. He then approached to collect the items dropped by the 2 zombies he had just vanquished. A portion of shredded ham fried rice was casually tucked into his storage space as Lin Ziluo examined the azure glowing scroll. Equipment Enhancement Scroll, a bronze-tier item capable of augmenting bronze-level equipment. The enhanced equipment will experience an elevation in its attributes, with the initial enhancement guaranteed to succeed. However, the success rate for subsequent enhancements diminishes as levels increase. A smile graced Lin Ziluo's face. At last, he had procured something of value. Without hesitation, he applied the Equipment Enhancement Scroll to the Tang Dao. Enhancement successful. Congratulations player Yazi for acquiring Tang Hung Dao 1. Tang Hung Dao 1, a bronze-tier weapon. A military saber of the Tang dynasty from the Dragon Kingdom, approximately 70 centimeters in length, characterized by its armor-piercing and durable qualities. After enhancement, it has obtained even more formidable attributes. Attributes: Strength 2, capable of breaching 15 of an enemy's defensive capabilities, and consecutive slashes will amplify damage by 10. Following disengagement from battle, it can gradually restore the blade's edge. The edge of Lin Ziluo's Tang Dao gleamed sharper, reflecting dazzling light under the scorching sun. He then allocated the attribute point acquired from reaching level 4 to his strength. By the second day of the apocalypse, Lin Ziluo's attributes had ascended to the level of a Special Forces operative. Basic attributes: Strength, 18, Spirit, 17, Constitution, 11, Agility, 17. Feeling the surge of vitality within him, Lin Ziluo's stomach audibly protested at an inopportune moment. It was time for a brief respite. He resolved to exert himself further in the afternoon. Should he achieve level 5 today, he could directly challenge the designated arena tomorrow, bypassing the need to search for a dungeon. His thoughts were set on traversing from the quaint inn to the Leaf family villa. Initially, he intended to seek out the dungeon's teleportation portal, as dungeons represented the most crucial means of acquiring experience, sustenance, and equipment within this apocalyptic game. After all, the number of zombies was limited, and one could not eliminate many in reality. Players merely needed to locate the widely distributed teleportation portals scattered throughout the city to access the dungeon waiting rooms, allowing them to select their desired dungeons to participate in. Naturally, there existed a subset of unique solo dungeons, akin to Hidden Realms, which offered exceptionally generous rewards. However, Lin Ziluo now felt that his strength was rapidly ascending, rendering further delays unnecessary. After a morning's journey, he had covered approximately 1/3 of the distance, arriving at a secluded path. Aside from the 2 zombies he had recently dispatched, no other living souls were in sight. The path was flanked by low, humble dwellings. These routes had been meticulously chosen by Lin Ziluo, deliberately avoiding crowded areas. After all, on the second day of the apocalypse, few dared to venture out alone in the face of the undead. He casually selected one of the modest homes, deftly severing the door lock with a single strike, and stepped inside. The interior was a chaotic mess, with various items strewn across the floor. It was evident that one of the family members had succumbed to the zombie affliction, leaving the others desperately attempting to evade the ensuing chaos. He remained vigilant, as the bloodstains on the floor and the peculiar scent wafting from his nostrils indicated the presence of more zombies within the household. Brandishing his Tang Dao, Lin Ziluo traversed the disheveled living room and entered the corridor leading to the bedroom. Suddenly, A roar erupted from the room to his right. Two clawed appendages burst through the wooden door, reaching out towards him. With a remarkable agility of 17, Lin Ziluo deftly evaded the lethal talons. He swung his Tang Dao, severing the two claws with precision. The zombie on the other side of the door began to frantically batter against the wooden barrier, which creaked under the strain. Without a thought of opening the door, Lin Ziluo thrust his blade through the wood, penetrating deep enough to pierce the chest of the zombie behind it. It became apparent that the chest was not the creature's weak point, as it continued its relentless assault on the door, its severed forearms still flailing in the air. Lin Ziluo delivered a powerful kick to the door, causing it to detach from its frame and crash to the ground, pinning the zombie beneath it. He approached and effortlessly decapitated the creature. With the battle concluded, he plopped down beside the dining table and retrieved a thick stack of cards. "Oh dear, there's so much here. I don't even know what to eat," Lin Ziluo lamented. If those still fighting outside were to hear him, they would surely be exasperated. Nevertheless, he quickly devised a solution, drawing cards. He casually selected 4 cards at random. Lin Ziluo chose to activate the card. Instantly, a selection of exquisite dishes, steaming and fragrant, materialized upon the dining table. He eagerly indulged in the flavorful shredded pork and sausage fried rice. Chapter 13. Those who stand in my way shall perish, having satiated his hunger. Lin Ziluo reclined on the sofa and activated a second-hand mobile phone to consult the pre-downloaded map. He found himself on Pingshan Road and planned to head eastward in the afternoon, which would likely lead him to his destination. He was still a bit short on experience points to reach level 5, but slaying zombies along this route should prove sufficient. After a brief respite, Lin Ziluo stowed away his phone and rose from the sofa, humming an unfamiliar tune as he made his way toward the door. Curiously, just as he reached the threshold, he halted, and the melody on his lips ceased abruptly. 1, 2, 3. Lin Ziluo's keen hearing detected 3 distinct breaths outside the door, indicating that 3 individuals lay in ambush for him. "Is he out yet?" Ji Yao inquired anxiously. "No, I distinctly heard footsteps just a moment ago," Ji Kaiji replied, gripping a kitchen knife, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. "Listen to me. You all must have caught a whiff of that delectable aroma. That man undoubtedly possesses a card capable of conjuring gourmet dishes," Gu Gaojie declared grimly, wielding a fire axe. He had witnessed someone conjuring food from a card the previous night. "But isn't it rather inappropriate for us to rob him?" Ji Yao expressed her concern. "What is inappropriate about it? When he emerges, we simply strike him down and threaten him to relinquish his cards." Gu Gaojie shot a glare at Ji Yao. "Indeed, sister. We are justified. He has vandalized our door, thus we can consider it a burglary." After listening to Gu Gaojie's words, Ji Kaiji felt they held great merit and consoled Ji Yao. Ji Yao recalled the delectable aroma she had just encountered and instinctively touched her starving belly, nodding in agreement. There was no alternative. After all, he possessed food. Since noon yesterday, she had not consumed anything. Following the onset of the apocalypse, her father had transformed into a zombie, leaving her and her brother in a panicked rush, taking nothing with them. She contemplated seeking provisions from others. Yet it was now common knowledge that food was of utmost importance, and she had received no assistance whatsoever. Now, having finally resolved to venture out in search of sustenance, how could she return empty-handed? Ji Yao declared, "All right, let us seize him. We shall take everything he has." Gu Gaojie was quite pleased, knowing that the Ji siblings had been swayed by his persuasion. With the first act accomplished, a second would surely follow. At that moment, they would become the leading pawns in his scheme. "I tell you, do not hesitate. Aim for his legs first. If he resists..." Before he could finish his sentence, the window to his left shattered abruptly. A green blade thrust through the opening, striking Gu Gaojie at the nape of his neck. Unaware of what had transpired, Gu Gaojie's head fell to the ground, blood gushing from the severed neck. The thick crimson spray splattered onto Ji Yao's face, who was just about to echo Gu Gaojie's words. Witnessing this sudden and gruesome scene, Ji Yao, standing merely a step away from Gu Gaojie, froze in shock, instinctively widening her mouth to emit a piercing scream. "One must not allow the zombies to be attracted. I initially hoped to conserve some mental energy," Lin Ziluo remarked with resignation. Subsequently, he extended his right hand out of the window. With a vigorous flick of his wrist, the tang knife whirled through the air, slicing with a swift, whistling sound. It struck precisely at the juncture of Ji Yao's upper and lower lips, severing them forever. Furthermore, the tang knife continued its pursuit towards the fleeing Ji Kaiji. The moment he heard the shattering of the window, Kaiji was already terrified and fled without a glance at his own sister. In a swift motion, the long blade cleaved into his left flank. Not only that, but the tang knife continued to spin like a meat grinder, completely severing Kaiji's waist. His upper body crawled on the ground, leaving a long trail of blood in its wake. However, after crawling for over a meter, his head fell limply to the ground. The emergence of 3 deaths signified the demise of 3 individuals who had ambushed Lin Ziluo. Catching the tang knife, Lin Ziluo stepped out of the kitchen. After hearing the sound of breathing, he had opted not to venture out, but chose instead to retreat into the kitchen on his left. The kitchen window was conveniently located to the left of the main door. Unbeknownst to Gu Gaojia and Ji Yao, who were hiding to the left of the main door, their conversation had been heard clearly by Lin Ziluo, including the threats uttered by Gu Gaojia. Having claimed 3 lives, Lin Ziluo maintained a cheerful demeanor. They sought me out. Their attempt to abduct was met with a fitting retribution. It is entirely reasonable. Lin Ziluo believed that they ought to express gratitude towards him. At the very least, he was enabling them to meet their demise sooner, sparing them from enduring further tribulations during the apocalypse. Alas, yet another virtuous deed was accomplished. The government ought to bestow upon him a commendation for good citizenship, Lin Ziluo mused helplessly. The journey continued unabated. The mere thought of confronting Li Haobo the following night invigorated him with relentless energy. The Li family, none of you shall escape unscathed. To put it plainly, Yao Jinghan was merely a puppet standing at the forefront. After all, as an inept woman, how could she possibly command the Li family? Thus, initially, Lin Ziluo's enmity was confined to a personal vendetta against Li Haobo and Yao Jinghan. However, after he had vanquished several of the Li family henchmen they dispatched, the animosity transformed into a bitter feud between Lin Ziluo and the Li family. To the Li family, Lin Ziluo was akin to a thorn in their side. If left unaddressed, their reputation would continue to suffer, subjecting them to public ridicule. Consequently, the Li family no longer required the leadership of Li Haobo and Yao Jinghan. Every member was eager to eliminate the source of their disgrace, Lin Ziluo. They never anticipated that Lin Ziluo, like an indomitable cockroach, would refuse to be utterly vanquished. Time and again, he rose from the brink of death, ultimately evolving into a war god. The existence of a war god harboring animosity towards the Li family was nothing short of catastrophic. The Li family incurred tremendous costs to enlist the aid of 2 war gods, in addition to an even greater sacrifice to summon a zombie king. Ultimately, Yao Jinghan led the zombie king into the venue of their confrontation, flanked by the 2 war gods, forming a triumvirate of equals intent on encircling Lin Ziluo. Even the legendary barrier-type artifacts were employed, completely sealing off his escape route, resulting in Lin Ziluo ultimately having no chance to flee and dying there. However, heaven granted me another opportunity for Lin Ziluo, Yao Jinghan, Li Haobo, the Li family, including those 2 war gods, and the zombie king, along with all those who have aided the Li family in pursuing my family, my team, and myself. None shall escape, regardless of intent, whether virtuous or malevolent. Those who have provoked me shall undoubtedly perish. Chapter 14. A raw flesh kills the online Princess Honey. Come quickly and look at the superhero, a woman exclaimed, leaning against the window in astonishment. What superhero? I'm blocking the door to prevent the zombies from entering, her husband replied breathlessly as he rushed to her side. Over there. The woman pointed outside the window. Her husband followed her gaze and saw a man wearing a green mask in the street. A flash of a blade illuminated the scene as the man's sword severed the head of a zombie approaching him. Beside the man lay 2 more fallen zombies. Wow, an expert. The woman's husband gasped. Then, utilizing the newly learned method, attempted to check the man's information. Basic information: nickname, title, level. Strange, why can't I view his information? The husband wondered aloud. Never mind that. Quickly, let's call for the superhero and ask him to save us, the woman exclaimed excitedly. The woman's husband immediately intercepted her, calmly saying, Do not shout. Such actions will reveal our location and attract the zombies, leading to our demise. Moreover, this superhero has concealed his identity for a reason. He would not willingly come to the aid of others. Upon hearing this, the woman found his reasoning compelling and expressed her admiration, saying, Darling, you are truly astute. He humbly replied, No, it is merely a simple truth. Yet, it is precisely this straightforward reasoning that some fail to grasp. Hey, good brother, come save me. called a woman from the opposite building as she opened her window, directing her plea towards Lin Ziluo. Ignoring the 3 cards lying on the ground, Lin Ziluo continued forward, undeterred. It was now nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon. With no secluded pathways nearby, Lin Ziluo was compelled to venture onto the bustling main street. Once on the street, he had to guard against prying eyes, for his gaming alias had gained significant notoriety just the night before. Fortunately, the acquired hidden mask proved to be quite effective. As Lin Ziluo walked, he examined the items that had just fallen: dried mustard greens with pork, 666 cold medicine, a tube of whitening toothpaste. The woman upstairs, witnessing Lin Ziluo's indifference towards her, felt a surge of frustration. Who was she? A veritable internet princess, boasting over 30,000 followers online, with a wealthy benefactor who showered her with luxury cars. Yet, here she was, disregarded by a masked man who did not even spare her a glance. Upon this realization, the woman, filled with indignation, seized the nearby flower pot and hurled it with ferocity. Naturally, Lin Ziluo deftly evaded the projectile with a few casual steps, his expression unchanging as he regarded the woman. If she were wearing a mask, her emotions would remain concealed, wouldn't they? The woman, thrilled to have finally captured Lin Ziluo's attention, eagerly spread her arms and called out, "I am here, dear brother. Please come and rescue me. There are several zombies here, and I am so frightened. If you save me, I will hold your hand." Lin Ziluo remained silent, retrieving a card from his storage space. A piece of meat, seemingly tainted, materialized in his hand. At the moment the meat appeared, every zombie on the street simultaneously raised their heads, their pale eyes widening in unison. Meat soaked in zombie virus. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, this item has been affectionately dubbed the zombie lure by players. Its allure for the undead extends an astonishing distance of 100 meters. Once presented, zombies within that radius will relentlessly pursue the source of the meat. Indeed, as soon as Lin Ziluo brandished the piece of meat, it drew the attention of numerous zombies. He tossed the meat lightly, and it sailed through the window, landing precisely within the confines of the woman's home. Her brow furrowed in displeasure as she exclaimed, "I do not want food. I want you to take me to a safe place. Do you not understand human speech?" She pointed vehemently at Lin Ziluo, hurling insults without the slightest awareness of the zombies below, who were now advancing toward her location. Lin Ziluo chose to disregard the chaos, hastening her pace while the zombies shifted their attention elsewhere. Just as she lamented the overwhelming number of encroaching zombies and pondered where to lead them, a figure fortuitously opened a window, coming to her aid. "May good fortune bless the kind-hearted," she exclaimed, though her words were drowned out by her vehement curses. Her vitriol resonated even louder than the sound of her doorframe being violently struck. It was only when she heard a resounding crash that she turned to witness her door, along with its frame, being shattered by the relentless horde. A throng of zombies surged into her home, and in a moment of sheer terror, she screamed uncontrollably, her body trembling violently. A stream of yellow liquid trickled down her legs, pooling on the floor beneath her. Ultimately, paralyzed by fright, she collapsed into the puddle, sending ripples across the surface. One could only speculate how her online supporters would react upon witnessing her plight. The zombies, flailing their arms, rushed towards the fresh meat. In a gruesome display, 2 of the undead fought over their prize, tearing it apart in a frenzy. Each claimed a portion, ravenously devouring the flesh, while those who missed out became fixated on the woman instead, abandoning their initial targets. A piercing scream erupted, echoing through the street, sending shivers down the spines of those who had been hiding in their homes, leaving them trembling in fear at the horrific scene they had just witnessed. They vowed never to seek help from strangers again. As the screams subsided, a skeletal figure emerged where the woman had once stood, remnants of flesh and blood clinging to its bones, the skull crushed to facilitate the consumption of brain matter. The zombies departed, satisfied, leaving the house behind. Lin Ziluo effortlessly departed from the street. Indeed, this must be the place. He glanced at his watch. It was already 6 in the evening. Leaving 2 hours until nightfall, he had arrived at the Magic City Sports Center. Initially, he had planned to come tomorrow, but the journey had unexpectedly gone smoothly, allowing him to arrive here over an hour early. Reflecting on this, Lin Ziluo checked his inventory. Throughout the afternoon, he had yet to acquire any equipment. He suspected that the abundance of gear obtained on the first day was solely due to the elevated drop rate implemented for that day. As for the cards, his collection had flourished significantly, amassing nearly 30 cards within the span of the afternoon. he still possessed 2 cards of raw meat soaked in zombie virus. This was the unfortunate reality of a 100 drop rate. The sheer volume of items made the truly valuable ones seem less extraordinary. Chapter 15. 1 against 100. The Magic City Sports Arena can be regarded as one of the iconic structures of the city. Within the context of the apocalyptic game, it is established that such landmark buildings may present unusual occurrences. For instance, there may exist dungeons, hidden merchant robots, or wild treasure chests. According to Lin Ziluo's knowledge, this arena houses a silver-tier wild treasure chest. It is termed a wild treasure chest because it is scattered throughout various locations, accessible to anyone. In contrast, there are boss treasure chests, which can only be obtained by defeating the corresponding boss. Although the wild treasure chests possess a greater intrinsic value, acquiring them proves to be exceedingly challenging. However, even a silver treasure chest guarantees the emergence of a silver-grade equipment or item, along with various other possessions. Given Lin Ziluo's current circumstances, obtaining a piece of silver equipment would undoubtedly propel his strength to unprecedented heights. With this in mind, Lin Ziluo prepared to seek an alternative entrance into the sports arena. He dismissed the main entrance, as it was heavily guarded by at least dozens of zombies. At that moment, the Doomsday game cheat system, which had been quietly functioning but had not made an appearance for some time, suddenly emitted a notification sound. Ding. The host is about to enter the Magic City Sports Arena. Ding. The environment of the Magic City Sports Arena meets the task requirements. Ding. The task 1 against 100 is hereby issued. 1 against 100. The exceptional host is required to demonstrate their strength immediately. Please eliminate 100 zombies within the Magic City Sports Arena, regardless of their level. Task requirements: 0-100. Task rewards: a random ordinary cheat item and a piece of bronze-grade equipment. Task deadline: 24 hours. Ding. May I ask the host if they wish to accept the task? Lin Ziluo furrowed his brow. 100 zombies. As the second afternoon of the Doomsday game approached, the majority of zombies had already reached level 2, exhibiting a marked improvement in strength compared to their initial level. Not to mention, in an expansive area like the sports arena, any significant movement would undoubtedly attract a large number of zombies. Lin Ziluo's original plan was to circumvent heavily infested areas and leverage his personal stealth to simply open treasure chests. However, when such a task suddenly arose, fortunately, the deadline for the task was a full day, which was quite ample. Yet, for the sake of caution, Lin Ziluo inquired, what are the consequences if one chooses to decline the task, or if the task fails? Ding. Please rest assured. The existence of the Golden Finger system is designed to enhance your gaming experience, allowing you to relish the journey of the game. Ding. Therefore, declining the task or failing it will incur no penalties. On the contrary, the player will receive a consolation gift of 100 gold coins. Lin Ziluo was utterly astonished. This truly exemplified an improved gaming experience. Even refusing a task would yield a consolation gift. Knowing numerous locations that could trigger tasks, he realized that not only could he refuse the task, but he could also effortlessly amass gold coins. With this thought, Lin Ziluo decisively accepted the task. By completing it, he could draw a regular golden finger and acquire a bronze-level piece of equipment. He had witnessed the formidable power of the Super Golden Finger, which could elevate a mere 1 drop rate to an astounding 100. Could the regular Golden Finger possibly ensure that every zombie dropped 2 items instead of 1? Even if the task were to fail, he would not suffer a loss, as his primary aim was to open the silver treasure chest, while also reaping an extra 100 gold coins. Ding. The task of facing 100 enemies has been accepted. May you successfully complete the task. After accepting the task, Lin Ziluo did not hasten to enter the gymnasium. Instead, he examined the internal structure diagram of the gymnasium at the entrance, formulating a strategy in his mind. According to his recollection, the silver treasure chest should be located within the warehouse on the 3rd floor. However, the time available today is decidedly insufficient. Thus, I shall first complete a portion of the zombie clearing task. I will enter through the side door and ascend along the safe passage on the 1st floor. By approximately 8 o'clock, as night descends, I should reach the infirmary on the 2nd floor. There, I will find a bed and rest for the night, resuming my ascent the following day. By midday, I anticipate reaching the warehouse on the 3rd floor, where I will unlock the treasure chest and then leap from the edge of the external floor, making my escape. Merely by surveying the map, Lin Ziluo has meticulously arranged all routes and actions. With his plans in place, he is determined not to squander any more time. The sharp tang knife materializes in his hand. He deftly pries open the lock of the side door behind the gymnasium and pushes the door ajar. To his astonishment, a bloodied zombie stands directly behind the door. As Lin Ziluo prepares to assess the situation, he is momentarily taken aback. What fortuitous timing, an auspicious opening. What business does this zombie have lingering at the back door of the gymnasium? The two, a man and a zombie, lock eyes in mutual surprise. Realizing the situation, the zombie opens its mouth, poised to emit a roar. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo strikes. Before the zombie can make a sound, he thrusts the tip of his tang knife into its gaping maw. The blade pierces through the zombie's mouth, emerging from the back of its neck, silencing it before it can call for help. Swiftly, Lin Ziluo retrieves the hammer he had not discarded earlier. With a decisive blow, he strikes the zombie's face, splattering blood everywhere. At this point, the zombie's ability to roar is utterly extinguished. Lin Ziluo drew his tang dao and swiftly dispatched the zombie lurking by the back door. The specter of death loomed. Had the creature emitted a cry, he would have been unprepared and forced to retreat strategically. With a sigh of relief, Lin Ziluo contemplated the peculiar fortune of this encounter. The zombie had inadvertently become part of an unusual experiment, akin to a specialized test that would incur a fee in a hospital. He had also given it an impromptu facial reconstruction with a small hammer, another service that would typically demand payment. Amused, Lin Ziluo reflected on the fallen zombie's irony. It had met its demise and yet found itself burdened with debt. However, the vanquished creature still contributed in a most remarkable way, for beneath it lay an object gleaming with an ethereal blue light. Lin Ziluo kicked aside the zombie's body and retrieved the item. Super Flash Bomb, a one-time bronze-level artifact capable of emitting a blinding white light, rendering those who behold it temporarily blind. The duration of blindness depends on the exposure time and the individual's sensitivity to light. Indeed, this is a splendid find. It will serve as an impeccable crowd control tool for the impending invasion of the Li Manor tomorrow night. Satisfied, Lin Ziluo tucked the Super Flash Bomb into his storage space. The back door of the gymnasium effectively functioned as a small storage room. To gain genuine entry, he would need to unlock the inner door of this storeroom. Lin Ziluo felt along the waist of the zombie's corpse and, as expected, discovered a key. Chapter 16. An unprecedented maneuver achieved with a whirling/third-floor storage room, second-floor office, badminton hall. Lin Ziluo began searching with the key in hand. What a serendipitous discovery this is. With this thought in mind, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but express his gratitude towards the zombie. The back left door has been located. He produced a key inscribed with the label of the back left door. Gur. Gur. In the table tennis hall, a dozen zombies began to meander slowly. As night approached, the zombies grew increasingly active. A faint sound echoed. A wooden door creaked open. Lin Ziluo bent down, cautiously stepping inside. He nestled beneath the nearest table tennis table, utilizing the limited space to conceal his form. 1, 2, 3. Lin Ziluo began to tally the number of zombies. Upon concluding his count, he discovered there were a total of 17 zombies. This figure struck a chord deep within him. These zombies were akin to him in their attributes. For an ordinary person, confronting even one would require all their strength. However, under his command, defeating 17 was not beyond the realm of possibility. Moreover, the main entrance of the table tennis hall was shut, as long as he maintained minimal noise. The zombies outside were unlikely to intrude. Additionally, the height of the table tennis tables provided him with a strategic advantage for maneuvering. Casting another glance at his experience bar, he noted that he was merely 4 points away from leveling up to level 5. A second-tier zombie could yield 2 experience points, allowing him to eliminate 2 of them first. After leveling up, he could then employ a tactical retreat against the remaining 15 zombies, a strategy entirely feasible. Just then, Lin Ziluo noticed one of the zombies shuffling toward his direction. This one is mine. Lin Ziluo swiftly deduced the direction and pace of the approaching zombie. He tensed his body, akin to a coiled serpent, silently awaiting the creature's arrival. As the sound of footsteps grew increasingly near, he held his breath. Upon witnessing the zombie's footfall land precisely at the location he had meticulously calculated, Lin Ziluo launched into action. He emerged from beneath the ping-pong table. Rising to his feet, and with unparalleled precision, his tang dao sliced through the zombie's neck. Before the creature could even register the attack, it was rendered headless, the word death ominously hovering above its severed head. The fluidity and swiftness of his movements allowed Lin Ziluo to eliminate the zombie without alerting the others. He swiftly darted back under another ping-pong table. The thud of the zombie's body and head colliding with the ground drew the attention of the remaining zombies. In an instant, they were all activated, a cacophony of disordered footsteps, the sound of bodies colliding with the ping-pong tables, and the metallic clatter of tables being displaced filled the air. Fortunately, the gymnasium had been outfitted with slip-resistant, sound-absorbing flooring during renovations, and the soundproofing of the various venue doors was sufficiently effective. Thus, the commotion did not attract the zombies lurking outside the ping-pong hall. When Lin Ziluo, concealed beneath the table, noticed 3 pairs of feet gathering near the corpse of the recently dispatched zombie, he decisively swung his Tang Dao towards the ankles of the nearest zombies. The sharp blade, coupled with Lin Ziluo's strength, seamlessly severed the ankles of all 3 in an instant. One zombie, now devoid of its feet, lost its balance and toppled to the ground. Another zombie, having lost a leg, stumbled and fell after taking a few unsteady steps forward. At that moment, Lin Ziluo's position was revealed as he emerged from beneath the ping-pong table. Ignoring the other zombies, he directed his attention towards the uninjured zombie on the far right among the initial 3. This particular zombie, though relatively sturdy, withstood a blow but did not succumb to death. Lin Ziluo chose not to linger on it. He first bent down to evade an attacking zombie from behind, then seized the limping zombie and hurled it towards the advancing horde. Caught unprepared, the frenzied zombies collided with the thrown body, resulting in a tangle of 3 or 4 of them tumbling to the ground. With a swift motion of his Tang knife, Lin Ziluo severed the head of the zombie that had lost a leg and was struggling to rise. Congratulations to the player Yazi for successfully killing a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations to the player for leveling up to level 5, earning 1 attribute point. The player Yazi requires 100 experience points for the next level up. Upon reaching level 5, the experience required for further advancement significantly increases. Unperturbed, Lin Ziluo allocated his newly acquired attribute point to agility. Then, with a leap, he ascended onto the ping-pong table. The entire horde of zombies within the venue was converging towards Lin Ziluo's position. The previously toppled zombies had risen once more, leaving only the limping one still crawling. Standing atop the ping-pong table, Lin Ziluo enjoyed a broad view of the scene. His mind raced as years of combat experience enabled him to swiftly determine the optimal angle for his next move. The Tang Dao in Lin Ziluo's hand was flung forth, creating a dazzling azure arc of blade light in the air. The blade sliced through the neck of a zombie, and almost immediately, another charging zombie, accurately judged by Lin Ziluo, collided with the blade's trajectory as it stumbled 2 steps forward. 2 shadows of death emerged in its wake. Yet, this was not the end. He had anticipated this trajectory with precision. A zombie lunging towards Lin Ziluo met its demise as the Tang Dao cleaved through its nape, extinguishing its life. Lin Ziluo effortlessly caught the blade. Such maneuvers could not merely be encapsulated by a simple phrase of skill. This was the culmination of a decade of combat instinct forged in the apocalypse. His subtle manipulation of the angle of the Tang Dao's throw, his intimate understanding of its parabolic flight, and his precise predictions of the zombie's steps, directions, and actions. As he executed this feat, Lin Ziluo's expression beneath the mask remained as tranquil as still water. In the span of a minute, amidst an onslaught of 17 zombies, he had dispatched 5. A feat that was trivial to him. At this moment, only 12 fearless zombies continued their relentless charge towards him, along with one that, despite having lost both legs, persistently crawled towards Lin Ziluo. As the nearest 2 zombies reached for his calves, Lin Ziluo propelled himself off his right foot, bending slightly before taking a grand leap. He successfully landed atop the adjacent ping-pong table, leaving the 2 zombies that had lunged for his original position to crash heavily onto the unforgiving surface of the table, their futile roars of discontent echoing in the air. Chapter 17. Piercing. Thrust. At this moment, there were no zombies near Lin Ziluo's table tennis area, affording him ample time to await their arrival. After a brief respite, the 2 swiftest zombies approached the table. Lin Ziluo struck first, leveraging his elevated position to deliver a powerful kick to the face of the foremost zombie. The force of the blow sent the creature reeling backward, causing it to tumble completely over. The remaining zombie met a swift end as Lin Ziluo unceremoniously severed its head. Suddenly, the opaque door of the table tennis hall resounded with knocks and impacts. Damn, the zombie's growls had attracted the attention of others outside, Lin Ziluo lamented. However, He quickly regained his composure. His plan was to eliminate these zombies and then strategically retreat. With a determined mindset, Lin Ziluo leaped down from the table tennis platform and swiftly approached the incapacitated zombie he had just kicked over. Perhaps due to the force of his earlier blow, this zombie had yet to rise. With a decisive swing of his blade, he ensured it would not rise again. At that moment, only 10 zombies remained active within the hall. Confident in his agility, Lin Ziluo believed he could outmaneuver them and whittle them down. He took advantage of the spaces between the tables, engaging them in a game of hide and seek. As a group of zombies lunged toward him, he deftly crouched and slipped beneath the table, emerging from the other side to deliver a strike to one of the zombies trailing behind. Surrounded by the undead, he leaped onto one table and then onto another, executing a fluid sequence of movements that resulted in the demise of 5 zombies. Nevertheless, Lin Ziluo found that his stamina had already diminished significantly in such a brief span of time. Engaging in combat with 17 zombies of identical attributes and managing to vanquish the majority is a feat that would likely be met with disbelief if recounted. As he leaned against the table for a moment of respite, he suddenly noticed a crimson potion bottle at his feet. This was dropped by the zombie he had just slain. Lin Ziluo, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a treasure, swiftly picked up the vial and evaded a lunging zombie. He then unscrewed the cap and consumed the vibrant red liquid in one gulp. The sweet elixir coursed through his mouth, its delightful flavor prompting him to wish for another bottle. As the potion flowed into his body, a miraculous surge of new strength enveloped Lin Ziluo, significantly restoring his vitality. Stamina potion, a single-use bronze tier item that instantly replenishes 20 of one's stamina, with an additional recovery of 5 each minute for a duration of 5 minutes, followed by a cooldown of 30 minutes. Indeed, the elixir he had consumed was none other than the famed little red bottle. The sensation of regained vitality was exquisite. Lin Ziluo exhaled deeply and, seizing the moment, brandished his Tang Dao and hurled it forth. Taking advantage of the brief respite, he bent down to search for items dropped by the fallen zombies. 1 card, 2 cards, 3 cards. A somewhat inauspicious start. The 3 items Lin Ziluo picked up were all resource cards. The remaining 3 zombies were now alarmingly close. After retrieving the final item, which shimmered with a cerulean glow, he decisively dove beneath the ping-pong table. He examined the object he had just grasped, revealing it to be a bracelet of earthy yellow hue. The bracelet is adorned with intricate magical patterns, exuding an unparalleled elegance. Spiked bracelet, a bronze tier equipment. This bracelet is imbued with magic. Attributes: 1 to spirit. Accompanied skill, spike assault. It can summon a vertical row of spikes from the ground, delivering a heavy blow to a designated area. Skill cooldown, 24 hours. How fortunate I am to possess an equipment with an accompanying skill. Such jewelry is far more challenging to acquire than ordinary gear like shoes, pants, or shirts. On the second day of the apocalypse, I successfully gathered the trio of jewelry, ring, necklace, and bracelet. Most importantly, it is a piece with an accompanying skill, priceless. Lin Ziluo hastily donned the bracelet. Examining its attributes took quite some time. The ping-pong table where Lin Ziluo stood was already surrounded by a horde of zombies. However, Lin Ziluo remained calm, swiftly severing a zombie's legs with his Tang Dao. Seizing the opportunity created by the fallen creature, he slipped through the gap. 2 remaining zombies surged toward him. Lin Ziluo smirked and deftly evaded the zombie's pounce with a low crouch, then swiftly dispatched the incapacitated zombie on the ground with 2 precise strikes. Just then, the door of the ping-pong hall crashed to the ground. The zombies behind the door began to pour frantically into the hall. Under normal circumstances, this would necessitate a strategic retreat from Lin Ziluo. Yet, he instead charged toward the incoming horde of zombies. Thus, he found himself sandwiched between 2 pursuing zombies behind him and an uncountable mass of zombies rushing in from the front, effectively trapping Lin Ziluo in the midst of chaos. In the face of this perilous scene, a faint smile crept upon his lips. He halted, standing still, quietly awaiting the approach of the zombies. They drew nearer, close enough for Lin Ziluo to detect their nauseating stench. They were close enough that nearly 10 zombies simultaneously lunged at him with their sharp claws. At that moment, a glimmer flickered in Lin Ziluo's eyes. He forcefully propelled himself off the surface of the nearby ping-pong table, momentarily soaring into the air. With a graceful backflip, he landed behind the 2 zombies that had been in pursuit. At this instant, all the zombies formed a straight line before him. With the skill spike assault, The bracelet on Lin Ziluo's wrist radiated a warm, earthy glow. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The ground ahead began to tremble. Suddenly, a massive spike, forged from the very earth, erupted from the ground, impaling the foremost zombie. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully slaying a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Is this where it ends? Not at all. The ground continued to quake, seemingly nurturing even greater power. Chapter 18. The flood of kill notifications. The earth spike that had just emerged did not deter the fearless zombies. They continued to surge forward. Thus, a grander surprise ensued. As the ground trembled, spikes erupted one after another, piercing through the advancing zombies with unimaginable speed, impaling them from foot to head. Blood splattered, and chunks of flesh filled the air, as all the zombies were lured into a straight line by Lin Ziluo. The timing and precision of the spike assault were entirely under his control. This resulted in every zombie within the designated area along that line meeting their demise. Congratulations to player Yaji for successfully defeating a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 coins. Congratulations to player Yaji for successfully defeating a level 3 zombie, earning 3 experience points and 5 coins. Congratulations to player Yaji for successfully defeating a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 coins. In an instant, over 20 notifications flooded the screen. Lin Ziluo's experience bar was visibly rising at an astonishing rate. Before him lay 4 gleaming blue items that had dropped. Equipment with attached skills possesses a remarkably unique effect. The first use of the skill yields the greatest power and impact. This is because, upon dropping, the skill is infused with energy from the system. After the initial use, the skill requires the player's own mental energy to recharge. That said, Lin Ziluo could never have anticipated the staggering power of the spike assault upon its first use. The destructive capability of this skill was akin to that of a level 20 mage. Regardless, he was already reaping substantial rewards from this encounter. Ignoring the blood and gore strewn across the ground, Lin Ziluo began to rummage through the area. He had no time to admire the blue equipment and items. He hastily stuffed them into his storage space, barely sparing a glance at the cards scattered on the ground. It was not that he had become arrogant. Rather, there were still zombies surging toward the ping-pong hall. The undead began to press forward in relentless waves. Lin Ziluo diligently collected every visible piece of Azure equipment and items, leaving no trace behind. The wind howled fiercely. Observing the imminent approach of the zombies, Lin Ziluo decisively retreated, making his way back to the entrance he had previously used. He swiftly reached the door and slammed it shut. However, the relentless zombies did not relent, crashing against the rear door with fervor. Under the weight of a dozen undead, the doors soon succumbed, collapsing under their assault. The zombies surged forward into the opening. Yet, to their bewilderment, the previously audacious man, the one who had dispatched dozens of their comrades, had mysteriously vanished. The zombies continued their search, lingering in the vicinity, desperately seeking any trace of the elusive figure. Strangely, the man had indeed disappeared without a trace. After searching for a full 10 minutes, the zombies finally conceded defeat. Lin Ziluo let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, he found himself on a small protruding platform above the rear door of the gymnasium, just large enough for him to stand sideways. Beneath him, numerous zombies roamed. Rather than hastily descend, Lin Ziluo took the opportunity to examine the 5 newly acquired bronze-grade items. 2 familiar eyes of reconnaissance and 2 identical short-range launchers. Short-range launcher, a one-time use bronze item capable of launching an object that fits into the device to a designated location, not exceeding 30 meters in distance. Splendid. Lin Ziluo let out a sigh of relief. With this item in his possession, he would soon be able to re-enter the gymnasium. This object had the capability to manipulate the trajectory of items, making it possible to toss things into a corner, provided he was well acquainted with the terrain. Lin Ziluo then retrieved his 5th item, a pair of azure glowing shoes, designed in an ancient style, adorned with magical patterns reminiscent of wings. Could this be yet another piece of equipment endowed with special abilities? He hurriedly examined its attributes. Boots of the Gale, bronze-level equipment, capable of summoning the swift winds. Attributes: 1 constitution, 1 agility, and a reduction in footstep noise. Additional skill: Gale Dash, increases movement speed by 20 for a duration of 10 seconds. Cooldown: 1 hour. Upon discovering that the Boots of the Gale also possessed an additional skill, Lin Ziluo was overjoyed. However, after reviewing the skill's effectiveness, His expression returned to a state of calm. Well, the effect was rather mediocre. Nevertheless, Lin Ziluo, being honest, promptly removed his own pair of athletic shoes. Adopting a posture reminiscent of a golden rooster standing on one leg, he ultimately managed to don the azure boots of the Gale. After the system adjusted the size, they fit perfectly and comfortably. Lin Ziluo could distinctly feel his body becoming lighter. After putting on the shoes, he glanced at his basic attributes. Basic attributes: strength, 18, spirit, 18, constitution, 12, agility, 18. Even an ordinary person reaching level 10 would find it impossible to possess such attributes, unless they had successfully transitioned to a new profession. Yet, Lin Ziluo was certain that he had already achieved that long ago. Setting a modest goal, Lin Ziluo aspired to possess attributes that were double those of an average individual of the same level after his career transition. With this small objective in mind, he felt invigorated. Glancing at the zombies wandering below, he retrieved the short-range launcher he had just acquired from his storage space. He then procured a card inscribed with the words "fresh meat soaked in zombie virus." This was the perfect combination. By utilizing the short-range launcher, he could propel the tainted meat to a designated spot, thereby attracting a multitude of zombies. In the ensuing chaos, he planned to stealthily enter the gymnasium. With his strategy firmly in place, Lin Ziluo began to adeptly manipulate the short-range launcher. After meticulously adjusting all settings, he activated the card in his hand. The fresh meat materialized before him, inciting a frenzy among the nearby zombies, who were drawn to their most beloved delicacy. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo loaded the meat into the launcher and initiated the launch sequence. A dull thud echoed as the meat was swiftly propelled into the air, gliding as if guided by an unseen force. It first veered around a corner, slipped through the back entrance, and continued its trajectory into the table tennis arena. Overcoming numerous obstacles before landing in a corner, precisely 30 meters from the launch point, the zombies below leapt wildly, consumed by their insatiable hunger, disregarding their companions in their fervor. Chapter 19. Fortune favors the bold. At this moment, the zombies surrounding Lin Ziluo had all fled, no longer concerning themselves with his whereabouts. Now was the time. He lightly leapt and landed gracefully on the ground. The exceptional material of the Windrunner boots minimized the sound of his landing to an almost negligible level, failing to attract the attention of any nearby zombies. Lin Ziluo stealthily approached the back door, observing a throng of zombies clamoring and roaring in a corner where fresh meat had fallen. This corner was symmetrically positioned opposite the entrance to the ping-pong hall. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo activated the speed-enhancing skill that accompanied his Windrunner boots. In an instant, a unique force surged through his body, rendering him light as a feather. The precious 10 seconds of enhanced speed were not to be squandered. He propelled himself forward with determination. In 1 second, he burst through the back door. In 2 seconds, he entered the ping-pong hall, and in 5 seconds, he dashed out of the main entrance. The layout of the sports hall had long been etched in Lin Ziluo's memory, allowing this sequence to unfold seamlessly. Without a moment's delay, before the frenzied zombies could even register his presence, Lin Ziluo had vanished without a trace. At this moment, Lin Ziluo found himself in the safety corridor of the sports hall. Given the convenience of direct elevators and escalators for traversing floors, the safety corridor was clearly a seldom visited area. As he pushed open the door to the safety corridor, he found it devoid of any zombies. He closed the door behind him and paused to catch his breath, relieved that his swift movements had gone unnoticed. Glancing at his watch, he noted that it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. In just 1 hour, night would fully descend, and the attributes of the zombies would significantly increase. By that time, it would no longer be as easy as it is now. Therefore, it is imperative to quickly find a foothold and then wait until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning to take action. As for resting directly in the safety corridor, although there are currently no zombies present, they are likely to become active at night and could easily infiltrate. After all, the doors in the safety corridor are merely ajar and can be pushed open with little effort. Lin Ziluo rested for nearly 20 minutes, ensuring he possessed sufficient combat capability before resuming his actions. He slowed his pace and began his ascent to the second floor. In no time, he arrived at the second floor. The staircase leading to the third floor was within reach, yet Lin Ziluo chose not to ascend. The exit on the third floor of the safety corridor was on the far right, while the warehouse he intended to reach was on the far left. To open the silver treasure chest, he would need to traverse the entire corridor from one end to the other. which was simply unfeasible given the constraints of time and stamina. Thus, Lin Ziluo directly pushed open the door to the safety corridor on the second floor. The entire second floor was eerily silent, with only a few zombies remaining. It seemed that the earlier commotion had drawn a significant number of them to the first floor. These zombies were entirely oblivious to Lin Ziluo's stealthy entrance via the safety corridor. The layout of the second floor of the gymnasium was rather straightforward. Facilities such as the badminton court and basketball court, requiring larger spaces, were situated on this level. Lin Ziluo had previously set his sights on the infirmary on the second floor. Firstly, it was in close proximity to the safety corridor. Secondly, the infirmary contained beds, ample space, and the potential to scavenge for medical supplies. He cautiously made his way towards the infirmary. The key to the infirmary had previously been retrieved by him, firmly grasped in his hand. On the second floor, where the presence of zombies was scant, Lin Ziluo was well versed in the visual range of these creatures. With the Windrunner boots adeptly muffling his footsteps, one could witness a peculiar scene. Despite an individual traversing the corridor, the zombies seemed utterly oblivious to his presence. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Ziluo was skillfully maneuvering through their blind spots. Moreover, he executed an even more audacious maneuver. Silently, he approached a zombie from behind, poised for the instant it would turn its head. Without hesitation, he unleashed his Tang Dao, delivering a sudden and lethal strike that severed the zombie's head. In an instant, Lin Ziluo concealed the Tang Dao within his storage space. Then, with remarkable reflexes, he extended his left hand to catch the head as it began to plummet to the ground, while his right hand supported the decapitating corpse that was about to collapse. He gently placed both the head and the body on the floor, all without a sound. The other zombies continued their aimless wandering, completely unaware that one of their own had succumbed to the ground. Finally, Lin Ziluo bent down to retrieve the card dropped by the fallen zombie, departing with an air of nonchalance. Raw flesh infected by zombie virus. As the adage goes, fortune favors the bold. Thus, he acquired a zombie trap. At this juncture, Lin Ziluo had arrived at the door of the infirmary, which was firmly shut. Approaching, he tugged at the doorknob, only to discover it was indeed locked. Although he had prepared the key in advance, the situation remained rather perplexing. When the apocalypse descended, it was 7 o'clock. Logically, the infirmary should not have been locked at that hour, unless it was secured after the onset of the apocalypse. Lin Ziluo swiftly assessed the situation. He frowned, hoping the person inside would be compliant. With a click, the infirmary door was unlocked. The interior was shrouded in darkness, rendering everything indistinct. A faint smile appeared on Lin Ziluo's lips. Then, as if oblivious to any discovery, he stepped into the infirmary, deftly locking the door behind him. Before him lay an impenetrable blackness. Suddenly, upon entering this shadowy realm, his eyes needed a moment to adjust. At that very moment, a small knife abruptly emerged from the darkness. Simultaneously, a deep male voice inquired, "Who are you, and how do you possess the key to the infirmary?" Chapter 20. I am truly a good person. Lin Ziluo remained silent. He abhorred having a blade pointed at him. Therefore, he extended his right hand to seize the outstretched one from the shadows. With a vigorous twist, he rotated that hand a full 180 degrees. Just as the figure in the darkness, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, was about to scream, Lin Ziluo swiftly retrieved a rag from his storage space and stuffed it into the man's mouth with his left hand. In that instant, the knife was on the verge of clattering to the floor. Should it fall, the resounding clang would undoubtedly alert the zombies outside the infirmary. Thus, Lin Ziluo's legs sprang into action. He first planted a foot on the blade of the knife, redirecting its vertical descent to a horizontal position. Immediately, he adeptly placed his right foot on the ground, precisely catching the knife that had been thrown his way. The crisis was averted. Lin Ziluo released the individual whose wrist he had previously broken. He then lifted his right foot, causing the knife to tremble before effortlessly catching it once more. Remember, you are indeed vigilant, but you have provoked someone far beyond your capacity to deal with, Lin Ziluo remarked calmly. Within the dimly lit infirmary, heavy breaths could be heard emanating from several corners. One individual, mouth gagged with rags, could only emit muffled whimpers. Lin Ziluo turned away and retrieved a thick cloth from his storage space, a piece ingeniously modified with numerous suction cups. These were practical Doomsday gadgets he had crafted in his spare time. He affixed the thick cloth over the infirmary door, completely obscuring the upper portion of the glass window. After surveying the surroundings, He concluded there were no other areas that would allow light to seep through. "Turn on the lights," Lin Ziluo instructed. "Do you not see that I have covered the door?" he retorted when he perceived hesitation. However, the woman was about to voice her concerns when the lights were switched on. The environment within the infirmary came into view. The woman who had hesitated earlier sat on the floor, clad in a nurse's uniform, while a female doctor in a white coat had been the one to turn on the lights. Lin Ziluo regarded her thoughtfully. On an examination table sat two men, appearing quite earnest, their attire emblazoned with the word maintenance. It was evident they were repairmen. The nurse and the two maintenance workers regarded Lin Ziluo with expressions of palpable fear. As soon as Lin Ziluo made his entrance, he instilled a profound sense of dread in them. Only the female doctor appeared to retain her composure. "Ah, how could I nearly forget?" On the ground lay a young man writhing in pain. It was he who had just attempted to threaten Lin Ziluo with a dagger. The young man still had a rag stuffed in his mouth and glared at Lin Ziluo with a venomous look. That malevolent gaze resembled that of a viper, poised to strike at the slightest opportunity for vengeance. Accompanying that look was a hint of murderous intent, an aura that could not possibly escape the keen perception of Lin Ziluo. He bent down to observe the young man on the floor. Over the 10 years of the apocalypse, he had encountered such eyes far too often. Even the most inconspicuous individuals could emerge at critical moments to deliver a fatal blow. Lin Ziluo had witnessed countless individuals meet their demise due to their own mercy, ultimately being stabbed in the back. Why must you feign such bravado? Allow me to impart this wisdom. In the midst of the apocalypse, never cast a resentful gaze upon others. 4. Lin Ziluo raised the small knife in his hand and plunged it straight into the young man's neck. That would be fatal. The young man's body ceased its trembling. His pupils began to dilate. He could never have imagined that after narrowly escaping the clutches of the zombies, he would perish at the hands of Lin Ziluo. Yet, with the young man's demise, the other dagger he had concealed in his hand was revealed to all. It turned out he had intended to launch a surprise attack on Lin Ziluo with that very blade. The entire medical room felt as though it had been frozen in time. None of the four could have anticipated that the man donning a green mask would murder the young man. The petite nurse, seated on the floor, gazed in horror at the lifeless body of the youth, trembling with fear. Instinctively, she opened her mouth, poised to scream. Lin Ziluo turned his gaze toward the nurse. The eyes beneath the mask were inscrutable, yet every hair on the nurse's body stood on end. This was the primal response of humanity when confronted with terror. The nurse realized that a scream would instantly seal her fate at the hands of the masked man. However, overwhelmed by an abyss of dread, she found herself unable to control her impulses. Thus, she tore a piece of gauze and stuffed it into her mouth, ensuring her silence. Beside her, two maintenance workers trembled, their honest faces etched with fear, yet they too refrained from uttering a sound. Only the female doctor, still stationed by the light switch, displayed a glimmer of terror in her eyes, yet maintained her composure, remaining silent and still. Lin Ziluo rose to his feet, and the palpable atmosphere of menace that had pervaded the medical room dissipated in an instant. The others collectively shuddered, only then realizing that in the brief span of mere seconds, they had been drenched in cold sweat. "Please, do not misconstrue my intentions. I am but a good man," Lin Ziluo declared, spreading his hands in a gesture of innocence. "A good man? Then it seems the rest of us are paragons of virtue," murmured the others inwardly. "As you all witnessed, it was he who provoked me first. I had no choice but to retaliate. I am a person who values reason above all. As long as we treat each other with kindness, nothing untoward will occur," Lin Ziluo innocently remarked. The infirmary was enveloped in an uncomfortable silence. No one seemed to believe Lin Ziluo's words, rendering the atmosphere quite awkward. Eventually, the female doctor cleared her throat, shattering the stillness. "That individual received his just deserts. We all witnessed it," she stated, her demeanor unflinching. The others nodded in agreement, signaling their concurrence. "That's good," Lin Ziluo replied. After speaking, he took a couple of steps forward, intending to find a place to rest. As he moved, the two maintenance workers who had been seated on the examination bed were startled into standing. The small nurse sitting on the floor hurriedly retreated. Lin Ziluo, unfazed, sought out a more comfortable office chair and settled into it, closing his eyes to rest. Reflecting on the battle at the table tennis hall that night, he realized that although he had accomplished the remarkable feat of taking on 17 opponents, he remained unsatisfied. In a fully energized state, he knew he could have performed even better. The infirmary fell silent once more. With his eyes still closed, Lin Ziluo suddenly spoke. Please attend to the body and the blood. When a superior issues a command, who would dare defy? The female doctor and the nurse began to clean up the bloodstains, while the two maintenance workers moved the body to another location, wrapping it in a sheet. Once they had completed their task, Lin Ziluo finally opened his eyes and directed his gaze towards the female doctor, scrutinizing her basic information. Chapter 21. Old Acquaintances, Basic Information. Nickname, Zhang Yeshue. Title, None Level. Level 0 indeed. I recognized that face from somewhere. It belonged to someone I had encountered during the latter days of the apocalypse. Zhang Yeshue, the possessor of the hidden profession of divine healer. Lin Ziluo's recollection of her was vivid, primarily due to his desire to remedy the scars upon his face. When he approached Zhang Yeshue with hopeful anticipation, he was met with the harsh truth that the scars, being tied to his soul, were beyond repair. Subsequently, during his encounters with severe injuries, he sought her healing once more. However, it was only during the latter part of the apocalypse that he came to know Zhang Yeshue, at that time, who had not suffered under the ravages of the end times. The visage and demeanor of Zhang Yeshue then bore little resemblance to her present self, which is why Lin Ziluo did not immediately recognize her. Fate is indeed a curious thing. On the very next day following the onset of the apocalypse, one could unexpectedly reunite with an acquaintance. Yet, Lin Ziluo harbored no particular sentiments towards Zhang Yeshue. He had no desire for the divine healer profession she offered him. In Lin Ziluo's worldview, it is strength that grants one a voice. While the title of divine healer commands respect and poses no imminent danger to life, it ultimately reduces one to the status of a mere instrument. Without power, one remains perpetually at risk of falling victim to the whims of others. Wherein lies the freedom of one's own shadow, if not in the unbridled pursuit of existence? As for the remaining three individuals, Lin Ziluo conducted a cursory examination. They were all rather unremarkable, each possessing a level of 0, having not yet slain even a single zombie. Lin Ziluo raised his hand to check his watch. The time had already reached 8:30. The zombies outside had long been imbued with the sinister attributes of the night, transforming into fearsome creatures. Within the confines of the infirmary, the group could hear the unsettling sounds of the undead stirring. Lin Ziluo extracted a substantial stack of cards from his storage space, casually drawing 4 of them. Lo and behold, a delightful assortment of food and drink emerged, both hearty and refined. Approaching an office desk, he activated the cards, and in an instant, an array of exquisite dishes materialized upon the surface. The culinary creations were a feast for the senses, tantalizing in both aroma and appearance, evoking an insatiable appetite. The 3 individuals huddled in the corner widened their eyes in astonishment. They had merely observed Lin Ziluo's movements, unaware that he would conjure such a lavish spread with just a few cards. The dishes appeared not only delectable but also irresistible, filling the air with an enticing fragrance. The petite nurse's stomach audibly protested, a symphony of growls echoing her hunger. Lin Ziluo, seemingly oblivious, removed his mask and began to savor the kung pao chicken over rice. Indulging heartily, the nurse swallowed with difficulty, her gaze flitting between Lin Ziluo and the sumptuous meal before her, torn between admiration for his handsome visage and the allure of the culinary delights. Meanwhile, the 2 maintenance workers fixated on the food, their gulps echoing louder than the nurse's. Even the most composed among them, Zhang Yeshue, found it challenging to resist the siren call of the gourmet offerings. After all, it had been over 24 hours since the onset of the apocalyptic game, and despite their reliance on glucose and other supplies from the infirmary to sustain their energy, who could withstand the temptation of such mouth-watering dishes? However, none present dared to act rashly, not even to utter a word. The gruesome image of Lin Ziluo dispatching the young man lingered vividly in their minds. Who could predict whether this formidable individual might, on a whim, decide to strike them down? At last, as Lin Ziluo had consumed half of the dishes on the table with remarkable speed, Zhang Yeshue could no longer contain herself. She approached slowly, speaking in the gentlest tone she could muster. "May I inquire as to the origin of this exquisite fare? Might we be afforded the opportunity to partake?" Lin Ziluo mused inwardly that she had taken the bait. Indeed, his intention in presenting the delectable food was to captivate the attention of the 4 individuals. Nevertheless, he maintained an expression of tranquility. After savoring a spoonful of the abalone soup beside him, he finally lifted his gaze to meet Zhang Yeshue's. "You wish to indulge, do you not?" Lin Ziluo inquired. Zhang Yeshue nodded, and the three companions behind her mirrored her gesture with the eagerness of chicks pecking at grain. Quite simple, really. Assist me with a task, Lin Ziluo stated nonchalantly. Zhong Yeshua promptly responded, what task do you have in mind? Merely this, Lin Ziluo said as he retrieved 2 sheets of paper from his storage space. These documents list certain medicinal items I require. You and that young nurse shall procure them for me and package them accordingly. This other sheet contains a few smaller items I need. You four shall diligently create these tonight, for I shall depart at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. The amount of food I provide you will correspond to the quantity you manage to produce before my departure. Lin Ziluo elucidated. This was indeed his true objective. Entrusting the medications to 2 professionals was far more reassuring. The small objects resemble the thick cloth with suction cups that Lin Ziluo hung on the door. Ultimately, they are all items that will prove invaluable in the impending struggle for survival. Lin Ziluo is capable of crafting these items himself. However, rather than squandering precious time, he could efficiently eliminate numerous zombies if he were to take a well-deserved rest. It would be far more prudent to expend a small amount of food to enlist the help of others in their creation. At this moment, 2 repairmen approached to examine the paper. Lin Ziluo inquired, so, can these items be made? Absolutely. Our toolkit is right here, and the process is quite straightforward. One of the repairmen replied, nodding and gesturing towards the corner. Lin Ziluo glanced at the toolkit in the corner, feeling quite satisfied, and nodded in agreement. He then produced a peculiar piece of iron and a fine, pullable thread, among a collection of cards that could serve as materials. After activating these cards, he left them for the repairmen to utilize. With that settled, you may begin your work. It would be best to work through the night. I shall retire for some rest, and remember to seek me out at 6 in the morning for your rations. Lin Ziluo instructed before yawning and making his way into the infusion room. Chapter 22. The disparity between one person dining on 3 dishes and 4 individuals sharing 1 dish. The infusion room is situated at the back of the medical office, furnished with several small beds designated for infusions. Lin Ziluo located a space akin to a private infusion chamber and stepped inside. He secured a reconnaissance eye at the door before reclining comfortably on the bed. Lin Ziluo accessed his panel to review his progress. He was merely 20-some experience points shy of reaching level 6. Tomorrow, with the demise of a dozen zombies, he would attain the coveted upgrade. Then, he inspected the items in his storage space, ensuring that nothing was overlooked. Finally, he activated the panel of the Golden Finger system. 1 against 100. An exceptional host must demonstrate their prowess. Please eliminate 100 zombies within the Magic City Sports Arena with no level restrictions. Task requirements: 45-100. Task rewards: 1 random ordinary golden finger and 1 piece of bronze-level equipment. Task deadline: 24 hours. Upon reviewing the task, he realized he still needed to slay 55 zombies. With 6 hours available tomorrow morning, he was confident he could fulfill the requirement. With this thought, Lin Ziluo closed his eyes and donned his gear, drifting into slumber. At 6 in the morning, the alarm he had set the night before rang out. Lin Ziluo quickly opened his eyes, shaking his head to fully awaken in just a second. Alas, his vigilance had waned. It used to take him less than a second. Lin Ziluo sighed. The reconnaissance eye on the ground remained functional, so he stepped out of his room. Upon entering the infusion room, he found it empty, indicating that the 4 hired workers were indeed quite diligent. Exiting the infusion room, he discovered that 2 repairmen and Zhong Yeshua were still engaged in their tasks, while only the nurse had dozed off against the wall. Judging by her dark circles, it was evident she had worked tirelessly throughout the night. Hearing Lin Ziluo's footsteps, the trio slowly lifted their heads to glance at him. Impressive, he thought. They had performed remarkably well. These 2 repairmen possessed some skill. Some creations bear little difference from their descriptions on paper. On the ground lay a box containing the necessary medicines for Lin Ziluo. After a rough estimation, Lin Ziluo concluded that these tools, along with the medications, his Tang Dao, and various miscellaneous items, would sufficiently fill his storage space to the brim. That will suffice. No more is needed, Lin Ziluo declared. The 3 individuals ceased their efforts at his words. One by one, Lin Ziluo stored these items into his storage space. Then, amidst the eager gazes of the trio, he produced a card. Even unactivated, the sight of the card made them swallow hard. Lin Ziluo, not one to be stingy, contemplated briefly before revealing 4 cards. The food contained within these resource cards possessed a satiety far surpassing that of ordinary sustenance. For those who did not require combat, a single card was sufficient to sustain a day's worth of activity. Each received 1, The price fair and reasonable. Lin Ziluo stepped forward to hand them the cards, also rousing the slumbering nurse. The two maintenance workers immediately expressed their heartfelt gratitude, and Zhong Yeshua joined in with a thank you as well. There's no need for thanks. We each take what we need. Lin Ziluo waved his hand dismissively. This exemplified the absurdity that arises from possessing resources. For Lin Ziluo, for cards merely equated to slang for zombies. Organizing these medicines and crafting tools would have required him at least 16 hours of labor. With those 16 hours, he could accomplish far more worthwhile endeavors. Of course, the four individuals would not be at a loss. For Lin Ziluo, the four cards were effortlessly attainable. However, for them, it was no simple task to slay hundreds of zombies or participate in dungeons. Esteemed one, how does one utilize this card? Zhong Yeshua suddenly inquired. Lin Ziluo found himself both amused and exasperated, proceeding to elucidate the activation method to them. This apocalyptic game truly lacks even a basic tutorial for novices. He produced 3 cards, indulging in a sumptuous and delectable breakfast. After a brief discussion among the 4, they retrieved 2 cards and began to savor their hard-won meal. In that moment, tears of excitement nearly welled in their eyes. After nearly 3 days, they finally had food. Satiated, the 4 felt the need to catch up on their sleep, while Lin Ziluo prepared for departure. He was, in a sense, doing Zhong Yeshua a favor. He informed them that they should be ready to leave around noon, as he anticipated having cleared a significant number of zombies by then. However, he kept his true reasoning to himself. Whether they heeded his advice or placed their trust in him was entirely beyond his concern. After extinguishing the lights in the infirmary, Lin Ziluo gathered the heavy cloth. He then peered through the glass above to assess the situation outside. The number of zombies had increased slightly since the previous night. Counting those within his line of sight, he noted a dozen or so. Addressing them was relatively straightforward, provided he maintained a low profile. Attracting the hundreds of zombies from the first floor would pose a serious challenge. Lin Ziluo further examined the terrain and discovered that the passage leading to the public restroom appeared quite favorable. The entire corridor measures approximately 12 meters in length and about 2 meters in width. Lin Ziluo stood alone at the center of the passage, fully capable of leaving behind all the zombies. The actions he needed to perform would also be significantly minimized. With his plan firmly established, Lin Ziluo hesitated no longer. He gently opened the door to the medical room and stepped outside. After closing the door behind him, he commenced his graceful maneuvers. He first bent his waist, lowering himself to an optimal angle to evade the line of sight of the taller zombies. However, this crouched posture did not impede his pace or speed in the slightest. He strategically assessed the positioning of each zombie, identifying the best routes. Utilizing various obstacles, he managed to obscure the remaining zombies' fields of vision. Yet, Lin Ziluo was not content with merely this. Following the same method as the previous night, he located the closest zombie and swiftly dispatched it with a single stroke. He then gently lowered the corpse, ensuring no sound was made. A fishing rod, he mused, could not be deemed entirely useless. The line affixed to the rod could serve purposes elsewhere. Lin Ziluo stowed the card and continued on his way. One must admit, if anyone were to witness Lin Ziluo's fluid movements, they would undoubtedly regard him as a celestial being. Lin Ziluo could assert, without exaggeration, that he was currently the unrivaled champion of stealth and assassination in the world. After all, before his rebirth, he had faced off against the individual once hailed as the world's foremost assassin. At that time, even that survivor of the apocalypse, who had endured for several years, could not surpass him. How much less so could they now? Chapter 23. The Unexpected Adventure in the Women's Restroom. Double happiness thus. Lin Ziluo effortlessly dispatched yet another zombie and arrived at the passageway he had initially set his sights on. However, he did not act recklessly. For this passageway was not solely a potential entry point for zombies from the front. There was also a distinct possibility of zombies lurking within the adjacent restrooms. Should a confrontation arise, the emergence of 2 zombies from within would certainly escalate the situation dramatically. Hence, Lin Ziluo cautiously made his way along the corridor to the washbasin area beside the restroom. He first positioned himself at the entrance of the men's restroom, straining to listen. Within, a slow, deliberate footfall echoed. This zombie, perhaps in the midst of its own transformation, had not managed to don its trousers, which now lay tangled around its knees. Upon noticing Lin Ziluo's entry, the creature became animated, lunging towards him with fervor. However, in its eagerness, It neglected the encumbrance of its clothing and stumbled clumsily to the ground. This turn of events vexed Lin Ziluo considerably. Rather than engaging in a proper confrontation, the creature had chosen this farcical display. The noise of its fall was significant, yet Lin Ziluo paid little heed to the struggling zombie attempting to rise. Instead, he cautiously peered down the passageway, relieved to find that the commotion had not attracted any other zombies. With a sigh of relief, he swiftly dispatched the foolish creature. After securing the card, Lin Ziluo meticulously surveyed the men's restroom. Aside from a severed arm on the floor and an eye submerged in the basin, there was naught else to be found. It was undeniable that the survival rate of individuals within this gymnasium was lamentably low. However, it is understandable that most individuals who frequent the gym possess a commendable level of physical fitness. Once transformed into zombies, their attributes are further enhanced, posing a catastrophic threat to ordinary players. After inspecting the men's restroom, Lin Ziluo promptly entered the women's restroom. Upon his entrance, he swiftly assessed the surroundings. The layout appeared to be quite similar to that of other women's restrooms he had visited post-apocalypse. Ahem, lest there be any misunderstanding. The women's restrooms I have frequented were all after the onset of the end times. After all, restrooms serve as excellent sanctuaries for concealment. Lin Ziluo remained vigilant, meticulously examining each stall one by one. As he approached the penultimate stall, he discovered that the door was, surprisingly, locked. Moreover, as he pushed the door of the second-to-last stall, two distinct growls echoed from within. Two growls, each with a different tone. Could it be? Lin Ziluo crouched down and, as expected, spotted 4 feet, 2 in the front and 2 in the back. The latter pair unmistakably belonged to a man. Good heavens! You two are akin to a cow opening the door for a calf, engaging in such daring antics in the women's restroom of the gym in the metropolis? When it comes to having fun, it seems the urban dwellers truly excel. Disturbed by the intrusion, the two zombies began pounding against the stall door. To mitigate the noise from their relentless banging, Lin Ziluo decisively slashed the lock with his Tang Dao and pulled open the door. A breathtaking scene unfolded before his eyes. Two zombies, their skin tinged with a ghastly gray, were tightly entwined. The female zombie in front and the male zombie behind. Were it not for the ashen hue of the zombies' eyes and the bloodstains adorning their mouths, Lin Ziluo would have deemed the scene extraordinarily picturesque. Not only that, upon catching sight of Lin Ziluo, the two zombies simultaneously advanced. The female zombie stepped forward with her left leg, while the male zombie mirrored her movement. It was as if they shared an unspoken connection, their strides, directions, and actions perfectly synchronized. Subsequently, their right claws lunged in unison towards Lin Ziluo. In a swift motion, he retaliated with a knife, dispatching the ill-fated pair of undead lovers. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for successfully eliminating a level 2 zombie, earning 4 experience points and 5 gold coins. The heads of the two zombies plummeted to the ground, yet their bodies stood upright, balanced on their 4 limbs, remaining steadfast even in their decapitated state. Stunned, Lin Ziluo found himself unable to collect the bronze artifact that had dropped, nor did he ponder why the notification had only chimed once for a single item. In a flurry, he retrieved his battered second-hand phone and began snapping photos of the headless corpses, capturing several close-ups. This spectacle was truly unparalleled. Lin Ziluo had never encountered such a peculiar duo of zombies in the decade since the apocalypse began. In the heart of the city, at the stadium, with two zombies before him, the male zombie's stature, the female zombie's height. How could they resemble the infamous zombie couple more and more? This couple, formidable entities just shy of the zombie king, exhibited an inseparable bond and an uncanny synergy. The zombie couple had first been discovered in the stadium of the city, and according to the records, their heights match precisely with those of the two zombies before Lin Ziluo. Indeed, they are nothing but a pair of zombie spouses. I never anticipated that your existence would be so tragic. Within merely 3 days of the apocalypse, I have already vanquished you. Lin Ziluo captured nearly 100 photographs before contentedly stowing away his phone. He then bent down to retrieve the fallen item, a stone radiating an eerie bluish glow. Fusion Stone, Bronze Level. A one-time use bronze level artifact capable of merging 2 similar bronze level equipment to forge new gear, with a significant possibility of elevating the equipment's rank to silver. Lin Ziluo was elated. This was indeed a remarkable find. It was no wonder that the two zombies could yield only a single item. They had fused together. He stored the fusion stone in his space pouch, hoping to discover a fine weapon shortly, which he could then combine with his Tang Dao. Lin Ziluo refrained from touching the two headless corpses, entwined yet standing firm, and instead opened the door to the last stall of the women's restroom. Upon entering, he was momentarily stunned. A blue treasure chest sat quietly beside the squat toilet. The chest was adorned with intricate, elaborate, and enigmatic carvings, and beneath it glowed a rotating sigil reminiscent of a hexagram. What a stroke of luck today. I have even stumbled upon a wild bronze treasure chest, Lin Ziluo marveled. He then crouched down, placing his hand upon the chest. Detected that player Yazzie discovered a bronze treasure chest. Reward reputation increased by 10 points. Does player Yazzie wish to open the bronze treasure chest? Opening the bronze treasure chest will require 30 seconds. Chapter 24, Fruit of Vitality. Opening a wild treasure chest necessitates time. Once the hand leaves the chest, the countdown must begin anew. Therefore, each attempt to open a chest must be undertaken without interruption. Currently, within the ladies' restroom, Lin Ziluo is alone, and she feels no concern as she places her hand firmly upon the chest to commence the process. Player Yazzie is in the process of opening the bronze treasure chest. Please be patient. 30, 29, 28, 27, 26. The 30 seconds pass swiftly. Lin Ziluo steadies her composure, eager to discover what treasures await her. Player Yazzie has successfully opened the bronze treasure chest. Upon opening the bronze treasure chest, player Yazzie received a boon from the chest, expanding her storage space by 0.2 cubic meters. Player Yazzie gained experience, receiving an additional 10 points. While exploring within the bronze treasure chest, player Yazzie successfully retrieved 134 gold coins. The prompt concludes here. Each time a chest is opened, one is rewarded with a small increment of storage space, some experience, and a random quantity of gold coins. The remaining rewards are tangible. Slowly, the bronze treasure chest reveals itself, and in its center, a greenish fruit resembling an apple materializes. Moreover, there was nothing else. However, Lin Ziluo felt no disappointment, for he had recognized the nature of the fruit. He hoped it would symbolize strength or agility. Lin Ziluo prayed silently, then decisively reached out to grasp the fruit. Constitution fruit, bronze level. A one-time bronze level item, regarded as a divine fruit. Attribute. Upon consumption, it permanently increases constitution by 2. The constitution fruit is indeed commendable. Although constitution is not his primary focus, the prospect of a permanent increase of 2 brought joy to Lin Ziluo. Attribute fruits are rare treasures, and this is one of the few items capable of bestowing a lasting enhancement. Furthermore, for a bronze-level attribute fruit, an increase of 2 is the highest limit. At the very least, there is a possibility of no increase at all, necessitating the consumption of 2 fruits to gain even a slight boost. Lin Ziluo rinsed the attribute fruit under the faucet, while it was unnecessary to wash it. As treasures from chests are typically pristine, given its origin from the ladies' restroom, he opted to cleanse it nonetheless. Lin Ziluo took a bite of the fruit, and a sweet flavor instantly flooded his mouth, accompanied by a burst of juice. A product of the treasure chest is undoubtedly exquisite. In just 2 bites, he consumed half of the constitution fruit. Player Yazzie has consumed the constitution fruit. Constitution has permanently increased by 1 point. In fact, there exists another method of utilizing attribute fruits. When 2 individuals form a team and obtain a fruit capable of enhancing attributes by 2 points, they may consider sharing it, allowing each person to gain 1 point. However, if the fruit can only provide a slight enhancement, I regret to inform you that you must consume the entire fruit completely, leaving not a trace behind. Otherwise, even that minor attribute will remain unattainable. Fortunately, the fruit lacks a pit. Otherwise, Lin Ziluo, of course, acted without reservation, taking 2 bites and finishing the remaining fruit. Player Yazzie has consumed the physique fruit, permanently increasing their physique attribute by 1 point. Lin Ziluo summoned his attribute panel. Basic attributes: strength, 18, spirit, 18, physique, 14, agility, 18. Excellent. With this, he found himself devoid of any shortcomings. Lin Ziluo glanced around the women's restroom. Isn't it curious? This small women's restroom evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Lin Ziluo chuckled, and it was certainly not merely because he had obtained the fusion stone and opened the bronze treasure chest in this restroom. What lay ahead was a fierce battle. He had to be cautious not to create too much commotion, as there were hundreds of zombies combined in the lower and this floor's branch. If he attracted them with excessive noise, Facing hundreds of zombies simultaneously was not something Lin Ziluo fancied. He washed his face at the sink. Realizing he had lingered in the restroom longer than intended, he could not afford to delay any further. The clean tang knife glimmered with a faint chill. Lin Ziluo stood at the corridor's entrance, gripping the tang knife. He retrieved a large, heavy carpet from his storage space, activated it, and laid it upon the floor. Then, he gently whistled towards the direction of the hall. Instantly, the zombies in the hall turned their attention towards him. Certainly, the commotion failed to attract the attention of the zombies below or within the branch library. Upon spotting a living soul, the zombies were unwilling to let their prey escape and rushed towards the corridor. Just as the first zombie was about to enter the passage, a brilliant flash of steel sliced through the air, severing its head, which rolled silently onto the carpet, making little sound. Soon, the subsequent zombies followed suit. Lin Ziluo kicked aside the body of the fallen zombie to clear a space on the carpet and swiftly dispatched another zombie, another head tumbling down onto the floor. Unbeknownst to him, the number of zombies in the hall on the second floor dwindled from a dozen to merely 7 or 8. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully slaying a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations to player for reaching level 6, receiving 1 free attribute point. Player Yazi requires 200 experience points for the next level up. Lin Ziluo allocated his strength attribute points, bringing it to 19. Chapter 25. Equipment for various body parts. Lion's bracers, attributes successfully enhanced. With the remaining zombies now pitifully few, what was there to hesitate about? Lin Ziluo boldly stepped out of the corridor and charged towards the last few zombies. These remaining creatures had congregated closely together, denying him the chance for a one-on-one encounter. Yet, what did it matter? Lin Ziluo plunged into the throng of zombies, his figure weaving deftly among them. With each swift strike of his blade, he delivered a precise and fatal blow to each zombie he encountered. There is no alternative. It is now the 3rd day of the apocalypse. By this evening, a portion of the zombies will reach level 3. In contrast, Lin Ziluo has ascended to level 6, a remarkable double that of the zombies. Adorning himself is an extraordinarily luxurious set of equipment acquired during the early days of the catastrophe. His mastery of blade techniques, evasive maneuvers, and situational awareness are the fruits of a decade of rigorous training. To vanquish this horde of zombies without finesse would be a disservice to Lin Ziluo's rebirth. With each swing of his Tang Dao, he conjures sprays of crimson. What appear to outsiders as horrifying creatures, to Lin Ziluo, are merely delightful repositories of experience. As he makes his final strike with the Tang Dao, Lin Ziluo halts. In the corridor, the last standing zombie collapses atop its fallen comrades, emitting hardly a sound. Thus, all the zombies in the central hall of the second floor lie defeated by Lin Ziluo's blade. The front half of the corridor, including its entrance, is now choked with the lifeless forms of zombies, leaving no space to maneuver. Lin Ziluo checks the 1 against 100 task and discovers that he has slain 62 zombies. Only 38 remain before he can witness the true nature of an ordinary golden finger. He sheaths his Tang Dao and begins to clear the battlefield. After rummaging beneath each corpse, he ultimately acquires 2 items that shimmer with a bluish light. The remaining spoils consist solely of cards representing resources. Among these, a bronze-level item catches his eye, a super flashbang, of which Lin Ziluo already possesses 1. Although its effect on zombies is minimal, it proves highly effective for human use, making it one of the items Lin Ziluo desperately needs. The second item is the long-awaited bronze-level equipment. Let us discuss the classification of equipment parts in the apocalyptic game. The head is adorned with either a helmet or a mask, though only one can take effect at a time. The neck is fitted with jewelry. The upper body is covered by a chest plate or cloak, while the lower body is clad in trousers. The arms can wear bracers, gloves, bracelets, or rings. On the feet, one wears a pair of shoes. As for weapons and handheld armor, there exists a myriad of styles. Each type of equipment can only be effective in singular form. Even if one were to don 2 of the same type, it would not yield any additional benefit. Naturally, these are conventional pieces of equipment. There are also special items that do not occupy equipment slots. For instance, scarves, glasses, and tattoos. However, these items are exceedingly rare, do not enhance attributes, and possess wildly varying abilities. Thus, they are not counted among standard equipment. On this occasion, Lin Ziluo received a bracer. Entirely black, embellished with a vividly lifelike lion design. Lion bracer, bronze-level equipment, imbued with the power of the lion, possessing the ability to intimidate others. Attributes: 1 strength, 1 constitution, with a 10 chance of inflicting a staggering effect on the opponent for 1 second upon attack. Staggering effect: diminished coordination. If one is in the midst of casting a skill, it will be interrupted immediately. This piece of equipment aligns perfectly with Lin Ziluo's desires. Not only does it enhance his attributes, but it also carries a unique effect. Although the 10 chance is fraught with uncertainty, equipping the Lion Bracer has successfully raised his strength attribute to 20 points. Sensing the surge of power within him, Lin Ziluo, utilizing his innate talent, quickly familiarized himself with his newfound attributes. On the 2nd floor of the gymnasium, there exist separate venues such as badminton courts. Presently, the doors to these facilities remain firmly closed, each harboring a considerable number of zombies within. Lin Ziluo has no intention of wasting time searching for the undead inside. He strides directly across the hall to the secure passageway leading to the 2nd floor, cautiously opening the door to the corridor and peering inside. It remains eerily vacant, devoid of any zombies. Lin Ziluo steps into the secure passageway, advancing directly to the entrance of the 3rd floor corridor. He does not hastily push open the door. Instead, he takes a moment to recalibrate his state, sipping a small mouthful of the recently spilled pearl milk tea to quench his thirst. The overall structure of the 3rd floor has long been etched in Lin Ziluo's mind. He is acutely aware that a fierce battle awaits him. Unlike the 1st and 2nd floors, which are filled with sports venues, the 3rd floor houses the main office for sports activities in the Magic City. Upon entering, one is greeted by a long corridor flanked by various offices and meeting halls. Once the conflict begins, he must charge through this corridor, eliminating any threats until he reaches the warehouse at the far end, with little opportunity for respite. Retreating would only lead him back into the secure passage, but such a choice would undoubtedly create noise that could attract the multitude of zombies lurking on the 1st floor. Should hundreds of them converge upon him, Lin Ziluo would find himself in an inescapable predicament. With this thought in mind, he unsheaths his tang knife and pushes open the door to the 3rd floor secure passage. If a battle is to ensue, then let it be a decisive and exhilarating one. Chapter 26. The ungrateful zombie cat. The door to the safety corridor on the 3rd floor was pushed open for the first time since the apocalypse descended. This floor, which had long since devolved into a hellish nightmare, was revealed before Lin Ziluo's eyes for the very first time. As soon as he opened the door, an overwhelmingly pungent stench of blood assaulted his senses. The corridor was devoid of any living creature, including zombies. Countless corpses lay strewn across the floor, some human, others undead. The manner of their demise was particularly harrowing. Their skulls were violently shattered, resembling crushed watermelons. A grotesque mixture of blood and brain matter pooled on the ground, splattered across the walls as well. Moreover, as this was an office area, the entire floor was carpeted with thick, heavy blankets. Now, these once soft coverings were littered with severed limbs, dismembered arms, and various human remains. The walls of the corridor were nearly encrusted with congealed blood, with only a few scattered patches revealing the original white paint beneath. Amidst the scattered fragments of flesh, one could even discern remnants of brain matter, teeth, and eyeballs. A mere glance at this hellish tableau would cause anyone with even a hint of timidity to succumb to panic and flee. Yet, Lin Ziluo felt no such trepidation. He had witnessed scenes 1,000 times more horrific than this. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, for this was not what he had anticipated. Although prior intelligence had informed him of the presence of silver treasure chests here, the true nature of the events that had transpired remained a mystery. Ordinary zombies would not account for such a horrifying spectacle. They bite humans a couple of times, then await their transformation into kindred beings. Only under particularly frenzied circumstances do they opt to consume humans, indulging in the extraction of their brain matter. Such gruesome dismemberment of human corpses and zombies, reveling in the consumption of cerebral matter, can only arise from 2 scenarios. The first scenario involves the emergence of a boss among the zombies. This boss surpasses ordinary zombies of the same tier and strength. Yet, concurrently, they possess an even greater inclination to regard humans as sustenance, a source of nourishment. In the absence of human prey, they may resort to feasting upon their own kind to satiate their hunger. The second scenario pertains to the zombification of animals. The likelihood of animals becoming zombies is relatively low. Otherwise, humanity would have long been annihilated by countless zombie creatures. Generally, the more powerful the animal, the more susceptible it is to zombification. Weaker beings, such as mosquitoes, flies, or caterpillars, might only yield a single successful zombification among millions or even billions. Zombified animals exhibit a peculiar preference for humans, with an insatiable desire to consume human brain matter, yet they do not spare fellow zombies either. With his wealth of experience, Lin Ziluo quickly discerned the root cause of the hellscape before him, the zombie cat, by examining the claw marks on the wall, the wounds on the corpses, and the severed limbs. Lin Ziluo was able to ascertain with certainty that all of this chaos was instigated by the zombie cat. His utmost disdain was directed towards this very creature. Stepping forward, he truly entered the safety corridor. The boots of the gale beneath Lin Ziluo's feet met the carpet. Yet instead of experiencing its softness, he felt as if he were treading upon mire. This was due to the carpet being long soaked with fresh blood and remnants of flesh. Lin Ziluo did not hasten to move forward. The zombie cat possessed keen auditory and perceptual abilities, undoubtedly aware of his arrival. Now, it was a matter of whether the zombie cat intended to ambush him or confront him head-on with brutal ferocity. The creature did not disappoint Lin Ziluo. As the apocalypse had only just begun, the zombie cat, with its limited intellect and grotesquely inflated ego, chose to reveal itself directly before him. A chilling wail echoed through the air as a zombie cat, roughly the size of a cheetah, emerged from the warehouse at the end of the corridor. The zombie cat had grown several times larger, its increased size indicative of its enhanced power. Though its feline silhouette remained discernible, significant alterations had occurred throughout its form. The creature's eyes glowed a blood-red hue, and its feline gaze, shrouded in crimson, was particularly unsettling. Its once furry paws now displayed 3 glistening claws, sharp enough to effortlessly tear through the carpet, leaving marks upon the ground beneath. With a stoic expression, Lin Ziluo proceeded to examine the attributes of the zombie cat. When assessing the attributes of undead entities, should their level exceed his own by 5, only their name would be revealed, obscuring their specific characteristics. Fortunately, the zombie cat's level did not surpass this threshold by much, allowing Lin Ziluo to scrutinize its complete attributes. Claw of the undead cat, bronze level boss, level, 9 basic attributes, strength, 21 spirit, 10 constitution, 9 agility, 20 talent. Claw inflicts a lacerating effect on enemies after dealing damage, reducing healing speed by 40 and increasing bleeding rate by 40. Skills, Shadow Pounce, instantly enhances speed by 30, lunging at the enemy to inflict 120 strength attribute damage. During this time, the body enters a shadow state, reducing incoming damage by 50. Cat's Gaze draws enemies into a terrifying illusion created by the cat's eye, inducing a state of fear that decreases all of the opponent's attributes by 20. This effect continues to influence their combat capabilities. Formidable. The prefix undead signifies the entity's status as a boss. Moreover, the claw talent is exceedingly fearsome, as it diminishes healing speed while amplifying bleeding rate. This implies that any injury sustained by the opponent will be exceedingly difficult to mend during the course of battle. Additionally, the undead cat's level and attributes are remarkably potent, surpassing those of Lin Ziluo in both strength and agility. Truly, it embodies the essence of a boss template among undead creatures. Such a boss is inherently bestowed with a high level. However, despite the elevated level, attributes, and capabilities of this undead cat, Lin Ziluo remained unfazed throughout. He possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to vanquish the undead cat. This was a testament to his profound self-assurance in his combat prowess. Was there merely a slight disadvantage in attributes? Then let my terrifying combat experience be the instrument of your demise. Detected player Yazzie encountering the bronze-level boss claw of the zombie cat, triggering the mission to slay the zombie cat. The zombie cat's gratefulness turned to betrayal. Mission description: a stray cat endowed with special talents has long frequented the 3rd floor of the gymnasium, where cat enthusiasts bring it delectable cat food daily. However, when the apocalypse struck, this feline, infected by the zombie virus, immediately embarked on a rampage. Its claws have cut through the flesh of those who once offered it assistance, leaving them to perish in agony. Mission requirements: eliminate the zombie cat. Mission rewards: 100 reputation points, 200 gold coins, 100 experience points, 1 bronze level item. Mission duration: 8 hours. Mission penalty: level reduction by 1. Permanent reduction of all attributes by 1. Abandoning the mission is equivalent to failure. Ding. The Golden Finger system has detected the host activating the mission. The zombie cat's gratefulness turned to betrayal and is currently optimizing mission-related issues. Chapter 27. The Insane Zombie Cat. The zombie cat's gratefulness turned to betrayal. Mission requirements. Eliminate the zombie cat mission rewards. 100 reputation points, 500 gold coins, 300 experience points. 1 bronze level item. Mission rewards have been optimized. Mission duration, 24 hours. Mission time has been optimized. Mission penalty, none. There will be no penalties for abandoning the mission or failing. Ding. Mission modifications complete. Wow. 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 Even in the face of impending battle, Lin Ziluo could not help but steal 2 or 3 glances at the mission panel. Is this truly the apocalypse game I once knew? Is this still the task system that has ensnared me countless times? Before my rebirth, who was unaware that the missions in the apocalyptic game were the most treacherous? The difficulty of these tasks is exceedingly high, with severe penalties, and once declined, one faces repercussions. For ordinary individuals with a mere 1 drop rate, the rewards may seem appealing at first glance. However, one must consider the formidable opponent at hand, a level 9 bronze tier boss. In the early days of the apocalypse, it would be nearly impossible to accomplish such a task without a team of dozens. Should one accept the mission, the rewards would be divided among those few, yielding scant benefit for each. Yet, here I am, about to embark on this foolhardy task. Lin Ziluo resolutely declared his intent. He had already set his sights on the silver treasure chest, and this newly emerged task was merely an embellishment. With no penalties involved, accepting it posed no risk. Player Yazi successfully accepted the mission. The zombie cat's grudges and gratitude. Please complete the task within 24 hours. The apocalyptic game system stated monotonously, failing to acknowledge that the original time limit of 8 hours had been extended to 24. The Golden Finger system is truly omnipotent. Since its emergence, this zombie cat has remained stationary, fixating its gaze upon Lin Ziluo, its blood-red eyes occasionally revealing a hint of mockery. In its perception, Lin Ziluo is merely a plaything for its amusement. The zombie cat even extended a claw to lick, before plopping down on the ground and closing its eyes. This sequence of actions was a blatant provocation towards Lin Ziluo. Yet, he remained undeterred by such trivial taunts. Once he entered combat mode, he would maintain absolute composure. Anger and fear, those negative emotions, serve only to expose one's vulnerabilities in battle. Thus, Lin Ziluo remained motionless, as if oblivious to the presence of the zombie cat. The two, a solitary human and a feline creature, found themselves ensnared in an uncanny equilibrium. In a rather audacious manner, he retrieved his second-hand mobile phone and began perusing a long-downloaded novel with great delight. The eyes of the zombie cat, closed in slumber, remained attuned to Lin Ziluo's movements. After a prolonged silence, it cracked open one eye and gazed in his direction, only to find him engrossed in his device, a smile gracing his lips. The zombie cat seethed with rage. Here I am, attempting to provoke you, and you stand there, merrily absorbed in your phone? This is a complete disregard for my presence. Fury surged within the zombie cat, which had failed to realize that it was, in fact, the one seeking to incite Lin Ziluo. Now, the tables had turned, and it found itself ensnared in its own ire. Rising to its feet, the zombie cat began to approach Lin Ziluo with deliberate slowness. Its steps were utterly soundless, drawing ever closer to him, while Lin Ziluo remained obliviously fixated on his screen. Ah, foolish human, I can no longer be bothered to engage with such a simpleton. The zombie cat, having lost interest, resolved to conclude this encounter swiftly. At that moment, it stood a mere 10 meters from Lin Ziluo. Fueled by indignation, the zombie cat unleashed its skill, Shadow Pounce. With 2 swift steps forward, it accelerated with all 4 paws, its form blurring as it lunged toward Lin Ziluo. Closer, closer. The specter of the zombie cat drew near. Perish, human. The claws of the zombie cat extended, aiming directly at Lin Ziluo's neck. At that moment, Lin Ziluo, who had been intently holding his phone, sprang into action. The device in his hand was swiftly replaced by a Tang sword, and in the instant of exchange, it was thrust forward. If the airborne zombie cat continued its trajectory, it would inevitably impale itself upon the blade's tip. A flicker of regret glimmered in the cat's eyes, for it realized it had been outwitted by this cunning human. However, now was not the time for lamentation. It was on the verge of colliding with the sharp edge. The zombie cat showcased its remarkable agility, swiftly adjusting its posture midair, redirecting its claws from their original target towards the point of the Tang's sword. Its intention was to block the impending thrust with its claws. Lin Ziluo's response was equally impressive, almost as if he possessed foresight. As the zombie cat altered its stance, he deftly adjusted the angle of his sword attack. This was the art of reading movements coupled with anticipation. He had already foreseen the cat's next maneuver. At this moment, the zombie cat had no further opportunity to reposition itself. Despite the flurry of reactions from both sides, the span of time had been a mere 2 seconds. In the next heartbeat, the zombie cat and the Tang's sword converged. Accompanied by a piercing wail of agony, the zombie cat swiftly leapt back, frantically retreating to its original position before the assault. With a gaze filled with resentment, the zombie cat looked at Lin Ziluo. At that moment, blood was profusely oozing from the claws of its right foreleg. A closer inspection revealed that the once formidable 3 claws had been completely dulled. The claws serve as the primary weapon of the zombie cat. It glared furiously at Lin Ziluo, for this was the first time it had sustained injury since its transformation into a zombie, an affront that was utterly unforgivable. Lin Ziluo regarded it with an insouciant smile, casually gesturing towards the 3 fallen claws on the ground. His expression seemed to mockingly suggest, "Is that all you've got? You've lost your claws. Come at me." The zombie cat could hardly endure such humiliation. It bared its teeth and charged at Lin Ziluo once more. Lin Ziluo shook his head, his seasoned eyes discerning that the zombie cat had completely lost its sanity. The forward rush was riddled with flaws, positioning his Tang Dao across his chest. Lin Ziluo braced himself, intending to impart an even harsher lesson to the zombie cat this time. Chapter 28. Comparing killing intent with me? The zombie cat lunged again, this time with even greater speed. Lin Ziluo fixated his gaze on every movement of the creature, analyzing its actions. The zombie cat had grown cunning. Aware that its previous pounces could be perfectly anticipated by Lin Ziluo, it opted for close-quarters combat instead. As the cat's claws reached out towards him, Lin Ziluo swung his Tang Dao. The sharp clang echoed, successfully blocking the feline attack. The zombie cat unleashed another swipe, but Lin Ziluo deftly turned his blade to parry it once more. The zombie cat poured every ounce of its strength into its strikes, each claw accompanied by a whistling wind aimed at Lin Ziluo's vital points. Yet, he remained steadfast, his feet planted firmly as he utilized only the twists of his body and the Tang Dao in his hand to form an impregnable wall of defense, successfully thwarting all of the zombie cat's assaults. Aside from having a single strand of hair blown away by the clawing winds, Lin Ziluo emerged unscathed. The same could not be said for the zombie cat, which relentlessly continued its onslaught. Its already frail constitution was gradually wearing down, resulting in sluggish movements. Moreover, the loss of its right claws forced it to rely more heavily on its left limb for attacks. The continuous clash between its claws and the Tang Dao left numerous nicks on the blade. However, the zombie cat's claws were suffering even greater erosion. Undeterred, the zombie cat persisted in its assault on Lin Ziluo. Suddenly, it emitted a peculiar cry, and a flicker of purple light shone from its blood-red eyes. This was the cat's gaze. This ability could be directed at anyone in its vicinity, regardless of whether they were looking at the zombie cat's eyes. Lin Ziluo felt an immediate lethargy enveloping his body, and his vision dimmed to a gray haze. He had been ensnared in an illusion. In the boundless darkness, an ominous, grotesque giant cat face materialized before Lin Ziluo. Its visage was adorned with eerie patterns, and blood, brain matter, and entrails cascaded from its enormous eyes. Simultaneously, the monstrous visage loomed closer, exerting a palpable pressure upon Lin Ziluo. Was this all? Lin Ziluo regarded it with disdain. Suddenly, a wave of murderous intent erupted. A torrent of killing aura burst forth from Lin Ziluo, transforming the entire dark void into a sanguine hue. Thousands of restless souls surged forth, filling the emptiness. They howled, screamed, and wept. Their grotesque visages would be forever etched in memory. In the desolate aftermath of 10 years, amidst a mere zombie horde quest, I have slaughtered a staggering 100,000 zombies. To compare yourself to me is utterly unfounded. As Lin Ziluo uttered these words, a crimson aura of murderous intent enveloped the air, and a torrent of restless souls surged towards the feline visage. What should have been a fearsome sight to intimidate foes now revealed an expression of terror upon the cat's face. Meow. The cat shrieked in a chilling wail, and, in a moment of sheer panic, turned tail and fled. The illusion shattered like a fragile bubble. and Lin Ziluo regained his senses. The zombie cat emitted a mournful cry, retreating several steps in fright. It gazed at Lin Ziluo with trepidation, the overwhelming dread of the approaching specters having utterly shattered its courage. It could not fathom how this individual before it could exude such terrifying bloodlust. Lin Ziluo had etched himself into its mind, becoming an eternal nightmare. Now, a singular thought consumed it: escape. The zombie cat fought against the mental backlash brought on by the shattered illusion, galloping towards the corridor's end with all four legs. Yet, the backlash was too severe, rendering its movements awkward and uncoordinated. Lin Ziluo had bided his time for this very moment. With precision, he hurled his tang knife. The blade spun with lethal velocity, akin to a meat grinder, rapidly closing in on the zombie cat. The cat's sensitive ears detected the whistling wind behind it, and despair filled its eyes. How could this be? It had once toyed with humans at will, slaughtering zombies with impunity, only to find itself cornered here. The knife sliced through the air, severing the cat's head, which was the size of a leopard's, and it tumbled to the ground. The body, having lost its head, lurched forward for several meters due to inertia before collapsing completely. Blood splattered against the walls, staining the last remnants of white a deep crimson. Death. Congratulations to the player Yazzie for successfully slaying the level 9 bronze tier boss, Claw the Zombie Cat, earning 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. Congratulations to the player Yazzie for completing the quest The Zombie Cat's Betrayal. Congratulations to the player Yazzie for receiving quest rewards: 100 reputation points, 500 gold coins, 300 experience points, and a bronze tier item. Congratulations to the player for leveling up to level 7, gaining 1 free attribute point. The player Yazzie requires an additional 400 experience points to reach the next level. Congratulations to the player for becoming the first in the apocalyptic game to slay a bronze tier boss, earning the unique global achievement, The Sorrow of Bronze. A server-wide announcement will soon take place. In an instant, the information flooded the screen. As Lin Ziluo single-handedly defeated the bronze tier boss, the rewards were astonishing. The abundant experience propelled him directly to the next level, filling half of the required experience from level 7 to 8. Moreover, achieving the first kill of a bronze tier boss granted him the invaluable honor of a server-wide announcement. At that moment, Lin Ziluo clearly witnessed the spectacle of the server announcement. Through the glass of the adjacent office, he observed that the once bright sky had dimmed, not only in the city he inhabited, but at that very moment. The heavens darkened in every corner of Blue Star. Suddenly, the sky darkened, capturing the attention of players worldwide, regardless of their location, activities, or identities. Everyone heard that familiar sound. It was a grand yet somber echo, resonating for the second time across the globe. A world announcement proclaimed, "Congratulations to the player Yazzie for becoming the first individual to single-handedly vanquish a bronze-level boss in the apocalyptic game. With formidable strength, they have astonished the world and earned the globally unique achievement, Bronze's Lament, along with substantial rewards. We encourage other players to learn from this feat in that moment." The once lifeless Blue Star, diminished by the advent of the apocalypse, surged back to life. The name Yazzie was once again on everyone's lips. Chapter 29. The Horn of the Zombie Cat Yazzie. It's Yazzie again. Who is this person? Why do all the world announcements feature him? Lamented a man hiding in his home. Goodness, I haven't even slain a single zombie, and Yazzie has already defeated a boss solo. This is absurd, exclaimed a young man in a warehouse of a shopping mall, echoing the same sentiment. Isn't it outrageous? We're all players, yet the disparity is staggering. Added another nearby. Wow, Yazzie is so handsome. When will he come riding on a rainbow cloud to marry me, the princess? Mused a common girl, sheltered in her modest 50-square-meter abode, still clinging to her fantasies. Huh, such a show-off. I couldn't care less about this announcement, scoffed a burly man, his tone rife with bitterness. No way. If he can take down a boss alone, I must strive to do the same. A young man seized a kitchen knife and bravely stepped out of his home, only to be bitten on the face by a zombie lurking outside. A bronze tier boss? Curse it. How can this fellow be so formidable? I have been tirelessly slaying zombies myself. I too shall seek out a bronze tier boss. With a furious blow, the man crushed the head of the zombie before him and exclaimed in anger. Such a name, steeped in the mythos of the Dragon Kingdom, must surely belong to one of our own. Should such a powerhouse choose to ally with us, our strength would undoubtedly surge. Within a certain manner, a prominent figure calmly analyzed the situation with his subordinates. Woof, woof, woof. The little dog barked once more. Hee, I'm still alive. Yazzie. This name resurfaced for the second time in the collective consciousness of the crowd, each appearance accompanied by astonishing news. If the initial kill of a zombie could merely be attributed to luck, then the first defeat of a bronze-tier boss served as a resounding slap to the faces of those who doubted him. In a world where 99.99 of people had yet to encounter a bronze-tier boss, Yazzie managed to single-handedly vanquish one. What an electrifying revelation. The commotion this has caused is rather substantial. It seems I must take care to conceal my handsome visage in the future. On the third floor of the Magic City Stadium, Lin Ziluo touched his face and sighed in resignation. With that, he produced a card, a chair. Upon activation, a chair materialized before him. Lin Ziluo sat down heavily, gasping for breath. Throughout the entire battle with the zombie cat, he had remained in a state of heightened mental tension. Each collision with the more powerful zombie cat demanded all his strength, and anticipating its next move consumed vast amounts of mental energy. With remarkable perseverance, Lin Ziluo endured the physical strain of combat. Remarkably, by the end of the encounter, he had not allowed the zombie cat to lay a single paw on him. It can truly be said that he achieved an unscathed solo victory over a bronze-level boss. Congratulations to the player for receiving the global announcement of Bronze's Grief. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the following rewards: 1,000 reputation points, 1,000 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, and an increase of 1 cubic meter in storage space. The global announcement of rewards arrived belatedly. Lin Ziluo, undeterred by fatigue, began to assess his gains. His reputation had now reached 2,000 points, signifying a high level of authority within the apocalyptic game. The accumulation of gold coins had similarly soared to 5,000, a quantity that would require others to slay over 1,000 level 2 zombies to achieve. The 3 free attribute points, along with an additional point gained from leveling up to 7, were allocated by Lin Ziluo as 2 points in strength and 2 points in agility. His attributes experienced a substantial enhancement. Additionally, his storage space expanded to 2 for cubic meters, a staggering 24 times larger than that of others. Naturally, he also received a bronze-level item as a quest reward in the achievement of Bronze's Grief. Bronze's Lament, a unique title bestowed upon the first individual to vanquish a bronze-tier boss in the apocalyptic game. Attributes: 2 to all stats, and a 5 reduction in the base attributes of bosses or ordinary entities below the bronze tier. This achievement is indeed splendid. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ziluo decided to replace First Blood with Bronze's Lament. Naturally, the effects of this achievement would only take effect after an hour. Presently, Lin Ziluo possessed more than just these 2 accolades. He also had the title of Zombie Butcher for slaying 100 zombies. However, such accomplishments were commonplace among players, and their attributes were not particularly remarkable, thus failing to pique his interest. After donning Bronze's Lament, his attributes received a further enhancement. Base attributes: Strength, 23, Spirit, 19, Constitution, 16, Agility, 21. With these attributes, even if the zombie cat were to resurrect, Lin Ziluo was confident he could easily overpower it. He wondered what heights his attributes would reach after class advancement. After organizing his gains, he opted to claim the quest reward, a bronze-tier item. Stamina Potion, a single-use bronze-tier item that instantly restores 20 of stamina upon consumption, followed by a recovery of 5 stamina every minute for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 30 minutes post-use. An old acquaintance. This is a valuable item that could prove life-saving in critical moments. Lin Ziluo promptly stored it in his inventory. After resting in the chair for nearly half an hour, he finally regained his composure. Lin Ziluo made his way towards the corpse of the zombie cat. If he had not misread the situation earlier, it appeared that a white object had been expelled upon the creature's demise. Was it a piece of silver-grade equipment? Or perhaps a special item? Lin Ziluo felt a surge of excitement. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was indeed an item of silver grade. He bent down and picked it up. Horn of the Zombie Cat. Upon sounding the horn, one can summon a claw zombie cat, which the player can command in battle for 30 minutes. Cooldown period, 48 hours. The zombie cat will inherit 60 of the player's basic attributes, and all experience and gold acquired from slain zombies will belong to the player. However, the zombie cat will not drop any items upon defeating foes. Oh my, a summoning type item, and one that exhibits growth potential. Truly astonishing. Chapter 30, New Skills and Silver Grade Equipment. The Horn of the Zombie Cat can summon a zombie cat that inherits Lin Ziluo's own attributes. This is what is referred to as a growth-oriented summoning item. Many summoning items are fixed in their attributes, making them easily discarded as players grow stronger. However, items that inherit attributes are not so easily forsaken. As long as the owner's strength does not falter significantly, it effectively provides an additional permanent ally in battle. Moreover, this summoned creature retains its original boss-level template, complete with its previous talents and skills. What a lucrative discovery. This must be the reward for the world's first player to slay a boss. Lin Ziluo lifted the corpse of the zombie cat from the carpet. One could say that a zombified creature is a treasure trove in itself. Although the apocalyptic game does not allow for the collection of resources from the corpses as one might in a true online game, the fur, flesh, and claws of the zombie cat can all be fashioned into attribute-less garments, sustenance, or even weaponry. Lin Ziluo skillfully wielded his Dao sword, deftly dismantling the zombie cat until it was utterly fragmented. Satisfied, he stored the cat's pelt, claws, and meat into his storage space, finally setting aside the remnants of the zombie cat with a sense of delight. However, the surprises were far from over. A silver treasure chest awaited his attention in the warehouse, beckoning for his favor. With such fortuitous luck today, surely it would yield a piece of silver-grade equipment. With this thought in mind, Lin Ziluo stepped into the warehouse. The scene within was even more chilling than outside, suggesting that the zombie cat had claimed this place as its home. Its lair was constructed against the wall, formed from a pile of cotton fabric strewn across the ground. Beside this nest lay a designated area for storing its peculiar collectibles. Upon closer inspection, Lin Ziluo was taken aback to find hundreds of human eyeballs, stacked together like glass orbs. The zombie cat's taste was indeed unique. Most would feel a shiver down their spine under the gaze of such numerous eyes. Yet Lin Ziluo was undeterred. He rummaged through the pile with his Dao sword, wary of any hidden treasures the zombie cat might have concealed. To forego such an opportunity would be a significant loss. However, disappointment washed over him as he discovered that the zombie cat had truly devoted all its efforts to hoarding these eyeballs. Lin Ziluo wandered through the warehouse once more, discovering it filled with brand new sporting equipment. A number of these items had been ravaged by the zombie cat, which had even taken to using the dumbbells as playthings. At last, in the innermost recesses of the warehouse, Lin Ziluo beheld the silver treasure chest he had longed for. This chest, gleaming with a silvery hue, lay concealed in the furthest corner of the warehouse. The intricate designs adorning the chest were far more elaborate and enigmatic than those of the previous bronze chest. Below it, a rotating hexagram emitted a luminous silver glow. Lin Ziluo approached, crouched down, and placed his hand upon the silver chest. Detection: Player Yazi has discovered the silver chest. Reward: 20 reputation points. Does Player Yazi wish to open the silver chest? Opening the silver chest will require 60 seconds. Commence. Player Yazi is currently opening the silver chest. Please be patient. 60, 59, 58, 57. These 60 seconds were indeed somewhat excruciating. Lin Ziluo could only resort to an array of prayers to various deities, hoping for a favorable reward from this treasure chest. After invoking every deity he could think of, the countdown to opening the silver chest finally reached 0. Player Yazi successfully opened the silver treasure chest. Upon opening the silver treasure chest, Player Yazi received a boon from it, successfully expanding their storage space by 0 for cubic meters. After opening the silver treasure chest, Player Yazi's experience was enhanced, gaining 50 experience points. While rummaging through the silver treasure chest, Player Yazi successfully extracted 360 gold coins. As the white light dissipated, Lin Ziluo eagerly peered inside the silver treasure chest. 2 items lay quietly within. Lin Ziluo scrutinized the exterior of these 2 objects. Indeed, a rewarding find. One was a silver-grade piece of equipment, a rather rare type of cloak. My goodness, a silver chest yielding silver equipment and a skill book. This is undeniably a splendid bounty. Lin Ziluo could hardly contain his excitement as he picked up the skill book. Explosive Dual Slash, a warrior class skill capable of delivering 2 swift strikes in an instant, with each strike wielding 70 of the base strength attribute. If both strikes hit the same enemy, an explosion occurs, dealing damage equal to 70 of the user's strength attribute. Excellent. This is a warrior skill that I truly need. Moreover, this skill demands a high level of execution. Most individuals would struggle to react in time. The instantaneous double strike can easily miss, thereby failing to trigger the subsequent explosive effect. However, Lin Ziluo was confident that, in his capable hands, these two strikes would never miss. The system detected the skill explosive dual slash. Does player Yazi wish to learn the explosive dual slash skill? Yes, why not? Lin Ziluo replied. Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for successfully acquiring the skill explosive dual slash. With this achievement, a second skill has now appeared in Lin Ziluo's skill bar. After mentally reviewing the operational mechanics of explosive dual slash, Lin Ziluo picked up a silver cloak. This cloak was entirely white, adorned with an abundance of pristine feathers. Its texture was exceptionally fine, and intricately etched on the back were patterns resembling a pair of avian wings. White wing cloak, a silver-grade piece of equipment, crafted from the feathers of various rare birds. The cloak's back was also imbued with a special incantation, enabling brief gliding. Attributes: Constitution 2, Agility 2. Accompanying skill, Brief Suspension, allows for a momentary hovering effect during jumps or descents. Skill cooldown time, 20 minutes. This is indeed a silver cloak with an additional skill. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo donned the cloak, instantly benefiting from a total of 4 attribute points. His base attributes now stood at Strength, 23, Spirit, 19, Constitution, 18, Agility, 23. This was a tremendous gain. After a battle with the zombie cat, and collecting such a plethora of rewards, Lin Ziluo felt a dramatic enhancement in his strength. Initially, he intended to spend the day leveling up to level 7 and acquiring 2 pieces of bronze-grade equipment, with plans to confront Li Haobo that evening. However, it now seemed that this goal was rather modest. Perhaps it would be more fitting to set a new, more ambitious target, to send every resident of the Li Manor away. Chapter 31. Slaughtering Zombies in the Pavilion with a Creak. The door to the safety passage on the 3rd floor swung open. Lin Ziluo stepped into the corridor. Having just opened a silver treasure chest and casually dispatched a bronze boss, he now faced a singular objective: to complete the task issued by the Golden Finger system, which required him to battle 100 foes single-handedly. As for the bronze equipment promised as a reward, Lin Ziluo felt little anticipation. It was simply a matter of having elevated standards. He was not in want of resources. What intrigued him was the effect of the ordinary Golden Finger. This alluring enigma was what truly fueled his motivation. He refrained from descending to the 1st floor. It would be folly to do so. Despite his newfound strength, he was not reckless. The 1st floor was now infested with hundreds of zombies, a venture there would be tantamount to delivering himself to death. Conversely, the scattered venues on the 2nd floor presented a far more favorable option. With a mere sweep of 2 venues, he could effortlessly fulfill his task. Just look at how much stronger he had become. Last night, battling a single zombie in a ping-pong hall had been a struggle. Now, he was prepared to sweep through 2 venues with ease. Pushing open the door to the safety passage on the 2nd floor, Lin Ziluo returned to the familiar territory. He stretched his legs and wiped his shoes clean, removing the remnants of flesh and blood. Then, he approached the nearest badminton hall. The door to the hall was not locked, merely ajar. This posed no challenge for Lin Ziluo. Selecting a bicycle lock from his card collection, he grasped it firmly in his hand. As he opened the door to the badminton hall, he cast a quick glance inside. Noticing that no zombies had yet detected his presence, he promptly secured the door behind him. What was this called? This was what one referred to as shutting the door to beat the dog. The sound of Lin Ziluo locking the door attracted the attention of a zombie. The creature emitted a guttural roar, prompting the surrounding zombies to turn their gaze towards him, and soon they began to charge in his direction. Subsequently, a sharp tang knife was raised. Previously, due to an extended confrontation with a zombie cat, the blade had suffered numerous nicks. Fortunately, the tang knife possessed an automatic repair attribute, and now, in Lin Ziluo's hands, it had regained its former razor-sharp state. Inside the badminton hall, approximately 20 zombies had congregated around Lin Ziluo. However, he did not remain passive. This time, he chose to take the initiative. The swift effect of his Windrunner boots was instantly activated, and Lin Ziluo took large strides forward, sprinting ahead. With an impressive agility score of 23, coupled with a 20 speed boost from the boots, his pace far exceeded that of the zombies. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in front of the foremost zombie. With a powerful push from his legs, he soared into the air, activating the momentary levitation of his white wing cloak. He appeared to float gracefully, gliding through the air in a slow descent. Were Newton to witness this spectacle, he would surely be compelled to rise from his grave, exclaiming, "This is the Dragon Kingdom, It is not under my jurisdiction, but rather belongs to my remarkable brother. While airborne, Lin Ziluo did not remain idle. At that moment, he hovered above the first zombie's head, plunging the tang knife downward with precision. The blade penetrated the zombie's skull, embedding itself a third of the way in before Lin Ziluo withdrew it. Death. After drawing the tang dao, the zombie's cranial cavity oozed with white, cerebral matter. Lin Ziluo stepped firmly upon the zombie's head, leveraging the momentary elevation to calculate his next move. He hurled the tang dao with remarkable precision, causing it to spin vigorously as it plunged toward the throng of zombies behind him. 1, 2, 3. The blade soared through the air, severing the heads of 3 zombies from their bodies in a single sweep. On its return journey, it effortlessly claimed 2 more. Lin Ziluo caught the tang dao, landing gracefully on the ground. He had estimated that his brief moment of suspension lasted approximately 10 seconds. Naturally, the movements and postures he executed while airborne influenced the duration of his levitation. However, this was of little consequence. In his mind, Lin Ziluo had already envisioned countless applications for this skill. Upon touching the ground, he truly embodied the essence of a wolf among a flock of sheep. There was no need for evasion. He wielded the tang dao and plunged directly into the horde of zombies. 1 strike, 2 strikes. 2 more zombies fell lifelessly before him. Spotting a particularly towering zombie, Lin Ziluo's eyes sparkled with determination. You shall be the target of my explosive dual strike. He channeled his energy into the tang dao, causing its sharp blade to emanate a vibrant azure glow. Once the azure light enveloped the entire blade, Lin Ziluo unleashed the tang dao with astonishing speed, so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The blade found its mark at the zombie's neck. The first strike, the tang dao embedded itself deeply within the zombie's throat. Then, in a seamless motion, he struck again at the very same wound. The head of the zombie fell to the ground with a thud. Yet, this was not the end, having struck the same zombie twice. The explosive attribute of the dual slash was activated. A mark resembling a miniature tang dao appeared at the zombie's neck, flickering twice before a resounding explosion erupted. The blast obliterated the area above the zombie's clavicle, scattering it into fragments. Fortunately, Lin Ziluo had anticipated this and adeptly deflected the flying bits of flesh with his tang dao. This was his inaugural attempt at the explosive dual slash, and he was thoroughly pleased. It is worth noting that this towering zombie possessed attributes at least 30 superior to those of its counterparts. Yet, under the onslaught of the explosive dual slash, it offered no resistance and succumbed before even experiencing the full brunt of the explosion's damage. Moreover, the speed at which the explosive dual slash executed 2 strikes was equivalent to Lin Ziluo's normal single strike, demonstrating the terrifying single-target damage potential of the technique. After experimenting with his newly acquired equipment and skills, Lin Ziluo finally entered a focused state. In essence, combating these zombies did not necessitate the expenditure of mental energy for skill usage. His figure weaved through the horde of zombies, and with each swift motion of his blade, another zombie lost its head. The notifications of zombie kills echoed continuously. Lin Ziluo remained wholly absorbed in the thrill of the slaughter, only to suddenly realize that there were no more zombies before him. The ground was strewn with the corpses of the undead, and within the confines of the entire badminton hall, not a single living zombie remained. Chapter 32. The First Ordinary Golden Finger. As the door to the badminton court swung open, Lin Ziluo emerged. Perhaps he had exhausted his fortune with the abundance of treasures from earlier encounters. For within the badminton court, the remnants of a dozen zombies yielded nothing but resource cards. The sole usable item that dropped was a vial of stamina potion. Lin Ziluo assessed his kills. It was insufficient. He still required the demise of several more zombies to complete his task. Furthermore, he was a mere 100 points shy of ascending to level 8. After a brief respite, Lin Ziluo made his way toward the tennis court directly opposite the badminton venue. Upon pushing open the door to the tennis court, he counted approximately 20 zombies inside. This number was indeed adequate. With a decisive motion, he secured the door, sealing the fate of the zombies within. Ding! The host has successfully slain 100 zombies within the Magic City Sports Arena, completing the task 1 against 100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the task reward, a random ordinary golden finger and a piece of bronze-level equipment. Ding! Would the host like to claim the task reward now? Wait a moment, Lin Ziluo interjected. There were still 5 zombies remaining before him. He intended to dispatch these creatures first, filled with anticipation for the golden finger and equipment he might draw. Thus, he did not hold back. He unleashed his 2 skills in succession, swiftly ending the lives of the last 5 zombies. The use of skills consumed a significant amount of mental energy. However, Lin Ziluo's mental attribute was inherently high. After releasing each skill for 2 rounds, he still had considerable mental energy remaining. After dispatching the zombies, instead of hastily collecting the items they dropped, he directly accessed the golden finger system at the original location. "What shall I draw?" Lin Ziluo inquired. "Ding. May I ask what reward the host intends to draw first?" "Let us start with equipment. I shall acquire the gear first, and then reserve my luck for drawing the golden finger," Lin Ziluo replied. This was his habit. He preferred to unveil the important and valuable items last. Others might not understand, but in his experience, such a sequence generally yielded favorable outcomes. Ding. Extracting bronze-level equipment. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have obtained bronze-level equipment, the blood-sucking ring. Blood-sucking ring, a bronze-level piece of equipment. This sinister ring can absorb the vitality of foes during combat. Attributes: 1 strength, 1 constitution. Ability: 5 of the damage dealt to enemies can be converted into vitality and transferred to the wearer through their weapon. Initially, upon seeing that it was a ring, Lin Ziluo felt a wave of disappointment. After all, one could only wear 1 such item, and he already possessed the Nightfall ring. Although the attributes of the Nightfall ring were not particularly remarkable, he never anticipated that this blood-sucking ring would possess such a rare attribute. The ability to absorb damage and convert it into personal vitality was exceedingly precious in Lin Ziluo's previous life. Many who had reached god-level status donned golden-level equipment that included the ability to absorb vitality. There was no denying its allure. Those of immense prowess, akin to demigods, inherently possess formidable strength and devastating skills. During combat, unleashing a series of area of effect abilities upon a horde of zombies allows them to effortlessly restore a significant amount of stamina, thereby re-engaging in battle with renewed vigor. In essence, this represents an extraordinarily advantageous effect that aids one in sustaining their combat efficacy. Thus, Lin Ziluo felt no hesitation. He promptly removed the Nightfall ring and donned the blood-sucking ring. Although he sacrificed a measure of mental attributes, the gain in strength and constitution proved to be quite worthwhile. At this moment, Lin Ziluo suddenly felt a twinge of concern. What if the luck he had expended on the lottery to obtain the blood-sucking ring resulted in a subpar reward from this golden finger? Ding. Please rest assured, host. Each ordinary golden finger possesses practical effects that can provide substantial assistance to the host. All right, I trust you. Let me draw for the golden finger, Lin Ziluo declared. Ding. Drawing for ordinary golden finger. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the ordinary golden finger. Automatic pickup LV1. Lin Ziluo's breath quickened. Automatic pickup. Could it possibly be as he imagined? He hurriedly examined the attributes of automatic pickup. Automatic pickup LV1. Capable of collecting items dropped by zombies killed by the host, transferring them into the storage space within a radius of 0.5 meters around the host. If the storage space is insufficient, further pickups will not be possible. Wow, wow, wow. This is truly astonishing, akin to a cow venturing to Antarctica. Absolutely remarkable. Even though Lin Ziluo had already encountered modifications to the drop rates and tasks within the apocalyptic game through the Golden Finger system, the revelation of its ordinary capabilities still startled him. The ability to automatically collect items he dropped. What a concept. He no longer needed to expend energy cleaning up the battlefield or remain vigilant against others pilfering his hard-won spoils. Any items he obtained would seamlessly enter his storage space. From this moment forth, he could relish a 100 drop rate while effortlessly gathering resources amidst the relentless hordes of zombies. The Golden Finger system truly lived up to its name. Previously, Lin Ziluo had harbored concerns about maintaining a low profile while dispatching zombies, given the absurdity of witnessing a drop from each kill. However, with the current system in place, once he eliminated a zombie, the items would unobtrusively slip into his storage space. Who could possibly witness this? The only question lingering in Lin Ziluo's mind was the significance of this LV1 designation. System. Does this LV1 represent the level of the ordinary Golden Finger? He inquired. Ding. Indeed, LV1 signifies the level of the automatic collection feature of this ordinary Golden Finger. The host may draw from the ordinary Golden Finger opportunities to potentially enhance the automatic collection capability, thereby increasing its level. And what benefits arise from elevating this level? Lin Ziluo pressed further. Ding. An increase in the level of automatic collection will expand its range and may introduce additional auxiliary effects. An expanded automatic collection range? How utterly absurd. It is impossible. Lin Ziluo has been enticed. Are there any tasks remaining? Hurry, grant me a few more tasks. I wish to continue drawing. Lin Ziluo proposed. Ding. The tasks of the Golden Finger system will be randomly triggered according to the host's environment, state, and events. Please maintain a calm mindset. Do not be overly concerned, and enjoy the apocalyptic game with ease and joy. Very well, Lin Ziluo casually remarked. Such matters were inherently improbable. As for the ordinary golden finger drawn previously, Lin Ziluo expressed his satisfaction. Simultaneously, he grew increasingly eager for other golden fingers. What extraordinary effects might they possess? Moreover, upon reaching level 10, he would have yet another opportunity to draw a super golden finger. The previous ability, with its astonishing drop rate, was already formidable. It was likely that he would acquire an even more extraordinary golden finger. Having obtained new abilities, the urge to experiment was irresistible. Lin Ziluo approached the corpses of the zombies he had just slain. He had yet to collect the items they had recently dropped. Chapter 33. Who Killed You, Jinghan? Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a resource card, a packet of barbecue seasoning. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a resource card, a power bank with only 50 charge. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a bronze level item, Eye of Reconnaissance. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a resource card, delicious crab yolk burger. As soon as Lin Ziluo drew near the zombie corpses, a plethora of information resonated in his ears, plunging him into a state of bewilderment. Did I truly grasp what I have acquired? Lin Ziluo lamented. This automatic pickup feature is convenient, yet the notification sound is utterly outrageous. Ding, we apologize. The system did not take the host's feelings into account. The automatic pickup function has now been optimized for your convenience. Ding, the automatic pickup has been refined. From this moment forth, it will only announce the equipment and items obtained by the host. Ding. Resource cards will be automatically sorted into various categories and stored within the host's inventory. That's quite considerate, Lin Ziluo remarked, pleasantly surprised. He inspected his inventory and found that the resource cards had indeed been organized into several neat stacks. The leftmost stack comprised food, followed by water, tools, and scrap materials. The categorization was meticulous and exceedingly thoughtful. Next time, Lin Ziluo would not have to sift through a thick pile of cards to find what he needed. The resources he had just acquired included only an Eye of Reconnaissance, nothing particularly special. Not dwelling on it, he exited the tennis hall. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already noon. Oh dear, I miscalculated. I had intended to simply open a silver chest on the 3rd floor. I did not anticipate encountering those zombie cats, which delayed me considerably. Now, there is no time for a leisurely lunch. I must hasten to the Li family estate. This time, he would not have to engage the hundreds of zombies on the 1st floor. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo opened the window in the corridor and leaped out. Logically speaking, Lin Ziluo's leap from the 2nd floor of the gymnasium was exceedingly perilous. The 2nd level of the gym is constructed at a greater height than typical floors, standing at least several meters above the ground outside. It is akin to him jumping from a height of over 10 meters. Even with his current physical attributes, such a feat would be arduous to accomplish. Moreover, the tremendous noise upon impact would undoubtedly attract a horde of zombies. However, let us not forget Lin Ziluo's temporary suspension in midair. Outside the window, he plunged rapidly toward the ground, his white-winged cloak billowing dramatically in the wind. Just as his handsome visage was about to meet the earth, Lin Ziluo activated his momentary levitation. His plummeting body abruptly decelerated, executing a graceful 180-degree flip in midair before landing smoothly on his feet. He donned his concealment mask anew, although it did not activate the effect of obscuring his identity. In this early apocalyptic phase where not everyone scrutinizes attributes, it served as a splendid means of cloaking his identity. In the Li manor, within the opulent confines of the parlor, Li Haobo reclined on a woman's lap, while another attended to him with a full-body massage. Mere moments ago, he had been exchanging flirtations with the woman, but in an instant, he struck her across the face and erupted in anger. The silver-haired butler stepped forward, addressing him. Young master, the assassination squad will not depart for Moda University until 7 o'clock in the morning. The university is teeming with zombies, and the situation is quite complicated, making the search inherently challenging. Damn it, more zombies. I am utterly exasperated by these relentless creatures. Li Haobo exclaimed in frustration. What an absurd predicament. I, who vanquished the zombies, find myself bereft of any experience points. He then pointed at the sky and vociferously cursed. It came to light that upon hearing of the potential to enhance one's attributes through the apocalyptic game, Li Haobo was quite intrigued. His constitution was already somewhat frail, and he thought that this method of augmenting his abilities could be quite advantageous. He instructed his subordinates to maim the zombies, intending to reap the rewards himself. However, after dispatching 10 of the creatures, he garnered only a meager amount of experience. Not only did he fail to level up, but he nearly exacerbated his own weakened state. What Li Haobo did not comprehend was that this was a peculiar mechanism of the apocalypse game, to prevent higher-level players from aiding those of lesser rank in farming experience. The acquisition of experience points was entirely contingent upon the player's individual contribution to the kills. Attempting to cut corners or claim the killing rewards would prove to be a formidable challenge. While Li Haobo seethed with rage, the door to the villa's grand hall swung open. A man clad entirely in black attire entered, bearing a heavy black bag that emanated a faint scent of blood. Young master, we located the woman, but the man is missing, the man in black stated flatly as he dropped the bag onto the floor. Upon hearing that Yao Jinghan had been found, Li Haobo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet, upon learning that Lin Ziluo was still unaccounted for, his expression darkened. Where is she? Bring her here at once. How dare she hide away? Li Haobo's countenance soured. Right here, the man in black gestured towards the bag he had discarded on the ground. Here? Li Haobo replied, his confusion palpable. Based on the information provided by the young master, we located a living roommate in her dormitory. The roommate mentioned that the woman had remarked, "What bad luck, I am heading to the abandoned warehouse behind the playground." Consequently, we scoured the entirety of the forsaken warehouse and ultimately discovered her lifeless body within a large barrel, accompanied by a blood-stained men's garment. The man in black elucidated. A pungent scent of blood wafting through the air, the sight of the tortured and mangled corpse, along with the bloodied head of Yao Jinghan adorned with a series of grotesque markings and her wide, unblinking eyes, overwhelmed Li Haobo. Unable to contain himself, he retched violently, expelling his stomach's contents directly onto the large bundle, effectively giving her a makeshift facial cleanse. The two women standing behind Li Haobo were so horrified by the scene that they fainted instantly. The man in black spoke with an unsettling calmness. Judging by the numerous wounds on the woman's body, the gashes on her neck, and the disfigured state of her remains, it was evident that she had endured unspeakable torment before her demise. The locations of her injuries corresponded to areas where pain receptors are most acute, including acupoints revered in Dragon Country culture. Even a professionally trained assassin would find it challenging to inflict such precise agony. With every incision penetrating deeply, it appeared that an exceedingly unique vibrational technique was employed. This method of assault rendered the surrounding muscle tissue utterly mangled, a torment so profound that even the world-renowned assassin, Death Spirit, with whom I had previously collaborated, seemed inferior in comparison. Therefore, Master, do you truly know who was responsible for the demise of this woman? Chapter 34. The Hunt for the War God Who Could Have Done It? Li Haobo retorted. How could I possibly know who killed her? His confusion was palpable. Master, I have conducted an investigation into the deceased woman. She was an exceedingly ordinary individual, hailing from a very unremarkable family. Logically, it would be improbable for her to provoke someone with such formidable power. The sole aspect that distinguishes her is her connection to you, Master, which leads me to believe that her misfortune may indeed be related to you. The man in black calmly analyzed. Indeed, Li Haobo agreed. Yao Jinghan is merely an exceptionally ordinary campus beauty. Were it not for her association with that worthless individual, I would scarcely have regarded her. He too was perplexed. Could it be that worthless fool? Li Haobo's thoughts drifted to Lin Ziluo. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He is merely an orphan without parents. How could he possibly possess the formidable strength you speak of? He swiftly dismissed this absurd notion. Moreover, the surprise I have prepared for him has yet to be delivered. He cannot possibly know that Yao Jinghan betrayed him. Li Haobo reiterated his denial. Master, who are you referring to? The man in black inquired, furrowing his brow. It is that Lin Ziluo, the one who narrowly escaped death, Li Haobo clarified. Is he the son of Lin Jian? The man in black seemed to recall someone. Yes, it is indeed him, Li Haobo affirmed the man's statement. Logically, It should not be possible. He possesses no remarkable abilities. And such a method of killing is beyond the reach of anyone who has not slain thousands or spent decades in arduous training. The man in black shared the same sentiment of disbelief. However, it is conceivable that this young man, by sheer chance, has enlisted the aid of some extraordinary expert. The man in black continued his analysis. No, young master. Regardless of whose subordinate it may be, it is unlikely that the objective is merely to eliminate Yao Jinghan. It is highly probable that they are targeting you as well. Faced with such a formidable assassin, my 100+ men may not suffice. We require additional security personnel. The man in black suggested. What? Uncle Rome, you're saying that is not enough? You are among the top 10 experts in Long Country, and besides, you are leading a complete mercenary team. Li Haobo exclaimed in astonishment, finally recognizing the terrifying nature of the potential enemy. Young master, I reiterate, the impossible feats that even the world's foremost assassin cannot achieve have been accomplished by him. This enemy is exceedingly formidable, the man in black stated solemnly. Very well. Hurry to the back mountain and recruit more bodyguards for me, even if they have not completed their final training. I refuse to perish. I absolutely cannot die. I will not die. Li Haobo exclaimed in panic. Rest assured, young master. With me here, I will protect you at all costs, the man in black assured him. From the moment of his birth, he had undergone countless brainwashing sessions. In their consciousness, they were willing to sacrifice their lives for the Li family. Congratulations to the player Yazi for successfully defeating a level 3 zombie, earning 3 experience points and 5 gold coins. Congratulations to the player for advancing to level 8. Earning 1 free attribute point, Lin Ziluo Shi Distang Dao. Before him lay 3 zombies, their heads recently severed. Finally, he had reached level 8, however. This progression was much swifter than he had anticipated. He had expected to attain level 8 only by the 4th night after the Apocalypse game commenced. Yet, this was fortuitous, as the rapid ascent in levels meant he would not need to seek out dungeon entrances to participate in quests. Lin Ziluo sighed in relief. At that moment, he was hastening towards the Li family manor. Along the way, aside from casually consuming some bread and pancakes for lunch, he spent the remainder of his time journeying and scavenging for supplies. Due to his deliberate choice of a secluded route, he encountered few zombies. Nevertheless, he did not spare any of the scant few he came across, as he was still short several experience points from leveling up. At last, just as Lin Ziluo was nearing the foot of the mountain where the Li family estate was situated, he had slain enough zombies to reach level 8. I shall invest in strength, Lin Ziluo resolved. His strength now stood at 24 points. After allocating his attributes, he lifted his gaze towards the imposing drum mountain ahead. It was hard to fathom that in this land where every inch was precious, the Li family had managed to transform the entire drum mountain into their exclusive private estate. The entrance at the mountain's base had originally been designed with several checkpoints. However, with the onset of the Apocalypse game, these barriers had been abandoned. Moreover, the discovery of Yao Jinghan's corpse had further complicated matters. All security forces of the Li family have been stationed outside the estate, creating a formidable defense. Lin Ziluo did not rush to ascend the mountain. A competent assassin must first familiarize himself with the surrounding environment before devising a meticulous plan. He circled the main road leading to Gushin, observing for a while. From his vantage point, there appeared to be only one road that directly connected to the estate. After some exploration, he uncovered the exit of a hidden passage situated amidst a dense thicket. Lin Ziluo chose not to seal off the Li family's secret passage at this moment. How could he ensnare them all without leaving a single loophole? This aligns with one of the renowned military strategies of Longhua: surround the enemy, but leave a gap. By providing these individuals with a sliver of hope, a potential escape route, they would not resort to desperation nor concentrate their forces in rebellion. Thus, under relentless pursuit, Lin Ziluo could gradually consume them all. However, the layout of the Li family estate indeed prompted a shift in his strategy. Initially, Lin Ziluo intended to divert attention by using raw meat contaminated with zombie virus to lure a horde of zombies, thereby exhausting the Li family's security forces. Yet, within a 1-kilometer radius, zombies were exceedingly scarce, having been thoroughly eradicated by the Li family's personnel. This impediment rendered Lin Ziluo's plan challenging to execute. Every situation possesses its advantages and disadvantages. While he could not divert attention, this also safeguarded him from potential disturbances during his nocturnal operations. It was not that he was incapable of combating zombies enhanced by the attributes of the night. Rather, if his energy were consumed in eliminating zombies? How could he ensure that Li Haobo experiences true suffering? Lin Ziluo discovered a remarkably concealed spot within a forest near the summit of the Li family's estate. He commenced his surveillance of the estate's security using the telescope he had acquired. It was evident that the various pathways leading into the estate were heavily guarded by numerous individuals, all exhibiting a heightened level of vigilance. These were seasoned warriors, truly formidable in their capabilities, members of the hunting mercenary corps. In an instant, Lin Ziluo recognized his old adversaries. During his previous flight, he had been relentlessly besieged by these mercenaries, who were, in fact, the elite subordinates of Li Haobo. Each member had been indoctrinated and groomed from a young age to be loyal assassins of the Li family, possessing both immense strength and unwavering fidelity. Lin Ziluo was intimately familiar with their faces, movements, expressions, tactics, and habits, which provided him with a significant advantage. To the untrained eye, the defenses appeared as an impenetrable fortress, yet Lin Ziluo perceived numerous vulnerabilities. However, his inherent cautiousness prevented him from becoming overconfident merely due to his familiarity with the enemy. He meticulously observed the movements of the hunting mercenary corps and the layout of the environment time and again. Finally, at 6:00 p.m., as twilight approached, he spotted a very familiar figure emerging from the estate, issuing commands for the mercenaries to alter their defensive strategies. This was Rongzhan, one of the 10 war gods of Long Nation, known as the God of Hunting. Before the apocalypse, he had long served as the commander of the hunting mercenary corps, directly under the control of the Li family. I possess exceptional skills in close combat and command of mercenary groups, relentlessly pursuing targets. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, after failing to capture Lin Ziluo alongside the entire mercenary team, I chose to take matters into my own hands. I have repeatedly cornered Lin Ziluo into dire situations, making me one of his greatest adversaries. Conversely, Lin Ziluo represents the utmost disgrace for Rongzhan, for he alone has managed to escape from Rongzhan, shattering the myth of invincibility surrounding Rongzhan's hunts. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their animosity intensifies. Upon encountering Rongzhan, Lin Ziluo's gaze instantly turned frigid. Nevertheless, he promptly concealed his binoculars and shrouded himself in darkness once more. While Rongzhan was explaining defensive positions to his mercenary team, a sudden alertness seized him. Goosebumps erupted across his skin, and his hair stood on end in that fleeting moment. He sensed the scent of death. Yet, this sensation vanished almost instantaneously, leaving Rongzhan questioning his own perception. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly. Lin Ziluo exhaled a sigh of relief. As an old rival, Lin Ziluo was well aware of Rongzhan's acute sensitivity to threats and murderous intent. Thus, upon spotting Rongzhan, Lin Ziluo decisively retracted his binoculars and concealed all traces of his presence. However, he felt an exhilarating surge of adrenaline coursing through him, the familiar thrill of confronting an equal. This encounter ignited a fervent desire within Lin Ziluo to showcase his utmost strength. In this clash, Rongzhan's demise was all but certain, and with his death, the tides would undoubtedly turn. He had severed a crucial limb from the Li family. How could Lin Ziluo allow such a golden opportunity to slip through his fingers? With this thought in mind, Lin Ziluo quietly concealed himself. He began to organize the cards in his possession, his supplies, and all the resources he was about to utilize. It was essential to clarify his situation before he could execute his strategy methodically. Once he had meticulously refined all his items and plans, Lin Ziluo settled in to await the arrival of night. Only with ample patience could he strike at the most opportune moment. Time passed inexorably, and the sky gradually darkened. The Li family's imposing security measures were in constant flux. The chime of midnight echoed through the air. The Li estate was ablaze with light. "Brother Rong, may I retire for the night? It is already midnight, and with the zombies so active outside, who would dare come to kill me?" Li Haobo expressed his exasperation. "My young master, it is wise to remain cautious. My instincts tell me we are undoubtedly being watched," Rongzhan replied, unfazed by Li Haobo's words. His extensive experience in prolonged combat had bestowed upon him a formidable intuition for danger. Even in the absence of any indication from Lin Ziluo, Rongzhan felt a sense of unease. "I don't care. I am utterly bored. For the sake of a worthless coward who doesn't even dare to show his face, I am forced to endure this sleepless night." Li Haobo fumed. "My young master, if you find it dull, you might seek some entertainment." suggested the silver-haired butler standing behind Li Haobo. Indeed, I shall find some amusement, Li Haobo exclaimed, suddenly enlightened by the suggestion. Although Rong Zhan desired to voice his thoughts, he glanced at the silver-haired butler and ultimately refrained from speaking. The world outside was teeming with zombies. He merely wished to engage with this one. Li Haobo boldly proclaimed, "If the young master wishes to play, then certainly he may, but my primary concern is that this zombie might pose a danger to him." Rong Zhan did not refuse. In his view, utilizing the zombie to ensure the young master's tranquility was indeed a commendable choice. "Rest assured, my method will undoubtedly ensure my safety." Li Haobo chuckled heartily. Before long, a zombie, its hands, feet, and mouth secured by metallic restraints, was brought to the center of the hall. This creature possessed a robust physique, clearly indicating exceptional physical prowess. The zombie struggled desperately, yet its entire body was ensnared by the apparatus, rendering it immobile. Its blood-red eyes, however, incessantly scanned the surrounding individuals. "Please bring over my grand iron cage," Li Haobo exclaimed with palpable excitement upon seeing the zombie. Shortly thereafter, a large iron cage, measuring a substantial 20 square meters, was pushed into the living room by a dozen bodyguards. Within this cage were women of exquisite beauty, yet they appeared to be devoid of spirit, their gazes vacant and expressions dazed as they lingered inside. Thick iron chains were fastened around their necks. As the cage was moved, the women remained utterly still, seemingly having surrendered any will to resist. Li Haobo produced a bell and gently shook it a few times. Instantly, the women within the cage reacted, rushing towards the direction of Li Haobo, only to be thwarted by the bars that obstructed their path. The eerie scene sent shivers down one's spine, evoking an unsettling sense of dread. It is unimaginable what inhumane torments these women must have endured to become such wretched beings. Yet, Li Haobo was far from satisfied. It was all too monotonous. These individuals had grown weary of the charade after mere months. He expressed his discontent with a look of grievance, akin to that of a child deprived of a beloved toy. However, in an instant, his demeanor shifted. His expression transformed into one of exhilaration, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. But that was inconsequential. He could still compel these wretches to make one last contribution. Li Haobo rose, gesticulating animatedly. "Quickly, throw the zombies in. Remove all the handcuffs and shackles. I want to witness the zombies devour the flesh of the living." His excitement escalated, and he even began to clap his hands. The others present, apart from the silver-haired butler and members of Rong Zhan's hunting team, could hardly conceal their discomfort at the thought of unleashing a savage zombie upon this group of women. Anyone with a semblance of conscience, indeed, any semblance of humanity, would recoil from such an act. Chapter 36. The Horrors of Hell. However, Rong Zhan and the other members of the hunting team wore smiles. These individuals, seasoned through countless brushes with death, appeared to anticipate the unfolding events with a twisted eagerness. A diminutive mercenary stepped forward from the hunting team, codenamed Skinny Monkey. He was exceptionally adept at scouting the surroundings. "Master, allow me. This is my favorite pastime," he volunteered eagerly. The members of the hunting team erupted into raucous laughter. Li Haobo, as if having found a kindred spirit, promptly declared, "You shall do it." Upon receiving the command, the slender monkey cheerfully seized the keys from the grand table. He first unlocked the massive iron cage that imprisoned the women. Strangely, despite the cage being ajar, the women exhibited no courage to escape. Subsequently, the slender monkey employed a leash to pull the zombie into the cage. He deftly unsealed the mouth of the zombie, which immediately gaped wide, yearning to bite the slender monkey before it. However, the monkey remained at a safe distance, ensuring the zombie had no chance to strike. Suddenly, one of the bodyguards behind Li Haobo could no longer tolerate the scene. He knelt before Li Haobo and implored, "Young master, this is too cruel. Perhaps you could spare them." The bodyguard bowed his head 3 times in supplication, unable to bear the impending brutality. Memories of his mother's teachings on kindness flooded his mind. Li Haobo, previously in high spirits, instantly darkened in demeanor. From behind him, a bodyguard stepped forward, attempting to lift the kneeling man. "I beg your pardon, young master. This is Wang Dahu, who was recently assigned after that fellow perished last night. He possesses immense strength, but lacks a certain mental acuity. Please do not hold it against him." The man struggled to pull Wang Dahu up, yet he remained resolute on his knees. "Oh, so you presume to instruct me?" Li Haobo directed a frigid gaze towards the bodyguard, his eyes glinting like a serpent's. Meanwhile, Wang Dahu persisted in his kneeling position, eyes unwavering, murmuring, "I beseech you, young master, spare them. Ha ha. It has been ages since anyone dared to challenge my authority." Li Haobo trembled with rage, unleashing a terrifying laugh. "Wang Dahu, is it? You think you can fight? Come, hold him down," he commanded. A member of the hunting mercenary group swiftly stepped forward, filled with fury at Wang Dahu's interference with their spectacle. Known for his formidable strength, the fierce black ape was capable of bearing the heavy firepower of the mercenary group alone. With a menacing expression, Black Ape swung a punch at Wang Dahu's head. To his astonishment, the kneeling Wang Dahu caught Black Ape's fist with ease and pushed him away. Oh, Rong Zhan, who had been a mere spectator, felt a flicker of surprise. Black Ape, feeling utterly humiliated, realized he had lost in a contest of strength. Yet, he had also witnessed Wang Dahu's immense power and chose not to advance further. Instead, he called out to the hunting mercenary group, "Send 2 men to help me deal with him. Tell me, Black Ape, have you been spending too much time with women lately? How could an untrained bodyguard overpower you?" 2 burly men emerged from the mercenary group. The violent bear, known for his explosive temper and penchant for tormenting enemies before their demise, and the crocodile, a master of hand-to-hand combat who relished in tearing flesh and swallowing it whole. Though their banter was lighthearted, both violent bear and crocodile stepped forward. The members of the hunting mercenary group possessed keen insight and recognized Wang Dahu's undeniable strength. With a sigh, Rong Zhan reflected on Wang Dahu's potential, lamenting that he was destined for demise. Yet, what did potential matter in the face of impending death? The Li family has never been devoid of individuals brimming with potential. What they seek are merely obedient hounds. The trio advanced menacingly towards Wang Dahu, who incessantly pleaded, beseeching the young master for mercy. In an abrupt assault, they employed the unique grappling techniques of the battlefield to subdue Wang Dahu's limbs and head. Despite his immense strength, he found himself utterly powerless against the 3 elite mercenaries. Overpowered, he was thrust to the ground, his struggles proving futile. The black ape unleashed 3 powerful punches upon Wang Dahu's face, each strike resonating with a dull thud, causing blood to cascade from his visage. Flesh torn and raw. "Do not kill him," Li Haobo suddenly interjected. All present gazed at him in astonishment. Such words seemed uncharacteristic of the young master. Was he not intent on safeguarding those women? Then, let him witness their demise firsthand. A grotesque smile crept across Li Haobo's face, eliciting admiration from the black ape, who remarked, "The young master truly knows how to play the game." Thereafter, the black ape forcibly twisted Wang Dahu's face towards the imposing iron cage, propping his eyelids open with his fingers, denying him the solace of closure. Wang Dahu emitted a mournful cry, helplessly forced to witness the impending horror within the cage. "Thin monkey, what are you dawdling for? Close the gate and unleash the zombies," Li Haobo urged. Complying with the command, the thin monkey swiftly began to unshackle the zombies. As the restraints fell away, the zombies stirred with ominous intent. Finally, after the shackles were removed, the zombie lunged at the slender monkey. The slender monkey nimbly evaded the zombie's attack and swiftly escaped from the iron cage, locking it behind him. The zombie was enraged. The fury accumulated from being imprisoned and provoked throughout the day erupted violently. It relentlessly slammed against the iron cage. But the cage was exceptionally sturdy and could not be breached. With no way to unleash its wrath, the question arose, where would the anger be directed? The answer lay with the remaining dozen or so women trapped inside the cage. Even in the presence of such a ferocious zombie, these women remained utterly motionless, as if oblivious to its existence. The zombie lunged at the woman closest to it, sinking its teeth into her neck. The woman offered no resistance, allowing the creature to tear into her flesh. It seemed as though she had lost all sensation and awareness, devoid of any regard for her own life. Soon, this tragic figure was reduced to mere halves. Wang Dahu watched helplessly as the woman was devoured by the zombie, letting out a mournful wail, desperate to close his eyes. Yet it was futile. The black ape held his eyelids open, forcing him to bear witness. The zombie quickly turned its attention to another woman, feasting ravenously. 1, 2, 3. Each woman it claimed brought forth a cacophony of shrill laughter from the surrounding mercenaries and Li Haobo on the couch. It was exhilarating. The gruesome scene exhilarated them. Even Li Haobo trembled uncontrollably and lost control of himself after the zombie finished off the last woman. Having satiated its hunger, the zombie began to ram against the iron cage, producing a creaking sound as it harnessed the energy it had gained. Li Haobo was initially startled. However, upon realizing that the zombies could not breach the iron cage, he breathed a sigh of relief. This revelation sparked an idea within him. You have confined this individual, Wang Dahu, into the cage. Does he not possess immense strength? I am eager to witness who is superior, him or the zombies. Chapter 37. The midnight chime. Li Haobo's brilliant notion instantly ignited the atmosphere in the living room. Indeed, young Master Li is truly exceptional, far more adept than us roughnecks. We could never have conceived such an ingenious idea. The lean monkey, half in admiration and half in flattery, turned to Li Haobo and spoke. The mercenaries of the hunting guild echoed their agreement. Even Rongzhan, seated beside the sofa, gave Li Haobo a thumbs up, emboldened by the affirmation of those around him. Li Haobo's face flushed with excitement. It was the first time he had received such praise. Meanwhile, Wang Dahu remained pinned to the ground by 3 mercenaries. The kind-hearted man had just witnessed the tragic demise of several women before his eyes. This horrifying scene rendered him speechless, draining away any will to resist. Tears of despair flowed from his eyes, tinged with traces of blood. The black gorilla and the crocodile hoisted Wang Dahu up. The lean monkey cautiously approached the iron cage. The zombie continued to batter against the cage, oblivious to the lean monkey preparing to unlock the iron door on the other side. Rongzhan stood up, ready to prevent the zombie from escaping. As the iron door swung open, Wang Dahu was ruthlessly hurled into the cage. In quick succession, the lean monkey swiftly secured the iron door once more. Phew, what an adrenaline rush. The lean monkey exhaled in relief. The zombie, having devoured over a dozen women, experienced a substantial enhancement in its strength. Merely facing away from the gaunt figure evoked a significant sense of oppression within it. Thus, the terror that Wang Dahu, ensconced within the iron cage and in close proximity to the zombie, faced was even more palpable. The zombie sensed the commotion behind it. Was more prey being delivered to its doorstep? Wang Dahu, finally managing to scramble to his feet in a flurry, beheld the zombie, which was less than 2 or 3 meters away from him. He observed the creature's maw smeared with fresh blood and bits of flesh, as well as the mangled remains of the women within the cage. Fear gripped him, but it was not the horrific scene before his eyes that terrified him. Rather, it was the dread of his own mortality. His gaze gradually solidified with determination. He resolved to survive. He must live. With that, he charged toward the zombie before him. To the onlookers outside the cage, his audacious act appeared utterly ludicrous. Nevertheless, the crowd erupted into exhilarated cheers, eager for the thrill of such a spectacle. The earlier dozen women had offered no resistance to the zombie, leaving the spectators wanting more. The zombie lunged forward, directly pouncing upon Wang Dahu. Thus commenced a life-and-death struggle between man and monster within the confines of the iron cage. Unfortunately, Wang Dahu was merely a newly appointed bodyguard, lacking any combat skills. All he possessed was brute strength and a less-than-intelligent mind. In a moment of folly, he opted for a brutal exchange of blows with the zombie. He landed a punch squarely on the zombie's head, distorting its face. Yet, the creature felt no pain. Instead, it plunged its claws deeply into Wang Da's abdomen. Blood flowed upon the ground, intensifying the metallic scent that pervaded the vast hall. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Wang Dahu, driven by sheer brute strength and unwavering conviction, relentlessly struck the zombie's skull with his fists. 1 claw, 2 claws, 3 claws. The zombie, undeterred by its own injuries, repeatedly raked its sharp talons across Wang Da's body, leaving deep gashes in its wake. At that moment, his abdomen was a gruesome sight, a grotesque tapestry of flesh and blood. Intestines and portions of entrails spilled forth from his midsection, rendering him as though he had emerged from a pool of blood, drenched and dripping. In an inexplicable fervor, a zombie, honed by Li Haobo to a degree that even Rongzhan found formidable, a creature devoid of pain, yet driven solely by the urge to kill, met its demise first in this brutal melee against Wang Dahu. The lifeless body of the zombie collapsed onto the ground, landing amidst the remains of the 10 or so fallen women. Within the iron cage, only the blood-soaked figure of Wang Dahu remained standing. Outside the cage, the onlookers could no longer contain their excitement, erupting into applause for this extraordinary battle. Had Wang Dahu triumphed? Not at all. His body bore the marks of grievous wounds that would make even the divine weep. He was on the brink of unconsciousness, mechanically uttering, "I was wrong, I was wrong." Yet he was not mistaken. His kindness was indeed virtuous. However, in this terrifying, dark apocalypse, that very kindness led to his demise. With a resounding crash, Wang Dahu could endure no longer. His gaze grew vacant as he collapsed within the confines of the cage. The clock struck 1 in the morning, its chimes echoing as if to bid farewell to Wang Dahu. It seemed as though the final countdown to death was tolling for Li Haobo and his companions. No one noticed that the fallen Wang Dahu's skin was gradually turning gray. He was not dead. He was on the verge of transforming into a zombie. The clock struck 1 in the morning, its chimes resonating through the forest surrounding the manor. Lin Ziluo stirred. After lying in wait for a full 7 hours, he finally moved. Between 1 and 2 in the morning is when those who are awake feel the most fatigue, and their focus wanes significantly. This is due to the secretion of a substance called melatonin by the pineal gland in the human brain. Particularly around 1 to 2 in the morning, when the light is at its weakest, melatonin peaks, inducing a strong sense of drowsiness. In contrast, a proficient assassin maintains ample energy throughout the night. Lin Ziluo rose to his feet, the glow of his equipment extinguished. He had long since dyed his gear in hues that blended seamlessly with the darkness. After all, the equipment produced by the Apocalypse game possessed self-cleaning capabilities. In the shadowy forest, Lin Ziluo's presence was akin to a mere wisp of darkness, rendering him virtually invisible. After surveying the defensive layout of the manor once more, he sprang into action. His body shot forth with the swiftness of a cheetah, the wind generated by his movement stirring the fallen leaves around him. Strangely, though his feet pressed into the earth, not a sound escaped. Soon, Lin Ziluo had emerged from the forest, stealthily making his way toward the manor's perimeter wall. Every certain distance, a mercenary stood atop the wall, meticulously observing the movements outside the manor with a tactical flashlight. It appeared that he had thoroughly scrutinized every corner surrounding the estate. Lin Ziluo did not hesitate for a moment. He continually approached the wall, moving with the ease of one strolling in his own backyard. His steps were light and steady, his demeanor composed and graceful. However, his path remained unilluminated by any beam of light from the flashlight, as if the illumination itself was actively avoiding him. This was the essence of Lin Ziluo's terrifying perceptiveness. In the preceding hours, he had already observed every action of the mercenaries around him. Each individual possesses certain inescapable habits, and mercenaries were no exception. While they used their flashlights to monitor the situation outside the manor, their positions and the angles of the light beams followed a predictable pattern. Lin Ziluo had meticulously grasped these patterns, subsequently calculating the optimal route in his mind. This allowed him to navigate with an almost supernatural finesse, edging closer to the wall. One of the mercenaries atop the wall remained oblivious to the impending doom, having succumbed to fatigue and stifling a yawn. It was in that very moment of distraction that Lin Ziluo seized the opportunity. Already pressed against the wall, he began to scale it with his bare hands, his movements extraordinarily nimble and utterly soundless. In the blink of an eye, he had ascended to the top of the wall. Just as the mercenary finished yawning and opened his eyes, he was confronted by Lin Ziluo, clad in black attire and wearing a black mask. Was he seeing a ghost in the dead of night? As the mercenary prepared to scream, a dagger sliced across his throat, silencing him forever. This dagger had been scavenged by Lin Ziluo from a shop selling knives on his way here. Not only did he possess this single dagger, but he also had a dozen others of various designs, along with one particularly unique blade. To prevent the stench of blood from permeating the air, he had already gripped the carotid artery to halt the flow of blood at the moment of the strike. Now, he deftly applied a prepared piece of cling film to the wound on the mercenary's neck, effectively resolving the issue. At this moment, the mercenary's body remained propped up, not yet collapsed. The flashlight in his hand continued to sway as if conducting a routine patrol, oblivious to the events that had just transpired. Lin Ziluo utilized the mercenary's body as a shield and began to meticulously survey the interior of the estate. The lights in the other small buildings within the estate had all been extinguished, with only the grand villa at the center still illuminated. Moreover, from his current position, he could hear loud roars and howls emanating from the first floor, as if a multitude of individuals were venting their emotions within. Lin Ziluo paid them no mind. For today, his objective was to leave no one behind. Their clamor only served to facilitate his stealthy incursion. He gently lowered the mercenary's body and secured the flashlight before leaping over the inner edge of the wall into the estate, stealthily approaching the nearby mercenary. Let us not even speak of Lin Ziluo's unparalleled stealth techniques. Which mercenary would ponder the presence of a silent harbinger of death while intently surveying the surroundings of the estate? Under the veil of night, Lin Ziluo stealthily reaped lives along the perimeter wall. A sudden ambush, a swift cut to the throat, a corpse laid to rest, the flashlight adjusted, and he moved on to the next target. Lin Ziluo epitomized the essence of assassination with remarkable finesse. In a mere 2 minutes, he had obliterated nearly half of the mercenaries stationed along the wall. At that moment, one mercenary belatedly grasped the situation. "Old pig, why has your flashlight gone dark?" he curiously inquired. Unbeknownst to him, this single utterance hastened his departure from the realm of the living by several precious seconds. As the mercenary approached to discover what had transpired with his comrade, a dagger swiftly sliced through his neck, extinguishing his life. The mercenary lay lifeless. However, the slight drowsiness that had lingered among the others dissipated the instant the inquiry was made. "What is going on, Audie? What happened to Old Pig?" Another mercenary called out from a different position. "Nothing. That kid was nearly asleep, so I gave him a nudge," Audie replied. "All right then. Damn it, it's absurd. The captain and the squad leader are indulging themselves in the hall, while we are left to endure this watch at the door." Upon hearing Audie's words, the mercenary did not harbor any suspicion. Rather, he began to grumble. It was not that he lacked doubt, but rather that Lin Ziluo had perfectly imitated Audie's voice. The words spoken by that mercenary inadvertently became the spark that ignited the impending chaos. The surrounding mercenaries began to echo the sentiments expressed. Indeed, after toiling all day to eradicate zombies, we are now expected to stand guard at night. It feels as though we are not regarded as human beings. I have been awake for nearly 24 hours. It's absurd. If they truly wish to ensure our safety, why do their leaders not come forth to oversee the situation themselves? Lin Ziluo offered a faint smile, continuing in a tone reminiscent of Adidas. In plain terms, we are merely seen as expendable. His words were not intended to sow discord among the hunters of the mercenary group. As death warriors, they would not be easily swayed. Yet, complaints are inevitable, serving to incite grievances among the mercenaries. True to form, once Lin Ziluo broke the ice, a torrent of complaints ensued from the gathered mercenaries. "What nonsense! Today, I stumbled upon a beautiful female university student in that college, and before I could make my move, that crock of a guy snatched her away, leaving her dead without even a drop of soup to share. Who isn't in the same boat? The zombie I dispatched yielded a piece of bronze-level equipment, the first of its kind to be discovered by our mercenary group, only for them to seize it. And that's not even the worst of it. Perhaps it was the pent-up frustration from long ago, or perhaps it was an effort to dispel the encroaching fatigue, but more and more mercenaries joined in the fervent discourse. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Ziluo resumed his covert assassinations. 1, 2, 3. He specifically targeted those who had only just begun to speak. The act of speaking only briefly, followed by an extended silence, renders it unlikely for others to harbor suspicions. Thus, he continued to adjudicate the mercenaries present. Eventually, when only a few remained, the ruse could no longer be maintained. "Is your experience similar to mine, Xiaoji? Wouldn't you agree?" inquired one mercenary from the last speaker. "Xiaoji, Xiaoji," he repeated twice, before suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. It dawned upon him that trouble had arisen. The mercenary swiftly produced an object resembling a rectangular prism. Lin Ziluo immediately recognized it as a signal flare unique to the hunting mercenary corps. In a world where communication capabilities are significantly diminished, utilizing signal flares proves remarkably effective. The mercenary acted with resolve, launching the flare the moment it was retrieved. In the next instant, a dagger sliced through his neck. By this time, the signal flare had already been discharged. Lin Ziluo instinctively held his breath, focusing intently, and hurled the dagger with immense force. Was he attempting to sever the signal flare mid-flight? How could that be possible? Chapter 39, Retribution, Human or Divine? Lin Ziluo demonstrated that, in his hands, nothing was impossible. The speed of the dagger's flight far surpassed that of the signal flare. When the flare had traveled but halfway, the dagger struck precisely into its body. This seemingly inconspicuous dagger flawlessly bisected the flare, rendering it permanently mute as it plummeted to the ground, bouncing twice upon impact. How could this be? The last surviving mercenary on the wall witnessed the entire spectacle in its entirety. The blade flashed, severing the mercenary's head, which tumbled to the ground. With this, all the guards outside the Li family estate were annihilated. Lin Ziluo approached the fallen signal flare, extracting a dagger from its casing. He felt quite confident in his ability to prevent the flare from detonating. Who could say how many times he had dealt with such flares in the past? Certainly no fewer than 100. Later, he had even examined numerous finished signal flares from the Li family, dedicating his days to studying their internal structures, which ultimately honed his skill in the precise technique of halting a flare-esque explosion. Ding. The external security forces of the Li family estate have been completely eradicated. Ding. The host's path of vengeance has commenced. Ding. The task, revenge must be exacted, is hereby issued. Revenge must be exacted. The grudge of a slight must be avenged. No one who provokes the host shall escape alive. This night, the host shall transform into the harbinger of death, reaping the lives within the Li family estate. Task requirements. Eliminate the remaining 269 individuals within the Li family estate. 269. Task rewards. 1 random ordinary enhancement and 1 piece of bronze tier equipment. Task deadline, 12 hours. Ding. May I inquire if the host accepts the task? A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Ziluo's cold visage, but he quickly regained his composure. Excellent. Li Haobo, you have just acquired yet another reason to perish. I accept the task, Lin Ziluo declared. Ding. The task, eye for an eye, has been accepted. The revenge barrier is now activated. Should any one of the 269 individuals within the Li family estate manage to escape beyond its confines, the host will be able to locate the fleeing individual. Ding. May the host successfully complete this mission. Lin Ziluo was filled with delight. The revenge barrier is a highly coveted artifact of significant caliber, one with which Lin Ziluo had never previously engaged. He only possessed a rudimentary understanding of its effects, which, as articulated by the Golden Finger system, prevent adversaries from fleeing the designated area. Once escaped, the host gains the right to track the locations of those who have fled, with a minimum duration of 1 month. What does this imply? For an entire month, no matter how far one might run, there would be no respite from the pursuit. The mere psychological torment of being hunted is enough to drive one to despair. This mechanism first emerged when the Dragon Kingdom employed it during the national conflict with the Yamato nation. After the Dragon Kingdom cast a revenge barrier over the Yamato capital, the dragon citizens relentlessly pursued those fleeing from the capital for several days, causing the Yamato to weep and wail. Now, Lin Ziluo too would experience such a phenomenon. He rifled through the bodies of the mercenaries, casually taking a few items, and then continued his stealthy incursion deeper into the estate. The villa at the heart of the estate remained suffused with a joyful ambience, utterly oblivious to the fact that the estate's security personnel had already fallen to Lin Ziluo's hand. However, as Lin Ziluo stealthily approached the small building adjacent to the main structure, he found himself momentarily bewildered. He observed the numbers on the task panel incrementing steadily. 7,269, 8,269, 9,269. What on earth is happening? Before I could even make a move, death had already begun to claim its victims. Ah, crocodile. What are you doing? You have killed the last woman as well. The chimpanzee exclaimed in anger. In the center of the villa's grand hall lay a heap of women's corpses. After Wang Dehu and the zombies perished together, the thrill of the game was lost to these individuals. One by one, they slumped in their seats, letting out weary sighs. How could the ever-hospitable Li Haobo disappoint? With a grand gesture, he summoned all the women from his estate, sparing not even the cleaning lady in her 40s. He intended to host a lavish multi-person revelry. However, he overlooked the formidable strength of the mercenary group, a band of beasts. These women stood no chance against the onslaught of men as robust as wild animals. In no time, they succumbed to the agonizing torment, one after another. Apologies, I exerted too much force and broke her spine, Crocodile admitted, somewhat sheepishly. Yet, his embarrassment was solely for having ruined his comrade's plaything, not for taking a life. Now that the last one is gone, what shall we entertain ourselves with? The chimpanzee lamented. Play with me. A voice interrupted from the sofa, where Rong Zhan had been feigning sleep. The moment the words escaped his lips, every hair on his body stood on end. A palpable aura of lethal intent enveloped the room. Rong Zhan was certain that to describe it as murderous would not be an exaggeration. Throughout his years on the battlefield, he had taken the lives of countless foes. But the suffocating wave of murderous energy that now surged forth made his past experiences pale in comparison. It was not only Rong Zhan who felt this. The other members of the mercenary corps became acutely aware. They, too, were adept at taking lives. Thus they could not be insensible to the aura of death. Li Haobo had yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation. However, his silver-haired butler swiftly positioned himself protectively in front of him. After uttering those words, the voice fell silent. It was only then that Li Haobo belatedly realized the truth. It had come. It had truly come. Someone intended to kill him. In terror, Li Haobo exclaimed, "Young master, remain calm," the silver-haired butler urged. At last, Li Haobo promptly sealed his lips, though his eyes were filled with dread and his body trembled uncontrollably. Who could this formidable expert be, and what is their objective? "I wonder if there is room for negotiation," Rongzhan shouted, his own fear evident. This masterful figure had approached the villa undetected, indicating that all the guards outside the estate had been dispatched. These were members of the mercenary corps, not necessarily elite, yet capable of taking on 10 foes on the battlefield. The outcome was catastrophic, with no warning before their annihilation. Who, or what, lurked outside? Chapter 40. A second bloom. I may be human, but in this moment, I am the harbinger of your demise. The voice that had just spoken belonged to Lin Ziluo. After eliminating everyone in the surrounding outbuildings, Lin Ziluo ascended to the second floor of the villa and beheld the devilish scene unfolding in the grand hall. However, Lin Ziluo merely observed with a cold gaze, watching the chaos ensue. In truth, these occurrences are merely minor incidents. A decade after the apocalypse, nearly everyone has developed some form of psychological affliction. Disturbing and grotesque behaviors have become commonplace. As for feeling sympathy for these women, as Lin Ziluo previously remarked, such a death could indeed be perceived as a most fortunate event. What is truly terrifying is the inability to escape life, even when one wishes to perish. Seizing the opportunity presented by their unrestrained indulgence, Lin Ziluo installed 4 meticulously prepared loudspeakers in various corners of the second floor. He then calibrated the settings to emit sounds simultaneously. This was not merely a means to provoke. Rather, it was a strategic effort to heighten their alertness. Under such heightened vigilance, any slight disturbance would inevitably draw their attention. This was Lin Ziluo's intention. He approached the corner at the entrance of the villa and produced a small, obsidian sphere, a single-use, bronze-grade item, super flash grenade. He then hurled it directly into the hall. At that moment, the individuals within the grand hall were on high alert, each scanning their surroundings in a desperate attempt to detect Lin Ziluo's presence. When they observed the small sphere soaring through the air, all eyes were fixed upon it. One cannot fault their delayed reaction. After all, this was a flash grenade, an object they had never encountered before. Thus, as the small sphere caught the collective gaze, it suddenly erupted into a blinding white light. The brilliance of the explosion was instantaneous, leaving no one a moment to react. In an instant, the hall was filled with anguished cries. "Ah, my eyes! I am blind. Am I truly blind?" The once orderly hall was suddenly thrown into chaos. Of course, most of the turmoil was instigated by Li Haobo's entourage of bodyguards and servants. The well-trained mercenary hunters remained vigilant. Yet, Lin Ziluo boldly entered through the villa's grand entrance, activating the swift movement of his windrunner boots in an instant. With terrifying speed, he swiftly approached the center of the hall. Apart from a few who managed to react, the majority remained in a state of blindness. Now was the moment. Upon reaching the predetermined position, the spiked bracelet in Lin Ziluo's hand emanated a dusty yellow glow. Spike assault. The very technique that had wrought havoc in the ping-pong hall just 2 nights prior now revealed its terrifying potency once more. The first time, Spike Assault had successfully dispatched over a dozen zombies. This time, facing individuals who were utterly oblivious to evasion and significantly inferior in physical attributes compared to the zombies. How many lives would it claim? The ground of the villa began to fracture. Expensive marble tiles and rare carpets were torn apart by the protruding spikes. Those who had been preoccupied with shielding their eyes were utterly unprepared for the unfolding horror. They were impaled from below, their bodies rendered asunder by the sharp spikes. The entire vertical line of spikes spared no one. A deluge of blood and shattered flesh stained the center of the hall, transforming a space already littered with corpses into an even more nightmarish scene. Li Haobo, gripped by terror, was screaming with his mouth agape when an unknown eyeball unexpectedly bounced into his mouth. Instinctively, he closed his lips and bit down hard. Instantly, the fluid within the eyeball burst forth, which he inadvertently swallowed. Lin Ziluo observed as several individuals were on the verge of regaining their sight. He retrieved a second and final super flash bomb from his storage space, launching it high into the air. In that moment, a Tang Dao materialized in Lin Ziluo's grasp, which he hurled fiercely towards the location of the mercenary group. Subsequently, he sprinted towards the villa's entrance. The Tang Dao glided through the air like the scythe of death, swiftly severing the necks of the gorilla and crocodile. The super flash bomb, having been thrown, was now in free fall, descending to approximately 1.8 meters above the ground, perfectly aligning with the gaze of the crowd. What the hell, not again? They mentally lamented, utterly astonished by this unexpected turn of events. A blinding white light erupted once more. The relentless flashes left many in anguish, tears streaming from their eyes, while others experienced complete swelling, taking several hours to recover. The chaos within the villa's hall gradually subsided after a few minutes. Rongzhan, with a face pale as ash, was incredulous that as a seasoned warrior, he had not even glimpsed the enemy before suffering significant losses among his ranks. The emaciated monkey, trembling with fear, approached Rongzhan. "Boss, we've tallied the death toll," he murmured, his head bowed. "How many?" Rongzhan demanded. "Speak." Rongzhan, filled with urgency, inquired hastily. His earth spike, akin to a sorcery, had nearly obliterated all of young Master Li's security and servants. "Enough. Just tell me how many of us remain," Rongzhan commanded. "Aside from the young master, big brother, and Uncle Zhao, I still have 66 brothers, of whom 10 are severely injured, and several others have yet to regain their sight." The thin monkey hesitated momentarily before revealing the precise figure. Damn it. When have we, the hunting mercenaries, ever suffered such devastating losses? We didn't even get a proper look at who that person was." Rongzhan seethed, hurling his cup against the wall, shattering it into pieces. At that moment, Li Haobo, who had fainted from the discomfort of mistakenly swallowing an eyeball, regained consciousness. "Rest assured, young master, no matter who he is, I will ensure he pays dearly." Rongzhan gritted his teeth. Chapter 41. The Hidden Master. Butler Zhao Mission Requirement. Eliminate the remaining 269 individuals of the Li family estate. 269. Strangely enough, this figure seemed rather neat. Lin Ziluo closed the mission panel. At that moment, he was concealed on the second floor of the villa. It is often said that the most perilous places are, paradoxically, the safest. How could the group below fathom that the Grim Reaper, who had just reaped the lives of their brothers, was now right above them? Lin Ziluo had heard every word spoken by the thin monkey, Rongzhan, and Li Haobo with crystal clarity. However, he remained vigilant, which was precisely why he had chosen to retreat earlier. Regardless, those present in the hall are individuals with extensive combat experience, and their numbers are formidable. They are not akin to the mindless undead. However, human nature is capricious and can resort to cunning tactics to avert any missteps and to mitigate the risks posed by a multitude of adversaries. Lin Ziluo wisely opted for a timely retreat. Moreover, Lin Ziluo made an astute decision by refraining from immediately exacting vengeance upon Li Haobo. Undoubtedly, Li Haobo is the most detrimental presence within the team. As long as Li Haobo remains, Rongzhan and his companions will be compelled to center their attention on him, diverting their focus and possibly even allocating resources to ensure his safe withdrawal. This aligns with Lin Ziluo's objectives. If he were to confront over 60 individuals, the risk would be considerable. However, facing merely 30 would allow Lin Ziluo to navigate the situation with ease. Indeed, the gathering below mirrored Lin Ziluo's expectations. Although their voices were subdued, Lin Ziluo, shrouded in darkness and suppressing all traces of his presence, managed to glean their conversation through lip reading. "Uncle Zhao, take the young master and the thin monkey into the secret passage. I will remain outside with the others to thwart that assassin." This was Rongzhan conferring with the silver-haired butler, prompting Lin Ziluo to cast a curious glance at the butler. In his recollections of the Li family, this silver-haired figure was absent. Consequently, Lin Ziluo chose to examine the attribute panels of Rongzhan and the silver-haired butler. Just as he acquired the attribute panel, the silver-haired butler suddenly surveyed his surroundings with a vigilant gaze and spoke. "That individual has not departed. I sense he may be observing us." This revelation was indeed surprising, as it indicated that the silver-haired butler was a formidable expert, possessing abilities that surpassed even those of Rongzhan. After all, Lin Ziluo was able to read Rongzhan's lips without detection, yet when it came to the silver-haired butler, known as Zhao, the awareness was immediate. Despite his keen perception, they remained oblivious to Lin Ziluo's location. Concealing himself once more, Lin Ziluo leisurely began to examine the profiles of the two individuals. Basic information, nickname, leader of the hunting mercenary group title, zombie hunter level, 5. Basic information, nickname, Zhao Qiguang title, none level. 2. The above details pertain to Rongzhan, while the latter provides insight into Zhao Bo. Rongzhan's level is notably high, especially when compared to the average person. Yet, when juxtaposed with Lin Ziluo, who had achieved level 8 by the 3rd day of the apocalypse, it is evident that he falls short. Zhao Bo's real name is likely Zhao Qiguang. His level has only reached 2 due to his prolonged role in safeguarding Li Haobo within the Li family estate. However, to assess these two solely by their levels would be a gross oversimplification. Much like Lin Ziluo, who began with a significant advantage in mental attributes, these two have their own strengths. One has fought valiantly on the battlefield for years, while the other has diligently honed his ancient martial arts. Their physical attributes are undoubtedly several points higher than that of ordinary individuals, perhaps even more so. It is quite possible that some who reach level May 10th not attain their level of prowess. Just moments ago, Lin Ziluo had observed that Rongzhan was adorned with 3 bronze-tier pieces of equipment, presumably having consolidated the entire mercenary group's gear upon himself. In stark contrast, Zhao Qiguang bore no equipment whatsoever. After Lin Ziluo examined the attributes, a commotion arose from downstairs. This was part of a prearranged strategy devised to confront Lin Ziluo. Shifting his position, Lin Ziluo peered out once more. In the center of the hall, Zhao Bo and Li Haobo had vanished, along with a significant number of mercenaries. Only Rongzhan and a small contingent of mercenaries remained, including those grievously injured and still unable to see clearly. Alas, Rongzhan had overestimated his own capabilities. Such an arrangement was, for Lin Ziluo, the most convenient and trouble-free. At that moment, Rongzhan plopped down onto the sofa. Although he was unaware of Lin Ziluo's precise whereabouts, he called out, "Come out and show yourself. Hiding in the shadows does not befit your stature." Lin Ziluo could not help but curl his lips in exasperation at such a crude provocation. However, it was understandable, as Rongzhan's true intention was merely to stall for time, allowing Li Haobo and the others to escape. "Well, I cannot allow that. If you wish for things to unfold as you desire, I shall do the opposite." Lin Ziluo drew a dagger and hurled it toward the chandelier suspended in the center of the hall. The swift dagger struck true, severing the chandelier's support wire and cutting through the electrical wiring. Instantly, the light from the chandelier vanished, plunging the once bright hall into a much darker ambience. In this dimly lit environment, a muffled horn sounded, and a white zombie cat, the size of a cheetah, appeared beside Lin Ziluo. The silver-tier item, Horn of the Zombie Cat, was employed by Lin Ziluo. The zombie cat exhibited a vacant stare and lacked any semblance of independent consciousness. To exert control over it, one could either assign a specific target or manipulate it with one's own mind. However, directing it towards a designated target rendered the zombie cat excessively rigid. Only through mental manipulation could its true agility be unleashed. Naturally, Lin Ziluo opted for the latter. Furthermore, he intended to multitask. After commanding the zombie cat to leap from the 2nd floor, Lin Ziluo sprang into action himself. The chandelier, severed from its suspension, plunged rapidly downward. Its trajectory aimed squarely at the sofa where Rongzhan was seated. As the hall descended into darkness, Rongzhan quickly reacted, rising to evade the impending crash of the chandelier. Yet, the gravely injured and blind individuals had been situated around the sofa, and they were far less fortunate. Confronted with the chandelier's descent, they found themselves immobilized. The chandelier struck the ground with a resounding crash, pinning their bodies beneath its weight. This opulent chandelier had originally cost the Li family a staggering 10 million yuan. Its massive bulb shattered, scattering shards of glass across the floor, inflicting grievous wounds upon numerous mercenaries. Several sharp, decorative elements pierced through the bodies of the unfortunate mercenaries below. Countless lives were extinguished in this torturous demise. Chapter 42: The Death of the God of Hunting. As the chandelier landed, claiming the gravely injured mercenaries, a chorus of anguished screams echoed through the hall. The zombie cat and Lin Ziluo split their forces, one charging from the left and the other from the right, both advancing towards the mercenaries. As Lin Ziluo's Tang Dao sliced through the air, the claws of the zombie cat danced menacingly, instantly claiming the lives of 2 mercenaries. At that moment, Rongzhan finally beheld the true visage of death. Clad in a flowing black garb, a mask adorned his face, its design enigmatic yet strikingly mundane. Beneath the mask, His eyes sparkled with an unsettling brightness, devoid of any discernible emotion. He reaped the lives of the mercenaries with an ease that suggested he was merely strolling through a meadow. Rongzhan endeavored to ascertain the attributes of this harbinger of doom. Basic information: nickname, title, level. Why could he not uncover this person's information? Rongzhan was bewildered. It was a predicament he had never encountered before. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Ziluo had long activated the concealed effect of his mask. In the blink of an eye, Rongzhan's subordinates fell like harvested grain, cut down without so much as a cry. The mercenaries slain by Lin Ziluo could not even emit a sound of despair, while those attacked by the zombie cat shrieked in agony. The creature inherited merely 60 of Lin Ziluo's basic attributes, rendering it somewhat superior, but not overwhelmingly so. Thus, it could only employ its clawing talent to deliver deep, lethal gashes to the mercenaries' necks, causing them to bleed to death. The process was excruciating, as the wounds inflicted by the zombie cat bled profusely, rendering any attempt to staunch the flow futile. They could only watch helplessly as their life essence poured out, leading them inexorably toward death. Enough! Who on earth are you? Rongzhan was teetering on the brink of madness. His subordinates were falling one after another. He was being toyed with, and still, he had no inkling of the identity of his adversary. Desperately, Rongzhan pursued Lin Ziluo, propelled by a frantic determination. However, Lin Ziluo held no regard for Rongzhan at present. After his recent observations, Lin Ziluo had relinquished all hope in Rongzhan. His abysmal skills and meager attributes, coupled with a demeanor that had yet to mature into the composure expected of someone several years hence, rendered him less valuable than the mercenaries that could be dispatched first. Lin Ziluo, oblivious to his own current standing, had ascended 3 levels, bolstered by 2 world announcements and an additional 6 attributes, now adorned in divine gear. No matter how formidable Rongzhan might become in the late stages of the apocalypse, he could never hope to rival Lin Ziluo at this moment. Rongzhan found himself in utter despair, unable to match Lin Ziluo's pace. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Ziluo struck again and again, while he remained a mere bystander, powerless to alert his subordinates of Lin Ziluo's whereabouts. Before he could utter a word, his men were already falling victim to swift executions. Ultimately, through the combined efforts of Lin Ziluo and the zombie cat, all mercenaries in the hall met their demise. The few who still clung to life writhed in agony upon the ground, teetering on the brink of death. Rongzhan, engulfed in despair, sank to his knees, a hollow shell of his former self. The futility of attempting to halt Lin Ziluo's bloody rampage extinguished any lingering thoughts he might have harbored. He understood that with his current strength, he could never impede Lin Ziluo's savage slaughter. He then issued orders to the zombie cat to pursue Li Haobo and his companions. Observing the situation, it was evident that Li Haobo and his group had not opted to flee from the Li estate, as the vengeance barrier had yet to activate. Following Lin Ziluo's command, the zombie cat swiftly darted forth. Though transformed into a zombie, it retained the agility of a cat, easily tracking their retreat. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo approached the kneeling Rongzhan. "Move and hunt down the leader of the mercenary group," Lin Ziluo commanded. Rongzhan lifted his head, gazing at Lin Ziluo before bursting into a mad, hoarse laughter. "Ha ha ha, the mercenary group has suffered near total annihilation. Am I still worthy of being called its leader?" Lin Ziluo felt a surge of satisfaction. Even though he had not engaged in battle with Rongzhan, witnessing his current state brought Lin Ziluo immense pleasure. In front of Rongzhan, he ruthlessly slaughtered all of his subordinates, obliterating years of Rongzhan's hard work and leaving him utterly devoid of the will to resist, as if he had lost his very soul. This epitomized the pinnacle of vengeance. The torment of the body pales in comparison to the anguish of the spirit. Lin Ziluo was convinced that even if he refrained from taking Rongzhan's life, the latter would never be able to recover from this defeat. However, the intent to kill remained. If ending Rongzhan's life would bring him further joy, why not proceed? As Rongzhan stared at Lin Ziluo, a flicker of desperation transformed into a glimmer of yearning on his despondent face. "Who are you? Who on earth are you? Tell me, or I shall die with my eyes unclosed." Lin Ziluo's eyes gleamed at this notion. Dying with unclosed eyes, a rare opportunity indeed. With a swift motion, the blade cut through the air, and Rongzhan's head fell to the ground, rolling a few times. The eyes of the severed head widened in shock, seemingly astonished that Lin Ziluo chose to strike without uttering a word. Moreover, Rongzhan perished without ever knowing Lin Ziluo's identity, achieving the ultimate irony of dying with unclosed eyes. Lin Ziluo approached the head, nudging it with his foot to turn Rongzhan's face toward him, and then spoke. I still vividly recall that day, your disdainful countenance. You trampled me underfoot, declaring me a mere insect unworthy of your attention. You labeled me an orphan, a worthless being. How could I possibly muster the audacity to challenge the authority of the Li family? You referred to me as a filthy bug residing in the sewers. You even suggested that killing me would tarnish your hands. Yet, I must express my gratitude for your arrogance at that moment. It providentially granted me the opportunity to escape, while simultaneously severing 2 of your fingers. Your actions imparted a valuable lesson. Before taking a life, one should refrain from excessive prattle. If one can act, they should not hesitate. You see, I severed your head and engaged in conversation with you. Was that not equally delightful? As Lin Ziluo reflected on this, he could not suppress a chuckle. However, he admonished himself not to revel too much, for Li Haobo awaited him. Lin Ziluo lifted his foot and forcefully brought it down. In an instant, Rongzhan's head exploded like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering forth, staining Lin Ziluo's shoes in a grotesque mix of red and white. The formidable hunter god, Rongzhan, one of the 3 protectors of the Li family, a celebrated warrior among the 10 great gods of the Dragon Kingdom, an entity revered by thousands in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Thus, he met his demise. Lin Ziluo exhaled deeply, feeling the invisible shackles on him lighten considerably. He proceeded to strip Rongzhan of his 3 pieces of bronze-level equipment. Just as he was preparing to examine their attributes, a thought echoed in Lin Ziluo's mind. A message from the zombie cat. The undead feline informed him that it had located Li Haobo and his companions. Lin Ziluo no longer hesitated. He sensed the position of the zombie cat and cautiously examined the corpses he had just dispatched, ensuring that all were indeed lifeless. He then proceeded to pursue outside. Chapter 43. One is enough. Lin Ziluo needed only to focus his consciousness on the zombie cat to accurately discern the route it had previously traversed. It became evident to him where the secret passage of the Li family was concealed. One must concede their cleverness. The individuals who had fled earlier were merely a ruse to mislead Lin Ziluo. The zombie cat initially chose to follow them, but soon realized that there was no trace of Li Haobo among them, prompting it to turn back and pursue Li Haobo instead. Ultimately, the zombie cat discovered that Li Haobo and Steward Zhao were actually hiding in the basement of the villa. Unbeknownst to Li Haobo, the zombie cat had completely grasped their location, while he anxiously hoped not to be discovered by Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo did not immediately seek out Li Haobo and Steward Zhao, as the zombie cat was monitoring them. His priority was to first resolve the matter of the remaining 20 or so individuals within the secret passage, in a secure room of the Li family's basement. Li Haobo exclaimed in a panic, "Steward Zhao, what shall we do?" A distinct odor wafted from him, suggesting that the young master of the Li family had been so frightened that he had lost control of his faculties. "Master, do not panic," Steward Zhao reassured him. "Rongzhan and his hunting mercenaries are more than capable of thwarting that assassin. Moreover, we have dispatched others to the secret passage. He would never suspect our presence here." Although this may be said, he remains deeply unsettled within. Could matters truly conclude so simply? Would the enigmatic figure capable of infiltrating the Li family estate truly be deceived by such trivial ruses? It is undoubtedly someone hired by Lin Ziluo. Absolutely. He first orchestrated the assassination of Yao Jinghan and is now intent on my demise. Li Haobo resolutely asserted that the assassin was indeed procured by Lin Ziluo. However, he was perplexed as to how he had acquired such intelligence beforehand and from whence he had summoned such a formidable assassin. Through clenched teeth, Li Haobo speculated. Could it be that Lin Jian left a contingency for Lin Ziluo? Impossible, utterly impossible. When we eliminated Lin Jian, the Li family nearly uprooted every vestige of the Lin clan. There was no way Lin Jian could have left a backup plan. Were it not for the commanding officer's insistence on preserving a single bloodline of the Lin family, Lin Ziluo would have long since met his end. Otherwise, I would not have exploited that harlot Yao Jinghan to cause Lin Ziluo such despair. He would have been dispatched long ago, Li Haobo continued. This revelation was indeed unexpected. Lin Ziluo had always believed he was targeted by the Li family due to the affront he had delivered to Li Haobo and Yao Jinghan. The growing animosity had led to relentless pursuits by the Li family. Little did he realize that all of this was a scheme laid by Li Haobo, encompassing the romance between Yao Jinghan and Lin Ziluo. as well as the subsequent infidelity orchestrated to devastate Lin Ziluo on a psychological level, ultimately aimed at shattering his spirit entirely. As if on cue, Lin Ziluo's voice suddenly echoed from beyond the metallic door of the safe house. Lin Ziluo indeed. That is the voice of Lin Ziluo. Li Haobo cried out. It turns out you have had your sights on me for quite some time. I never realized there were so many stories woven into my existence. The voice of Lin Ziluo continued to resonate. Lin Ziluo, I must tell you, you ought to perish at my hands. I should have arranged for your demise long ago. Li Haobo was gripped by fear, resorting to threats as a means to dispel his dread. The metallic door of the safe house emitted a grating sound, as if Lin Ziluo was attempting to force it open from the outside. I find myself quite curious. Who is Lin Jian? And what do you mean by the Li family uprooting the Lin family? Lin Ziluo inquired calmly while attempting to pry open the iron door. Ha ha ha. You orphan, you do not even know your father's name. This is your just fate. Lin Jian had the audacity to report my father just as he was on the verge of a promotion. This disrupted years of planning for the Li family. For this alone, your entire Lin family deserves to be obliterated. You should consider yourself fortunate to be the sole survivor of the Lin clan. I am simply intrigued. Who among your allies would be willing to assist you? Otherwise, with a mere bodyguard, I could easily end your life. Listening to the sounds of the door being pried open, Li Haobo grew increasingly anxious. He could only continue to hurl insults and shout loudly, attempting to vent his inner turmoil. Furthermore, he was convinced that Lin Ziluo had enlisted help. What you say bears little consequence, for regardless of your words, I shall ensure that your entire Li family is reduced to ashes. Lin Ziluo spoke calmly. His previous inquiry was merely a casual question regarding past events, which he no longer cared about. As he had stated, the circumstances surrounding his orphanhood and whether his parents were indeed killed by the Li family had become irrelevant. What mattered solely was the deep-seated enmity he harbored against the Li clan. Little did he know, upon finishing his statement, Li Haobo erupted into laughter, and even the ever-present steward Zhao wore a look of disdain. How absurd it was. Lin Ziluo believed he could topple the Li family, a colossal entity that had dominated the Dragon Kingdom for over a millennium, all based on an ally he had seemingly conjured from thin air. Even as Li Haobo and steward Zhao faced their impending doom, they found it inconceivable that Lin Ziluo possessed even the slightest chance of dismantling the Li family. At that moment, the metallic door of the safe house finally emitted a creak under the strain. Subsequently, Lin Ziluo slowly pulled the door open. Steward Zhao sprang into action, having waited patiently for this opportunity. The instant the door began to move, he lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow, his speed so rapid that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. One would hardly guess that he was a man in his 60s or 70s. As he dashed forth, his hands shimmered with a golden light. However, Lin Ziluo had anticipated this maneuver. Observing Zhao's charge with unruffled composure, he was ready. Suddenly, a zombie cat, the size of a cheetah, leaped out from behind Lin Ziluo, using its own body to absorb the force of Zhao's powerful punch. After receiving a punch from Butler Zhao, the zombie cat dissipated into thin air. Butler Zhao was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend what had transpired. The truth was that the summoning duration of the zombie cat had reached its conclusion after 30 minutes. Adhering to the principle of not wasting resources, Lin Ziluo allowed the zombie cat to endure a blow before it vanished precisely on cue. At that moment, the metallic door had been forcibly pried open by Lin Ziluo, creating a sufficient gap for him to pass through. He decisively entered and stood before Butler Zhao, observing the masked individual before him. He compared him to Lin Ziluo and realized that their physiques and characteristics were identical. In astonishment, Butler Zhao exclaimed, "You are Lin Ziluo. You were the assassin all along. It has been you from the very beginning." In the corner, Li Haobo ceased his trembling, incredulity evident in his voice as he remarked, "It's impossible. It can't be just him. How could Lin Ziluo become this powerful? One person is enough." Chapter 44, Stubbornness. How can one survive in the apocalypse? It's impossible. The strength required to defeat Rong Zhan, to infiltrate the manor, is definitely beyond the capabilities of a mere child. Butler Zhao remained in disbelief. 50 years of martial arts experience informed him that this was utterly inconceivable. "Alas, old fogey, I understand now why you couldn't survive," Lin Ziluo observed. He recognized that those like Butler Zhao, martial artists, were fundamentally unwilling to accept the reality that systems could enhance attributes in the apocalypse. Some were even stubbornly resistant to augmenting their own attribute points. To them, such notions were deemed heretical. As the 7-day novice protection period of the apocalyptic game concluded, those who had honed their skills for decades found themselves less adept than even the most pedestrian of zombies. This unfortunate reality led to a grim fate for these individuals. Logically, one would presume that those with martial arts foundations would fare better in the apocalypse. Regrettably, Lin Ziluo had yet to encounter many practitioners of true Dragon Kingdom martial arts even as the world descended further into chaos. Lin Ziluo, weary of engaging in idle chatter with Steward Zhao, launched a powerful punch directly at him. Despite having trained in martial arts for several decades, Zhao swiftly reacted to the forceful strike. He settled into a horse stance, crossing his arms to block the blow. With a series of quick steps backward, Zhao managed to absorb the impact, albeit with considerable effort. Impressive, Lin Ziluo mused, regarding Zhao with newfound respect. Had his punch connected with Rongzhan, it would have undoubtedly brought the latter to his knees. Yet, a glimmer of fear flickered in Zhao's eyes. This single strike had clearly placed him at a disadvantage. Realizing that his life was at stake, Zhao's expression hardened. Employing an unknown technique, his body began to swell ominously. Though Lin Ziluo was unaware of the method Zhao was utilizing, he knew that a normal person would never stand idly by while their opponent prepared a powerful attack. Drawing his Tang Dao, Lin Ziluo charged forward, aiming a decisive strike at Zhao's chest. Faced with such urgency, Zhao reluctantly halted his buildup of energy and staggered backward, narrowly evading the blade. "You lack martial ethics," Zhao exclaimed in indignation. "Who cares about martial ethics?" Lin Ziluo retorted. "You are reckless and devoid of virtue. It is of no concern to me," Lin Ziluo expressed with a sense of helplessness. "Brother, the Qing dynasty has long since perished. Why cling to notions of chivalry? Should you not preach virtue to the undead instead? Truly, you are a relic of the past." Seizing the opportunity while Steward Zhao was consumed by fury, Lin Ziluo unleashed another strike. Steward Zhao, aware of the futility of confronting the Tang Dao directly, could only retreat 2 more steps in resignation. Damn it, I should have studied weaponry when I trained in martial arts. Merely mastering barehanded techniques is insufficient. Frustration filled Steward Zhao's heart. Lin Ziluo had anticipated this retreat. With a sudden acceleration, he executed a ferocious double slash with the Tang Dao, which even left spectral traces in the air as it cleaved down upon Zhao's right arm. This strike severed the radius bone with precision. Before Zhao could even react, a second strike landed squarely on the same spot. This time, the radius could withstand no more. It shattered, and the entire forearm was severed, falling to the ground. Steward Zhao stared blankly at the severed forelimb, disbelief washing over him. After 50 years of arduous training in martial arts, how could he lose his hand in a single encounter? He raised what remained of his right arm, watching in horror as blood gushed from the stump, a torrent of anguish surging within him, seeking an outlet. Just then, he noticed a peculiar mark at the site of the amputation. What is this? The explosive imprint of the double slash. As the mark activated, a detonation occurred while Steward Zhao was still gazing at his wound. He could only watch helplessly as the remnants of his arm were obliterated in the explosion. Moreover, due to the proximity of his own face, he suffered injuries from the explosion. The blast left Zhao, the steward, with a visage grotesquely disfigured, bloodied beyond recognition. His eyes were obscured by blood, rendering his view of the world ahead utterly indistinct. Lin Ziluo, who had waited for the tumult of the explosion to subside, raised his Tang sword, his gaze sharp as he executed a swift strike. Zhao only felt a chilling sensation at his throat before losing consciousness entirely. What a pitiable and obstinate individual he was. In this apocalyptic world, he stubbornly clung to the notion that martial arts was merely a contest of technique, still preoccupied with the question of martial ethics. The stark reality proved that one must possess not only sufficient strength, but also an astute understanding of the circumstances, adapting to the changing times. Lin Ziluo paid no further heed to Zhao's lifeless body. Instead, he turned his attention to Li Haobo, who had collapsed in a corner of the safe house, unconscious from fright. With firm strides, Lin Ziluo approached and plunged his sword into Li Haobo's thigh. The immediate, excruciating pain jolted Li Haobo awake, eliciting a wretched scream. "Ah, awake now, are we? No longer playing dead." Lin Ziluo removed his mask, yet his hand did not cease its motion. The Tang sword continued to penetrate Li Haobo's thigh with a visibly trembling rhythm. This was Lin Ziluo's self-invented vibrating sword technique. The very same horrific blade wound that Rongzhan had mentioned regarding Yao Jinghan. This unique technique involved a remarkably special vibration that shredded the surrounding muscle tissue as the blade sank in, amplifying the agony of the inflicted wound. Li Haobo, having been born with a silver spoon in his mouth, was now confronted with a harsh reality. Having been excessively pampered, how could one endure such excruciating pain? After a heart-wrenching wail, with tear-streaked cheeks, he fainted once more. Lin Ziluo withdrew the tang knife and plunged it into Li Haobo's other thigh. The searing agony struck anew, prompting Li Haobo to emit a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "I beg you, in my suffering, please kill me swiftly." Li Haobo was on the brink of a mental breakdown, unable to withstand any more. "Kill you? That is indeed my intention, had you not reminded me." "I might have forgotten," Lin Ziluo replied, a semblance of regret flickering across his face, as if feeling remorseful for neglecting to properly entertain Li Haobo. Subsequently, Lin Ziluo produced an exceptionally unique dagger from his storage space. What made this dagger so unique? It was, in fact, discarded. The blade was riddled with nicks, and the surface was marred by rust. Lin Ziluo had immediately taken a liking to this treasure. Was this not the fabled tetanus-inflicted dull blade? As the saying goes, the duller the knife, the more challenging it is to cut. Lin Ziluo raised the tetanus knife and aimed it at the fresh wound on Li Haobo's thigh. Li Haobo's body convulsed violently. "Oh, my apologies. This knife is too dull. It failed to penetrate. My mistake," Lin Ziluo hastily apologized. It turned out that the blade had not pierced at all. Lin Ziluo had merely torn open the wound with the blunt edge. In an attempt to atone for his error, Lin Ziluo lifted the dull knife once more, this time with all his strength, and forcefully drove it into Li Haobo's palm. "This strike is for myself." Chapter 45. Torment to the brink of madness. "This blade is plunged for my own sake," Lin Ziluo stated calmly. With a swift motion, the knife descended. The trajectory it carved through the air mirrored the 10 years I have spent evading danger, teetering on the edge of life and death. Alas, the agony you endure pales in comparison to even a fraction of my suffering. A smile graced Lin Ziluo's lips, a smile that, in Li Haobo's eyes, resembled that of a demon. 10 years. What does he mean by 10 years? "I only conceived the notion of tormenting you after discovering that matter 3 years ago." Li Haobo struggled to grasp Lin Ziluo's intent. He yearned to defend himself, yet in the blink of an eye, his confusion and attempts at justification became futile. For the dagger had begun to shift. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Ziluo finally withdrew the blade. "This strike is still for my own sake." Upon finishing his words, the dagger plunged once more. However, Li Haobo could no longer utter a cry, for his voice had been utterly extinguished. "This strike is because I find joy in it." A faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Ziluo's mouth. This expression bore no warmth, only leaving Li Haobo feeling a chilling dread enveloping him. "This strike is for the Lin family. Despite never having met them, it is only right for a son to avenge his father." Lin Ziluo's masterful knife skills had finally found their purpose. This strike, it mattered not for whom it was intended. Withdrawing the dagger, Lin Ziluo produced a card, preparing to activate it. A useful pair of tweezers, he gazed at Li Haobo with an enigmatic smile. Li Haobo found himself engulfed in fear, his voice reduced to a mere rasp, a faint sound emerging from the friction of his throat. The physical torment he had endured had rendered him numb. Yet the smile of Lin Ziluo pushed his mental state to the brink of collapse. "I must express my gratitude. This is your invention of punishment. You have no idea how many souls you have tortured with this method. I must commend you. You possess a remarkable talent for inflicting suffering." With those words, Lin Ziluo forcibly pried open Li Haobo's mouth. A realization dawned upon Li Haobo, a memory of a thought he once harbored. Could it be? He began to struggle desperately, the intensity of his efforts surpassing even the moments of his previous agony. Yet, it was futile. No. Alas, it was too late. Li Haobo's spirit shattered completely. His pride and dignity collapsed in that instant. He ceased to resist, becoming as still as a lifeless carcass. His eyes lost their luster, shrouded in a dull haze. Were it not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, he might have been mistaken for a corpse. "Is this all you can endure? I have merely enacted a fraction of what you have inflicted upon others, and yet you falter. The methods of punishment you devised still hold much potential." Lin Ziluo felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Having only scratched the surface of torment, Li Haobo had already succumbed to utter despair. In such a state of mental disarray, ignoring pain and suffering, any further attempts at torment would yield no effect. Could it be an act? Lin Ziluo once again thrust his dagger into Li Haobo, delivering a series of piercing strikes. Yet, Li Haobo exhibited no reaction whatsoever. It appeared he had underestimated his opponent. Given Li Haobo's acting skills, such a state could not merely be feigned. Nonetheless, the ability to drive Li Haobo to the brink of mental collapse served as a testament to the extremity of this encounter. After all, this was a culmination of Lin Ziluo's decade-long mastery of his craft. Observing the fallen Li Haobo, Lin Ziluo rose to his feet, brandishing his rusted, dull blade, and unleashed his skill, explosive dual slash. The dagger struck towards Li Haobo's head with a swift double slash. Though the force was minimal, it did not harm the core. However, in the next moment, the mark detonated, causing Li Haobo's head to be instantly engulfed in an explosion. Had Lin Ziluo not promptly raised his umbrella to shield himself, he would have been splattered. Simultaneously, the antique clock of the Li Manor chimed 3 times, signifying the arrival of 3 o'clock in the morning, and heralding the demise of all within the Li family estate this night. With a sigh of relief, Lin Ziluo felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over him. His relentless pursuit of strength prior to the apocalypse had been for this very moment of vengeance. At last, the burden that had weighed upon his heart was lifted. Detection of player's vengeful mindset has changed, successfully activating the talent. Heart of Vengeance. Chapter 46. Heart of Vengeance. The second ordinary golden finger, detection of player Lin Ziluo's mindset undergoing a transformation, successfully activating the talent Heart of Vengeance, echoed through the system. Lin Ziluo was somewhat astonished. Had he really activated a talent so swiftly? In the apocalyptic game, talents and skills are 2 distinct concepts. Skills can be acquired through skill books, whereas talents can only be activated autonomously when certain conditions relating to personal attributes, emotions, mindset, experiences, and abilities are met. This activation method cannot be achieved through skill books. It relies entirely on luck and strength. Take Lin Ziluo's universal mastery talent, for instance. It was born from the culmination of numerous skills he mastered over a decade in his previous life during the apocalypse. Once acquired, this talent ensures that he will never forget the abilities it encompasses. Now, by a stroke of fortune, Lin Ziluo has obtained a new talent, Heart of Vengeance. It embodies the spirit of retribution. Vengeance will be met with relentless power. Attributes. Upon deeming someone as an adversary, your attributes will increase based on the level of your hatred towards them. The greater the animosity, the higher the enhancement of your base attributes. With a maximum increase of 20. Lin Ziluo's face gleamed with delight, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected efficacy of this Heart of Vengeance. While it may seem modest at present, as his base attributes continue to rise, the potential enhancement from this talent will become increasingly significant. It represents a talent capable of continuous growth. Certainly, aside from the in-game rewards, one must not overlook the benefits bestowed by the cheat system. Ding. The host has successfully eliminated the remaining 269 individuals from the Li family estate, thus completing the quest, a grievance repaid. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the quest reward, a random selection of 1 ordinary cheat and 1 piece of bronze-grade equipment. Ding. May I inquire if the host wishes to draw now? With a sense of satisfaction and an uplifted spirit after avenging a great wrong, Lin Ziluo promptly declared, "Draw. Let us begin with the equipment." Ding. A bronze-grade equipment is currently being drawn. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the bronze-grade equipment, Little Magic Wand. Little Magic Wand, bronze-grade equipment, exclusively for mage class professions. This wand enhances magical power and increases casting speed. Attributes: skill power increased by 5. Skill casting speed enhanced by 5, and mental recovery speed improved by 20. Well, this time luck seems to have eluded me. I have drawn a piece of mage-type equipment, which is of no use to me. However, one cannot entirely dismiss the value of this item. Compared to other mage equipment, it remains a remarkable find, given its comprehensive attributes. In due time, selling it could prove to be a lucrative choice. Lin Ziluo, feeling quite pleased, stored the Little Magic Wand in his inventory. He also retrieved 3 pieces of bronze-grade equipment that he had taken from Rongzhan. It is worth noting the killing mechanism in apocalypse games. Unlike in MMORPGs, killing does not incur issues such as becoming a red name. However, once you take a life, the storage space of the deceased will vanish forever. You will be unable to acquire any items from their storage. The only option left is to rummage through their remains in search of valuable goods. Even if you were to kill me, I would ensure that all my treasures are securely placed in my storage space, denying you any advantage. At that point, unless it is a swift kill, the act of murder truly offers little benefit. This can be seen as a measure left by the apocalyptic game to discourage killing. Lin Ziluo held 3 pieces of equipment in his hands. After a cursory glance, he identified a bracer, a necklace, and a ring. One must admit, these individuals were fortunate, having acquired numerous pieces of jewelry-type equipment. His own vampiric ring and lion's bracer were undoubtedly far superior to these inferior items. Only the purification necklace could be considered a minor treasure. Purification necklace, a bronze-level item, this necklace possesses the ability to purify. Attributes: 1 to spirit. Additional skill: purification, instantly removes 1 negative status effect, such as petrification, dizziness, blindness, etc. Cooldown: 12 hours. Although the attributes of this necklace do not surpass those of Lin Ziluo's current meditation necklace, its additional skill is indeed formidable. The ability to dispel a control effect could very well save one's life in actual combat. Thus, Lin Ziluo promptly stored the meditation necklace and equipped the purification necklace. With the spoils organized, it was time for Lin Ziluo to indulge in his most anticipated moment, drawing the ordinary golden finger. To his utter astonishment, he found himself able to draw from the golden finger twice within a mere 24 hours. Having already extracted an automatic collection LV1 in the daytime, he was quite elated. What wonders would this ordinary golden finger bestow upon him? System, grant me the extraction of an ordinary golden finger. Lin Ziluo exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Ding. Extracting ordinary golden finger. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the ordinary golden finger. Absolute slavery, LV1. Lin Ziluo was left utterly perplexed. What could this possibly mean? Absolute slavery? Who would be enslaved? With that thought, Lin Ziluo hastily examined the attributes of his new golden finger. Absolute slavery, LV1. This ability allows the host to enslave a single zombie whose strength does not exceed that of the host as their servant. The enslaved zombie will unconditionally obey any command given by the host, prioritizing the host's safety above all, even to the point of death. The zombie will possess a portion of the player's panel, allowing it to grow alongside the zombie, and it may also inherit certain privileges of the player. Should the bonded zombie perish, this golden finger will vanish. Goodness, this was nothing short of extraordinary, akin to a cow and 10 bulls engaging in a remarkable feat overnight. Even with Lin Ziluo's vast experiences, he now found himself dizzy and struggling to comprehend the implications. The ability to subjugate zombies and to endow them with a player S panel. Throughout his 10 years of experience, Lin Ziluo had encountered various items or abilities that allowed for enslavement. Animals, plants, and even, one might hint, humans. Ahem, one could take that the wrong way. However, the notion of enslaving zombies was a realm no one dared to consider, nor could anyone achieve. Yet now, this was utterly absurd. In the vast tapestry of the world, I am utterly astounded. The system of the golden finger is indeed impressive. Chapter 47. The zombies in the cage. Lin Ziluo gazed at this golden finger, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. After experiencing the betrayal of Yao Jinghan, he had cultivated a profound wariness towards others. It is only natural to feel this way. Even those you consider closest to you may betray your trust. How could one ever feel at ease to frolic with others? Thus, Lin Ziluo initially resolved to tread the same solitary path as in his previous life. However, the system now revealed to him that he could possess an absolutely loyal zombie slave, one that would diligently assist him in his endeavors. This meant he would no longer have to toil over the dirty and laborious tasks himself. With this thought in mind, Lin Ziluo inquired, what enhancements can be expected from upgrading the absolute servitude golden finger? Ding. Upon upgrading absolute servitude, the number of zombies that can be enslaved will increase, 1 additional zombie per level. The prospect of commanding thousands of zombies in an assault on Leisure City flashed through Lin Ziluo's mind, but he quickly extinguished this notion. Realistically, to reach such heights, how many times would he need to elevate the level of absolute servitude? It seemed more fitting for dreams than reality. Nevertheless, which specific zombie should he choose to enslave? He pondered over a few candidates who could potentially evolve into the zombie king, yet he remained uncertain of their past locations. Among the zombies he could recall, Each possessed distinct potential, yet none felt entirely perfect. Moreover, one cannot ascertain whether those who have been enslaved will ever grow to the heights they once achieved in their previous lives. After all, every individual who has attained success, be they human or zombie, has encountered a series of fortuitous events that enabled their triumph. Nevertheless, what is the point of overthinking? It is already past 3 o'clock. I must hasten to rest. With this thought, Lin Ziluo cast one final glance at the mangled remains of Li Haobo lying on the ground and unleashed the cooled explosive dual strike once more. This time, the Tang Dao struck the abdomen twice, the explosion reducing Li Haobo's corpse to a mere pile of flesh. Lin Ziluo was confident that even Li Haobo's own parents would fail to recognize this mass of gore. Subsequently, Lin Ziluo whistled cheerfully as he exited the safe house. Beyond the safe house lay the basement of the Li family estate, which was filled with a plethora of valuable treasures. Ancient calligraphic works, paintings, gold and silver jewelry, precious gems, and various antiques were all present. However, Lin Ziluo did not spare a glance at the jewelry. In this apocalyptic world, such items held no value whatsoever, barely worthy of being used for practical purposes. Yet, he made an effort to collect the calligraphy and paintings, as these precious works held significance for future endeavors. Though he had forgotten the specifics, it seemed they could be utilized for exchanges. In any case, rolled up, they occupied minimal space, so he decided to keep them. Lin Ziluo conducted another search and indeed discovered a number of exquisite blades resembling daggers. Unfortunately, these weapons were adorned with gemstones. Their sharpness was disappointingly low, prompting him to discard them with a sense of disillusionment. Among these tools, none can compare to my trusty, albeit dull, tetanus knife. After thoroughly rummaging through the basement, Lin Ziluo hummed a cheerful tune as he ascended to the first floor of the villa. Since he was already there, he might as well spend the night. To be honest, he had never before experienced such opulence in a villa. To reach the bedroom on the 3rd floor, he had to pass through the grand hall on the 1st floor to access the elevator. Thus, Lin Ziluo made his way directly to the hall. However, as he proceeded, he sensed something amiss. The hall, devoid of any chandelier, appeared exceedingly dim. In that murky space, a figure stood ominously still. This was impossible. Every member of the Li family was deceased. Even the system acknowledged this fact, and surely it would not err. The silhouette before him was impressively tall, its outline betraying a physique that could only be described as explosively muscular, akin to a human beast. The figure remained motionless, resembling a sculpture, seemingly devoid of any need to breathe. Wait, it was not breathing. Lin Ziluo observed this figure, noting that from the moment he laid eyes on it, there had been no rise and fall of its abdomen or chest. The only entity that matched such characteristics in Lin Ziluo's mind could be none other than a zombie. Instantly, he recalled the scene he had previously witnessed in the hall. The figure stood where a large iron cage was situated. He remembered that the cage contained a lifeless zombie and a dozen dismembered female bodies, along with a muscular man who lay on the ground, bloodied and mangled. At that moment, the robust man exhibited slight signs of zombification. Thus, the figure standing within the cage in the hall was indeed that man transformed into a zombie. Upon realizing this was a zombie, Lin Ziluo's curiosity intensified. This zombie was peculiar. Its body appeared to have healed. Moreover, the hall was strewn with blood and flesh, almost carpeting the ground. Typically, one would expect a zombie to be drawn to such carnage, becoming agitated. Even if it could not break free from the cage, it would incessantly batter against it. Yet, this zombie stood there silently, bold and audacious. Lin Ziluo approached the cage with quick strides and produced a flashlight to illuminate the zombie. At that moment, he finally discerned the features of the creature before him. Could this truly be a zombie? Doubt crept into Lin Ziluo's mind, prompting him to examine the zombie's attributes. Zombie, level, 4 basic attributes, strength, 25 mentality, 3 constitution, 26 agility, 18, nighttime enhancement attributes, talent, innate might, an epic talent that enhances your strength as your level increases. All items and equipment related to strength attributes will yield superior effects in your possession. The skills you employ will consume stamina rather than mental energy. Skill, full force strike, concentrates all your strength into your fist, dealing damage equivalent to 150 of your strength attribute. Chapter 48. The simpleton indeed, it was still a zombie. But why? Despite being a zombie, did its skin not bear the typical gray hue? Furthermore, it exhibited very few characteristics associated with zombies. Aside from its crimson eyes, the fangs and claws of the zombie are not nearly as elongated as those of others. Well, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is the extraordinary strength of this zombie. Although its attributes are currently augmented by the knight, they could easily be deemed to belong to a bronze-level boss. No, even a bronze-level boss would find it challenging to possess an epic-level talent. It suddenly dawned on Lin Ziluo. I wondered why I had drawn the absolute domination skill. This zombie must have been prepared for me, right? At that moment, the zombie, illuminated by the flashlight, began to stir. It glanced at Lin Ziluo, yet remained stationary. Lin Ziluo was taken aback. What is happening? Good grief, I am human, and you are a zombie. Shouldn't you be trying to bite me upon seeing me? Lin Ziluo tapped the cage, attempting to capture the zombie's attention. The zombie glanced at Lin Ziluo once more, scratched its head, and stood still again. Goodness, how peculiar. Does this zombie truly possess a personality, or is it simply too foolish? It was then that Lin Ziluo noticed the zombie's mental capacity was a pitiful 3 points. 3 points. It seemed that only a 2- or 3-year-old infant in the apocalypse would have such attributes. No wonder. I thought you were quirky. But it turns out you're just plain dim-witted. System, given this zombie's currently high attributes, can I choose to enslave it? Lin Ziluo inquired with curiosity. Ding. Yes. Due to this zombie's lack of mental acuity, its overall attributes do not exceed those of the host. Indeed, it is possible. Lin Ziluo found himself in a state of indecision. I must admit, this zombie is quite remarkable. Strength, robust physique, and commendable agility. The innate talent is beyond dispute, making Lin Ziluo feel a twinge of envy. However, there is a slight concern regarding its mental faculties. Perhaps, being somewhat dim-witted is advantageous, as it ensures obedience. Well then, system, I shall proceed to enslave this zombie. After much deliberation, Lin Ziluo ultimately resolved to enslave this creature. Given its potential and assured growth, its capabilities are sufficiently guaranteed. Besides the undead monarchs, this is the caliber of the zombies he can find with decent aptitude. Ding. Does the host confirm the use of absolute enslavement LV1 to dominate this zombie? He is one to firmly establish a decision without wavering. Ding. Commencing the enslavement of the zombie. During this process, the zombie may exhibit some resistance. The host need not be alarmed. Suddenly, Lin Ziluo felt a faint red glow emanating from his forehead. The crimson light shot directly toward the zombie before him. Upon contact, the light began to spread, gradually enveloping the entire zombie. The creature lowered its head, gazing at the red glow that covered its form. Is it going to resist? Lin Ziluo was intrigued by how this zombie would struggle. In a sudden movement, the zombie lifted its head and then became utterly still again. What the hell? Is it truly this foolish? Lin Ziluo felt a pang of regret. Can he genuinely manage this zombie's intellect? With the absence of any resistance from the creature, the enslavement proceeded smoothly. As the red light gradually dissipated, Lin Ziluo sensed a connection had been established between him and the zombie. One possesses the ability to manipulate it through sheer mental prowess, commanding its every movement while also sensing the general emotions dwelling within it. Ding. The enslavement of the zombie has been successfully achieved. Please bestow a name upon your newly subjugated creature. A name, indeed. Lin Ziluo furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. Given this formidable creature's towering stature, immense strength, and the epic talent known as innate giant strength, he decided to name it Dasha. Lin Ziluo finally spoke. Quite well, having spoken at length. Yet the conclusion seems rather incongruous. Ding. The zombie has been successfully named Dasha. Congratulations to the host for successfully taming Dasha, who shall unconditionally obey any command from the host, prioritizing the host's interests above all, even to the point of sacrificing its own life to ensure the host's safety. Ding. Absolute servitude LV1 foot has been bound to Dasha. Ding. The player panel for Dasha is currently being generated. Soon, the player panel for Dasha materialized before Lin Ziluo's eyes. Player, Dasha level, 4 experience, 3250 reputation, data lost. Unable to access gold, 0 storage space, data lost. Unable to access basic attributes, strength, 25 spirit, 3 constitution, 26 agility, 18 title, none talent. Innate giant strength skills, full force strike, equipment, none. Ding. A warm reminder to the host. Dasha's player panel is forcibly implanted by the system, hence it cannot inherit the functions of reputation and storage space. Moreover, It cannot benefit from experience rewards from quests or gain experience from defeating zombies. Dasha's leveling method and progress are identical to that of the zombies. However, Dasha can still obtain gold equivalent to that of ordinary players upon defeating zombies, and possesses a 1 chance for equipment and item drops. Lin Ziluo listened attentively to the system's introduction. Well, as expected, having such abilities is already beyond belief for Lin Ziluo. Dasha, Lin Ziluo called out. Dasha immediately turned to face Lin Ziluo. Come, prove yourself. I do not believe that this cage can restrain your current attributes, Lin Ziluo stated. Dasha understood the command. It raised its remarkably large arms. Both hands grasped the 2 alloy pillars of the cage. Subsequently, it began to exert force. The alloy pillars emitted a sound that made one's teeth ache and visibly began to bend. Immediately, 1, 2, 3. The cage was forcefully pried open by the great fool, creating a gap sufficient for him to emerge. He stepped out and gazed at Lin Ziluo, who, upon seeing him, patted his head and chuckled. Chapter 49. The great fool's quirky hobby. Lin Ziluo felt quite satisfied. It mattered little if the fool was somewhat dim-witted. As long as he was obedient and possessed some capabilities, that sufficed. Conveniently, Lin Ziluo had an unnecessary leather wristband to bestow upon the great fool. With his innate immense strength, the great fool had no need for mental energy or the ability to recover it. It is worth noting that the additional mental energy could not enhance the fool's intelligence. Leather wristband, a piece of bronze-level equipment crafted from fur. Attributes: 1 constitution, 1 strength. A rather ordinary piece of gear. Lin Ziluo took a moment to inspect the attributes after the great fool donned the leather wristband. He discovered that the attributes conferred by the equipment did not benefit from the unique nighttime bonuses typically afforded to zombies. Thankfully, had there been such an addition, it would have been utterly absurd. Lin Ziluo stifled a yawn. He felt overwhelmingly drowsy and realized he needed to sleep promptly. He hurriedly led the great fool to the elevator and ascended to the 3rd floor, selecting an unoccupied bedroom. This room clearly showed no signs of prior habitation. The life of the wealthy is indeed simple and mundane. Zombies do not require sleep. Thus, Lin Ziluo instructed, great fool, just stand guard at the door and ensure nothing disturbs my slumber. Although he knew that the nearby zombies had been cleared out, one could never be too cautious in the face of unexpected circumstances. Dasha nodded firmly, signifying his unwavering commitment to fulfill the task at hand. He then turned, his formidable frame resembling an iron tower, standing resolutely at the bedroom door. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but give a thumbs up, appreciating the reliability of his companion. After closing the bedroom door, he placed a surveillance eye at the threshold. While Dasha provided a sense of security, exercising caution was undoubtedly prudent. Most importantly, the number of surveillance eyes had proliferated, exceeding 10 within his storage space. Lin Ziluo, disinterested in pondering further matters, donned his gear and collapsed onto the soft bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. It was already 4:00 a.m. on the 4th day of the apocalypse. Upon awakening, Lin Ziluo discovered it was now noon. He employed his method of instant awakening, quickly refreshing himself before opening the door. Dasha remained dutifully stationed at the entrance. Well done, my friend, Lin Ziluo praised him, eliciting a goofy grin from Dasha. Together, they descended the stairs, only to be confronted with a harrowing sight. The air in the grand hall was thick with the stench of blood, and the ground was strewn with corpses, leaving Lin Ziluo with no place to step. The copious amounts of blood flowing from the bodies had stained the once pristine white carpet a deep crimson. Carefully, Lin Ziluo navigated over the lifeless forms, with Dasha following closely behind, though his considerable weight crushed several corpses beneath him. Upon reaching the grand table in the living room, Lin Ziluo discarded a severed finger from the chair and plopped down onto the seat. Continuing, Lin Ziluo retrieved several food classification cards from the storage space and casually activated a few. A sumptuous lunch materialized upon the table, a feast for the senses, vibrant in color and rich in aroma. As he observed the gruesome and bloody scene in the hall, he indulged in his meal. Big fool, why not feast upon their remains? Lin Ziluo gestured towards the corpses scattered on the ground. Although zombies do not require sustenance to replenish their energy, they possess an inclination towards consuming human flesh. Surprisingly, Big Fool deviated from the norm. Upon glancing at the bodies, he shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. Lin Ziluo, astonished, remarked, "You truly are an extraordinary zombie. Not only that, But Big Fool also cast a glance at the lavish spread before Lin Ziluo and discreetly swallowed. Lin Ziluo's keen observation did not miss this subtle act. With a sense of experimentation, he pointed to the dishes and suggested, "How about you try some?" To his astonishment, as soon as Lin Ziluo's words fell, Big Fool's previously vacant gaze sparkled with life, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. Lin Ziluo touched his forehead, exclaiming, "What a peculiar zombie this is. Preferring cooked food over human flesh. I've never encountered such a preference in my 10 years." Without hesitation, he decided to share, for after all, Big Fool was his subordinate. Thus, with a grand gesture, he retrieved 5 or 6 cards and activated them, instantly conjuring an additional 5 or 6 dishes on the table. "Help yourself," Lin Ziluo encouraged, pointing at the array of food. Big Fool, grinning widely, began to lift a plate and pour its contents into his mouth while standing. "Sit down and eat," Lin Ziluo urged, a hint of exasperation in his voice. At this moment, he had finished his lunch and merely watched the gluttonous Big Fool devour his meal. Without delay, Big Fool sat down and began to feast heartily. Lin Ziluo scrutinized him closely, confirming his suspicions. Indeed, it was evident that Big Fool's intelligence seemed to ascend a tier when he consumed food. His gaze and movements became remarkably more agile. Astonishingly, he was a pure, food-loving zombie. Sustenance transformed him into a stronger being. Lin Ziluo proceeded to test some of Big Fool's actions, and as expected, he had indeed become considerably more astute. However, once all the food was consumed, Big Fool reverted to his usual silly demeanor. Well, Lin Ziluo previously lamented over the numerous resource cards he had no place to store. Now, he had Big Fool to share the burden. Lin Ziluo spread his hands. After their meal, he retrieved a map from his storage space. This map had been unearthed from a shop the previous day and detailed the overall layout of the Magic City. Furthermore, Lin Ziluo had adorned it with numerous markings, indicating various points of interest. As he gazed at the map, Lin Ziluo began to search intently. After a while, his eyes brightened as he pointed to a specific location and declared, "Let us head there now." Chapter 50. The Scrolls Within the Magic City Museum. As the saying goes, plans cannot keep up with changes. Lin Ziluo's original intention was to seek vengeance against Li Haobo when he reached levels 5 or 6. Of course, this so-called revenge merely entailed assassinating Li Haobo alone. However, due to a series of unforeseen events, he found himself at level 8 by the time he sought retribution, possessing the strength to eliminate everyone in the Li family estate. Regarding the aftermath of revenge, Lin Ziluo originally intended to swiftly enhance his level by venturing into a familiar dungeon located at the heart of the Demon City. However, with his current level of 8 and an impressive array of luxurious equipment, along with the formidable assistance of Dashin, he could forego the tedious process of rapid leveling. Instead, he could directly pursue his predetermined objective, the hidden class of Phantom. To transition into this class, one must journey to the Demon City Museum, which houses an ancient scroll pivotal for the class change. The activation of this scroll transports an individual to the class transition space. Upon completion of 3 trials, one would obtain the scroll necessary for becoming a Phantom. Failing to complete the trials or exceeding the allotted time results in a catastrophic failure, leading to the player's obliteration. It is worth noting that Lin Ziluo only comprehended these intricacies post-transition. In his previous life, he was coerced into the class transition space, half under duress and half through deception. Initially, the entire Demon City was abuzz with rumors of treasures within the museum. Lin Ziluo, alongside his 3 ostensibly friendly roommates, was drawn to the museum by this allure. It was there that he encountered Li Haobo, Yao Jinghan, and his bodyguards. In that previous life, since Yao Jinghan had not perished, Li Haobo did not initiate the recruitment of a hunting mercenary group right away. They had arrived a day earlier than Lin Ziluo and had learned that anyone who activated the scroll would meet a grim fate. Upon Lin Ziluo's arrival, a dispute ensued with Li Haobo and his group due to a misunderstanding. Li Haobo had certainly lost face in front of others. At that time, the throngs gathered at the Shanghai Museum were overwhelming, and Li Haobo refrained from taking direct action. Instead, he discreetly approached Lin Ziluo's 3 roommates, offering them ample incentives to betray Lin Ziluo. The betrayal was executed in a rather straightforward manner, by persuading Lin Ziluo to activate a scroll. Unbeknownst to Lin Ziluo, activating the scroll would lead to dire consequences. Misled by his well-meaning roommates, who claimed that activating the scroll would enhance his strength, Lin Ziluo, blinded by anger, failed to discern the falsehoods being fed to him. Coupled with the threats from Li Haobuo's associates nearby, he ultimately chose to activate the scroll. To everyone's surprise, Lin Ziluo succeeded in his job transition, acquiring the Phantom Transition Scroll. However, during the transition, Lin Ziluo's face was disfigured by the boss that appeared in the third trial. This encapsulates the general progression of events. The incident occurred on the 8th day of the apocalyptic game, while it was only the 4th day now, indicating that the Shanghai Museum would undoubtedly be devoid of visitors. Lin Ziluo resolved to take the initiative. His target was clear. He recalled the trial process vividly. What was there to hesitate about? Off he went. After a brief preparation, Lin Ziluo returned to the safe house in the basement to admire the puddle of flesh that Li Haobuo had become. He also took the opportunity to disguise the big fool. From the floor where the bodyguards resided, he found a tailored bodyguard outfit suitable for the big fool's physique. With a pair of sunglasses donned, he completely concealed the big fool's zombie-like red eyes and fangs. From an external perspective, he appeared as a fierce and intimidating figure, exuding an aura of security akin to that of a bodyguard. Moreover, Lin Ziluo had procured a selection of weapons from the mercenary group. He took several daggers for himself, while the Shah chose a large cleaver. With resolute strides, the two departed from the Li family manor. Now, the 4th day of the apocalypse had dawned. Most players had begun to acclimatize to the dire environment. The supplies typically found in an ordinary household had largely been depleted over these 3 days. Prompted by these two factors, a multitude of players ventured out from their homes, actively hunting down zombies. Among them were those fortunate enough to acquire 1 or 2 pieces of gear or items, while many others obtained resource cards. Additionally, the thrill of vanquishing zombies, gaining experience, and leveling up attributes spurred a small faction of players into a frenzy of zombie hunting. It is worth noting that, contrary to the initial fear of facing zombies, the first 7 days of the apocalypse had been designated as a novice protection period. The intelligence, attributes, capabilities, and level progression of the zombies had been significantly suppressed. An average adult could easily engage a zombie in one-on-one combat. Furthermore, it must be acknowledged that many of today's youth have either played online games or read apocalyptic literature. Faced with this tangible apocalyptic scenario, they drew upon the knowledge and skills acquired from novels and games, demonstrating humanity's remarkable adaptability. Soon, formations of teams and collaborative efforts emerged, fostering unity among the players. Whether this unity holds true in the context of an apocalypse remains a question for another discussion. Certainly, there are numerous methods to vanquish the undead, such as enticing zombies, setting traps, and dividing their ranks, with the enhancement of one's abilities. A growing number of players in the heart of the city have taken notice of a particular location, the Museum of Magic City. Typically, the museum is a bustling attraction teeming with visitors. However, following the onset of the apocalyptic game, it has tragically transformed into a veritable hell on Earth. A multitude of zombies has trapped those who could not escape, consuming some while converting the remainder into their undead brethren. This has resulted in an overwhelming number of zombies both within the museum and at its entrance, rendering it an ideal locale for leveling up and gaining experience. Players have begun to devise strategies surrounding the Museum of Magic City. Chapter 51. How to enter the Museum of Magic City. Lin Ziluo, too, finds himself grappling with this dilemma. At this moment, he and his companion, Dashin, have arrived at the city center. Although they have yet to approach the museum, they can already observe the formidable mountains of corpses at its entrance. Their swift journey has consumed over 3 hours, during which they have scarcely dispatched any zombies. Nonetheless, Lin Ziluo has fortuitously discovered a valuable item, the Fireball Spell Scroll. This bronze-level, one-time use item allows the wielder to unleash a fireball imbued with a fixed amount of energy, which can be directed to strike foes or detonated for explosive damage. While it may appear unimpressive at first glance, Lin Ziluo is acutely aware of the formidable power harbored within such disposable scrolls. Throughout this journey, Lin Ziluo conducted an intriguing experiment. He sought to determine whether the already endowed player, Dashin, could still be classified as a zombie. The answer filled Lin Ziluo with exuberance. Indeed, when Dashin approached a zombie, he did not attract its attention unless he chose to attack. This revelation was significant. It meant that Dashin could stealthily approach zombies and launch surprise attacks. Even zombies with superior attributes might struggle against him. Moreover, Dashin could access wild treasure chests nestled among the hordes of zombies. Typically, A regular player would need to vanquish numerous zombies or defeat a boss to reach these chests. Yet Dashin could simply wiggle his way into the throng and, with the nonchalance of a player, open the chests. Such a flaw in the game mechanics was astonishing. However, under normal circumstances, Lin Ziluo would refrain from allowing Dashin to engage in this practice, as opening chests would yield no experience, reputation, or storage rewards, an utter waste. Lin Ziluo set down his binoculars. By the 8th day of the apocalypse, the zombies near the museum had been mostly cleared by players, allowing for a gathering at the museum's entrance to discuss the scroll. Now, with so many zombies congregated at the entrance, it was indeed challenging for just the two of them to clear the area. Lin Ziluo furrowed his brow. It was truly unfortunate. The scroll represented a fixed teleportation point that could not be moved. Otherwise, one could simply allow the simpleton to enter the museum and retrieve the scroll, while another hides in the shadows to activate it with ease. Lin Ziluo currently finds himself atop an unfinished building. Due to its incomplete state, the area is surrounded by walls, resulting in a notably scarce presence of zombies within. Lin Ziluo and the simpleton effortlessly ascend to the rooftop. From this vantage point, the exterior of the Magic City Museum is clearly visible. Perched upon a wooden plank, Lin Ziluo begins to contemplate a strategy. A direct assault is undoubtedly impractical. With so many zombies, even the most relentless efforts would not cleanse the area. Stealth is equally unfeasible, no matter how agile one is. Traversing a museum infested with zombies lurking every 2 paces is an insurmountable challenge. Perhaps, utilizing a projectile device to launch meat soaked in zombie virus? Yet, the range is limited. Should one venture too close, it would fail to divert their attention. What if the simpleton were to lure the zombies away? If he were to carry raw meat, a significant number of zombies might be drawn off, allowing Lin Ziluo to deal with a smaller group and thus gain the opportunity to access the scroll. Lin Ziluo glanced at the simpleton, who stood in a daze, suddenly shivering. He absently touched his own head, puzzled. How strange. I am indeed a zombie, yet why do I tremble? With so many zombies pursuing the simpleton, his demise seems inevitable. What then shall be done? Lin Ziluo cast a few glances toward the museum, and suddenly he noticed a location, a shopping mall situated 2 streets away from the museum. Through the glass of the mall's top floor, he observed clear signs of human activity. Lin Ziluo lifted the binoculars and began to observe intently. The rooftop of that shopping mall appeared to be teeming with individuals, predominantly robust young men. Their demeanor and gaze suggested that each had encountered the undead before. Among them, at the floor-to-ceiling windows facing the museum, 4 or 5 individuals could be distinctly seen peering down, scrutinizing the Magic City Museum. As they observed, they engaged in animated discussions, gesturing fervently, seemingly orchestrating some scheme. Due to the considerable distance and angle, Lin Ziluo could not fully decipher their conversation. However, a few scattered words caught his attention. Encirclement of this batch of zombies. Inside the museum, our manpower is insufficient. After deliberating for a while, these individuals vanished from view. Lin Ziluo lowered the binoculars, piecing together their dialogue and actions. He understood that the zombies at the museum's entrance were likely those that these individuals had eliminated. The fact that those who touched the scroll had perished, with no gains to be had, explained why this information had been disseminated. Given this, why not forge an alliance with them? Joining their ranks to eliminate the zombies would alleviate many burdens, sparing the life of the Na'vi one in the process. As for concerns about others reaching the scroll first, what a jest. If anyone were capable of completing the trial, they would not have needed Lin Ziluo 2 days hence. To activate the scroll, forming temporary teams is, in fact, a commonplace occurrence in the apocalypse. However, such an impromptu assembly of individuals rarely yields favorable outcomes. In the face of self-interest, who adheres to the rules? Especially in the context of a Doomsday game where strength reigns supreme. Lin Ziluo stowed away his tang knife and telescope, calling out to Dasha. Together, they began their descent down the stairs, intent on reuniting with the others on the top floor of the mall, hoping to inspire an earlier offensive. Chapter 52. The Reapers Club at the pinnacle of the Shao Ruinfa Mall. Nearly 100 players congregated within a storeroom, brimming with supplies. These provisions were initially intended to replenish the goods within the mall's shops. However, with the onset of the Doomsday game, this place transformed into a vital resource hub for players. Typically, in locations frequented by large crowds, the number of zombies is significantly high, deterring most from venturing inside. Yet, The back freight elevator of the Shao Ruinfa Mall conveniently leads to the storeroom, allowing access without encountering the undead within the mall. Thus, players familiar with Shao Ruinfa would opt to use the freight elevator to reach the top floor and procure essential supplies like food. A visionary individual, recognizing this scenario, resolved to establish a gathering spot here. Those who dared to step outside their homes and confront the zombies were indeed exceptional talents. By uniting these remarkable individuals, it was conceivable to forge a formidable organization. With such an optimistic vision, the gathering soon attracted numerous participants. Consequently, the leader designated this assembly as the Reaper's Club. In his eyes, the individuals gathered under his banner were nothing short of true harbingers of death, capable of delivering demise to the undead. Within a mere 3 days, the Death Reaper Club amassed 100 members. Through the unified efforts of these players, they successfully eradicated several minor zombie congregations, which were essentially small supermarkets, quaint shops, and modest apartment buildings. The adrenaline rush from their triumphs, coupled with the spoils of victory and the thrill of leveling up, inflated the egos of the Death Reaper Club members. They began to bicker amongst themselves, eager to embark on a grander endeavor. At this juncture, the founder of the Death Reaper Club sensed a shift in the dynamics. As the membership swelled, he found himself unable to rein in the ambitions of his followers. Reluctantly, he realized he had no choice but to acquiesce to their desires. This predicament highlighted the peril of insufficient personal strength and lack of authority. Where should the Death Reaper Club direct their aggression? The zombies lurking below were out of the question. Their sheer numbers and proximity rendered any confrontation perilous. Should they provoke them, a defeat could spell ruin for the club and the loss of their precious supplies. The founder conferred with several influential leaders within the club. Together, they ultimately settled on the Shanghai Museum as their target. It was neither too far nor too close, and the open space at the entrance was conducive to combat. However, they were not so presumptuous as to believe that 100 members could mount an assault there. Instead, they devised a tentative plan, waiting for the day when they could muster 200 members before taking action. Very well, we shall proceed with this plan. Everyone should prepare their own weapons, Gao Dong proclaimed. He is the founder of the Grim Reaper Club. The members of the Grim Reaper Club rose to their feet, erupting in cheers. In my opinion, we should wait for 200 more people, all of whom look down upon the strength of our brotherhood. We ought to charge forward immediately. Indeed, it would be splendid if we could unearth another supply card for a whole roasted lamb, as the taste of yesterday's feast was simply exquisite. Damn it, I can hardly contain my excitement. I must go grab another bag of ham to indulge in. Gao Dong opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. He wished to persuade the members to be more discreet in their actions, lest they attract the attention of the zombies below. However, he knew that even if he voiced his concerns, no one would heed his words. After all, who does not revel in the opportunity to feast freely amidst the apocalypse? Who does not delight in the unrestrained revelry of this chaotic club, devoid of order and regulation? Gao Dong often felt he had strayed from his intended path, yet he could not bring himself to abandon the club he had founded. Ultimately, he relished the semblance of power and the adulation of the members that accompanied his role as founder. Thus, under his indulgence, the members grew increasingly unruly. Damn it, Da Huangmao, keep your hands to yourself. Suddenly, a quarrel erupted. A woman wielding an iron rod pointed accusingly at a man with yellow hair. Behind her, a rather attractive girl cowered. Gao Dong did not need to look closely to know that Da Huangmao had once again attempted to grope that girl. Unfazed, Da Huangmao glared defiantly at the woman with the iron rod. I say, Tian Ningjing, don't let that bronze-level iron rod go to your head and think you can bully me. He spat disdainfully onto the ground. What do you know? Let this little beauty succumb to me sooner. It would be beneficial for everyone involved. Just how long can you continue to protect her? The brash individual with yellow hair looked at Tian Ningjing with a mocking gaze. Tian Ningjing trembled with indignation, and in a fit of rage, retorted, I am well aware of your intentions, you yellow-haired scoundrel. You think I would ever submit to you? Preposterous. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter, and the expression on the yellow-haired man's face darkened. He sensed that he had lost face in front of everyone. What a filthy wench. Do not be too hasty. I am currently maintaining a gentlemanly demeanor, but once I find the opportunity, I shall make you regret it beyond recognition. The yellow-haired man, aware that he could not currently overpower the equipped Tian Ningjing, resorted to empty threats. You think you can toy with me? Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. You pitiful stick. You amuse me to no end. Seizing upon the yellow-haired man's retreat, Tian Ningjing pressed further, eliciting another wave of laughter from the crowd. The yellow-haired man's expression grew even more sullen as he stepped aside to retrieve a large wooden stick. Gao Dong, unable to remain passive, recognized that if the situation continued to escalate, a significant conflict would surely ensue. That's enough. Gao Dong stood up and declared, but his voice was too faint, drowned out by the cacophony of laughter. As the commotion intensified and more onlookers gathered, their enthusiasm for the spectacle grew. Fight! Yellow hair. Don't be cowardly. How can you let a woman intimidate you? Tian girl, give it your all. I want to see how your fine figure moves in a brawl. Meanwhile, no one noticed that the freight elevator, capable of reaching the top floor, slowly opened its doors. A masked man entered, accompanied by an exceptionally tall bodyguard clad in sunglasses. Chapter 53, The Great Deceiver, Lin Ziluo. The newcomer, undoubtedly our protagonist, the dashing Lin Ziluo, was at that moment stripped of his elaborate gear, opting instead for a simple set of men's attire. Even so, the garments clung to him with an elegance and flair that was unmistakable. Lin Ziluo had always favored a low profile, a habit formed from a previous life where he was constantly evading danger. Any hint of ostentation could easily attract the attention of the Li family. Initially, Lin Ziluo considered altering his appearance, but then he pondered, why should he remain timid? Should he truly fear the remnants of Li Haobo, whose demise had left behind nothing but a decaying mess? Thus, he boldly ascended to the top floor of the Zhirunfa shopping mall via the freight elevator. Ordinarily, the freight elevator was monitored, but upon witnessing the commotion, the guards had rushed to investigate, leaving Lin Ziluo and his companion, the simpleton, to make their entrance into the Death God Club without hindrance. As they stepped inside, they were met by a crowd gathered in excitement. Among the throng, the anxious figure of Gao Dong caught Lin Ziluo's attention. The passage of time had rendered recognition a challenge, yet a faint recollection flickered in his mind. It seemed Gao Dong possessed a certain charisma, perhaps a leader of some organization. It was evident that this was indeed the group in question. Gao Dong's presence captivated Lin Ziluo, while simultaneously, Lin Ziluo and the simpleton found themselves the focus of curious gazes. The masked visage of Lin Ziluo alone was enough to draw attention. A towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height and clad in the attire of a bodyguard, trailed closely behind. Who could remain unperturbed in the presence of such a formidable presence? Upon noticing Lin Ziluo and his companions, one individual swiftly transitioned from raucous excitement to a profound silence, fearful that any excessive movement might elicit Lin Ziluo's displeasure. This sudden quietude sparked curiosity in another onlooker, who, upon recognizing Lin Ziluo and the imposing figure beside him, too fell into silence. Thus, the hush spread like wildfire, soon enveloping the entire top floor. Even the previously heated exchange between Tian Ningjing and the blonde-haired youth ceased, as all gazes turned apprehensively towards Lin Ziluo. The atmosphere was undeniably peculiar. It was Gao Dong who first regained his composure, stepping forward with an air of authority. Might I inquire as to how I should address you? And the purpose of your visit to our Reaper Club? He inquired politely. To his surprise, it became evident that the imposing figure was not a mere bodyguard, but rather a brother of Lin Ziluo. Instantly, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. The weight of their previous assumptions lifted. They had thought the large man to be a protector of Lin Ziluo, indicating a significant status. Now, realizing he was merely a brother, their perception shifted considerably. Gao Dong, however, was elated. If these two could be swayed to ally with him, his influence would undoubtedly swell. If you wish to join our Reaper Club, we would be most welcoming. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gao Dong, the president of the Reaper Club. He began to assert his status. Oh, so you are the president, Lin Ziluo responded, enlightenment dawning upon him. Indeed, I am uncertain how to address you, my friend, Gao Dong inquired. At that moment, he remembered to check Lin Ziluo's attributes. To his surprise, the screen displayed an array of question marks. What is this phenomenon? Unfazed, Gao Dong glanced at the panel of the seemingly foolish individual behind Lin Ziluo. Basic information, nickname, Big Fool title, none level. Level 4. How could anyone possibly name themselves Big Fool? Gao Dong was utterly bewildered by the two of them. Oh, I am Lin Luo, and this is my brother, Big Fool. He is somewhat simple-minded and mute, serving as a bodyguard for wealthy individuals, Lin Ziluo introduced. Gao Dong's heart swelled with joy. A simple-minded person implies easy manipulation, does it not? Excellent. 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 Brother Lin Luo, Brother Big Fool, on behalf of the Reaper Club, I warmly welcome you to join us. Gao Dong extended his hand. Lin Ziluo amicably shook his hand. With Lin Ziluo's arrival, the previously tense atmosphere began to dissipate. After a few parting insults exchanged between Tian Ningjing and the blonde-haired individual, the conflict came to a close. Of course, the resolution of their discord would depend on their inner thoughts. The rooftop of Shao Ruinfa was once again engulfed in an ocean of merriment. Lin Ziluo and Big Fool were then ushered into Gao Dong's office. Brother Lin Luo, Brother Big Fool, I feel an instant connection with you both. I am curious about your preferences. As brothers, I shall make arrangements for you, Gao Dong declared, unable to conceal his fondness for Big Fool. Although his words were directed at Lin Ziluo, his gaze remained fixated on Big Fool, leading Lin Ziluo to question Gao Dong's sexual orientation. Ah, it is as such. Brother Gao, Lin Ziluo began, addressing his companion. My brother and I are of the combative sort, our primary aspiration being to grow stronger. Whenever we find the time, we relish the opportunity to venture forth and vanquish zombies to level up. My main intention in coming here is to establish connections. This statement served as a prelude to his forthcoming actions. By professing a penchant for slaying zombies, he aimed to hasten their decision-making when deliberating an assault on the museum, leveraging his own bellicose nature to push them towards a quicker resolution. Moreover, Lin Ziluo was not inclined to remain in constant company with this group. For caution and prudence had always been his guiding principles. Those who were arrogant enough to believe themselves formidable in the apocalyptic game often met swift and unfortunate ends. Furthermore, once the time limit on his concealed identity expired, he would be forced to reveal his true nature, a formidable identity that could instill fear in most. Yet, one could not dismiss the possibility of encountering those with less discernment who might harbor ill intentions. It was not that Lin Ziluo feared these individuals. Should anyone provoke him, he would ensure they regretted ever stepping into this world. Nevertheless, at present, these individuals were valuable allies in his endeavor to infiltrate the museum, and thus, he could not afford to expend them carelessly. The desire for strength. Gao Dong interjected, without a hint of skepticism, as he recognized that many within the Reaper's Club shared this sentiment. A pained expression crossed his face as he continued, if you seek to grow stronger, I happen to possess an extra skill book that I could reluctantly part with for my brother. Chapter 54, a stupid slap skill book? Lin Ziluo was momentarily taken aback. Oh my, what a pleasant surprise. Had it not been for Lin Ziluo's remarkable composure, he might have succumbed to laughter. What could possibly be going through Gao Dong's mind? Unaware of the preciousness of skill books? To curry favor with us, he is willing to make such a significant sacrifice? Stifling a chuckle within, Lin Ziluo hesitantly ventured. Skill books must be quite valuable, wouldn't you agree? This was precisely the attitude that could easily hook someone in. As anticipated, Gao Dong immediately responded with grandiosity. We are all brothers here. What is there to consider as precious? Come, Brother Lin, take this. With that, Gao Dong retrieved a tome from his storage space and thrust it into Lin Ziluo's hands. Astonishment washed over Lin Ziluo. Indeed, it was a skill book. Was it possible that I had misjudged the manner of approach? Are players in this apocalyptic game truly this generous? As he opened the book, he read, Rage of the Unhinged, a warrior-class skill that, once activated, plunges the user into a frenzied state, losing all consciousness and becoming a mindless attacker of nearby entities. All attributes increase between 20 to 50, contingent upon the intensity of rage, lasting for 2 minutes. After the 2 minutes elapse, the user will enter a state of chaos, with the duration of confusion proportionate to the degree of enhancement. This skill carries severe side effects. Used with extreme caution, Lin Ziluo's expression morphed into one of incredulity. Although Gao Dong could not discern Lin Ziluo's expression, he could sense that his clever ruse had been seen through, evidenced by Lin Ziluo's prolonged silence. Gao Dong awkwardly explained, although this skill has significant side effects and causes one to lose consciousness immediately after use, it is, nonetheless, a lifeline in times of dire straits. Do you think me foolish enough to disregard a skill book? Is this skill meant for others? Losing consciousness for 2 full minutes raises concerns about whether it might endanger my allies. It is well known that even with enhanced attributes, a person devoid of awareness possesses combat abilities inferior to those of a conscious individual. Take, for instance, a comparison between zombies and humans with equivalent attributes. Humans often prevail against zombies precisely because the latter lack awareness. Thus, players are hardly naive. After one player activated the skill book, he promptly exchanged it with Gao Dong for a piece of bronze-grade equipment, and Gao Dong, in a daze, agreed to the trade. Reflecting on this incident fills Gao Dong with regret. If you truly valued it, wouldn't you have learned the skill yourself by now? Gao Dong assumed Lin Ziluo was offering him an opportunity to save face. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he quickly added, "I apologize, Brother Lin. How about this? I still have a voucher for a bucket of fried chicken. Let us enjoy it together, shall we?" This exemplifies the power of words and actions. Having taken advantage of another's skill book, he still managed to evoke a sense of regret in the other. "Oh, no. I must decline. I need to venture out with Desha to hunt zombies for experience," Lin Ziluo replied. Upon hearing this, Gao Dong responded cheerfully, "All right then. We are good friends after all. Your strength increases brings me joy as well. All right, my brothers, feel free to take whatever you need from the warehouse. Be it food or drink, do not hesitate," Gao Dong proclaimed with a generous spirit. Lin Ziluo nodded in understanding, but did not actually retrieve any supplies. Instead, he exited the office. Desha observed the scene of camaraderie between the two, though he did not fully comprehend their conversation. However, upon seeing Lin Ziluo depart, he promptly followed suit. Meanwhile, Gao Dong remained content within the office, reflecting, "Lin Luo is quite admirable. I gifted him that rather shabby skill book." And he did not express any disdain. A true brother indeed. Just as Lin Ziluo stepped outside, he sensed something amiss. His keen intuition informed him that from the very moment he crossed the threshold of the office, 3 or 4 individuals had immediately fixated their attention upon him, as if they had been waiting for his emergence. "Alas, it seems trouble is brewing," Lin Ziluo lamented, feeling rather helpless. After all, he considered himself a kind-hearted and honest individual. Why must you bully the honest? Indeed, as Lin Ziluo approached the freight elevator, he was swiftly encircled by several men blocking his path. One of them, a man clad in fur and puffing on a cigarette, emerged from the crowd. This individual was a notorious thorn in Gao Dong's side, possessing considerable influence and persistently attempting to usurp Gao Dong's position as the leader of the Death God Club. He often covertly undermined Gao Dong's authority. The man gazed at Lin Ziluo with an air of arrogance, boldly declaring his intent. "Brother, I do not intend to threaten you. Merely to advise you, do not get too close to Gao Dong, lest, despite your brother's formidable strength." Lin Ziluo, growing impatient, remarked, "Big fool, why are you standing there in a daze? Get to work." The man, feeling interrupted, was on the verge of losing his temper. Big fool stepped out from behind Lin Ziluo. "Huh, what is so impressive about being big? You're merely at level 4. I can assure you, I have several level 4s backing me." Slap. This time, the man's words were cut short, and he could utter no more. For just moments ago, Big Fool had unleashed all his strength and delivered a resounding slap, causing the man's head to spin a full 180 degrees. The burly men who had been standing behind him were taken aback, their leader's face now turned towards them in a most unnatural manner. Panic ensued, with 2 of them so frightened that they collapsed onto the ground. The revelers in the hall, having heard the sound of the slap, turned their curious gazes towards the commotion. With a thunderous crash, the man's lifeless body fell to the floor. Lin Ziluo calmly applauded, stepping over the fallen figure as he made his way towards the freight elevator. With Big Fool in tow, as if nothing had transpired, he departed from the top floor. Chapter 55. The bewildered fury of the bug's silence reigned, an oppressive stillness enveloping the once vibrant hall, now rendered mute by Lin Ziluo's actions. All eyes were fixated on the corpse on the ground, their terror rendering them speechless. Even Gao Dong, situated within the confines of his office, sensed that something was amiss. He was chiding himself for forgetting to rise and escort Lin Luo and his companions downstairs. To his astonishment, the previously cacophonous sounds outside had abruptly ceased. Gao Dong swung open the office door. What on earth? Before he could finish his thought, Gao Dong was met with the sight of a lifeless body sprawled on the floor. Is that Jia Tai? How could he be dead? Gao Dong exclaimed in disbelief. His utterance shattered the silence in the room, prompting several individuals to react with screams and murmurs. A murder has occurred. Goodness. A single slap has turned his head nearly a full circle. I can't handle this. I feel nauseous. The hall soon reverted to its earlier din, now infused with even greater chaos. One of Gao Dong's loyal subordinates approached him, recounting the events that had just transpired. Upon learning that Lin Ziluo had struck Jia Tai dead with a single blow, Gao Dong could hardly suppress a chuckle. His arch-nemesis had met such an untimely end. Lin Ziluo and Dasha truly are my steadfast allies. I must invest more effort to curry their favor next time. Gao Dong surveyed his surroundings, instructing his men to dispose of the body. What a splendid gift I have received. This situation serves to bolster my authority and will undoubtedly simplify matters. When the time comes to assault the museum, I shall wield considerable influence. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo pondered within the confines of the freight elevator. Yet Gao Dong has bestowed upon me a remarkable boon as well. He recalled the mindless fury and felt a surge of elation. A practical skill book acquired without cost. Indeed, to others, it may appear as nothing more than a worthless item, perhaps even a tome meant for self-destruction. Yet, in Lin Ziluo's hands, it transforms into a treasured gem. This treasure is not merely for Lin Ziluo, but for the great fool. The state of frenzied abandon indeed drives players to the brink of madness, compelling them to strike even their own allies. However, the great fool is exempt from such peril. Lin Ziluo has already consulted the golden finger system, which assures him that regardless of the state of reason, the great fool would never inflict harm upon Lin Ziluo. This instinct has been rigorously instilled by the golden finger system, independent of rationality. Furthermore, Lin Ziluo possesses the ability to manipulate the great fool's actions. This implies that once the great fool enters frenzied abandon, he can unleash a surge of attributes without consequence. He will either attack all beings except Lin Ziluo or be entirely under Lin Ziluo's command. Yet another game glitch. The apocalyptic game could never have anticipated that the seemingly useless skill of frenzied abandon could be wielded so creatively in Lin Ziluo's hands. He produced the tome of frenzied abandon and presented it to the great fool, who, in a moment of understanding, immediately learned the skill. Observing the newly acquired ability displayed on the great fool's panel, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but marvel at the fortune that comes with such folly. By day, he may hold an advantage over the great fool, but come nightfall, bolstered by the darkness and the dual enhancement of frenzied abandon, Lin Ziluo would need to step back from the spotlight during those 2 minutes. No, he must strive to level up quickly, aiming to reach level 10. His strength will at least double upon class advancement at that level. The elevator finally came to a halt, arriving at the rear corridor of the shopping mall. The entire corridor had long been cleared by the members of the Death Club. Lin Ziluo and the big fool strode out confidently. It was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, with 2 hours remaining until nightfall. They could casually seek a place to gain experience, hoping to acquire the missing pants, gloves, or chest armor. But wait, what did nightfall have to do with them? Both Lin Ziluo and the big fool could easily crush zombies empowered by the darkness. Lin Ziluo realized he was still influenced by thoughts from his previous life. In that case, why not revel in it? While others were forced to hide at home during the night, they could wreak havoc among the horde of zombies, soaring in experience points. What a thrilling prospect. With that thought in mind, Lin Ziluo wasted no time and quickly took out the map to search for a suitable location. He needed a place where he could continuously slay zombies without being surrounded. Ideally, it would also have wild treasure chests or other game items. Dungeons were out of the question, there were none nearby. However, there was a promising location. Lin Ziluo gazed at the map, focusing on the Magic City Library. The library was merely 4 kilometers away from the Shao Ruinfa shopping mall. Although the library was vast, its corridors were rather narrow, with each type of book isolated in a closed room. Most importantly, there was a game shop on the rooftop. Lin Ziluo currently had nearly 6,000 gold coins in his account, at a price of 2,000 gold coins for a quality bronze-level piece of equipment. He could easily purchase pants, gloves, and chest armor. The Magic City Library it was. Lin Ziluo set off directly with the big fool. The 3-kilometer journey was not particularly long. Along the way, numerous zombies congregated. However, under the combined efforts of Lin Ziluo and the formidable Dasha, these undead foes were utterly decimated. Lin Ziluo specifically instructed Dasha to incapacitate the zombies rather than eliminate them, leaving the finishing blows for himself. Although this tactic meant foregoing experience points, his guaranteed drop rate was no mere boast. With the continuous activation of the auto pickup feature, Lin Ziluo found himself repeatedly cleaving the weakened zombies that Dasha had battered, resulting in an abundance of cards, items, and even equipment filling his storage space. It was nothing short of terrifying. The synergistic effect of the absolute drop rate, relentless enslavement, and automatic collection transformed Lin Ziluo into an unfeeling monster-slaying machine. He only ceased his relentless pursuit upon nearing the Magic City Library. Chapter 56. The beheading demon blade Lin Ziluo sheathed his Tang Dao. At this juncture, he and Dasha had stormed into a small convenience store outside the Magic City Library. After dispatching the zombie shopkeeper, Lin Ziluo plopped down onto a chair, casually grabbing a packet of spicy strips from the shelf and savoring the snack with delight. He pondered over the treasures he had previously acquired. Throughout this journey, he had slain over 100 zombies, and when combined with the earlier kills, he had successfully accumulated half of the 800 experience points required to reach level 9. As for the cards, it was overwhelming. A thick stack lay there, and apart from the tool cards that may prove useful in the future, Lin Ziluo could hardly muster the interest to glance at the rest. The key elements were the items and equipment, and in total, he had obtained 5 items and 2 pieces of equipment. In addition to the items already in his possession, a new artifact emerged, the worn scarecrow. This is a one-time use bronze-level item that, when placed on the ground, redirects the hatred of creatures originally targeting the player towards the scarecrow. Only upon the complete destruction of the scarecrow will the creatures resume their assault on the player. This scarecrow is indeed a valuable asset, a true lifesaver. Notably, the term creatures encompasses players as well. Even if a player is fully aware of their intent to attack you, their body will instinctively direct its assault towards the scarecrow. It is quite extraordinary. Having secured this remarkable item, Lin Ziluo proceeded to unveil 2 additional pieces of equipment. The combo gloves, bronze-level gear that offers a chance to execute consecutive strikes. Attributes, Strength 1, Constitution 1, with a 5 probability of delivering an additional attack after the initial strike. The ringed saber, a bronze-level weapon forged from steel through repetitive folding, hammering, and quenching, resulting in a straight-edged longsword. Attributes, Strength 3. What a delightful turn of events. Lin Ziluo joyfully donned the combo gloves. The attribute bonuses were already substantial, further enhanced by the added combo effect. Once triggered, the consecutive strikes would resemble Lin Ziluo's explosive dual slash, capable of delivering 2 rapid slashes. While its power may not surpass that of the explosive dual slash and lacks the explosive effect, the additional property is more than sufficient. As for the ringed saber, Lin Ziluo could only commend it for maximizing strength to its utmost potential. It sacrifices all supplementary effects in favor of pure strength, making it one of the pinnacle bronze-level weapons. With a mere thought, Lin Ziluo was ready to proceed. His own Tang Hung Dao was equally exceptional. This meant that the fusion stone he had diligently collected could finally be utilized. The fusion stone instantly materialized in Lin Ziluo's hand. It was a reward obtained from vanquishing the connected zombies within the arena. The stone's function was to amalgamate 2 bronze-level weapons of the same type into a singular entity. Furthermore, if the quality of the 2 weapons was sufficiently high, there was a significant possibility of forging a silver-grade weapon. Without any hesitation, Lin Ziluo placed Tang Hung Dao 1 and Ring Blade upon the table. He then opted to use the fusion stone. Player Yazi activates the fusion stone, preparing to fuse the Ring Blade with Tang Hung Dao 1. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the fusion? Upon completion, both items will permanently vanish. Fusion, Lin Ziluo declared. Fusion commencing, estimated time, 30 minutes. The fusion stone in Lin Ziluo's hand immediately emitted a radiant white light, gradually enveloping both blades and entering a state of fusion. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Ziluo and Dasha resolved their dinner situation. Just as Lin Ziluo set down his bowl and chopsticks, a melodious system notification echoed in his ears. Fusion successful. Congratulations player on acquiring the silver-grade weapon, Decapitating Demon Blade. A silver-grade weapon. Splendid. His attacking prowess would be significantly enhanced. Lin Ziluo swiftly turned his gaze towards his new weapon, the Decapitating Demon Blade. The once pristine, gleaming blade was now transformed into an abyssal black. Only at the sharpest edge could a glimmer of light be discerned. The shape of the Decapitating Demon Blade bears no distinction from that of the Tang Dao, save for the 2 exquisite and intricate patterns gracing both sides of the blade. Lin Ziluo grasped the Decapitating Demon Blade, distinctly sensing an increase in weight by approximately 30. However, this posed no significant challenge. After a brief evaluation, he quickly acclimated to its heft. Decapitating Demon Blade 1, a piece of silver-tier equipment forged from the amalgamation of the Tang Hung Dao and the ringed handle blade, coupled with its previous usage in decapitation, resulting in the creation of this formidable weapon that enhances execution. Attributes, Strength 4, Constitution 1. It possesses the ability to gradually mend the scars upon the blade after disengagement from combat. Passive skill, decapitation. During the act of decapitation, the speed is augmented by 20. Upon a successful execution, the player's strength is enhanced by 1 point for a duration of 3 minutes, with a maximum stacking of 2 layers. What a delightful surprise! Lin Ziluo was astounded that 2 superior bronze-tier pieces of equipment could be fused into such an exceptional silver-tier blade. The decapitating demon blade is truly worthy of the highest accolades. With its inherent attribute of an additional 4 points in strength, combined with the passive stacking effect of decapitation, the total enhancement can reach an astonishing 6 points in strength. Eagerly, Lin Ziluo examined the attributes of his newly acquired decapitating demon blade. Base attributes: Strength, 27, Spirit, 19, Constitution, 18, Agility, 23. This was indeed a remarkable achievement. With his new weapon in hand, Lin Ziluo felt invigorated and emboldened. However, upon noticing that the simpleton was still engrossed in his meal, Lin Ziluo was immediately filled with a sense of exasperation. "What are you eating, big fool? We must set forth. Our destination is the library of the Demon City." Chapter 57. The bold infiltration of the library. De Sha reluctantly set down the roasted chicken he had been savoring. Rising to his feet, he grasped the hefty iron rod he had recently discovered, though his countenance still bore a glum expression. Lin Ziluo chuckled, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, "Give it your all tonight, and I'll procure 2 more roasted chickens for you tomorrow." Instantly invigorated, De Sha raised the iron rod high, his eyes sparkling with newfound enthusiasm. The world of food enthusiasts is indeed simple yet monotonous. The library in the Magic City is a circular edifice, adorned with 2 arched entrances at the front and rear. As the apocalyptic game commenced at 7 in the evening, the number of individuals perusing books within the library was sparse. Consequently, the throng of zombies gathered at the entrance was significantly less than that which had swarmed the gymnasium previously. Now, on the 4th day of the apocalypse, a portion of the zombies had ascended to level 3, while a few had reached level 4, exhibiting an increase of approximately 5 points in their fundamental attributes. This posed a greater challenge for ordinary individuals below level 4. However, did this distinction matter to Lin Ziluo and De Sha? As per their customary approach, Lin Ziluo first located a detailed schematic of the library's interior near the main entrance's plaza. After outlining his intended path, he charged forth alongside De Sha, brimming with determination towards the horde of zombies congregated at the entrance. With roughly half an hour remaining until nightfall, they needed to breach the library within that time frame to evade encirclement by the undead. Eager to engage, Lin Ziluo took the lead, brandishing his magical blade, which sliced through the air, leaving a dark afterimage as he struck decisively at the neck of the foremost zombie. The beheading magic blade. How could one proceed without it? The blade glided effortlessly across the neck of the zombie, rendering the task significantly less laborious. Thus, an increase in beheading speed by 20 translates to a more efficient and convenient execution. The severed head tumbled to the ground. In Lin Ziluo's hand, the magic blade emanated a hint of warmth through his palm. A surge of power was granted. How splendid! Lin Ziluo marveled, recognizing that this beheading magic blade surpassed ordinary silver-grade equipment by countless measures. The surrounding zombies evidently noticed the unexpected guests, Lin Ziluo and the towering figure, Dashin, and began to converge upon them. Without hesitation, he charged directly into the horde of zombies. Receiving his master's command, Dashin raised the hefty iron rod in his hand and swung it forcefully towards the head of the nearest zombie. The immense strength he wielded augmented the iron rod, and with a single blow, it shattered the zombie's skull. Blood and brain matter erupted forth in a gruesome display. Dashin stood undeterred, allowing the viscous remnants to splatter across his form. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo remained vigilant, deftly evading the zombie's claws and bites, a necessity he bore that Dashin did not. After all, what could a mere zombie do to him? With his formidable physique and fierce strength, Dashin resembled a humanoid tyrannosaurus, rampaging through the throngs of undead. In contrast, Lin Ziluo moved with elegance, each swing of the magic blade striking with pinpoint accuracy at the zombies' necks, converting them into experience and gold that would forever accompany him. With a nimble twist of his body, he expertly dodged the claws that lunged from behind, once again claiming another zombie's life. Yet, as he gazed ahead, he found his path obstructed by a multitude of zombies. Lin Ziluo raised the decapitating magic blade in his hand. He carefully calculated the angle and threw it with all his might. The spinning slash combined for the first time with the silver-grade decapitating magic blade. The rotation accelerated to such a degree that, during its flight, the distinction between the blade and the hilt became indistinguishable. All that could be seen was the decapitating magic blade forming a black ring, relentlessly harvesting the lives of the zombies. 1, 2, 3. With this single skill, he managed to eliminate 7 zombies. Taking advantage of the cleared path, Lin Ziluo successfully surged forward a considerable distance. As he approached the entrance of the library, he glanced back at the large fool, who was lagging behind. Lin Ziluo swung his blade once more, fortuitously triggering the combo effect of his combo gloves. The zombie he struck was swiftly dispatched, but the unfortunate creature met a second blow. In truth, the stunning effect of Lin Ziluo's lion's brace often activated. Yet for these zombies, the outcome remained the same. A single strike to their demise, rendering the effect imperceptible. After dispatching the final zombie before him with a powerful dual slash, Lin Ziluo successfully reached the library's entrance. Fortunately, the doors remained ajar. He dashed inside without hesitation. There were only a few zombies at the entrance, which he casually dispatched. The appeal lay primarily in the ease of defense. Once he had established a firm foothold in the corridor, Lin Ziluo continued to battle the zombies that had followed him into the library. Amidst the ache that coursed through his body, he boldly retrieved a stamina potion to replenish his energy. At this moment, the hulking figure finally burst into the library, immediately charging towards Lin Ziluo's position. In no time, the two met, one living, one dead. "What on earth have you done?" Lin Ziluo exclaimed in astonishment. The once immaculate suit of the giant had been torn to shreds by the zombies, rendering him no different from a beggar at first glance. Lin Ziluo's gaze drifted downwards, and he mused, indeed, a true beast of a man. Chapter 58. The Giant. "Your roast chicken is gone. Stay here for a moment. I'll go clear the restroom," Lin Ziluo instructed. The giant nodded, having seemingly misplaced his large iron rod. He picked up 2 zombie corpses from the ground, using them as makeshift weapons to bludgeon the undead. The corridor was narrow, and the 2 bodies effectively toppled a cluster of zombies. The giant observed, this seems to work quite well, and proceeded to hurl 2 zombie heads at the remaining foes. Seeing that the giant was maintaining control of the situation, Lin Ziluo wasted no time and dashed into the restroom to ascertain if any zombies lurked within. Only by eliminating the zombies in the restroom could he engage in battle within the corridor with confidence. This time, Lin Ziluo adopted a rather violent approach. Upon entering the restroom, he did not bother to check each stall for zombies one by one. Instead, he thrust his magical blade through the doors indiscriminately. What if there are people inside? You may ask. Apologies, purely collateral damage. After thoroughly stabbing through the entirety of the men's restroom, he found not a single zombie. Frustrated, he charged into the women's restroom, systematically stabbing through all the stalls, yet still encountered no zombies. Lin Ziluo was utterly disheartened. Behold, though both are mere restrooms, the lavatory within the grand sports arena of the metropolis has bestowed upon me a bronze treasure chest, along with a fusion stone presented by a couple of undead. In stark contrast, the restroom of this library is woefully barren. Desha, unable to maintain the original line of defense, finds himself retreating while fending off the relentless zombies. Lin Ziluo swiftly stepped in to bolster the defense. With his presence, Desha felt considerably relieved. Together, they deftly managed the situation, one wielding a blade, the other delivering powerful punches, firmly keeping the zombies at bay. As the corpses of the undead accumulated within the passage, Lin Ziluo intentionally gathered the nearby bodies into a pile, successfully obstructing a portion of the corridor and alleviating some of the pressure from the oncoming tide of the undead. Gasping for breath, Lin Ziluo reflected on the intense skirmish that had commenced with their charge into the library and continued into the restroom corridor. This unceasing barrage of fierce combat had severely drained his stamina. Were it not for the restorative potion, he would have long since succumbed to exhaustion. Even Desha, with his brawny physique, was beginning to falter. Although the zombies were impervious to fatigue, their physical limitations were evident. After a certain threshold of exertion, issues inevitably arose. Lin Ziluo could distinctly perceive his movements growing sluggish. The silver lining, however, was that only a handful of zombies remained, no more than 20. Lin Ziluo noted that his stamina potion was still on cooldown. Thus, he entrusted the task to Desha. Suddenly, a zombie before them let out a chilling howl. Accompanying its cry, its attributes visibly surged. Nightfall had descended. Lin Ziluo understood that he could no longer procrastinate. He summoned every ounce of strength within him and hurled the decapitating demon blade with great force. Subsequently, he produced a cushion and seated himself upon the ground. The horde of zombies before him was far less dense than before. Even after Lin Ziluo found the optimal angle, he was only able to reap 5 zombies. Congratulations! Player Yaji has successfully slain a zombie, earning 3 experience points and 5 gold coins. Congratulations! Player Yaji has successfully slain a zombie, earning 3 experience points and 4 gold coins. Congratulations! Player Yaji has leveled up to level 9, earning 1 free attribute point. Player Yaji requires 1,000 experience points to reach the next level. With a sigh of relief, Lin Ziluo finally leveled up. As he sat on the ground, he caught the demon blade and exhaled deeply. The experience gained was indeed remarkable. What did this signify? This was the equivalent of the combined efforts of all members of the Reapers Club, who had spent nearly 6 hours to achieve such a number of zombie kills. As he beheld the remaining dozen or so zombies, now fully empowered by the night, rushing towards him, Lin Ziluo remained composed on the ground. He calmly instructed, "Big Fool, activate Frenzy of Madness." Without the slightest hesitation, Big Fool complied with Lin Ziluo's request and activated the skill. In an instant, a wave of fury flooded Big Fool's mind, completely enveloping his limited consciousness. "Roar!" Big Fool bellowed. He violently tore apart the last few tattered rags clinging to him. Then, his fangs and claws, rarely revealed, were unleashed in a display of primal ferocity. A foolish giant, it was the dozen or so zombies before him that had devoured his roasted chicken, leaving him without a morsel for the morrow. Lin Ziluo resolved to administer another potent dose to the giant. One must understand that the attributes heightened by the state of berserk fury are contingent upon the depth of one's rage. Indeed, as soon as Lin Ziluo uttered these words, the giant's fury intensified. His skin, tinged with a faint gray hue, flushed a vivid red from anger, and the muscles beneath his skin bulged with pulsating veins. Without a moment's consideration as to why these zombies had dared to pilfer his roasted chicken, the mindless giant bellowed and charged forth, shattering the barricade of zombie corpses before him. Seizing the nearest zombie, he gripped its arms with both hands. With a deafening roar, he forcibly tore the creature's arms from its body. Blood splattered across the walls, rendering the scene exceedingly violent and gruesome. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo, seated on the ground, delicately sipped from a freshly brewed Longjing tea. Witnessing the giant's ferocity, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up and exclaim, "Bravo!" before taking another sip of tea. Encouraged by his master's praise, the giant grew even more exhilarated. He twisted the head of the zombie in his grasp a full 360 degrees before yanking it off, the severed head still connected by several blood vessels from the neck. Chapter 59, Energy Replenishment. The duration of the berserk fury was but a fleeting 2 minutes. The giant had spent 10 seconds dispatching that one zombie, and this simply would not suffice. If this pace continues, it is uncertain whether the remaining zombies can be dealt with. Desha, your movements were too sluggish just now, allowing one of my beloved pig trotter elbows to be snatched away by them. Lin Ziluo stoked the flames of Desha's rage further. Upon hearing this, Desha exclaimed in disbelief, "You dare to steal my cherished pig trotter elbow?" His fury surged, filling his mind to the brim. The attribute of frenzied madness had reached an almost unattainable maximum of 50. It is likely that even apocalyptic games would not anticipate a player capable of amplifying their attributes through sheer rage. One can only surmise that it takes an exceptionally naive mind like Desha's to achieve such a feat. With a 50 increase in frenzied madness and a similarly unprecedented 50 boost from the darkness, Desha's attributes surged, effectively doubling. The amplification of his attributes meant that his combat power transcended mere doubling. Desha no longer considered resolving the matter with mere punches, with bloodshot eyes and heavy breaths. He charged directly at the zombies in the corridor. The 3 zombies standing in his path were sent flying upon impact, the sound of their bones shattering echoing through the air. Blood sprayed from their mouths, and their innards spilled forth without restraint as they crashed heavily to the ground. Fortunately, the tenacity of the zombies allowed them to cling to life, struggling to rise. Yet, they were swiftly trampled down by Desha's onslaught, as if crushed beneath a steamroller. The areas where they were stepped upon caved in deeply, adhering tightly to the ground, impervious to any attempts to pry them free. The zombies trailing behind suffered a similarly grim fate. Under the savage onslaught of the hulking brute, the remaining dozen zombies were rendered nearly disassembled. They fell within less than a minute, unable to withstand the assault. Confronted by the last zombie standing at the end of the corridor, the brute raised his fist. A crimson glow converged upon his hand. This was his skill, a full-force strike. As the red light intensified to its utmost, he finally unleashed his punch. A deep, resonant sound echoed through the air as his fist struck the zombie's chest with tremendous force. The sound of shattered ribs resonated, and simultaneously, the zombie's back suddenly bulged. In an instant, the swelling erupted, and a massive fist emerged, sending forth a spray of blood. Remarkably, the brute's punch had pierced straight through the zombie's torso. Lin Ziluo, seated on the ground sipping tea, couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly a natural display of immense strength." He fully understood the monumental difficulty of penetrating the chest of an adult male with a single blow. The zombie's body collapsed with a thunderous crash. The effect of the frenzy was nearing its end, and the brute himself was reaching his limits. He plopped down onto the corpse of the recently vanquished zombie. "What is this?" Lin Ziluo wondered. Shouldn't zombies be immune to fatigue? His confusion was swiftly resolved as he realized the chaotic effects of the frenzy had taken hold. "Desha," Lin Ziluo called out. Hearing his name, the brute immediately turned, albeit in the wrong direction towards the far end of the corridor. Well, he was disoriented and had lost all sense of direction. Lin Ziluo chose not to disturb him. Thus, the two, one man and one corpse, sat quietly in the corridor, each in their own world. Beneath their feet, and even beneath their backsides, lay a vast expanse of fresh blood, numerous dismembered limbs of the zombies, and a multitude of round, plump heads. At this juncture, the entrance of the library and the grand hall within bore no remnants of the undead. No, there remained one great fool. After a brief respite, Lin Ziluo finally seized the opportunity to inspect the spoils of this fierce battle. The automatic pickup range was somewhat limited. Due to the distance at which the creatures perished, certain items had evaded collection. A few insignificant losses, indeed. With great satisfaction, Lin Ziluo began to examine his gains. First, a card caught his eye: roasted chicken and pig's trotters, favorites of the Great Fool. Without hesitation, he activated the card and approached the Great Fool, presenting the food to him. In his state of confusion, the fool remained unaware. However, despite his complete disorientation, he accurately received the roasted chicken and pig's trotters from Lin Ziluo's hands. Remarkable! Lin Ziluo could not help but exclaim in wonder. The fool's aptitude for consumption seemed to rival even his innate strength. In no time, the Great Fool demonstrated to Lin Ziluo, "Master, your judgment is indeed sound." For as the fool munched away, Lin Ziluo was astonished to witness the scratches and bite marks upon the fool's body healing at a visibly rapid pace. "This is extraordinary." Lin Ziluo opened the fool's panel and, as anticipated, a new talent appeared in the fool's attributes. Energy restoration. Your consumption speed has increased by 30. While in a state of eating, the food you consume will swiftly convert into energy to heal your wounds and replenish your stamina. What a revelation! Lin Ziluo couldn't help but exclaim. Although Desha was simple-minded in certain respects, he was undoubtedly a genius. Possessing an innate strength, he now also had the tank-like ability to replenish energy. Desha was traversing the path of combat tanks with increasing fervor. Joy filled Lin Ziluo, for Desha was his loyal subordinate. The enhancement of Desha's strength signified an augmentation of his own power. With the increase in his prowess, how could he not feel elated? There was no cause for concern. Furthermore, it was time for his own strength to amplify as well. Lin Ziluo gazed into his storage space, excitement bubbling within him. Chapter 60. The protective chest plate. There were few things that could excite Lin Ziluo, and the equipment enhancement scrolls were certainly among them. To add to his delight, he now possessed not one, but two such scrolls. They lay quietly within his storage space. But that was not all. The coveted chest plate he had longed for had finally materialized. It was indeed a bountiful harvest. Observing Desha as he blissfully indulged in his meal, Lin Ziluo began to tally his spoils. 3 vials of stamina potions and 2 vials of mental potions. Mental potion, a one-time bronze-level item. Consuming it instantly restores 10 of one's mental power, and subsequently, an additional 5 can be regained every minute for a duration of 4 minutes. After use, there is a cooldown period of 30 minutes. A short-range launcher and a super flashbang were also among the treasures, along with a hidden mask. Lin Ziluo retrieved the chest plate and began to examine it meticulously. Crafted from metal, it appeared robust, yet felt surprisingly lightweight in his hands. At the center of the chest plate lies a prominent bulge, designed to safeguard the heart's position. Protectors, chest plate, and armor of bronze quality. This lightweight metal chest plate bestows the power of protection. Attributes: Constitution 1, Agility 1. Skill: Shielding. It allows the wearer to conjure a transparent shield in proximity to their body, lasting for 3 seconds. Should it endure an attack exceeding a certain threshold, it shatters prematurely. Skill cooldown is 1 hour. Once the shield breaks, the cooldown extends to 12 hours. This chest plate is indeed remarkable, as it enhances agility, fitting perfectly with Lin Ziluo's requirements. Initially, Lin Ziluo intended to bestow it upon the clumsy giant, believing it to be heavy armor. However, now, Lin Ziluo joyfully donned the protector's chest plate, witnessing an immediate increase in both constitution and agility. He then allocated the attribute point gained from reaching level 9 to agility. But that was not the end. The equipment enhancement scrolls remained unused. Lin Ziluo produced 2 enhancement scrolls, which could only be used on bronze-grade equipment. Dismissing the notion of enhancing his silver-grade cloak and magic dagger. What should he enhance? Lin Ziluo swiftly surveyed his gear, excluding the heavily utilized items. He ultimately chose the vampiric ring. The ring's current lifesteal effect was insufficient. During the recent battle, its lifesteal did not keep pace with Lin Ziluo's combat expenditure. Faced primarily with low-level zombie assaults, having sufficient sustainability was essential. Upon this realization, Lin Ziluo did not hesitate, placing an equipment enhancement scroll upon the blood-sucking ring. A flash of green light illuminated the surroundings. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, player Yazi has acquired blood-sucking ring 1. But this was not the end. Lin Ziluo subsequently applied another enhancement scroll to the blood-sucking ring. The higher the enhancement level of the equipment, the greater the likelihood of failure. However, the success rate of 2 remained quite promising. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, player Yazi has acquired blood-sucking ring 2. He chuckled to himself, confident in his good fortune, as he self-proclaimed. Lin Ziluo grasped the blood-sucking ring, its previously intricate patterns becoming even more elaborate, while its crimson exterior grew more vibrant. Blood-sucking ring 2, bronze-level equipment. An evil ring capable of siphoning the vitality of enemies during combat. Attributes: Strength 2, Constitution 2. 12% of the damage inflicted upon foes can be converted into vitality, transmitted through the weapon back to himself. Excellent. The attributes had multiplied significantly. After enhancing the blood-sucking ring, Lin Ziluo's attributes reached new heights. Base attributes: Strength, 28, Spirit, 19, Constitution, 20, Agility, 24. The surge of newfound strength revitalized Lin Ziluo. He rose and ventured along the path he and the big fool had taken to enter, seeking out items that had not been automatically collected. Perhaps fortune had run dry, as after a thorough search, he only uncovered a few cards, including one dropped by the big fool. This particular card could not be automatically collected, prompting Lin Ziluo to ponder the reason behind it. Only then did it dawn on me that the reward had emerged from the one-drop rate of the Great Fool, which could not be automatically collected. Having rested sufficiently, Lin Ziluo beckoned. Let's go upstairs. The library in Magic City is quite commendable, equipped with a direct elevator. One can ascend directly to the 5th floor. The location of the shop, without the need to laboriously climb each level as one would in a gymnasium. The Great Fool rose and closely followed Lin Ziluo. Together, they traversed the corridor strewn with corpses and arrived at the entrance of the scenic elevator. Though termed a scenic elevator, this particular one in the library features a transparent shell, allowing passengers to observe the situation in the rear hall. Ding! The elevator doors opened, revealing numerous bloodstains within, yet devoid of any humans or zombies. Lin Ziluo and the Great Fool stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 5th floor. As the elevator ascended slowly, Lin Ziluo took the opportunity to glance at the rear hall. The number of zombies in the rear hall was no less than those at the front entrance. Seemingly around 200, all congregated at the large iron gate leading into the front hall. They had been drawn there by the sounds of battle between Lin Ziluo and the zombies, but were thwarted by the imposing gate. Moreover, during the gradual ascent, Lin Ziluo successfully observed several suspicious areas. Chapter 61. Oh. It turns out I was too affluent. These so-called suspicious areas were, in fact, places that had suffered significant damage. For instance, broken tables and chairs within the library, bookshelves that had been smashed to create holes, and iron doors that had been forcibly torn apart. These were all sites that had endured destruction. Moreover, such destruction could not possibly be wrought by mere zombies or humans. The perpetrator of these deeds, possessing such formidable power, is quite evident. A boss. Another boss. Although Lin Ziluo had previously traversed this realm in his past life, his understanding of the boss within the Magic City Library was rather limited. In his previous existence, by the time he had truly acquired strength, the majority of the bosses in the Magic City had already been eradicated. As for now, I shall graciously claim this boss for myself. Lin Ziluo did not immediately seek out the boss. What was imperative at this moment was to visit the shop on the top floor and procure some useful items and equipment. He glanced at Big Fool, who had just changed into the outfit Lin Ziluo had retrieved from storage as they ascended in the elevator. Ding! The observation elevator had reached the 5th floor. The doors opened slowly, and the sound attracted the attention of the zombies on this floor. They began to converge towards the elevator. To Lin Ziluo's surprise, there were not many zombies on the 5th floor, merely around 30. Well, Lin Ziluo indeed had the right to say so. 30-odd zombies were hardly a challenge for the rejuvenated Lin Ziluo and Big Fool. With ease, they dispatched all the zombies, cutting through them as if they were mere vegetables. During this encounter, a piece of equipment, strength gloves, dropped. However, its attributes were rather mediocre and paled in comparison to Lin Ziluo's combo gloves. Thus it was bestowed upon Big Fool for use. Having dealt with all the zombies on the 5th floor, Lin Ziluo made his way directly to an office nestled in the corner of that level. The door to the office stood closed. Once adorned with a sign indicating it was a manager's office, now whimsically altered by the omnipotent apocalyptic game to read Magic City Store. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo gently turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. Congratulations, player, for successfully locating the Magic City Store. You have earned 10 points of reputation. Echoed the game's notification. The familiar layout of the store unfolded before Lin Ziluo. The once ordinary office was now entirely encased in a peculiar metal. The walls, floor, and ceiling were all enveloped in a gleaming silver material. One should not underestimate this enigmatic metal. Its hardness is beyond imagination. Even beings of divine might could only leave scratches upon its surface. Inside the room, apart from the metal, stood 3 chairs, designated for customers to rest while waiting to make their purchases. At the very center of the room was a small metallic chamber, allowing individuals to step inside for transactions. This design was intended to shield customers from potential ambushes while they focused on their purchases. It is worth noting that the use of force within the store is not prohibited. However, should you engage in a brawl, any punch or spell that strikes the metallic walls will incur a hefty repair fee, regardless of whether the metal shows any sign of damage. If your blow causes another to bleed or splatter their blood upon the floor, you will be liable for substantial cleaning costs. Do not inquire how the responsible party is determined. The apocalyptic game is not inclined to reason with you. Perhaps misfortune may strike, resulting in penalties for both parties involved. The sum of a single fine could be sufficient to plunge even the wealthiest player into financial ruin. Thus, the shop serves as an unspoken sanctuary for all players. However, the duration of one's stay within the shop is strictly limited to 30 minutes per day. Exceeding this time frame incurs a hefty fine, effectively dissuading those pursued by adversaries from seeking refuge indefinitely. What? You claim to be broke? Unable to pay the fine? Aspiring to become a defaulter? In that case, it would be best to erase you altogether. Lin Ziluo was acutely aware of the shop's regulations and wasted no time. He decisively entered the metallic chamber. As the door sealed shut, a panel materialized before him, emblazoned with the words, "Welcome to the Magic City Shop." Simultaneously, a dispassionate mechanical voice echoed in his ear. "Dear player Yaji, welcome to the Magic City Shop. As you are our inaugural customer, you have been granted a 50% discount on your first purchase." Oh, what a delightful stroke of fortune. He had never experienced such a privilege before. Initially, Lin Ziluo possessed just over 6,000 gold coins. However, after vanquishing numerous zombies downstairs, his current coin count had risen to 6,545. Skillfully bypassing the welcome message, Lin Ziluo commenced his shopping. He had originally intended to purchase a pair of trousers, but with the enticing discount on the first item, he felt compelled to broaden his horizons. It would be a disservice to such a generous offer to limit his selection to mere trousers. Equipment, items, and resource cards. 3 options lay before him. Lin Ziluo opened the items section. A dazzling array of props suddenly materialized before Lin Ziluo's eyes. Super Flash Bomb. Price, 1,000 gold coin stock. 100 short-range launcher. Price, 500 gold coin stock. 100 ice spike scroll. Price, 3,000 gold coin stock. 3 mighty pill. Price, 1,000 gold coin stock. 20. As he flipped through the merchandise, disappointment washed over Lin Ziluo. He realized he no longer felt the joy and excitement he once experienced while shopping in his previous life. It seems my wealth has rendered me indifferent. No wonder I find these items unappealing. Ding. It has been detected that the host is dissatisfied with the items available in the Magic City store. The purchase rights for hidden items in the Magic City store have now been activated. Chapter 62. Exclusive equipment of the Magic City. Ding. It has been detected that the host is dissatisfied with the items available in the Magic City store. The purchase rights for hidden items in the Magic City store have now been activated. Just as Lin Ziluo pondered what to buy, the prompt from the Golden Finger system resonated like divine music. What does this mean? Lin Ziluo acknowledged the existence of hidden merchants within the city. Yet he had never heard of hidden items within the store. Ding. Every store in each city possesses exclusive hidden merchandise. Ding. These hidden items can only be purchased by players who have made significant contributions to the city. The purchase rights for the host have now been activated. Remarkably, he had never encountered such a notion before. Upon reflection, he realized he had not made any notable contributions to any city previously. Let me explore the hidden treasures within the shops of the enchanting Magic City. Lin Ziluo deftly navigated the interface and successfully located the newly unveiled Hidden Items button in the Magic City store. Upon opening it, he found a meager selection of 3 solitary items. Magic City Order a Uniform, priced at 12,000 gold coins, stock, 10. Magic City Guardian Emblem, priced at 10,000 gold coins, stock, 20. The shopping experience allowed for the viewing of item images. Upon gazing at the image of the Magic City Order a Uniform, Lin Ziluo finally realized its significance. He had seen it before, and it left a lasting impression. Previously, he had witnessed a formidable warrior from the Dragon Kingdom adorned in a similar attire. Although the style was comparable, an item capable of being worn by a warrior of such caliber must undoubtedly be a coveted treasure. Alas, the attributes of the items in the store remained shrouded in mystery. One must purchase them to unveil their true characteristics. Even identical items may exhibit variations in attributes, albeit minor fluctuations. Lin Ziluo did not hesitate to consider the matter further. In the realm of the apocalyptic game, items available under such stringent purchasing conditions had undoubtedly undergone significant markdowns. Given the exorbitant price amidst such substantial discounts, these items were clearly beyond his current means. Weighing the options between the Magic City Order a Uniform and the Magic City Guardian Emblem, Lin Ziluo decisively chose the Magic City Order a Uniform. With a discount in place, it was only prudent to opt for the more expensive item, for the store would remain here, unyielding. The player, Yazi, confirms the purchase of the Order a Uniform of Magic City. Taking advantage of a 50% discount on a single purchase, he spends 6,000 gold coins. A mechanical sound resonates. Purchase complete, Lin Ziluo announces. The Order a Uniform of Magic City has been successfully acquired for 6,000 gold coins, leaving the player with 545 coins remaining. The Order a Uniform of Magic City has now been encapsulated within a card. Activating the card will grant access to the item. A card materializes in Lin Ziluo's hand. This is the store's mechanism. Regardless of the item purchased, it ultimately transforms into a card. This system is designed to prevent complications arising from oversized items and insufficient storage space. Does the player, Yazi, wish to purchase any additional items? No, that will suffice. Lin Ziluo replies. With 545 coins remaining, it would be prudent to save for the Magic City Guardian's mark. Thank you for your patronage. We welcome you to return soon. With this courteous remark, the metallic chamber door gradually opens. Lin Ziluo steps out of the metal enclosure, stretching his limbs. Desha sits quietly in a chair. Oh, Desha must possess some gold coins as well. Although Desha does not gain experience from slaying zombies, he can still accumulate gold coins. Lin Ziluo glances at Desha's stats. Well, just over 700 coins, he muses. It makes sense. Desha has only dispatched a few zombies himself, as most were dealt with by Lin Ziluo. Noticing that their time in the store is limited to 10 minutes, Lin Ziluo retrieves the card for the Order uniform of Magic City and chooses to activate it. A sleek black uniform materializes in Lin Ziluo's hands. The fabric of this uniform feels exquisite, akin to silk. Lin Ziluo began to examine its attributes. Order Keeper Uniform of Magic City, Diamond Level Special Equipment. Description: an exceptionally rare uniform, crafted with utmost precision, exhibiting extraordinary effects, reserved solely for those who have made significant contributions to the Magic City. Abilities: 1. Transformation. Upon equipping the Order Keeper uniform, all clothing type gear you possess can be concealed by the uniform, effects still trigger. 2. Majesty. While within the Magic City, any player whose reputation does not exceed yours will experience a 10 reduction in their attributes for a duration of 5 minutes if they attempt to engage you. 3. Order. You have the authority to establish the order of the Magic City. Each day, you may issue a task to one player, excluding yourself, within the Magic City, which must be verifiable by the system. The rewards and penalties of the task will be determined by your reputation level and the difficulty of the task, without requiring you to pay any rewards. It must be said, this is indeed a city-specific equipment that Lin Ziluo has never encountered before. These attributes are truly unique and rare. However, what captivated Lin Ziluo the most were the words special equipment. This signifies that this item will not occupy any of his equipment slots. The transformation ability. Although Lin Ziluo had not witnessed its specific effects, he could infer its purpose based on the description. It undoubtedly promises a coveted effect. Chapter 63. Order Keeper Uniform of Magic City. Lin Ziluo unfurled the uniform, revealing a black cloak adorned with a hood, paired with pure black trousers and shoes. The garment is accentuated with silver stripes, and a distinctive emblem is emblazoned upon the chest. This emblem is instantly recognizable to anyone who has spent time in the enchanting metropolis of Shanghai. It is none other than the iconic Oriental Pearl Tower, a symbol of the city. Beyond this, there is nothing particularly remarkable. Lin Ziluo removed all of his gear and donned his uniform, which was crafted from an exceptionally soft fabric, providing immense comfort. Moreover, sensing Lin Ziluo's slight discomfort from heat, the garment automatically emanated a gentle coolness. Impressive. It truly deserves its reputation for comfort. Subsequently, Lin Ziluo retrieved a full-length mirror. Gazing into its reflective surface, his eyes widened in astonishment. The image staring back at him bore a striking resemblance to the Grim Reaper adorned in a black cloak, complete with a hood cascading down his back. From this moment on, he could embody the persona of the Reaper. Lin Ziluo expressed his satisfaction as he tossed the mirror outside the shop. He was now poised to validate his hypothesis regarding the transformative properties of his uniform. With a firm grip on the Aegis chest plate, he initiated the transformation effect of the Shanghai Order Enforcer's uniform, detecting the impending equipping of the Aegis chest plate. Shall the transformation effect of the Shanghai Order Enforcer's uniform be activated? He declared. In an instant, the chest plate vanished from his grasp, yet he could distinctly feel an enhancement in his attributes. Indeed, this transformation function operated exactly as he had envisioned. By merely wearing this uniform, all other equipment would be absorbed, with their effects seamlessly transferred to the uniform itself. This meant that he needed only to don a single garment, maximizing his agility, lightness, and stealth. Lin Ziluo experimented further, discovering that once the equipment was removed, it would reappear in his hands. Moreover, upon donning the chest armor, the resilience and defensive qualities of the armor seamlessly transferred to the uniform, alleviating any concerns about the uniform's ability to withstand attacks. This feature can only be adequately described as extraordinary. If one were compelled to elaborate, it could be likened to a young calf weeping for its mother, overwhelmed by sheer magnificence. As the time to remain in the shop drew to a close, Lin Ziluo exited alongside his companion, the simple-minded Desha. He intended to employ the uniform's order function on Desha. Since it could be utilized once a day, it would be a folly not to take advantage of it. Lin Ziluo was eager to experiment with this capability. Annihilate the entire world. Mission not approved by the system. Eliminate a legendary boss. Mission not approved by the system. Defeat the library of the Demon City with a single blow. After a period of experimentation, Lin Ziluo grasped the nuances of the function. Tasks deemed absurd, unrealistic, or illogical invariably failed to pass system scrutiny. Peeping at a girl changing clothes. Mission approved by the system. Would you like to publish? Cough. I was merely jesting, not serious. Lin Ziluo hastily retracted this mission. As a paragon of virtue, he could not engage in such activities. After much contemplation, Lin Ziluo decided to issue a credible mission: eliminate the boss within the library of the Demon City. Mission approved by the system. Would you like to publish? Excellent. Lin Ziluo promptly chose to publish it. He simultaneously discerned a hidden aspect of this function, which could ascertain the genuine presence of a boss based on the system's judgment. Of course, one should not place unwavering trust in this. For instance, if a certain location's boss is exceedingly formidable, the quest may not succeed. One cannot simply claim there is no boss. The Shah has successfully accepted the task. Lin Ziluo briefly glanced at the mission, which offered a meager reward of 200 gold coins, 50 experience points, and 2 supply cards. The rewards were scant, likely due to Lin Ziluo's insufficient reputation. However, he did not dwell on this. Any reward was better than none. He could consistently utilize the Shah to earn quest rewards. His next objectives were to level up and vanquish the boss within the library. Lin Ziluo was keenly aware that upon reaching level 10, he would be able to draw a super cheat card. With determination, he planned to eliminate 200 to 300 zombies in the library. With a stroke of luck, he might even defeat a boss and level up sooner. The very thought spurred Lin Ziluo on, and without pausing for rest, he called out to the Shah and approached the elevator. Once inside, he pressed the button for the 4th floor. They would methodically clear each level, confident that they would uncover the elusive boss. I'm scared, Wei. A girl trembled in a small compartment of the Magic City library, speaking to her boyfriend, Wei. He swiftly covered her mouth and whispered urgently, Xiaomei, keep your voice down. We must not let that creature hear us. Xiaomei nodded, though tears of fear continued to stream down her face. Wei, too, was gripped by fear, his body shaking uncontrollably. He quietly reached for the wall and pressed the light switch. The once bright cubicle was suddenly engulfed in darkness. Without light, that creature should struggle to find us. We should remain quiet for a while, Wei advised. Indeed, we will be all right. The two huddled together in the corner of the cubicle, offering each other solace. Deep down, Wei understood that claiming everything would be fine was merely a form of comfort. Even if he and Xiaomei eluded detection, the prolonged deprivation of food and water would inevitably lead them toward death. Wei. Xiaomei trembled once more, her voice quivering as she spoke. What is it? Wei gently caressed Xiaomei, attempting to console her. Look, beneath the door frame of the cubicle. Is that not a pair of eyes? Chapter 64. Crawling. Zombie boss. When Wei heard Xiaomei utter those words, his body instantly froze. An overwhelming dread flooded his heart. He cautiously turned his head to peer beneath the door frame of the cubicle. The darkness within allowed the light from outside to seep through the gap, illuminating a pair of blood-red eyes fixated intently on Wei. His mind momentarily ceased to function, and breathing became increasingly laborious. The blood-red eyes narrowed, seemingly mocking the naivety of Wei and Xiaomei. Then, the iron door of the cubicle emitted a sinister scraping sound. It was clear that the owner of those blood-red eyes was attempting to force the door open. Faced with imminent peril, the previously panicked Wei suddenly found a sense of calm. Xiaomei, once it opens the door, you must run with all your might. Wei spoke. No, I dare not. Suddenly, Xiaomei reacted. What about you? It's all right. Be brave. Just run outside. I will hold them off. Wei stood up and groped around in the darkness until he found a broom. He grasped the broom and held it against his chest to bolster his courage. A hint of disdain flickered in his bloodshot eyes. In the next moment, the iron door swung open with a clang. Run! Wei shouted loudly, then charged forward with courage. The creature that had been pressed against the door finally revealed itself. It was a zombie, a grotesque one at that. Its form was particularly emaciated, with the outlines of its bones clearly visible beneath its skin. Its head was shaped like an inverted triangle, and a long, crimson tongue flicked about. The creature clung to the door like a gecko, as Wei rushed towards it. The zombie did not immediately attack, but instead seemed to toy with him, turning away and crawling up to the ceiling of the compartment along the iron door. Wei's broom swung through empty air. He looked up at the zombie perched on the ceiling, despair washing over him. The courage he had just mustered extinguished in an instant. Could this truly be something humanity could contend with? The zombie, witnessing Wei's lost resolve, saw the mockery in its eyes fade. Another plaything gone. Disappointed, the zombie shifted its focus to Xiaomei, who was still huddled in the corner. Xiaomei was struggling desperately, but fear had rendered her incapable of even standing. "Xiaomei, run!" Awei shouted, instantly regaining his senses as he saw the zombie fixate on her. Alas, it was too late. The claws of the zombie lunged directly at Xiaomei's head, instantly shattering it. Blood mingled with brain matter flowed forth. The zombie hurriedly approached, extending its grotesquely long tongue to savor the feast. Thud! Awei collapsed to the ground, the tragic demise of his girlfriend extinguishing all hope within him. "You vile creature, I shall fight you." Awei struggled to rise, seizing a broom to valiantly confront the undead once more. The zombie, displeased by Awei's interruption of its repast, swiped its claws, and Awei departed this world alongside Xiaomei. The zombie, now satisfied, gleefully lifted Awei's head to indulge in its meal. The compartment remained shrouded in darkness, with the external light barely illuminating the entrance. Failing to reach the corner where the zombie feasted. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the compartment. The zombie's expression darkened with discontent. "More toys to disturb my dining?" This time, the zombie took the initiative. It discarded Awei's head and began to crawl along the wall towards the exit. Just as the zombie's head emerged from the compartment, a voice of surprise rang out. "At last, I found you." Lin Ziluo, breathless, pointed at the zombie's head. He had been fervently clearing zombies alongside Dashin, having slain an entire floor of them. With experience points nearly sufficient for a level up, Lin Ziluo had heard Awei's earlier exclamation. "The boss has appeared." Without pausing for breath, he dashed down the stairs, following the sound until he finally beheld the zombie's head outside the compartment. The assassin form zombie. Lin Ziluo immediately recognized the type of zombie before him. Much like human professions, zombies also exhibit distinct evolutionary paths during their development. The boss evolves at an astonishing rate, leading to variations even in the early days of the apocalypse. The assassin form Lin Ziluo referred to resembles a human assassin, possessing an extraordinarily high mobility and formidable attack capabilities. Furthermore, this category of zombie is particularly adept at consuming human brains, as they can augment their intelligence through this act. This particular zombie clearly exhibited a high level of intellect. As Lin Ziluo felt the piercing gaze of the zombie's blood-red eyes upon him, he cautiously examined the attributes of the creature. Crawling zombie, bronze level boss, level 10 base attributes, strength 23 spirit, 15 constitution, 8 agility, 23 talent. Crawling, you possess the ability to traverse smoothly across walls and other non-smooth surfaces. Skills, backstab strike. You can unleash a claw attack that inflicts 110 of your strength attribute as damage. If the targeted area is the enemy's back, the damage will be doubled. Phantom stealth. You can briefly merge with the ground or walls to evade attacks or move towards the enemy. Upon re-emerging, you will execute a forward thrust attack, inflicting 80 of your strength attribute as damage. Although each assassin-type zombie possesses unique talents and specializations, their skills generally follow a similar pattern. A mere glance at the skill names suffices for Lin Ziluo to discern their functions. It must be said, this particular zombie boss is indeed formidable. Its talent and skills form a perfect synergy. Today's perplexities are interpreted. The distinctions in communication styles between the Doomsday game and the cheat system. All information within the brackets pertains to the Doomsday game. Ding. Such information is characteristic of the cheat system. The two must not be conflated. Chapter 65. The method of ascension by treading the left wall and the right wall. The foolish Shanshan arrives late. Just moments ago, Lin Ziluo had departed, leaving behind the responsibility of eliminating the last few zombies. The crawling zombie gazed at Lin Ziluo and the foolish one before it, its blood-red eyes betraying a flicker of confusion. It could not comprehend why these two toys did not flee. In the past, upon sighting it, the toys would scream and scamper away. The fearful expressions and piercing screams of the toys were the sources of joy for the crawling zombie. Detected that player Yazzie has encountered a bronze-level boss, crawling zombie, triggering the quest The Grievance of the Crawling Zombie. Ding. The cheat system has monitored the host's activation of the quest The Grievance of the Crawling Zombie and is currently optimizing task-related issues. The Grievance of the Crawling Zombie, quest description. The librarian, wrongfully accused of stealing books from the library, is being berated by his superiors. As the apocalypse descends upon him, he transforms into a zombie and exacts vengeance upon his tormentors. He seeks to annihilate every book lover in existence. Task requirement. Eliminate the crawling zombie. Task reward. 100 reputation points, 600 gold coins, 300 experience points. One piece of bronze tier equipment. Task rewards have been optimized. Task duration. 12 hours. Task penalty. None. There will be no penalties for abandoning the task or failing the task. At last, the moment Lin Ziluo had been anticipating had arrived. Why not seize a free opportunity? Big fool, just block it, Lin Ziluo instructed. In truth, both Lin Ziluo and Big Fool possessed the capability to confront the crawling zombie individually. However, given the presence of numerous other zombies on this level, a swift resolution was imperative. If 100 or so ordinary zombies congregated with a zombie boss, it would undoubtedly pose significant challenges. Upon hearing this, Big Fool charged forward. The corridor where the small compartment was located was even narrower than the one leading to the restroom. As Big Fool entered the passage, he nearly obstructed it entirely. The crawling zombie, perceiving the advancing Big Fool as a provocation, reacted by swiftly scaling the walls of the corridor. Big Fool raised his hefty iron rod and swung it down towards the crawling zombie. The crawling zombie, unfazed by the incoming iron rod, made no attempt to evade. Just as the rod was about to strike, the zombie appeared to dissolve, seamlessly merging into the wall. Phantom ambush. Instantly, a shadow emerged on the wall, rapidly shifting in motion. Big Fool's hammer crashed violently against the wall, creating a deep dent, yet the shadow remained utterly unaffected. The shadow darted swiftly, briefly flitting past the wall beside the clumsy giant. When it reappeared, it was on the wall to the giant's right rear. Before the giant could even turn around, the shadow abruptly surged from the wall, quickly coalescing into the form of a crawling zombie. Observing the awkward giant ahead, a flicker of mockery glinted in the eyes of the crawling zombie. A foolish, cumbersome toy. The claws of the crawling zombie radiated a sinister black glow. With the giant's unguarded back presented before it, it was the perfect opportunity for a backstab. The black light flashed, and a piercing wail of agony echoed. The crawling zombie stared in terror at its shattered claws. Just as it was about to strike the foolish toy, a black long knife suddenly sliced in from behind. It hastily pivoted, using its claws to block the strike, barely managing to deflect the blow at the cost of several claws. The crawling zombie swiftly ascended to the ceiling, turning to face the wielder of the black long knife. Lin Ziluo wore an expression of innocence. Everything that had just transpired was precisely as he had calculated. On the surface, the phantom infiltration appeared to be a divine skill, capable of merging with walls and rendering one immune to damage. In truth, this skill carried a side effect. Once activated, one felt an overwhelming compulsion to sneak around behind others, creating a sense of psychological discomfort, a form of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Thus, Lin Ziluo had sent the giant forth, intending to compel the crawling zombie to utilize the phantom infiltration. When the eager crawling zombie made its way to the giant's rear to launch a surprise attack, Lin Ziluo would be poised to strike with a knife. As anticipated, the plan bore fruit. That single strike nearly crippled the crawling zombie's offensive capabilities. Both of its abilities had fallen into a cooldown, leaving no opportunity for escape. The crawling zombie on the ceiling gazed down at Lin Ziluo, and though anger surged within, fear ultimately prevailed. Thus, its body twisted in a different direction, preparing to flee. Would Lin Ziluo allow the crawling zombie to escape? He propelled himself off the wall with a powerful kick, leaving a dent in the surface, then leaped to the opposite wall. The corridor was sufficiently narrow, making such a leap entirely feasible. This maneuver was an upgraded version of the legendary technique of ascending by stepping from left to right. He decisively activated the brief hovering skill of the white wing cloak. With this ability, Lin Ziluo could momentarily disregard the descent of his body and charge forward unabated. During his sprint, the speed-enhancing effect of the gale boots was unleashed. The crawling zombie could only crawl forward with relentless determination, yet its speed paled in comparison to Lin Ziluo, who was now fully empowered. Gradually, Lin Ziluo closed the distance. The crawling zombie must have sensed something amiss, for it turned to behold a flash of black blade. Explosive dual slash. The enchanted sword struck the zombie's hind leg with precision. The fear-inducing effect of the lion's wrist guards was triggered. The crawling zombie's body abruptly halted, plummeting towards the ground. In that moment, the second strike of the explosive dual slash was unleashed, accurately targeting the triangular head of the crawling zombie. Chapter 66. A stunning revelation. The head of the crawling zombie soared into the air, and its body was marked by the imprint of the explosive dual slash. The moment the mark was triggered, the crawling zombie was obliterated into countless pieces. In an instant, A torrent of blood and shredded flesh surged towards Lin Ziluo. With a graceful flourish of his robe, he deflected all the blood, which, remarkably, seemed to slide off the fabric without leaving a trace. Despite being crafted from mere cloth, the robe repelled the gruesome remnants entirely. Lin Ziluo elegantly adjusted his attire before descending gently from the ceiling. A flurry of system notifications resonated around him. Congratulations. Player Yazzie has successfully slain the level 10 bronze tier boss, Crawling Zombie, earning 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. Congratulations. Player Yazzie has completed the quest The Grievance of the Crawling Zombie. Congratulations. Player Yazzie has received quest rewards: 100 reputation points, 600 gold coins, 300 experience points, and a piece of bronze level equipment. Congratulations. Player has advanced to level 10, earning 1 free attribute point. Player Yazzie has now reached level 10. Due to the absence of a job change, further leveling up is not possible, and all experience will be accumulated. Please patiently await the opening of the job change channel. The acquisition of 350 experience points propelled Lin Ziluo to level 10, with a surplus of experience remaining, as the notification indicated, without undertaking a job change. Further advancement in level was unattainable, although experience would continue to accumulate. The job change channel would only become accessible after the 7-day novice protection period, specifically within the city, excluding hidden profession transitions. Lin Ziluo intended to complete the job change trial during this novice protection phase. Thus, he would become the first player to successfully change careers. Earning a global announcement. There was no need to rush. For the original first player to achieve this feat had only succeeded in the morning of the 9th day of the apocalypse. Prior to that, even if one had obtained the career change scroll, it was of no use without reaching level 10. Now, it was merely the early hours of the 5th day of the apocalypse, granting him a little over 3 days of time. With keen eyes, Lin Ziluo noticed a white treasure chest had dropped beneath the body of a crawling zombie. This was a silver treasure chest. However, Lin Ziluo refrained from approaching it, for more pressing matters awaited him. System, where is my super cheat? Lin Ziluo inquired joyfully as he stood in place. The cheat system appeared promptly. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully reached level 10 and earned an opportunity to draw a super cheat. Would you like to draw now? Draw, Lin Ziluo responded, secretly exhilarated. The last time he had drawn a super cheat, he had hit the jackpot with an absurdly high drop rate, allowing him to outpace all other players significantly. What extraordinary cheat would he draw this time? Ding. The second super cheat is currently being drawn. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have drawn the super cheat, Yin-Yang Duality. Ding. Yin-Yang Duality. The host can possess 2 professions. Lin Ziluo swallowed hard, feeling a wave of disbelief wash over him. Not merely a little dazed, but utterly bewildered. Could you repeat that? Lin Ziluo spoke, his voice trembling slightly. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have drawn the super lucky finger, Yin-Yang Duality, allowing you to possess 2 professions simultaneously. The lucky finger system obediently reported. Truly, this is real. The ability to switch between 2 professions. Lin Ziluo could hardly fathom such a concept. What does it mean to possess the skills of 2 professions? With each level up, he could earn double attribute points. If he were to transition into a warrior profession and then a mage profession, he could achieve a true balance of physical and magical prowess. This was simply extraordinary. No wonder it's called the super lucky finger. Each one is overwhelmingly powerful. In an instant, a myriad of possibilities surged through Lin Ziluo's mind. However, fortune was not on his side, as the zombies on this floor were drawn to the recent commotion. In his excitement, Lin Ziluo wasted no time. After instructing the large fool to step aside, he utilized the narrow corridor to unleash the recently cooled down spike assault. Dozens of spikes surged from the ground, piercing through a horde of zombies. The notifications of their demise flooded the screen once more. Lin Ziluo hurried forward to embrace the silver treasure chest dropped by the crawling zombie. This type of treasure chest can be moved, unlike wild treasure chests. Big fool, retreat. Let's head upstairs. With a call to the large fool, Lin Ziluo dashed up the safety passage. The large fool followed closely behind. After a brief sprint, the duo successfully evaded the zombies and arrived on the 5th floor, which had long been cleared of threats. Lin Ziluo set down the silver chest and eagerly began to examine the specifics of Yin-Yang Duality. Yin-Yang Duality. The host can possess 2 professions. Remarks. 1. Among the host's 2 professions, the first acquired profession will be displayed externally. 2. There are no restrictions on the content of the two professions. However, if the fixed attributes increased are of the same type, only the highest value will be taken. 3. The free attribute points added by the second profession will only benefit from 50, rounded up. Upon reading the remarks, Lin Ziluo finally comprehended the precise application of this extraordinary ability. Although it was not as outrageous as the direct stacking he had initially imagined, with proper execution, it could still prove formidable. Lin Ziluo contemplated the possibilities. For instance, the second remark indicated that if the fixed attributes were of the same type, only the highest value would apply, which suggested that selecting professions of the same type would be foolish. Instead, it would be prudent to choose two professions that enhance different fixed attributes. A warrior profession could augment strength and constitution, while a mage profession could enhance spirit and agility. In this way, the second remark would essentially impose no limits, allowing for a diverse array of professions. The third remark was also beneficial. If both professions granted 3 points in free attributes, the rounded-up calculation would effectively yield 5 points in total. Chapter 67. Post-war rewards. A myriad of profession combinations began to materialize in Lin Ziluo's mind. Wait a moment, Phantom adds strength and agility. Does that imply he still needs to find a profession that enhances constitution and spirit? There are indeed options. However, the most prestigious among them would be the hidden profession of Holy Sword Knight from across the ocean, within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. It seems there are no particularly outstanding professions of this type. Perhaps it would be wise to abandon the Phantom and choose another vocation? Lin Ziluo found himself somewhat troubled. His meticulously crafted development plan had been disrupted. The reason being that he had the ability to simultaneously transition into two professions. What a delightful dilemma this was. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his pursuit of the Phantom class. It was an unparalleled hidden profession of immense value. Even if he did not transition, he could retain it or trade it. With this thought, Lin Ziluo set aside his contemplation of this matter for the time being. His priority was to acquire the Phantom Transition Scroll before considering other options. Lin Ziluo began to organize the rewards he had obtained from previously clearing a layer of zombies and defeating crawling zombies to complete quests. First, he claimed the task reward of bronze-level equipment. Player Yazi acquired bronze-level equipment, bronze great hammer, a piece of bronze-level equipment. This massive hammer forged from bronze is remarkably heavy. It is advisable to ensure one can lift it before use. Attributes: 2 strength, with an attack that possesses a shattering effect, providing certain enhancements for destruction. Lin Ziluo hefted the bronze great hammer that had appeared in his hands. It was indeed substantial. No doubt about it. Big Fool, you are in for a treat. Oh, and Big Fool still has a double-layered quest reward. However, the game tasks accepted by Big Fool could not be optimized by the Golden Finger system. Glancing at the task rewards, apart from the usual reputation, gold, and experience, there was an additional reward of acquiring a bronze-level item. Lin Ziluo took a look and discovered that the item from Big Fool's task reward was Eye of Reconnaissance. Just look at that. This does not bode well for my fortunes. The task reward I assigned to the Fool is rather mediocre, merely adding a few coins to his collection. However, this brings me a step closer to acquiring the Guardian's emblem of the Magic City. Lin Ziluo handed the bronze giant hammer to the Fool, who accepted it with a smile that was a rare sight. It seemed to convey his satisfaction with the equipment. A feat indeed, for the Fool's smile typically only graced his face when indulging in roast chicken. Subsequently, he began to swing the giant hammer with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo opted to open a silver treasure chest. In the apocalyptic game, there exists a creature that drops only a single item. Upon vanquishing a boss, one is either rewarded with an item or a treasure chest. Unlike wild treasure chests, which are stationary, this drop chest is mobile, albeit its contents are generally less valuable than those of a wild chest. Player Yazi has successfully opened the silver treasure chest. Player Yazi, while opening the silver treasure chest, received a boon from the chest, successfully expanding his storage space by 0.3 cubic meters. Player Yazi, upon opening the silver treasure chest, gained an enhancement to his experience, earning 50 experience points. Player Yazi rummaged through the silver treasure chest and successfully retrieved 270 coins. As the white light dissipated, 2 items materialized before Lin Ziluo, a pair of shimmering white pants and a resource card. Not a bad haul, indeed. The fact that this chest yielded silver-level pants was more than satisfactory. Lin Ziluo picked up the pants. Resilient combat pants, a piece of silver-grade equipment. These trousers possess remarkable durability, offering substantial assistance to players during battles. Attributes: Constitution 3, Agility 1. They reduce the duration of negative effects suffered by the player by 20. The attributes of these pants are commendable, particularly in mitigating adverse conditions such as blindness, dizziness, and breach of defense. A reduction in duration could very well alter the tide of combat. Lin Ziluo joyfully donned the pants. Upon reaching level 10, he had a point of free attribute to allocate. Without hesitation, he invested it in spirit. Now, he was capable of wielding dual professions, necessitating a comprehensive development of all attributes. At this moment, Lin Ziluo's fundamental attributes underwent significant transformation. Basic attributes: Strength, 28, Spirit, 20, Constitution, 23, Agility, 25. Perfect. There were also items obtained from previously vanquished zombies, 2 pieces of equipment, and several miscellaneous items. The 2 pieces of equipment paled in comparison to what Lin Ziluo possessed. They were precisely the components missing from Desha's gear. Lin Ziluo generously bestowed them upon Desha, ensuring that Desha's strength would not lag too far behind his own. Having completed these tasks, Lin Ziluo felt no inclination to continue hunting zombies. Instead, he sought out a room on the 5th floor that contained a table. After placing the eye of reconnaissance on the ground, Lin Ziluo reclined upon the table. Following inquiries to the Golden Finger system regarding several matters, he solidified his intention. Should he be unable to find a suitable profession before the 9th day of the apocalypse, he would temporarily transition to the illusionist class to secure a global announcement. As for the other profession, there was no urgency. The Golden Finger system had provided ample insight. Lin Ziluo surveyed the surroundings and found nothing of value. Having contemplated all necessary matters, he blissfully drifted off into slumber. The time was the early hours of the 5th day of the apocalypse. Chapter 68, Preparations for Departure. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Ziluo awoke from his nap. Due to a late night on the 5th day, he rose later than usual. After a moment of reflection, he ultimately resolved to dedicate the day to clearing out all the zombies within the library. It was evident that spending this time to eliminate more zombies would be far more rewarding. Although unable to level up, collecting some gold coins and acquiring various items would be quite gratifying. Thus, Lin Ziluo and his companion, Desha, devoted the entire day to eradicating the remaining approximately 600 zombies within the library of the magical city. The experience accumulated in Lin Ziluo's experience pool was sufficient for him to level up once more. However, concerning loot, no particularly useful items were found, as Lin Ziluo's equipment was already quite extravagant. Nonetheless, they managed to fulfill a significant portion of Desha's equipment needs, with only pants and shoes remaining. In terms of items, they did uncover a new one: Healing Scroll, a bronze level, one-time use item that, when activated, could release a healing spell to restore the injuries of a designated target. The extent of recovery was determined by the mental strength of the individual activating the scroll. This was indeed a valuable healing item, proving to be quite beneficial for Lin Ziluo. After sweeping through the library, night had fallen. Lin Ziluo chose to remain in the library for another night, and he retired early that evening. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Lin Ziluo and the imposing Dashin set off towards the Xiranfa Mall. Upon reaching the top floor of the mall, Lin Ziluo once again stirred a commotion among the crowd, this time due to his remarkably striking appearance. Dressed in an exquisitely tailored black robe, complemented by an enigmatic mask and accompanied by the formidable presence of Dashin behind him, he exuded an aura of unparalleled charm and charisma. Had it not been for the haunting memory of Dashin's earlier act of violence, which left a lasting impression on the veteran members, many would have rushed forward to surround Lin Ziluo. Nevertheless, a few newcomers, emboldened by their newfound strength and oblivious to the dangers that lay ahead, dared to approach Lin Ziluo, eager to inquire about the origin of his attire. However, they were swiftly intercepted by the seasoned members. Otherwise, Lin Ziluo would not have hesitated to assert his authority over the newcomers. He strode confidently into Gao Dong's office. Ever since Lin Ziluo effortlessly dealt with their most formidable rival, Gao Dong's life had become considerably more pleasant. Upon entering the office, Lin Ziluo was taken aback to find Gao Dong flirting with a young girl. Initially, Gao Dong intended to express his annoyance at the disturbance, But upon seeing Lin Ziluo and Dashin, his expression transformed into one of radiant delight, leaving the young girl beside him utterly astonished. This was indeed the president he knew. As Lin Ziluo inquired about the timing of their attack on the Magic City Museum, Gao Dong proudly patted his chest, declaring that in recent days, he had dispatched individuals to recruit new members. The Grim Reaper Club was experiencing rapid growth, now boasting over 200 members, and was preparing to set forth toward the Museum of Magic City in the afternoon. Lin Ziluo readily agreed, recognizing that an afternoon assault would provide ample opportunity to eliminate all the zombies by nightfall. At that point, he could directly enter the professional trials. This encapsulated Lin Ziluo's experiences over the past couple of days. Fully awakened, he rose from his bed, tidied his attire slightly, and stepped out of his room. He had casually chosen a residence close to Shaoruanfa, where he had temporarily sought rest. Upon exiting, Lin Ziluo noticed the large figure of Dashin in the living room. At this moment, Dashin was fervently swinging his bronze giant hammer. Ever since Lin Ziluo had gifted him the hammer, he had developed an unwavering affection for it, dedicating any spare moment to practicing his swings. Lin Ziluo observed that Dashin possessed a certain talent in this regard. Within merely 2 days, he had begun to wield the hammer with impressive skill. Upon seeing Lin Ziluo emerge, Dashin sensibly halted his hammering. With a grand gesture, Lin Ziluo donned his mask, anticipation swelling within him at the thought of avenging himself against the one who had marred his visage. This residence was conveniently located near the Shaoruanfa shopping mall, and the surrounding zombies had been efficiently cleared away by the members of the Grim Reaper Club. Lin Ziluo made his way to the top floor of the mall without hindrance. As soon as the freight elevator doors opened, he beheld Gao Dong passionately delivering a stirring speech in the center of the hall. To our esteemed members, today marks a significant occasion for our Grim Reaper Club. As we prepare to embark on a grand battle, we shall mobilize our entire force to eradicate the zombies lurking within the Museum of Magic City, reclaiming the cultural essence that our dragon nation has cherished for generations. Gao Dong found himself at a loss for words, for he noticed Lin Ziluo's gaze through the mask, resembling that of one staring at the deceased. Behind Lin Ziluo stood the formidable Dasha, brandishing a bronze hammer that instilled a sense of dread even in Gao Dong. It appeared that if he continued his speech, that hammer would soon find its way to his own head. Clearing his throat, Gao Dong succinctly stated, "Let us gather and prepare to assault the Museum of Magic City." The audience, having been lulled into a stupor by the lengthy address, suddenly regained their vigor upon witnessing Gao Dong's abrupt shift in demeanor. "Charge! I shall annihilate every zombie in the museum. I am destined to unearth a piece of bronze equipment. The day we have awaited has finally arrived. My rise to prominence is imminent. I assure you, I will ascend to level 5 this time. I intend to slay 10 zombies. Do not misunderstand. This is merely my excitement spilling over." Chapter 69. Luring the tiger away from its mountain, Lin Ziluo surveyed the chaotic scene, observing a group of players spoiled by the novice protection mechanism. After enduring the initial turmoil brought about by the Apocalypse game, they had begun to swell with arrogance upon acquiring a modicum of strength. They truly believed that the Apocalypse game was a mere leisurely pursuit, akin to a casual monster-slaying experience. When tomorrow afternoon at 7 o'clock arrives and the novice protection period concludes, it remains uncertain how many unfortunate souls will meet a grim fate. Under Gao Dong's persistent efforts to maintain order, the members of the Death God Club eventually congregated. Although there was a lack of discipline, each individual was willing to launch an offensive against the Shanghai Museum, temporarily acquiescing to management. The freight elevator on the top floor of the shopping mall began to operate rapidly, transporting groups of members downstairs for assembly. "Brother Lin, how do you propose we proceed with the attack?" Gao Dong inquired, peering through binoculars at the throngs of zombies amassed outside the museum, seeking Lin Ziluo's counsel. At that moment, they were situated in a CAF across from the Shanghai Museum. The ground floor was designated for members to rest, while the upper floor housed Gao Dong along with 2 other leaders, Lin Ziluo and Dasha, as they deliberated on their pre-battle strategy. Upon hearing Lin Ziluo's suggestion, a spark of inspiration ignited in Gao Dong's eyes. He sensed that this tactic held great potential. The primary concern was indeed the overwhelming number of zombies at the museum's entrance. Charging in recklessly would place them at a disadvantage, making them susceptible to encirclement. Let us assign some agile individuals to wield meat soaked in zombie virus to lure the zombies. Once successfully drawn in, they can lead the horde into our prearranged encirclement. Even if we manage to attract all the zombies from within the museum, we would not suffer a loss. Rather, we would elongate the front line, facilitating our assault. Lin Ziluo meticulously elaborated on the lure strategy. Gao Dong and the other two leaders gazed at Lin Ziluo with expressions of admiration. Brother Lin, you are truly remarkable. This plan is simply exquisite, Gao Dong marveled. Indeed, the brilliance of Brother Lin leaves me in awe, echoed the other two leaders. The sincerity of their flattery mattered little to Lin Ziluo. He was indifferent. His mind was preoccupied with a different scheme. It was essential to realize that once all the zombies in the museum were lured away, the museum would be devoid of any undead presence. At that point, Lin Ziluo would be able to bypass the zombie obstacle entirely and proceed directly into the museum to access the scroll. Ahem. This tactic can be aptly described as luring the tiger away from its mountain. Gao Dong and the other leaders readily endorsed this strategy. Consequently, the plan was swiftly approved and finalized. Descending to the first floor of the CAF, Gao Dong articulated the operational strategy to the assembled crowd, who unanimously agreed. After all, this approach significantly reduced their risks while allowing them to reap the same rewards. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would concur. Soon, several agile members were selected. The club still possessed a few pieces of raw meat. Ultimately, they decided to designate the two swiftest individuals to wield the raw meat to entice the zombies, while the remaining members would be responsible for a relay along the route. Once the individuals holding the raw meat no longer had it, their drawing power would diminish considerably, alleviating concerns regarding potential mishaps. The final destination for the luring was chosen, a rather secluded park, where the zombies had been efficiently cleared out just a day prior by the members of the Death Club. The environment was perfectly suited for an ambush. With everything in readiness, Lin Ziluo stepped forward. Indeed, my agility is unparalleled. Allow me to take the lead in luring the zombies, Lin Ziluo proclaimed with righteous fervor. These were not merely the seasoned members. Even some of the newcomers gazed at Lin Ziluo with admiration. Who could deny that being the first to attract the zombies is the most perilous task? The fact that Brother Lin is willing to embrace such danger to fulfill the mission is nothing short of heroic. As for Lin Ziluo's agility, no one harbored doubts. If they were aware that Lin Ziluo's true intention was merely to position himself closer to the museum, so as to facilitate a smoother entry for the first leg of the relay, they might very well be taken aback. Lin Ziluo accepted the card handed to him by Gao Dong, which read, "Raw meat infected by zombie virus." The reason behind assigning two individuals to lure the zombies was primarily due to the fact that the entire Grim Reaper Club possessed only 2 pieces of raw meat. Lin Ziluo cast a glance at his storage space, where a substantial stack of raw meat stood out conspicuously. Ahem. The disparity was indeed quite significant. As for Desha, Lin Ziluo decided against bringing him along. It would be futile to transport him into the trial space alone. It would be far more beneficial for him to remain outside, accumulating coins and contributing to the Guardian's mark of Magic City. Just slay the zombies. Heed no one but me. If anyone provokes you, eliminate them immediately, understood? Lin Ziluo instructed Desha. Desha nodded in affirmation, indicating his comprehension. Lin Ziluo was not entirely indifferent to Desha's well-being. He could sense Desha's emotions. Should any genuine issues arise, he could even exert direct control over Desha. Thus, he felt reassured. Desha followed Gao Dong and the others to the ambush location. Lin Ziluo and a few individuals tasked with luring remained in the CAF, awaiting the signal to commence their actions. Aware that the trial would demand immense energy, Lin Ziluo decisively closed his eyes to rest. Approximately 10 minutes later, he heard the call, "Linda Lao, we can move." Chapter 70. The familiar scroll. Lin Ziluo opened his eyes. The one who had called out was Chao Yang, the person who needed to act first, just like him. "All right, let us set off," Lin Ziluo replied. He stepped out first, followed closely by the others. Soon, they had all reached their designated positions. Lin Ziluo and Chao Yang each held a raw meat card as they continued forward. "Linda Lao, are we not going to be overwhelmed and unable to escape?" Chao Yang swallowed nervously, expressing his concerns. Lin Ziluo was determined not to let this fellow's trepidation sabotage his plan. "You run ahead. I'll pause for a moment behind you," he instructed. Chao Yang still appeared worried. "But Lao, wouldn't he that put you in danger?" "Danger? Staying behind allows for easier disappearance. My goal is to eliminate a few zombies. Once I pass the torch, I will take a different route to draw away a handful of them." You just need to follow them, understand? Lin Ziluo's tone was icy. Understood. Chaoyang nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. Okay, even if I vanish, it will pose no problem. Thus, the two individuals arrived at the small square in front of the Museum of Magic City. The square was teeming with a multitude of zombies. Activate in 30 seconds. Lin Ziluo announced. Subsequently, Lin Ziluo and Chaoyang positioned themselves at opposite sides of the square, with Chaoyang situated farther from their planned escape route. When the 30 seconds elapsed, Chaoyang hesitantly activated the card, causing a piece of raw meat to materialize in his hand. Instantly, the zombies in close proximity to Chaoyang reacted, turning their heads in his direction. Moreover, the commotion among the zombies within the enticing radius drew the attention of others beyond that range. A zombie let out a growl and began to approach Chaoyang, gradually increasing its pace. Soon, all the zombies started to sprint toward him. Run, Lin Ziluo urged. Chaoyang, clutching the raw meat, began to circle around, successfully attracting a portion of the zombies. Thereafter, Lin Ziluo activated his own piece of raw meat, significantly amplifying its allure. His positioning effectively drew the remaining zombies in the square, as well as some from the outer areas of the museum, towards them. This was precisely why he chose to activate the meat later. Only he could accurately discern how to attract the zombies over a broader area. As the zombies closed in to within 2 meters of him, Lin Ziluo began to retreat. A throng of zombies began to follow his lead, and at that moment, Chaoyang also completed his circuit with the zombies. The two regrouped, with Chaoyang leading the way and Lin Ziluo following closely behind. As they began to sprint toward their predetermined location, behind them, a throng of relentless zombies began to pursue with frenzied fervor. The commotion escalated, and soon, a considerable horde of the undead emerged from within the museum. Success. Lin Ziluo's agility was unparalleled, and with Chaoyang's attributes fully allocated to speed, the duo had no trouble luring the zombies. Lin Ziluo often found himself pausing to allow the zombies to catch up. Before long, he spotted their companions waiting ahead. Now was the moment to break free. He decelerated and reached Chaoyang's side, thrusting raw meat into his embrace. You keep running. I shall deal with the zombies. Lin Ziluo declared. Don't worry, Lin, I've got this. Chaoyang's words were left unfinished as he witnessed Lin Ziluo suddenly accelerate, vanishing from his sight. Astonishing. It turned out he had been holding back his speed all along. Chaoyang's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. At that moment, he successfully regrouped with the remaining members. Their next task was to take turns carrying the raw meat while they fled in a relay. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo was racing forward with wild abandon. He did not run directly back towards the museum. In truth, escape was futile. The entire road was choked with zombies, the numbers easily exceeding 1,000. To venture into that mass would be to invite certain doom. In the small square, a few scattered zombies lingered. With a swift stroke of his weapon, Lin Ziluo dispatched one that obstructed his path. He then made his way into the museum, the layout firmly etched in his memory. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the familiar exhibition hall. After effortlessly slaying 2 more zombies, Lin Ziluo finally beheld the scroll he had long yearned for. An ancient artifact crafted from the hide of an unidentified creature. It was precisely the enigmatic nature of this hide that warranted its placement within the Museum of Magic City. The scroll was adorned with numerous arcane symbols alongside 2 distinct figures, one resembling an ox, the other a bird. With the advent of the apocalyptic game, a luminous hexagram, reminiscent of the markings beneath a wild treasure chest, materialized beneath the scroll, perpetually spinning, indicating its extraordinary nature. It was no wonder that in a previous life, it had deceived many into their demise. Lin Ziluo swiftly approached the scroll. The protective shield that had once safeguarded it crumbled effortlessly under his repeated strikes. A piercing alarm echoed through the air, yet Lin Ziluo remained composed, placing his hand gently upon the scroll. Chapter 71. The First Trial. The Blood-Soaked Sea. Player Yazi discovers a peculiar scroll, seemingly harboring immense secrets. Player Reputation 500. The scroll is summoning the player. Will Player Yazi accept the scroll's call? Accept, Lin Ziluo declared. Player Yazi has accepted the scroll's summons and is about to enter the scroll. The scroll began to emit a blinding radiance, enveloping the entire exhibition hall. Lin Ziluo's vision was gradually obscured by the white light, compelling him to close his eyes. His body started to feel increasingly weightless. Suddenly, a sensation of weightlessness surged. The feeling of weightlessness began to wane, and Lin Ziluo slowly regained his sight. He surveyed his surroundings. Presently, I find myself within a completely sealed stone chamber. The entirety of the stone walls is adorned with floating flames that illuminate the space, precisely as I recall from my memories. At that time, Lin Ziluo harbored suspicions that the entire trial was conducted within a cavern. It remains a mystery how air has managed to circulate here. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo approached one of the stone walls and extended a hand. A remarkable sight unfolded before him. His arm effortlessly passed through the stone barrier. Indeed, the location remained unchanged. It had taken him considerable time to discover this place initially. Undeterred, Lin Ziluo advanced towards the stone wall, subsequently vanishing into its depths. Congratulations. Player Yazi has successfully activated the trial. Mysterious trial. Trial description. This scroll appears to harbor certain secrets, patiently awaiting a worthy inheritor of its power. Trial requirements. Complete 3 trials. Trial restrictions. All equipment and skills are rendered inactive during this period. Trial rewards. Level increased by 1. Special class. Phantom. Trial duration. The flow of time in this realm differs from that of the outside world. There is no need for concern. Trial penalty. Failure to complete the trial will result in the immediate obliteration of the player. Ding. The Golden Finger system has detected that the host is undergoing a trial and is initiating the modification process. Ding. Should the host fail the task, no penalties will be imposed. The system will safeguard the host's departure from the trial space. Ding. The host is engaged in a trial, successfully triggering the task Ancient Trial. Ancient Trials. This is a legacy that has persisted for millennia, awaiting a sufficiently formidable individual to inherit its power. Task requirement. Through the trials presented by the scroll, one must claim the true strength of the scroll. Task reward. Draw a random, ordinary golden finger and receive a piece of silver-grade equipment. Task duration. The passage of time here differs from that of the outside world. Thus, there is no need for concern. The Apocalypse game and the Golden Finger system both issued notifications. Lin Ziluo felt somewhat bewildered. Although the notifications from the Apocalypse game mirrored his past experiences, the assertions made by the Golden Finger system seemed somewhat amiss. Millennia? Sufficiently powerful. While the Phantom profession could certainly be deemed elite, it hardly warranted such grandiloquent claims. Lin Ziluo was filled with perplexity. He was keenly aware of the origins of the Phantom. In truth, it stemmed from an ancient legendary assassin of the Dragon Kingdom, with merely a millennium of history. Moreover, the Phantom, at level 50, undergoes a second job transfer to Phantom Assassin, and at level 80, a third transfer to Phantom God, which does not align with the assertions of the Golden Finger system. Something is amiss. Lin Ziluo swiftly heightened his vigilance. Even though the trial was set in an environment he was well acquainted with, he accepted the 2 tasks and proceeded forward. Ahead lay a hollowed-out cave, at the center of which stood a stone platform. Upon this platform rested a dusky yellow orb. The trial's content was straightforward. One need only place their hand upon the orb. The first trial has commenced. Please, Player Yazi, place your hand on the Li Zhu. Lin Ziluo walked directly to the yellow orb. Continuing, he placed his hand upon the ochre-hued bead. As soon as Lin Ziluo's hand made contact, the bead began to undergo a transformation. The surface, originally a muted yellow, gradually revealed crimson lines that emerged, varying in length and continually multiplying. Once the red lines reached a certain quantity, they began to intertwine, swiftly enveloping the bead's ochre surface entirely, transforming it into a blood-red orb. It is coming. Lin Ziluo's senses heightened, a wave of alertness washing over him. A flash of red light compelled him to shut his eyes. After a disorienting moment of consciousness, the overwhelming scent of blood jolted him awake. At that instant, he found himself no longer in the cave, but in an endless expanse. The space above him was suffused with a dark crimson hue, evoking a profound sense of oppression. Prolonged gazes upwards caused a stinging sensation in his eyes. Lin Ziluo stood upon a solitary rock, aptly named, for apart from this singular stone, his field of vision was dominated by an infinite sea of blood. The small rock, enveloped by this sanguine ocean, offered merely enough space for Lin Ziluo to stand. Akin to a solitary vessel adrift upon an endless sea, he reached out to grasp the liquid of the crimson ocean beside him, and a potent scent of blood assaulted his senses. Indeed, this so-called seawater was nothing but blood. It was unfathomable how such a vast expanse of sanguine ocean could come to be. If this blood originated from humans, how many lives would it take to yield such an unimaginable volume? Kill. A resounding cry echoed from above the void. This voice seemed to possess an enchanting power, causing Lin Ziluo's blood to boil instantaneously. Kill! The cry reverberated a second time, further igniting the fervor within his veins. His heartbeat began to quicken gradually. Kill! Lin Ziluo's complexion flushed, and veins began to bulge beneath his skin. Yet, regardless of the changes manifesting in his body, his expression remained unaltered. His eyes sparkled with clarity. Chapter 72, The Second Trial, Endless Darkness. Kill! 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 The voice continued to resonate. The ocean of blood began to undulate in response to the sound. With each cry of kill, crimson waves surged toward Lin Ziluo. He stood resolute, allowing the torrents of scarlet liquid to crash against him. As the cries echoed on, transformations occurred within him. His skin became suffused with a deep red hue, as if he had emerged from within the very blood itself. The thunderous rhythm of his heartbeat and the labored breaths testified to the unimaginable torment Lin Ziluo endured. In his previous life, Lin Ziluo had relied on his hatred for Yao Jinghan to persevere through this ordeal. Countless times he had contemplated surrender, resorting to desperate measures such as crouching on the rocks to escape or covering his ears to block out the sounds. However, this time, no matter the physical transformations he experienced or the overwhelming waves of blood that crashed upon him, Lin Ziluo's steadfast expression remained unchanged. He stood motionless upon the rocky outcrop, akin to a resilient pine steadfast against the tempest. Countless times, dozens, hundreds, thousands, the echoes of battle resonated like thunderclaps, and the relentless tide of crimson surged forth. Yet, Lin Ziluo showed no sign of retreat. The duration of this ordeal remained a mystery until, quite suddenly, the clamor of violence ceased and the torrents of blood abated. A faint smile finally graced Lin Ziluo's visage. He understood that he had triumphed in this trial. Moreover, the haunting nightmares from his previous existence dissipated with the conclusion of this challenge. "Well done, well done, well done," he exclaimed thrice. And as the final utterance lingered in the air, Lin Ziluo's consciousness began to waver once more. When he regained full awareness, his hand remained upon the orb, which had transformed from its original sanguine hue back to a muted ochre. The cavern around him retained its prior tranquility, and the blood that had once drenched him had vanished completely, as if nothing had transpired. Congratulations, player, on successfully passing the first trial. Please proceed to the next trial. With a deep exhalation, Lin Ziluo commenced the process of recalibrating his state of being. Time was not of the essence. The flow of time here differed from that of the outside world. After expending such a lengthy interval, it was conceivable that only an hour had elapsed externally. After an extensive period of adjustment, Lin Ziluo at last returned to his former condition. He cast a glance at the ochre orb, pondering how such a diminutive object could ensnare one in such a dreadful illusion. Tidying his attire, he advanced toward a newly revealed aperture, a void of unfathomable depth. And along the path, the once flickering flames had vanished. Lin Ziluo cast a nostalgic glance at the light within the cave before resolutely advancing towards it. As he stepped into the cave, the announcement of the second trial commenced. The second trial has begun. Players are advised to proceed forward. With the ominous silence of the endless abyss behind him and the enveloping darkness ahead, Lin Ziluo found himself completely engulfed in shadows, devoid of light and devoid of barriers. This was the essence of the second trial. He must continue to walk forward, relentlessly, without pause. The fatigue of his body was inconsequential, and sustenance was unnecessary. He simply had to keep moving. In his previous life, Lin Ziluo could not recall how long he had persevered. Initially propelled by hatred, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. Upon awakening, he found himself in the third trial. In essence, it was a test of endurance. Achieving a certain level of tenacity would grant passage. Lin Ziluo commenced his journey forward. The dark, profound expanse appeared endless, an abyss of blackness surrounding him. His steps were resolute, striding forward with determination. He lost track of time in this shroud of darkness. Perhaps a month, perhaps 3, perhaps a year, or even many years. The darkness loomed ominously, instilling a profound fear. Fear so intense it bordered on despair. In this void, there was no direction, no goal, no life, no scenery, nothing at all. Only an overwhelming loneliness remained. Lin Ziluo mechanistically continued to take steps, perpetually advancing through the desolation. Give up? No, for as long as one faints. One can reach the next stage. This thought echoed in Lin Ziluo's mind countless times. Yet, each time it surfaced, he resolutely rejected it. Why should he concede? He had already endured this once in a previous life. Given a chance to start anew, why not persist? Gradually, Lin Ziluo's steps began to grow heavy. Yet his gaze intensified with determination. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 10 steps, 100 steps, 1,000,000 steps. In this enveloping darkness, time had lost all meaning. Slowly, Lin Ziluo was horrified to discover that his consciousness was fading, his thoughts becoming sluggish. This was the terror of time. It allowed one to gradually succumb to the abyss of darkness. No, I declared it. This time, I shall persevere until the very last moment. Lin Ziluo began to struggle. He delved into his memories. Experiences from the past decade surged forth in his mind. The equipment he had acquired, the tasks he had completed, the people he had encountered, the zombies he had vanquished, the dire situations he had survived, and so forth. Year after year, everything replayed in his consciousness. He continued to advance, always moving forward. Was this an illusion? Lin Ziluo rubbed his eyes. How ridiculous. He was experiencing hallucinations. In this space, there existed a radiant white light. After rubbing his eyes, Lin Ziluo found that the brilliant white light ahead remained dazzling. Was this not an illusion? Lin Ziluo suddenly felt incredulous. Was this the destination? This was indeed the destination. He had truly persevered until the very end. In that fleeting moment, Lin Ziluo felt a surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears. With trembling steps, he advanced toward the radiant light, a blinding brilliance that enveloped him. His eyes, long accustomed to darkness, felt no discomfort. Instead, they basked in an extraordinary warmth. Cautiously, he set forth, walking into the luminous glow. Chapter 73. The Third Trial, the Cat Demon Stone House. Stone walls, floating flames, a wooden rack adorned with an array of weapons. I have truly emerged. He examined his body once more, noting that there was no difference in appearance compared to before he entered that passage. It was as if the long journey had never transpired. Lin Ziluo sank to the ground, allowing himself to rest. The stone house he now occupied bore no distinction from the one he had entered before the trials. To advance to the next phase, one merely needed to traverse the stone wall. Congratulations, player, on successfully passing the second trial. Please proceed to the next trial. The long-awaited game notification echoed in his ears. Lin Ziluo finally exhaled in relief. This path indeed had an end, and he had genuinely reached it. The first 2 trials, as Lin Ziluo had previously stated, did not require excessive effort to overcome. A mere demonstration of capability would suffice. Yet, he was unwilling to settle. In his past life, his unsatisfactory performance in those trials had left him with profound regrets. This rebirth demanded a true renaissance, a chance to rectify all prior shortcomings, including that cat in the next stage, the one that had left him with an indelible scar, one that would never mend. The mere thought of once again confronting that feline ignited Lin Ziluo's innate desire for vengeance, flooding him with newfound strength. The constraints of this trial prohibited the use of equipment and skills, yet there were no limitations placed upon his inherent talents. Thus, Lin Ziluo settled onto the ground, resting for quite some time until he finally liberated himself from the lingering shadows of despair. Rising to his feet, he approached the wooden rack of weapons, each crafted for the forthcoming challenge against the cat. Unable to retrieve his own weapon, he selected from the array before him. Ultimately, he grasped a hefty iron blade with which he was most adept. With resolve, he advanced towards the stone wall. Much like the first trial, upon crossing the threshold, he found himself within a vast cavern. The third trial commences. Players are instructed to eliminate the guardian beast. As the announcement echoed, Lin Ziluo raised his long knife. The cavern lay eerily vacant, devoid of any peculiarities. In the next heartbeat, a chilling meow pierced the silence. This cry was not the gentle mew of a domestic cat, but rather a piercing, shrill wail that sent shivers down one's spine. From the previously unoccupied stone wall, ripples formed as a large cat emerged. This feline was larger than the average cat, though not as colossal as the zombie cat Lin Ziluo had previously encountered. The most terrifying aspect of this creature was its visage. If one were not vigilant, they might mistake it for the wrinkled face of an elderly person. Lin Ziluo had aptly dubbed it the human-faced cat. The cat with a human face possessed a pair of ethereal blue eyes, reminiscent of the spectral hues described in the ancient myths of the Dragon Kingdom. Its body bore no distinguishing features from that of an ordinary cat, cloaked entirely in pure black fur. In the dimly lit cavern illuminated solely by floating flames, it appeared particularly eerie. As the saying goes, the sight of an adversary evokes heightened animosity. Upon encountering the human-faced cat, Lin Ziluo instantly became vigilant. The creature's attributes were inscrutable, yet Lin Ziluo, having engaged with it previously, had a rough understanding of its capabilities. It was not overwhelmingly powerful, merely surpassing his own unenhanced form by a slight margin. However, its agility was remarkably high. When it sprinted at full speed, it even left afterimages in its wake. Since its arrival, the human-faced cat had fixated its ghostly blue gaze upon Lin Ziluo, seemingly contemplating the most effective means to eliminate him. Under the weight of that unsettling stare, Lin Ziluo's expression remained unchanged. He took a deep breath and unexpectedly closed his eyes. What was this madness? The human-faced cat was momentarily bewildered, having awaited a true adversary only to encounter a lunatic. Yet Lin Ziluo was not insane. He was merely reflecting on the wealth he had amassed in preparation for the imminent battle. During his seemingly endless traverse through the passage, he had taken measures to maintain clarity of mind. Now, Lin Ziluo recognized the wisdom of his decision. He had reached an unparalleled zenith in his combat prowess. Detecting the player's ability has transcended into a new realm. The epic talent of omnipotent mastery has undergone a transformation, evolving into the legendary talent of omniscience and omnipotence combat. Omniscience and omnipotence combat, a legendary level talent, granting you an unimaginable proficiency in matters of combat. In terms of combat techniques and weapon varieties, you can effortlessly wield them with finesse. Lin Ziluo paid no heed to the notifications of the Doomsday game, for he sensed the movement of the feline with a human face. Even as the creature moved with utmost delicacy and speed, Lin Ziluo, with his eyes closed, perceived the position of the human-faced cat through the subtle shifts in air currents. He raised the iron blade in his hand. An indescribable aura emanated from Lin Ziluo. In the ancient Dragon Kingdom, there existed a wondrous technique throughout its long history known as the sword-nurturing art. This involved concealing a sword within its sheath, carrying it at all times from childhood to adulthood. One would focus all their vital energy and spirit upon this sword, nurturing it with their essence. Over decades of steadfast cultivation, this sword would harbor an immense reservoir of terrifying vitality. Practitioners of the sword-nurturing art have but a singular opportunity to draw their blade in a lifetime. In moments of peril or significance, they would choose to unsheath this sword, knowing that once drawn, their life teeters on the brink of conclusion. The sword, nurtured for decades, when finally unleashed, would erupt with earth-shattering might. The sword is drawn, and a life extinguished, leaving behind this breathtaking strike to eternally grace the realm of mortals. Chapter 74. The Phantom in Hand. Have the trials unveiled a bug? This tale is a work of fiction by the author. Readers are advised against imitation. If one were to assert that the art of sword nurturing derives its formidable power from the decades of vital energy poured into it by a singular individual, what then can be said of Lin Ziluo? In the sea of blood, he had been steeped countless times in an atmosphere thick with murderous intent. Yet his own being remained utterly unmoved. In the depths of darkness, his mental fortitude appeared to be forged through eons of relentless trials, steadfastly propelling him forward. The focus and perseverance he exhibited transcended that of mere decades devoted to the art of sword nurturing. Now, the moment had arrived for Lin Ziluo to draw his blade. Upon perceiving the movement of the feline visage, alarmingly close, Lin Ziluo's eyes fluttered open. In an instant, the blade in his hand was unleashed. This strike, seemingly unremarkable, resembled the aimless swing of a sword wielded without intent. Yet, it was this very strike that instilled in the feline visage an expression of fear, panic, astonishment, shock, and despair. It realized that its form had been entirely ensnared by this blow, as though invisible shackles had bound it, rendering it immobile. It could only watch helplessly as it willingly presented itself to the blade. Moreover, as its body drew nearer to the edge of the sword, an immense dread surged from its core, tormenting its spirit. This sensation forced the feline visage to relive the agonies endured by Lin Ziluo throughout the trials. The blade glided smoothly across the feline visage's abdomen, neck, and finally its forehead. Strangely, no wounds were visible where the blade had traversed. Only when the grotesque feline visage fell heavily to the ground could one observe the emergence of minute bloodstains from its wound. The creature, which had once caused Lin Ziluo immense distress in a previous life, was swiftly vanquished in a mere instant of confrontation, leaving an enduring expression of terror etched upon its face. This dread had so distorted its human-like features that it appeared utterly unimaginable. At this moment, Lin Ziluo's emotions could only be described as euphoric. The feline creature was made to endure an emotional turmoil capable of driving an ordinary person to the brink of despair, ultimately succumbing to its hopelessness. Player Yazi successfully slayed the guardian beast. Congratulations to player Yazi for triumphing in the third trial. Congratulations to player Yazi for completing the mysterious trial. Congratulations to player Yazi for receiving trial rewards. Level increase. Phantom class change scroll. As the player has not yet completed the class change, the level increase reward will accumulate upon completion of the class change. Notifications from the apocalyptic game continued to appear. A scroll materialized in Lin Ziluo's hand. By merely opening this scroll, he would successfully transform into the concealed class of Phantom. However, Lin Ziluo did not hasten to unfurl it, as he was astonished to discover that he had not exited the cavern. Previously, after a grueling battle that culminated in the slaying of the feline creature, he had been teleported out of the trial. Yet this time, there was no indication of movement whatsoever. Could it be that he was trapped within the trial? No. The apocalyptic game system confirmed that he had completed the task. Why then had the ancient trial rewards not been dispensed by the golden finger system? Lin Ziluo sensed that something was amiss. He hastily summoned the panel of the golden finger system, clearly marked behind the task requirement, which involved trials from the scroll, was the indication of incomplete. This signified that he had not yet inherited the true power of the scroll. Lin Ziluo suddenly experienced an epiphany. The Phantom class change scroll was, in fact, issued upon the completion of the Doomsday game task, and was unrelated to the scroll itself. In other words, he had never truly inherited the scroll's genuine power from the very beginning. It was simply unbelievable. Lin Ziluo felt overwhelmed by the magnitude of this revelation. Ding! The familiar voice of the golden finger system echoed, notifying him of his successful passage through the trial and urging him to proceed and accept the scroll's true power. A sigh of relief escaped Lin Ziluo. Thankfully, he wasn't trapped in a cave due to a system bug. How should he proceed? He inquired of the golden finger system, only to find it once again unresponsive, just as it had been upon his initial entry. Curiosity welled up within him. What kind of scroll could render the golden finger system silent? Or perhaps this system and the scroll were old acquaintances. He then began to follow the golden finger system's guidance and moved forward. Soon, Lin Ziluo arrived at the cave's end. It was only when he approached closely that he noticed the minute cracks on the stone wall. These fissures were so subtle that, had it not been for Lin Ziluo's keen observational skills, they would have been nearly imperceptible even if one pressed their face against the wall. By the heavens! Had it not been for the golden finger system's reminder, he would never have fathomed such a detail. What purpose could these tiny cracks serve? They seemed to align, forming a peculiar pattern. Lin Ziluo tentatively reached out to touch the narrow seam. The moment his hand made contact, a transformation occurred. A radiant yellow light began to emanate from the fissure, which then began to shift, as if constructing something. Lin Ziluo patiently awaited the outcome. After a considerable time, the seam finally completed its assembly. To his astonishment, Lin Ziluo discovered that the gaps, illuminated by the yellow glow, had ultimately outlined two distinct patterns, a cow and a bird. Were these not the very illustrations inscribed on the previous scroll? Lin Ziluo understood that the truth of this ancient scroll was on the verge of being unveiled before him. As the pattern solidified, the wall began to tremble. With the quaking of the wall, an archaic stone door materialized. Chapter 75. The hidden profession from antiquity. Once the stone door appeared, the stone wall ceased its trembling and returned to stillness. Lin Ziluo stepped forward and attempted to push the stone door, which yielded effortlessly to his touch. The scene beyond the door was unveiled before his eyes. It was a stone chamber, reminiscent of the one encountered upon entering the trial space. Yet this chamber contained a stone pedestal adorned with various items. First, there was an object that Lin Ziluo recognized all too well, the earthy yellow orb that had appeared during the first trial, referred to as the Dawn Pearl in the apocalyptic game. The second item was also familiar to him, being the scroll displayed in the museum. The walls of the chamber were intricately carved with the familiar patterns of a cow and a bird. Apart from these, there was nothing else. Lin Ziluo entered the stone chamber and approached the pedestal. Li Zhu, having no desire to engage with this matter, was the first to seize the scroll. The intricate patterns and inscriptions upon it were identical to those within the museum. Yet Lin Ziluo found himself utterly perplexed. Just as his confusion deepened, a warm current surged through the scroll and into his palm. To his astonishment, he discovered that he could comprehend the characters inscribed upon it. The initial 2 words struck him with profound impact. Chiyu. This scroll was connected to Chiyu? Lin Ziluo was utterly taken aback, for this revelation had never crossed his mind. Chiyu, the legendary chieftain of ancient tribes in the Dragon Kingdom, was revered as the god of war by his admirers and reviled as the harbinger of calamity by his detractors. He led the Jiuli clan in the advancement of agriculture, metallurgy, the crafting of weaponry, and the establishment of diverse arts, while also engaging in monumental battles against the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom, Xianyuan Huangdi and Shinnong Yendi. Although ultimately the Jiuli tribe was vanquished by the united forces of the 2 clans, even Xianyuan Huangdi could not help but admire Chiyu's formidable martial prowess, thus bestowing upon him the title of Lord of War. Consequently, Chiyu was immortalized in the annals of the Dragon Kingdom's history as a deity of warfare. Lin Ziluo swallowed hard, realizing the magnitude of the situation. Simultaneously, he finally grasped the significance of the recurring symbols of the bull and the bird. The totem of the Jiuli tribe was indeed the bull totem and the bird totem. With clarity dawning upon him, he hastily continued to read further, where the subsequent revelations were even more astonishing. Historical records state that Chiyu was slain by the Yellow Emperor, who decapitated him and interred his head, which transformed into the blood maple forest, a truth that could not be disputed. However, the soul of Chiyu was preserved due to an encounter with the legendary cat demon, known for its ability to retain souls. The feline creature slain by Lin Ziluo in the 3rd trial was indeed a descendant of this cat demon lineage. Ultimately, Chiyu's spirit would dissipate. Before its dissolution, it crafted this trial scroll, which tests the unyielding will, eternal perseverance, and flawless combat prowess. One must meet the utmost standards in all 3 trials to inherit the unparalleled power of the Jiuli tribe. It is clear that Lin Ziluo has achieved this. He is now poised to inherit Chiyu's formidable strength. His breath grew somewhat labored. The scroll's contents reached their conclusion, instructing Lin Ziluo to place his hands upon the totems of the ox and bird depicted on the scroll to fully activate it and claim the supreme power of the Jiuli tribe. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo laid the scroll upon the stone platform and pressed his hands against the respective totemic designs. In an instant, brilliance erupted. An inexhaustible energy began to flow through Lin Ziluo's hands. A torrent of energy surged into his body, initiating a profound cleansing of his essence. The agony of this purification caused Lin Ziluo's body to tremble involuntarily. Yet, he remained unflinching, resolutely standing his ground. Detection reveals that the player, Yazi, is undergoing an unknown energy transmission. The system is currently analyzing the unidentified energy. The system successfully identifies the unknown force as originating from Blue Star, initiating a match between the unknown power and the culture of Blue Star, along with the Doomsday game system. Match successful. Gamification accomplished. Player Yazi is undergoing a class change. Congratulations to player Yazi on a successful class change, in accordance with Blue Star culture. The Doomsday game has designated this class as Weapon Master. Player Yazi is urged to conclude the trial promptly. The class of Weapon Master requires further data integration. As the final prompt of the Doomsday game materialized, the power of the scroll finally completed its transmission. Lin Ziluo, drenched in sweat, collapsed onto the ground. Despite his exhaustion, Lin Ziluo felt a surge of exhilaration. He had successfully changed his class. Truly, the efforts of the heart may not yield flowers, while unanticipated endeavors can flourish unexpectedly. Initially, he had only sought the Phantom class change scroll, never imagining that he would ultimately prevail through Chiyu's trial and acquire the formidable strength of the Jiuli tribe, a class referred to as Weapon Master in the Doomsday game. Throughout the millennia of Longwa's history, aside from Chiyu, no individual had ever attained such an esteemed title. Yet now, it belonged to him. Player Lin Ziluo, the Weapon Master. Concurrently, Lin Ziluo comprehended the significance of the orb resting upon the stone platform. This orb was known as the Jiuli Pearl, the most crucial item for a Weapon Master. Its purpose mirrored that of the fabled life-bound artifacts described in Tales of Immortality. It was, indeed, the weapon of the Weapon Master. The Master of Soldiers must continuously allow the Jiuli Pearl to absorb energy, thereby enhancing its capabilities. In this manner, the Jiuli Pearl can synergize with the Master to unleash formidable powers. Lin Ziluo rose to his feet and grasped the Jiuli Pearl. This very pearl, upon Lin Ziluo inheriting the powers of the Master of Soldiers, had already acknowledged him as its sovereign. With a mere thought, the Jiuli Pearl vanished from his hand and materialized within his consciousness. Chapter 76. Transformed into a terrifying profession by the Apocalypse Game Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task Ancient Heritage. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving task rewards, a random selection of an ordinary golden finger and a piece of silver-grade equipment. The notification from the golden finger system chimed. The task was completed. However, Lin Ziluo was not yet inclined to draw his rewards. It seemed far more pressing to comprehend the nuances of the Master of Soldiers' profession. A button to conclude the trial appeared on Lin Ziluo's interface. He pressed the button, and darkness enveloped him. The moonlight filtering through the window indicated to Lin Ziluo that it was now nightfall in the realm of reality. The location where he found himself was identical to the spot he had entered the trial. The difference now was that the exhibition hall was strewn with the corpses of zombies, all lured by the earlier alarm. Subsequently, the members of the Grim Reaper Club had entered and exterminated these zombies, retreating only as night began to descend. The scroll on the display stand remained, yet it was now merely an ordinary scroll for viewing. Player Yazzie has completed the trial, currently converting Player Yazzie's class data into a more comprehensive format. Player Yazzie's base attributes without equipment or title enhancements: Strength, 18, Spirit, 16, Constitution, 12, Agility, 19. Enhancing the player's base attributes according to the class specifications. Player Yazzie's current base attributes are Strength, 30, Spirit, 20, Constitution, 25, Agility, 30. Class data conversion complete. For every level gained, Player Yazzie will receive 3 points in Strength, 3 points in Constitution, and 3 points in free attributes. Based on the experience previously acquired and the task rewards calculated with the level up, Player Yazzie has successfully advanced to level 13. There was an overwhelming amount of information. Lin Ziluo could only focus on the key points. He opened his panel. His final attributes, accounting for the level up, equipment, and titles, were astonishingly extraordinary. Base attributes: Strength, 49, Spirit, 24, Constitution, 46, Agility, 36. Terrifying. This was even without utilizing his 9 points in free attributes. The increase in attributes was monumental. This stark contrast was a testament to the significant difference after the class change in the apocalyptic game. It could only be described as an astronomical disparity. Congratulations to the player for becoming the first to successfully change classes in the apocalyptic game, earning the unique global achievement, Pioneer. A server-wide announcement will follow. Whether there would be an announcement or not, Lin Ziluo found himself too preoccupied to ponder. He could hardly contain his excitement as he opened his professional panel. Occupation, Warlord. Description: the Warlord, master of a myriad of warriors, deity of war, forged by the unimaginable powers of Qi Yu and the ancient treasures of the Ninely tribe. This fearsome profession can only be wielded by those who have endured brutal trials. Attributes: with each level gained, 3 points each in Strength, Constitution, and free attributes will be awarded. Abilities: 1. Master of Warriors. You can manipulate the Ninely Pearl to transform it into any warrior class weapon, thereby acquiring the abilities and skills of that warrior class. 2. Ninely Pearl. By infusing energy into the Ninely Pearl, you can enhance its attributes and rank. 3. Specific abilities not yet activated. Lin Ziluo could not help but gasp in awe. Astonishment. No, it was beyond mere astonishment. This sense of shock could not possibly be encapsulated by the term small calf. It warranted at least a full-grown cow. In his decade-long apocalyptic journey, Lin Ziluo had never encountered any introduction within the apocalyptic games that employed the phrase fearsome to the extreme. However, the warlord occupation was indeed deserving of such a description. Lin Ziluo summoned the Ninely Pearl. Ninely Pearl, a bronze-level item, the treasure of the Ninely tribe. 1. It can freely change form according to the player's will, bestowing upon them the occupational abilities of that form. 2. It can devour energy to enhance the attributes and capabilities of the equipment. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo took out the Decapitator Demon Blade and chose to consume. The Decapitator Demon Blade swiftly transformed into a swirl of black energy, ultimately merging into the Ninely Pearl. The 9 Li Pearl has absorbed sufficient energy and successfully evolved into a silver-grade artifact. An infinitely growing item. How terrifying. Lin Ziluo took a deep breath. Now, it is time to reveal the true capabilities of the 9 Li Pearl. Under Lin Ziluo's mental command, the 9 Li Pearl began to gradually transform its form, ultimately resembling the beheading demon blade. Blade of 9 Li, silver-grade equipment. Attributes: for strength, 2 constitution, with a 10 armor-piercing attack property. Attached skills: 9 Li Slash. Releases a wave of blade energy forward, inflicting 130 of strength-based damage upon impact, accompanied by a pain sensation reaching 200. 9 Li Heavy Slash. A single strike directed at the enemy, capable of dealing 200 strength-based damage, but inflicting a 2-second immobilization on oneself. Indeed, the reason Lin Ziluo cannot acquire skills through the Weapon Master profession is that these skills will change as the form of the 9 Li Pearl transforms. Lin Ziluo began to activate the Blade of 9 Li again with his thoughts. The appearance of the Blade of 9 Li started to shift once more, ultimately evolving into the form of a bow. Bow of 9 Li, silver-grade equipment. Attributes: for strength, 2 agility, capable of condensing mental energy to form arrows. Attached skills: Flame Arrow, fires a flaming arrow forward, possessing a power of 120 strength attribute, which inflicts a lasting burning state upon hitting the enemy. Ice Arrow, fires an ice arrow forward, with a power of 120 strength attribute, which inflicts a temporary slowing effect upon hitting the enemy. Lin Ziluo could hardly contain his astonishment. Wasn't this indicative of his possession of an all-encompassing warrior class? The 9 Li's stab corresponded to the assassin profession, 9 Li's shield to the tank profession, and 9 Li's sword to the swordsman profession. He shook his head, realizing he could no longer dwell on such thoughts, as they filled him with an overwhelming sense of euphoria. Regaining his composure, Lin Ziluo eagerly attempted to condense his bow and arrow. However, to his dismay, he found himself unable to do so. It was then that he was astounded to discover that his mental energy was completely depleted. How could the transformation consume so much mental power? Just a single transformation had nearly exhausted all his mental reserves. No wonder he felt dizzy. Chapter 77. The New Golden Finger. Limiting Breakthrough World Announcement. Congratulations to player Yeji for becoming the first player in the apocalyptic game to reach level 10 and successfully change classes. The speed is astonishing. He has received the globally unique achievement, Pioneer, along with numerous rewards. Other players are encouraged to strive diligently. While Lin Ziluo was engrossed in studying the military master profession alone in the museum exhibition hall, the tranquility of the night in Blue Star was abruptly shattered. It was the dead of night, and most players were deep in slumber. Yet, the voice of the world announcement reached their ears with unwavering clarity. Except for a select few who remained undisturbed in their sleep, the vast majority of players were jolted awake. What on earth? What is this world announcement? When will it end? Cried a sleep-deprived individual, utterly exasperated at being roused from his hard-earned slumber. In a moment of despair, a famished player lamented. I just dreamt of discovering a plethora of resource cards, and then I was abruptly awakened. Oh, how I longed to continue that beautiful dream. The name Yaz echoed in his mind, a name that felt unsettlingly familiar. Not him again. When will this end? A dazed player suddenly regained full consciousness. What does it mean to change classes? I thought I was hearing the language of the Dragon Kingdom, yet I cannot comprehend it. It dawned on him that he was experiencing a different version of a Doomsday game compared to others, as the languages varied by region. Level 10. Gazing at his own status panel displaying level 6, he recalled his earlier pride in boasting to others and was immediately engulfed by a wave of shame. So, that's it. After reaching level 10, one can change classes. Truly, Yazi is remarkable. I must catch up with you. A muscular man from a beautiful nation interjected, having been directly translated by the author. Almost forgotten, the little dog remained alive, blissfully unaware of the commotion, lost in a deep slumber. Congratulations to the player for receiving the global announcement of the Pioneer. Congratulations to the player for receiving the following rewards: 1,000 reputation points, 2,000 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, and an increase of 2 cubic meters in storage capacity. At that moment, Lin Ziluo was seated on the ground, adorned with a meditation necklace, clutching a small magic wand, and had just consumed a small blue potion to swiftly restore his mental energy. Alas, the absence of mental strength is indeed a disheartening sensation. The process of restoration did not require mental energy, Otherwise, Lin Ziluo would have truly struggled to endure. As for those items such as the 9 Li's stab and 9 Li's spear, perhaps I shall delve into them further when the opportunity arises. For now, let us claim our rewards. The rewards from the world announcements have become a common topic of discussion. Alas, there is little to be done, such as the nature of exceptional individuals. Thus far, all 3 world announcements have been attributed to Lin Ziluo, and the rewards have become rather familiar to him. Aside from himself and the dashing readers, it seems that no one else is aware of what these world announcement rewards truly entail. The only thing that piques his interest is the title of Pioneer. Pioneer, a unique title obtainable only by the first individual to change professions in the apocalyptic game. Attributes: 2 to all attributes, with a 5 attribute suppression for players who possess a profession. Lin Ziluo felt a twinge of disappointment. What on earth? The title of Pioneer is even inferior to the attributes of the Bronze Morning. Suddenly, Lin Ziluo came to a realization. Oh, it seems the normal sequence is to change professions first before being able to slay a bronze-level boss. I see now that I had the order wrong. Next up are the task rewards from the Golden Finger system. These were already distributed during the trials. Therefore, Lin Ziluo directly stated, "Let me draw that silver-level equipment." Ding. A piece of silver-level equipment is currently being drawn. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully drawing the silver-level equipment, Mask of Evil. In Lin Ziluo's hands appeared a black mask. Viewed from the front, it resembled the visage of a demon. It appeared noble, yet was imbued with malevolence. The exaggerated curve of the mouth was oddly harmonious with the entire mask. Lin Ziluo was quite pleased. He had always worn a concealed mask upon his visage, which was merely a prop rather than a true piece of equipment. Now, the Mask of Malevolence presented itself as the perfect substitute. Mask of Malevolence, a silver-tier artifact imbued with the sinister powers of darkness. One must be cautious not to become a servant to the forces of evil. Attributes: 3 to Spirit. Skills: Illusionary Mask. When equipped, it obscures the player's basic information. Only those 5 levels higher may perceive it. Demon's Gaze. Within 3 seconds of activation, any individual gazing upon the mask shall succumb to a state of fear. Those in fear will experience diminished attributes and impaired bodily coordination. How splendid! Lin Ziluo was thoroughly enchanted by this mask. Not only did it please him aesthetically, but its attributes were precisely what he required. He removed the concealment mask and donned the Mask of Malevolence, opting not to activate its transformation effect. Thus, an image emerged, a figure cloaked in black robes, adorned with a demon's mask. In conjunction with the dim ambience of the museum, it would surely elicit screams from anyone who beheld it in the dead of night. Lin Ziluo was immensely satisfied with his equipment acquisition. The forthcoming ordinary golden finger promised to be an exhilarating spectacle. Now, let us draw the golden finger. Lin Ziluo exclaimed with anticipation. Ding. The ordinary golden finger is being drawn. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have drawn the ordinary golden finger. Limit break LV1. Limit break? What limitations might this entail? Upon discovering yet another novel type of ordinary golden finger, Lin Ziluo eagerly examined its attributes. Limit break LV1. This skill allows one to transcend the restriction of wearing only a single ring. Effect: Equipment ring index increases by 1. Lin Ziluo rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Could it be true? This implies that he could simultaneously wear 2 rings, and both would function fully? Incredible. This directly grants him an additional equipment slot, which is utterly outrageous. Lin Ziluo suddenly envisioned himself adorned with 10 glistening rings on both hands battling against others. The imagery was so exquisite that he could scarcely fathom it. Chapter 78. Lin Ziluo's astonishing entrance. Currently, Lin Ziluo possessed the blood-sucking ring too. While the Nightfall ring had been bestowed upon the clumsy giant, he had no surplus rings on his person. Thus, he eagerly anticipated the emergence of another ring. With all rewards claimed, Lin Ziluo began to contemplate the allocation of his 12 free attribute points with great delight. Increasing his mental attribute was essential, but it need not be excessive. The fixed attributes conferred by the warrior class were strength and constitution, and he could achieve all warrior-type professions through the 9 Pearl. Therefore, his other vocation would undoubtedly be that of a mage, enhancing his spirit and agility. By that time, he would not lack in spirit or agility attributes. After careful consideration, Lin Ziluo allocated his points as follows: 3 in strength, 3 in constitution, and 6 in spirit. Coupled with the 3 spirit points gained from the evil illusion mask, his attributes experienced a notable surge once more. Base attributes: Strength, 52 Spirit, 33 Constitution, 49 Agility, 36. The Doomsday game struck at 1 a.m. on the 7th day. Due to the prolonged neglect of the power system, the electricity in the magic capital had completely collapsed 3 hours prior. Except for certain self-generating power regions, the vast and bustling metropolis has plunged into utter darkness. Fortunately, the presence of diesel generators at the Zyrunfa shopping mall ensures that the top floor remains brightly illuminated. With the freight elevators functioning normally, a plethora of supplies has been swiftly transported from the warehouse by the crowd. Everyone celebrates today's victory with hearty drinks and copious feasts of meat. In the words of Gao Dong, this moment could be immortalized in history as the Battle of the Grim Reaper Club against the Museum of Magic City. In the center of the hall, many revelers are lost in the joy of dancing, accompanied by the melodies of the renowned 19th century composer Makabaka, performed on the violin, which had been seized from the museum. Amidst this tumultuous atmosphere, the chief contributor to the campaign, the Big Fool, is engrossed in a feast in a corner of the hall. Brother Desha, take a moment. Come up on stage so I can introduce you as our esteemed hero. Gao Dong approaches with a beaming smile, attempting to curry favor. It is necessary to flatter. Desha's valiant demeanor during the day nearly left Gao Dong in awe. Who among the crowd does not gaze at Desha with admiration? Even a few bold young women have approached to show their favor. Alas, Desha's eyes are solely fixated on his food, not sparing them a glance. Gao Dong's words fail to capture Desha's attention as he continues to stuff his mouth with chicken legs. Brother Desha, perhaps set aside that vacuum-sealed chicken leg for a moment and showcase your heroic stature to the brothers, Gao Dong urges, reaching to take the chicken leg from Desha's hands. Just as Gao Dong's hand is about to brush against the chicken leg, a wave of goosebumps courses through his body. Gao Dong turned his head rigidly to glance at Desha. Although obscured by sunglasses, he could distinctly sense that if he were to touch that chicken leg, his life would be in peril. The thought of how effortlessly Desha had dispatched zombies earlier, as if they were mere chicks, crossed his mind. Just joking, Gao Dong stammered awkwardly. Suddenly, Desha set down the chicken leg and stood up. Gao Dong was bewildered, initially assuming that Desha was willing to accompany him into the spotlight. A chime echoed from the freight elevator not far away, startling everyone. It was 2 a.m. The zombies outside were in a frenzied state. Who could possibly be using the freight elevator at this hour? The doors of the elevator slid open, revealing Lin Ziluo clad in a dark robe. Truly, he was a man who could incite a sensation with every entrance. The iconic black robe was familiar to all, but the blood-red demonic patterns adorning his black mask sent a shiver through everyone present. Wow, he is absolutely stunning, exclaimed the player closest to the elevator. He is so handsome. I refuse to believe anyone could surpass Lin Ziluo, Chao Yang remarked in admiration. Lin Ziluo strode directly towards Gao Dong, while Desha quickly positioned himself behind Lin. Brother Lin, I finally found you. You have no idea how long we've been searching for you. Those rascals thought something had happened to you, Gao Dong said, grinning widely. This was no exaggeration. After resolving the zombie situation at the Death God Club within the museum, many had indeed gone in search of Lin Ziluo. Although they had found nothing, they did not believe that Lin Ziluo would encounter any misfortune. After all, Lin Ziluo left them with an impression of immense strength. He surveyed the chaotic scene in the hall and spoke. Let us discuss a few matters in your office. Gao Dong, though somewhat surprised, led Lin Ziluo into his office. I wonder what words Brother Lin has to share, Gao Dong inquired curiously. How is the situation today? Lin Ziluo began with a question. The situation? It was remarkably favorable. Gao Dong replied with enthusiasm. Once we factor in the traps we utilized, we annihilated over 500 zombies today, he stated proudly. So many? Lin Ziluo expressed his astonishment. Indeed, there was a small group near the park we chose. Witnessing our valiant efforts in vanquishing the zombies, nearly 100 individuals joined our ranks, Gao Dong elaborated. Of course, the primary credit goes to Brother Desha. He single-handedly eliminated over 100 zombies, Gao Dong added, seeking to flatter. Lin Ziluo's mind began to clear, and he started to contemplate. Did you think he suddenly posed that question without intent? Certainly, there was an opportunity to seize. Chapter 79, Making a Deal. Previously, Lin Ziluo had been somewhat muddled, primarily due to the mindset instilled by someone from his past life who believed in personal effort. He had been thinking about accumulating gold coins alongside Dasha. Now, upon reflection, he realized he might have been foolish. What did he possess? He held an impressive collection of several hundred resource cards. There exists an abundance that serves no purpose, merely occupying storage space. Yet, other players seem to lack such a predicament. Although their drop rates are low, every individual still possesses gold. One can effortlessly exchange these resource cards for their gold, or even for equipment and items. Alas, I currently possess the existence of the 9-Li Pearl. The energy that the 9-Li Pearl speaks of must be supplied through equipment and items. In pursuit of nurturing the 9-Li Pearl expeditiously, Lin Ziluo must amass a considerable quantity of equipment and items. As for why the Reaper Club, with its vast resources, would still seek to exchange resource cards, the answer shall be unveiled this afternoon, specifically at 7:00 p.m. on the 7th day of the apocalypse, when the novice protection period concludes. Lin Ziluo subtly inquired about certain matters, gaining a rough understanding of the quantity of equipment, items, and gold within the Reaper Club. Upon concluding his inquiries, Lin Ziluo spoke. Let us negotiate a transaction. A transaction? What do you mean? Hai Dong, with sincerity radiating from him, exclaimed. Brother Lin and Brother Dasha have made remarkable contributions during this siege. Feel free to ask for anything you require. Hai Dong promptly patted his chest, affirming his willingness. I seek a substantial amount of equipment, or gold will suffice, Lin Ziluo replied, clasping his hands in a gesture of earnestness. Oh, trying to play the affluent one with me, are you? Hai Dong coughed lightly, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. Brother Lin, I can indeed provide one piece of equipment, but I'm curious about your definition of substantial. Alas, the boastful declarations have reached their zenith, encapsulating the essence of desire. How much there is, that is precisely what I seek. Lin Ziluo spoke up. Ah, very well, Lin. In order to convey the gratitude of the Grim Reaper Club, please accept this token of appreciation. Gao Dong suddenly slapped his forehead and added. Subsequently, he opened the drawer of his desk and retrieved a ring. Lin Ziluo's eyes widened in astonishment. What an impressive display. Gao Dong truly knows the ropes. While he claimed it was to express the club's gratitude, in reality, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision made when Lin Ziluo expressed his need for equipment. Had he truly prepared a gift, would it have resided in his personal desk drawer? Thus, the ring was indeed Gao Dong's own. Nevertheless, Lin Ziluo chose not to unveil this truth and gracefully accepted the ring that Gao Dong offered. This time, he had indeed received substantial assistance from the Big Fool, enticing the zombies while simultaneously succeeding in the trial, thereby sparing at least a dozen members of the Grim Reaper Club from a grim fate. Though he may have ulterior motives, the outcome was undeniably positive. Lin Ziluo did not rush to inspect the ring's attributes. Instead, he rose and stated, I shall accept the ring. I will return this evening at 8:00. This evening at 8? Gao Dong inquired, somewhat perplexed. Isn't the novice protection period set to conclude at 7? I need to first ascertain the new regulations. Lin Ziluo replied. Once I comprehend the new rules, I will arrive around 8 to engage in that transaction with the members of the Grim Reaper Club. At that time, you shall be responsible for gathering a few more people. On the surface, these words represent Lin Ziluo's notification of today's transaction. In reality, Lin Ziluo has also afforded Gao Dong an opportunity. This evening at 7:00, once the novice protection measures conclude, the capabilities of the zombies will significantly escalate. Players accustomed to battling only the weaker zombie variants will generally find it exceedingly challenging to adapt. Many who venture outside to confront the zombies may consequently meet their demise. By designating the trading location on this rooftop, it is likely that Gao Dong will remain inside until before 8, perhaps saving his life in the process. Novice protection period ending? Gao Dong retorted. I nearly forgot. However, it shouldn't matter. Our current strength far surpasses that of novices. With a smile, Gao Dong confidently asserted. Lin Ziluo shook his head and smiled in return. When one has not experienced certain events, no amount of persuasion will lead to absolute belief. Only through experiencing pain and hardship will one come to understand the reality of the situation. Observing Gao Dong, Lin Ziluo deemed him a person of discernment, offering a subtle reminder. Whether he chooses to heed it is entirely up to him. Rest assured, Brother Lin, if you wish to trade, I will certainly ensure everything is arranged, and the brothers will prepare any surplus equipment and items, Gao Dong continued. But I'm curious, what do you intend to trade? He inquired. Supply cards. You may inform them in advance, Lin Ziluo replied. A hint of disappointment flickered in Gao Dong's eyes. The Death Gods Club is indeed not lacking in supplies. Very well, I will notify the brothers. Gao Dong quickly masked his disappointment, continuing to smile. Lin Ziluo nodded and led the simple-minded Dasha out of the office. The resource cards would not be as straightforward as one might imagine. The revelry outside continued unabated, with members of the Death God Club indulging in their merriment. To them, these days were particularly blissful. The supplies in the warehouse were sufficient to sustain their small group for an extended period. Meanwhile, the hordes of zombies outside were being relentlessly hunted down, allowing their strength to steadily increase. This could be considered one of the most fortunate circumstances amidst the apocalypse. Yet, is the game of the end times truly that simple? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ziluo took Dasha to the freight elevator, descending from the top floor. Chapter 80. Golden-ranked item. Lin Ziluo arrived at the apartment where he had previously taken a nap. After placing the reconnaissance eye and assigning Dasha to stand guard, he entered the bedroom. He retrieved the ring given to him by Gao Dong. Ring of gold coins. A bronze-ranked piece of equipment symbolizing strength. Attributes: 1 strength. With each zombie kill granting an additional 10 gold, minimum of 1 coin. This is quite impressive, Lin Ziluo thought, his eyes lighting up. It exceeded his expectations. After all, truly exceptional items would not simply be given away. Although the additional gold earned was modest, as the saying goes, many a little makes a mickle. Lin Ziluo slipped the ring of gold coins onto his finger. At that moment, both rings activated simultaneously under the influence of this breakthrough ability, resulting in a slight increase in Lin Ziluo's strength. Next, it was time to organize his surplus items. Lin Ziluo began rummaging through his storage space. The concealment mask, now rendered obsolete with the presence of the evil illusion mask, could be retired. The short-range launcher, it suffices to keep just one. The rest are unnecessary. The super flash bomb. Lin Ziluo methodically extracted coveted items that caught the envious gaze of other players. To him, these objects were as commonplace as cabbages. The items were continuously arranged until Lin Ziluo realized he had no surplus items left to display. Gazing upon the towering pile of dozens of items, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the empire I have built." From the advent of the apocalypse to this moment, only with a 100 drop rate could Lin Ziluo amass such a plethora of items. Without hesitation, he retrieved the Jiuli Pearl and activated its devouring ability. One by one, items were fed into the Jiuli Pearl, which began to manifest red lines across its surface. Once the red lines completely enveloped the Jiuli Pearl, it would advance to become a golden tier item. Lin Ziluo discarded only the most ordinary artifacts, refraining from parting with the more precious ones, such as the fireball scroll or the horn of the zombie cat. Soon, the red lines gradually covered the surface of the Jiuli Pearl, yet at this moment, the numerous items were on the verge of depletion. Lin Ziluo felt overwhelmed. Was it truly so energy-consuming? Only someone of his wealth could present such an abundance of items. Yet it still failed to satiate the Jiuli Pearl's appetite. He watched as the Jiuli Pearl was tantalizingly close to being fully enveloped by the red lines. With a resolute determination, Lin Ziluo cast aside the meditation necklace, which was destined for obsolescence. At last, the crimson thread enveloped the Jiuli Pearl entirely. The Jiuli Pearl radiated a brilliant red glow. Having absorbed sufficient energy, the Jiuli Pearl successfully evolved into a golden-grade artifact. A sigh of relief escaped Lin Ziluo's lips. He had not anticipated that he would encounter a golden-grade item so swiftly. Such an item typically required one to reach at least level 30 and defeat a silver-grade boss for a faint chance of acquisition. The Jiuli Pearl transformed into the Jiuli Blade. Its original attributes were an increase of 4 in strength, 2 in constitution, and an attack that boasted a 10 armor-piercing effect. Its new attributes, however, surged to an increase of 7 in strength, 3 in constitution, and an attack with a 20 armor-piercing effect, along with a chance to inflict a rapid bleeding effect. One could say its attributes had nearly doubled. The skills remained unchanged, indicating that only a class transition could bestow new abilities. Content and satisfied, he reclined on his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Jiuli Slash. Lin Ziluo wielded the golden-hued Jiuli blade and swung it fiercely forward. A golden arc of light manifested along the blade's edge. As Lin Ziluo swung, the arc detached from the blade, expanding rapidly and slicing horizontally through the air. 5 zombies, charging towards him, were cleaved in half by the arc of light. Blood, entrails, and viscera spilled across the ground. However, the approaching zombies swiftly surged forward to occupy the empty space. The severed halves of the 5 zombies, along with their dismembered insides, were trampled into a gruesome pulp by the relentless horde behind them. Lin Ziluo wiped the sweat from his forehead. At this moment, he was on the 3rd floor of a large office building. Since arriving here at 9 o'clock in the morning, he and his companion, Desha, had fought their way from the 1st floor to the 3rd, only pausing for a meal and an hour's rest. The remainder of the time had been relentless. Were it not for the stamina replenishment provided by the blood-sucking ring, he would have long since collapsed from exhaustion. It is no wonder Lin Ziluo exerted himself so fervently. This was the final revelry. Such low-level, weak, and foolish zombies would soon become a rarity. It was wise to capitalize on his current, overwhelming attributes to amass experience and gold. Thanks to Lin Ziluo's tireless efforts, the rewards were indeed gratifying. Together with Desha, they had vanquished over 500 zombies, nearly 400 of which fell to Lin Ziluo alone. He had collected 3,000 to 4,000 gold coins, and his level had successfully surged to level 14. The items and equipment dropped were countless, unless particularly rare or of exceptional quality. Any other gear or items that came into Lin Ziluo's possession had but one fate: to serve as nourishment for the 9-Li Pearl. However, the task of elevating the golden 9-Li Pearl to diamond level proved exceedingly challenging. After all his efforts, he had merely managed to add a few fine lines to the surface of the pearl. Time was slipping away. It was nearly 7 o'clock. Glancing at his watch, he realized it was already 6:50. Desha, we must retreat, Lin Ziluo called out. Desha, amidst the horde of zombies, quickly emerged. The two of them adopted a strategy of fighting while retreating, making their way down the stairs. At long last, before the clock struck 7, I nestled into a secure shelter. The alarm, preset by Lin Ziluo, emitted its insistent beeping. The apocalyptic game finally cast aside its facade, revealing to the world the true depths of despair. Chapter 81. The true apocalypse has arrived. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, at 7 o'clock in the evening, many players had long forgotten the so-called novice protection period. Since nightfall had not yet arrived at 8 o'clock, they thought it harmless to continue battling the zombies for a while longer. The sky was awash in a murky yellow hue, the setting sun gradually descending, heralding the approach of night. Yet, even before the darkness enveloped the land, a blood-red shroud had already cloaked the heavens. Many players looked up in astonishment, and it dawned upon them that this crimson sky bore an uncanny resemblance to the day the apocalypse began. Had the novice protection period truly ended? It was then that they recalled the protection period they had long forgotten. Regrettably, it was too late. This time, the blood-red sky was not as benign as before. The vivid scarlet hue was overwhelmingly intense, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze directly at it. A mere glance would induce a sense of unease and trepidation. A number of players began to feel a creeping anxiety, prompting them to prepare for a retreat. Just then, the familiar announcement panel materialized once more. However, it had transformed from its original blue into a sinister shade of crimson. Welcome to the Apocalypse game. This game operates under the principle of absolute fairness. Once initiated, it will develop independently, impervious to any interference. Time has effortlessly reached its conclusion, and I trust you have all become well acquainted with this joyous and warm atmosphere, dear newcomers. Now, the apocalypse has truly arrived. The beginner's protection period has concluded, and here are the latest updates. 1. All zombie attributes have been significantly enhanced. Their growth rate has been comprehensively accelerated. Improvements have been made to their olfactory and auditory senses. Certain zombies will be endowed with various forms, such as hunting mode, frenzied mode, toxic mode, ultra-heavy mode, and cursed mode. Zombies will organize themselves at random intervals to launch large-scale assaults, known as zombie tides. The infection attributes of the zombies will only affect players whose total attributes are lower than those of the zombies themselves. The night will become synonymous with death, as the properties of the zombies will be further enhanced during this time. They will actively seek out the players, and during the night, player attributes will experience a decline. The geological structures, buildings, construction materials, and natural environments of Blue Star will all be augmented in terms of hardness and other factors. To ensure a satisfactory gaming experience, all food items not produced within the game will significantly accelerate deterioration, decay, and mold growth. Prolonged consumption of such items, as well as drinking from non-game water sources, will gradually diminish a player's base attributes, which will become permanently irrecoverable. Resource cards will undergo a comprehensive upgrade, the higher the zombie level. The greater the satiation provided by the food obtained from the resource cards. The environment and climate will face substantial degradation, with higher-level equipment offering better resistance to adverse climatic conditions. The class transition channels have been fully opened, operating on a city-by-city basis. Each city will feature transition stations for both warriors and mages. Players classified within a city must visit the respective transition station to change their class. A national leaderboard feature has been launched, currently unveiling national-level rankings for levels, reputation, and equipment. All individuals listed will be eligible for generous rewards and may participate in subsequent regional competitions. The dungeon system has been comprehensively adjusted to enable simultaneous matching for players nationwide. With dungeon content receiving an upgrade, each city will be distinctly divided, with complete isolation between them, rendering traversal impossible. Future updates will occur upon the fulfillment of certain conditions. The true apocalypse has arrived. Please strive to survive. The previous comfort offered by the blue interface is no longer present, nor is the previous tone of jest. I shall coldly present to you these brutal truths. The moment the announcement emerged, the entire world began to undergo cataclysmic transformations. A multitude of zombies manifested, exhibiting profound alterations in both form and capability. Many previously diminutive zombies rapidly shrank, evolving into predatory forms. Conversely, the larger zombies predominantly transitioned into frenzied states, their bodies riddled with festering sores, exhibiting toxic manifestations. Their forms expanded into grotesque, overweight figures, cloaked in darkness and emanating ominous black mist, or transformed into viscous, slime-coated beings. At this moment, across cities, villages, mountains, and within the confines of structures, wherever zombies existed, their piercing howls reverberated throughout the world. They appeared liberated from all constraints, truly embodying the essence of terror. As time progressed, significant disparities in their ranks began to emerge. Simultaneously, the earth, rocks, mountains, and edifices underwent their own upgrades. Walls and floors that once could be pierced by sharp blades now yielded only shallow scratches under the same force. Buildings that would have collapsed under severe tremors now stood steadfast, impervious even to an earthquake of magnitude 8. Moreover, these objects continued to grow increasingly resilient with the passage of time. The remaining changes directly impacted the players. Previously, those who had hoarded provisions reveled in the belief that they could sustain a comfortable existence for an extended period. However, they now faced the grim realization that their gathered food was vanishing at an alarming rate before their very eyes, with bread rapidly succumbing to mold. Meat gradually decays, vegetables wilt, and fruits shrivel. Even vacuum-sealed foods are succumbing to deterioration, exuding the foul odor of spoilage. It seems that within a couple of days, all indigenous food supplies across the Blue Star will be rendered inedible. The natural water sources, however, have not exhibited such drastic changes. Nonetheless, whether it be rivers, lakes, seas, tap water, bottled mineral water, beverages, or alcoholic drinks, all deemed potable, simultaneously emit a nauseating stench. Unless one pinches their nose to swallow, it is certain that they would retch uncontrollably. Even if consumed, one's attributes would suffer a permanent decline. Essentially, every 2 days would result in a subtle yet irreversible drop in one's attributes, akin to losing a level prior to reaching level 10. Fortunately, the food within the resource cards has been enhanced. Previously, Lin Ziluo needed to consume food from 4 cards to satiate his hunger. Now, he finds that 2 cards suffice, a testament to his elevated attributes. For ordinary players at levels 5 or 6, 1 card would be ample. Moreover, as the zombies grow stronger, the satiety provided by food becomes more substantial. A bun dropped by a level 50 zombie is sufficient to nourish 10 players of level 20, providing enough energy for an entire day from just a small bite. The climate has also begun to deteriorate. At the stroke of 7, players in the city could distinctly feel the temperature plummet by several degrees. Were it not summer, many would surely be shivering from the cold. As time progresses, the climate is expected to become increasingly severe. In due time, should players lack sufficient quality equipment, they may indeed succumb to the harshness of extreme cold or sweltering heat. The myriad changes that have unfolded serve to convey a singular message: hasten to vanquish the zombies. To survive, one must eliminate the undead. The once blissful solitude of hiding within the confines of a dwelling is now a distant memory. If you do not take the initiative to slay the zombies, Mere days could suffice for your demise. However, the apocalyptic game is not devoid of hope. The subsequent updates introducing the class transfer station, leaderboards, and dungeon features are designed to empower players, enabling them to confront these formidable changes. The adjustment stipulating that the zombie virus can only infect players with attributes inferior to those of the zombies themselves is a welcome reprieve. This implies that one must continuously enhance their attributes to evade the fate of becoming a zombie. It also signifies that players with higher attributes can face zombies with audacity, unrestrained in their pursuit of annihilation. Chapter 82. Ascending the 3 rankings within the confines of his shelter, Lin Ziluo closed the announcement panel, deeming its contents unnecessary. He had spent a decade in such an environment. Outside, the cacophony of zombie wails echoed relentlessly, interspersed with the anguished cries of players. Upon their evolution, zombies would despair upon realizing that those they once easily dispatched could now rend their flesh with ease. Furthermore, different types of zombies began to wield distinct powers. Zombies in their toxic forms could suddenly unleash a noxious spittle. Players unaccustomed to such horrors would undoubtedly find their bodies or faces corroded by the venom. At present, what concerns Lin Ziluo is that the mutation of Dasha has yet to come to a conclusion. There is no apparent reason for this. The mutations of zombies outside transpire within mere seconds. However, Dasha remains in a state of flux. Not only that, but he is currently kneeling on the ground, frantically striking the earth, his entire body trembling incessantly and emitting a cacophony of roars. Fortunately, the bond between Dasha and Lin Ziluo has not been severed. Lin Ziluo can still perceive Dasha's nearly frenzied emotions, akin to a state of utter rage. What is happening, system? Lin Ziluo inquired. Ding. Due to a conflict between the player panel on Dasha and the evolution of zombies, the system is in the process of modifying permissions. Very well. It seems I am truly unable to assist. I can only observe how the Golden Finger system adjusts the permissions. Thankfully, the Golden Finger system proves to be remarkably resourceful. After a brief moment, Dasha finally calms down. Ding. Following the system's modification, Dasha will not manifest a new form. The enhancement of zombie attributes will be limited to 50. Ding. As compensation, Dasha will no longer be compelled by the primal instincts imposed by the Apocalypse game to engage in actions such as joining zombie hordes. Simultaneously, Dasha's innate talent will merge with the berserk state that was meant to be transformed, resulting in a new talent. And he will also be able to undergo a class change. In conclusion, there appears to be no significant issues. The abilities originally acquired through form transformation have been integrated into his talents, and his physical form will remain unchanged. Although the enhancement of attributes gained from his zombie nature is reduced to merely 50. However, should a job change be possible, one could assign a more impressive hidden profession, perhaps even surpassing a 100 inheritance. Lin Ziluo contentedly examined the talents of the Great Fool. Brutal Might, Legendary Level Talent. 1. Your strength will receive an extraordinary enhancement as your level increases. 2. The higher your rage, the greater the increase in your strength attributes. 3. Any items or equipment related to strength attributes will yield superior effects in your hands. 4. The skills you utilize will only deplete stamina, sparing your mental energy, and you can accelerate stamina consumption to amplify the potency of your skills. Alas, a legendary level talent. Is this how it came into existence? Just as the names of these two levels imply, the epic level signifies an ability worthy of being inscribed in history, whether it be a talent or equipment. The Great Fool's innate colossal strength is akin to the talents possessed by legendary figures such as Li Yuanba from ancient Dragon Country. The legendary level represents something that exists solely in myth. Consequently, with a sufficiently impressive talent, the Great Fool leveraged the dual assistance of the apocalyptic game and a Golden Finger system, propelling himself directly to legendary status. Indeed, as the saying from Dragon Country goes, a fool enjoys foolish blessings. No, in the case of the Great Fool, it is more aptly stated that a foolish corpse enjoys foolish blessings. Despite possessing a legendary level talent, the Great Fool did not alter his simple-minded essence. Unfazed by the recent occurrences, he absent-mindedly scratched his head and stood still as if nothing had transpired. At this moment, Lin Ziluo also felt a sense of relief. He opened the newly appeared 3 leaderboards on the panel. The instant he opened them, a barrage of prompt sounds flooded the screen. Congratulations to player Yazi for achieving level 14 and ascending to the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom's leaderboard. May I inquire if you wish to conceal your in-game name? Congratulations also to player Yazzie for amassing 3,720 reputation points, securing the top position on the Dragon Kingdom's reputation leaderboard. Do you wish to hide your game name? Furthermore, congratulations to player Yazzie for their diamond-grade equipment, the Order uniform of the Magical Capital, which has claimed the top spot on the Dragon Kingdom's equipment leaderboard. Shall I ask if you wish to conceal your game name? Additionally, congratulations to player Yazzie for their golden-grade equipment, the Blade of Julie, which has earned the second position on the Dragon Kingdom's equipment leaderboard. Do you wish to hide your game name? The 4 items, Evil's Mirage, White Wing Cloak, Sturdy Battle Pants, and Vampiric Ring 2, have also made their presence known on the leaderboard. This indicates that, within the 10 available slots on the equipment leaderboard, Lin Ziluo occupies an astonishing 6 positions. No concealment, not even one. Lin Ziluo declared, successfully set the leaderboard game name to be visible. At long last, after perusing this information, Lin Ziluo finally beheld the 3 leaderboards. Ranking list: first place, Yazzie level, 14 class, Warlord 2nd place, Zhang Yuanzhong level, 7 class, Nun 3rd place, Desha level, 7 class, Nun 4th place, codename, Pajuan level, 7 class, Nun, reputation ranking, 1st place, Yazzie reputation, 3720 class, Warlord 2nd place, Zhang reputation, 350 class, Nun 3rd place, codename, Pajuan reputation, 210 class, Nun 4th place, Zhang Yuanzhong reputation, 170 class, Nun, equipment ranking, 1st place, Order of the Demon City uniform level, diamond owner, Yazzie 2nd place, Knife of Jiuli level, gold owner, Yazzie 3rd place, Mask of Evil level, silver owner, Yazzie 4th place, White Wing Cloak level, silver owner, Yazzie 5th place, Resilient Battle Pants level, silver owner, Yazzie 6th place, Armor of War level, silver owner, Zhang Yuanzhong 7th place, Bloodsucking Ring 2 level, bronze owner, Yazzie. Astonishingly, the first position across all 3 rankings is held by Yazzie. In the level ranking, Lin Ziluo's level is precisely double that of the 2nd place. Desha managed to snag a 3rd place just for fun. The reputation ranking is even more striking, tenfold. A staggering tenfold disparity. The most outrageous aspect is the equipment ranking, where Yazzie completely monopolizes the top 5 spots. After much anticipation, a distinctive 6th place finally emerged, only for the 7th place to still be occupied by Yazzie, which was utterly absurd. Lin Ziluo gazed at the magnificent sight of the leaderboard and could easily envision the astonished expressions of those who beheld it. However, in this regard, he was mistaken. Nearly all players in Dragon Country, upon opening the leaderboard and seeing Yazzie's name in the top position, would think to themselves, "Ah, so it is him." As expected, with 3 global announcements, who in Dragon Country was unaware of the legendary name Yazzie, steeped in the mythos of their nation? Human emotions are quite straightforward. Generally, one harbors feelings of envy, admiration, reverence, or even jealousy towards those who surpass them. Yet, when faced with individuals who are so far beyond their reach that they seem unattainable, all that remains is sheer awe. Yazzie simply dominated the 3 rankings. Even if all 3 lists were filled exclusively with Yazzie's name, others would accept it without question. Of course, Lin Ziluo's class as a commander and his uniform as an enforcer of Magic City also garnered significant attention. The name of the commander was well known, especially when paired with the Ninely Pearl. It was not difficult to deduce the connection between Yazzie and Chiyu. The enforcer's uniform was even more straightforward to interpret. Magic City. Yazzie resided in Magic City. Chapter 83, Unparalleled. Lin Ziluo was indeed aware that his information could be revealed by the leaderboard. However, he did not find it necessary to dwell on it. Lin Ziluo had previously sought to conceal his identity, intending instead to act like a venomous serpent, gradually undermining the Li family, as he still held reservations about them at that time. In the previous life, the oppressive weight imposed by the Li family was indeed substantial. However, when Lin Ziluo effortlessly single-handedly took on and dispatched a mercenary group, clarity dawned upon him. What was there to fear? Fear a Li family that had yet to mature? Fear those 2 war gods whom he could easily crush at any moment? Thus, Lin Ziluo chose to unveil his nickname. What of exposing his identity? Unless revealing personal information rendered him a spectacle akin to a giant panda, attracting gawkers wherever he went. He found no need for the concealment that a mask would provide. Lin Ziluo also began to hear about the benefits that came with his position on the leaderboard, namely titles. For instance, Being first on the level leaderboard granted him the title of overwhelming power. The top rank on the reputation leaderboard awarded him the title of renowned across the realm. As for the equipment leaderboard, there were simply too many rewards to even consider. Alas, there were so many titles that he couldn't decide which one to choose. Of course, the rewards did not end there. As long as Lin Ziluo remained in his current position for 24 hours, he would receive a substantial amount of experience, gold, and reputation. These rewards were not trivial. Merely claiming them could sustain a small team. Moreover, as time progressed, the rewards would gradually increase. Oh, the pleasure of reclining at home while receiving bountiful rewards was truly delightful. Just when Lin Ziluo thought the rewards had reached their zenith, the notification sound of the Doomsday game echoed once more. Congratulations, player Yazzie has achieved the remarkable feat of ranking first in the level, reputation, and equipment leaderboards, earning the hidden epic title, unparalleled in the world. Lin Ziluo was astounded. This was something he had never heard of before. In the previous life, it seemed that no one had truly achieved the remarkable feat of topping all 3 leaderboards. He hurriedly examined his title, unparalleled, an epic title, exclusively awarded to those who attain the pinnacle of all national-level rankings. Should any condition fail to be met, the title will vanish. Attributes: a 10 enhancement across all stats, a 10 discount on all purchases in stores, hidden shops, and dungeons within the Dragon Kingdom. Additionally, the drop rate increases by 1, and task rewards are elevated by 10. Skill: unmatched. Upon activation, all damage is negated for 1 second. Cooldown period: 24 hours. Marvelous. Lin Ziluo was astonished. This truly was spectacular. Akin to a small cow riding a ghostly fire bull. The percentage increase in attributes was already outrageous, and now he could also enjoy discounts while shopping. Task rewards were augmented. Most significantly, there was an attribute Lin Ziluo had never encountered before, an increase in drop rate by 1. What does this mean? My current drop rate is already at 100, and with an additional increment, then, ding. Once the extra 1 chance is triggered, 2 items will drop. The system promptly provided clarity. Indeed, astounding. Defeating a zombie would yield 2 items. As for the unmatched skill, need it be stated? Immunity to all damage. Within that second, even a level 90 war god could not harm a single hair on Lin Ziluo's body. No, this incredible title must remain in my possession. Therefore, I must secure the top position on all 3 leaderboards. Resolutely, he equipped the unparalleled title. It would take an hour to activate after being equipped. Alright, this version update is remarkable. The existence of others has become increasingly arduous, while one has garnered an impressive reputation, and the fool has acquired a legendary talent. Indeed, they have profited immensely. Lin Ziluo rose to his feet, feeling that it was time to reap the beloved little chives of the Grim Reaper Club. Hoping their demise would not be too numerous, he found himself in a modest bungalow. Opening the door, Lin Ziluo stepped outside first. Just as he crossed the threshold, a zombie lunged directly at him. Faced with this sudden assault, Lin Ziluo remained composed, reacting swiftly. He summoned a transparent shield of protective armor at his chest. Though the shield shattered, it effectively thwarted the zombie's claws. Seizing the moment, Lin Ziluo drew the knife of Julie, aiming for the creature's head. With a decisive double slash, he struck twice, and the subsequent explosion of the mark successfully dispatched the zombie. How unfortunate it was to encounter a zombie with the stealth talent right at the outset. Lin Ziluo examined the attributes of the fallen creature and remarked on how the enhancement from its form and talent significantly augmented its strength. Moreover, the commotion from his recent kill attracted the attention of other zombies, their sensory abilities heightened. The horde on the street surged towards Lin Ziluo's location. Among them a particularly conspicuous zombie covered in green pustules. Oh my, a toxic zombie. Fool, retreat. Lin Ziluo's composure faltered at the sight of the toxic creature. While its combat prowess was limited, its repulsive nature was undeniably formidable. Disregarding the act of spitting, the phlegm was unbearably foul and corrosive. Naturally, retreating was merely a strategy to distance himself from the virulent zombies. The necessity to eliminate them remained paramount. The 9-ly blade was deftly hurled by Lin Ziluo. Its trajectory impeccably calculated, piercing through 2 or 3 zombies before cleaving the neck of the toxic undead, extinguishing its newly acquired life just moments after its evolution. Lin Ziluo inspected the 9-ly blade, relieved to find it free from the repulsive pus-like fluid. The zombies continued their frenzied pursuit, their numbers swelling with alarming vigor. No longer lethargic, they had become notably more animated. Lin Ziluo, unwilling to linger in battle, recognized that the harvest awaited him. He successfully navigated to a secluded street behind the house, exhaling in relief upon realizing that the zombies in this area had been previously cleared. However, soon after, the sound of the door in the adjacent bungalow being violently assailed by zombies reached his ears. Despite the reinforcements, the door could not withstand the onslaught. With a resounding crash, it succumbed, and the zombies surged into the dwelling, meticulously searching for Lin Ziluo's whereabouts. At that moment, he had already departed with the simple-minded Desha. The premises where Lin Ziluo had taken refuge were not far from the Shaoruanfa Square. In no time, he arrived at the rear of the square, where the freight elevator was located. Just as he was about to enter the elevator lobby, a distant cry for help echoed through the air. Though far away, the voice belonged to a woman Lin Ziluo recognized. She had been the most passionate performer, singing and dancing fervently in the top-floor hall during the early hours. Help, help! The woman was still several hundred meters away from the hall, yet her pace had gradually slowed. There was no remedy. She had indulged too much the previous night, leaving her in a poor state throughout the day. Just as she was about to scream for help, a zombie lunged at her and knocked her to the ground. The creature began to gnaw ravenously at her body. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. In no time, she was left battered and bruised. Despairing, she cried out and struggled, but it was all in vain. Soon, she was abandoned by the first zombie, left to lie still on the ground, awaiting her transformation into one of the undead. Chapter 84. Those bitten by zombies hidden among the crowd from a distance. Lin Ziluo witnessed this grim scene, feeling nothing. Such occurrences had been all too common on this journey. Many young individuals had paid the ultimate price for their complacency and arrogance. As several zombies charged toward him, Lin Ziluo paid them no mind and simply pressed the button for the freight elevator, ascending to the top floor. As the elevator neared its destination, he could hear the sounds of weeping and commotion outside. It seemed the rooftop had descended into chaos. With a soft chime, the elevator doors slowly opened, revealing the tragic state of the members of the Death God Club. The hall was suffused with an atmosphere of sorrow, a stark contrast to the jubilant celebration that had taken place just a few hours prior. In the corners of the hall, numerous individuals were weeping uncontrollably. Witnessing the people they held dear being bitten by zombies filled them with a profound sense of guilt and grief. Meanwhile, a significant number sat silently on the floor, enveloped in their own thoughts. Upon receiving the announcement of the apocalyptic game, they fell into a profound silence. The despairing words struck them like a thunderbolt, leaving them bereft of hope for survival. Meanwhile, a faction of individuals indulged in their provisions, feasting heartily without a care in the world. Everyone understood that even if these supplies remained untouched, they would ultimately end up as refuse. My brother was bitten on the neck by a zombie, and I could only watch helplessly as he transformed into one of them. I blamed myself. I suggested we venture farther afield to confront the undead, believing that had I not, my brother would still be alive. Alas, what is the worth of effort? After toiling away, a mere announcement turned the once manageable zombies into our merciless predators. Indeed, what purpose does striving serve? In a few days, our resources will be depleted, and we shall await our doom. Damn this apocalyptic game. I curse you. If you possess any courage, come and end me now. Delicious, delicious, everyone come and partake. Soon, there will be nothing left. The entire hall was in a cacophony of noise. The arrival of Lin Ziluo failed to evoke the usual commotion. All had succumbed to a state of numbness. Within a mere hour, they had experienced the stark transition from paradise to hell. Lin Ziluo halted in his tracks, for he detected a familiar scent. His gaze began to scour the hall, and those who felt his penetrating stare shivered, their skin prickling with unease. Soon, Lin Ziluo's eyes fixed upon a particular individual. In the corner, a figure was curled up, trembling incessantly. Lin Ziluo strode purposefully toward the individual, drawing the attention of many onlookers. The person in the corner, feeling Lin Ziluo's gaze fixed upon him, trembled even more violently. Upon reaching the individual, Lin Ziluo calmly inquired, "What are you doing?" The person, head bowed, spoke first. "Lift your head. Let me see how many bites you've sustained from the zombies." Lin Ziluo responded with an air of composure. His words ignited a wave of panic. Everyone stared at the person in the corner, as if he might transform into a zombie at any moment. "You're talking nonsense. Who has been bitten by a zombie? You're just spouting nonsense." The man muttered without raising his gaze. Indeed, how can you casually accuse someone of being bitten by a zombie? You clearly have ill intentions. Chimed in another voice from the other side of the corner. Yes, we are perfectly fine. It's impossible for anyone to be bitten by a zombie, echoed other spectators. With the support of the crowd, the man seemed emboldened, declaring loudly, I have not been bitten by a zombie. I will not be bitten by a zombie. Lin Ziluo surveyed the hall, and instantly, all fell silent. The malevolent glint in his eyes was sufficient to instill fear in every onlooker. Big fool, crush him, Lin Ziluo said, unwilling to squander any more time. No sooner had the words left his lips than Big Fool raised his bronze hammer. The man, glancing up at the formidable weapon, was immediately struck with terror. In a hurried tone, he exclaimed, I too do not wish to be bitten by a zombie. It is all Zhang Yi's fault, that wretched person. I merely pushed her aside to obstruct the zombie, yet she clutched me, resulting in my own bite. As he raised his head, the crowd beheld a grotesque, deep bite mark on his flesh. However, it was too late. Desha, impervious to any defense offered, adhered strictly to Lin Ziluo's judgment. The massive hammer came crashing down upon the man's head, crushing it and part of his torso into a ghastly indentation. Blood and brain matter splattered across the floor. The somber atmosphere of the hall was shattered, and all eyes turned in terror towards Lin Ziluo. Yet the ordeal was not over. Lin Ziluo approached the individual who had previously accused him of slander. Why must you emerge? Are you afraid that once discovered, you shall be next? Lin Ziluo articulated his disdain for those who, despite having been bitten, clung to false hope or attempted to drag others down with them. His implication was clear. This individual too had been bitten. Desha swiftly delivered another blow, resulting in yet another gruesome scene. Lin Ziluo's assertion was indeed accurate. Such individuals were utterly repugnant, concealing the truth of their bites. Regrettably, they were not in short supply. Small enclaves often suffered catastrophic losses due to individuals who concealed their afflictions, ultimately succumbing to zombification. Lin Ziluo's march did not falter. He resembled the harbinger of death as he approached another person, prompting Desha to deliver yet another fatal strike. In a matter of mere minutes, he had identified 5 members of the Death Club who had been bitten by zombies and were on the brink of transformation. A dense scent of blood permeated the entire top floor of the Zairanfa Mall. Fortunately, the zombies within had been largely eradicated by the members. Otherwise, the gruesome aroma would have undoubtedly attracted more of the undead. Yet, it must be said that the originally sorrowful atmosphere had dissipated entirely. Everyone was jolted awake by the harrowing scene before them. Lin Ziluo nodded, recognizing that the ambience had been sufficiently heightened. It was now time for him to take the stage. Look at yourselves, a veritable assembly of dazed individuals. What? When the apocalypse first struck, were you not in despair? Did you not endure suffering? After merely 2 days of relative peace, upon encountering such dire circumstances, you resign yourselves to despair and abandon all efforts? Do you honor the memory of your brother who sacrificed his life for you? Do you respect the perseverance you have shown until now? In truth, we need only to strive a little harder, to be a tad braver, and to exercise greater caution. We can indeed survive in this apocalyptic world. To assist everyone in living better, to instill hope for survival, I have decided to offer my hard-earned supply cards at a conscientious price. You heard me correctly. For just a handful of gold coins, or perhaps some equipment or items, you can secure enough sustenance to last an entire day. Will you not rush to seize this opportunity? Chapter 85. Accumulating gold coins with unprecedented ease. Well then, for 299 gold coins, I shall take a slight loss and offer you 3 supply cards. You possess but 110 gold coins. In that case, allow me to offer you a Kyoto roast duck. Its flavor is exquisite, and I shall not unreasonably demand more than 10 additional gold coins. No, 80 coins is far too little. Borrow 20 coins from someone else and return. As for this bronze tier equipment, let me examine the decayed dagger, its effects. Never mind, it catches my fancy. I shall accept 15 resource cards in exchange. Oh, are you being picky? Allow me to enlighten you. Regardless of the type of resource card, the energy ultimately replenished remains the same. At best, it is merely a matter of flavor and texture. If you desire superior sustenance, an additional 10 gold coins will suffice. Precisely, be resolute. It matters not that your brother is no longer with us. Bravely seek vengeance for him. What? Only 2 cards? Let me check your remaining balance. You have 300 coins and yet only wish to procure 2 cards? Without sufficient nourishment, how can you muster the strength to avenge your brother? Very well. I shall reserve 10 gold coins for you and offer you 3 resource cards. Lin Ziluo is currently conducting a resource card sale. After delivering a motivational speech to the members of the Death God Club, Lin Ziluo's sale commenced successfully. He casually set up a small table and placed a thick stack of food cards upon it. The members, who had previously lost all hope in life, were revitalized by his words and eagerly rushed to purchase the resource cards. In the midst of this, the large fool brandished a bronze giant hammer, dripping with the blood and brain matter of those he had just slain. In an instant, the purchasing scene transformed into an orderly affair. However, their apprehension was not solely due to the formidable prowess of the imposing figure. When he ascended to the 3rd position on the leaderboard, he became an undeniable celebrity. Who would dare to act recklessly in the presence of such a powerful individual, ranked 3rd in the entire Dragon Kingdom? Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo sat with his legs crossed, joyfully accumulating gold coins, relishing the opportunity to indulge in his entrepreneurial instincts. Nevertheless, he was a merchant of integrity. The food cards sold in the Magic City S shop were priced at 100 gold coins each, and Lin Ziluo matched that price. This pricing was, in every sense, fair and just, free from deceit. It also spared buyers the time and perils associated with purchasing from the Magic City shop. What? You claim he engages in coercive sales and that customers cannot choose their cards? Ahem, that is merely to account for the cost of potential defaults. Is this excessive? Not at all. As Lin Ziluo continued to sell cards, he watched his gold coins steadily rise, a grin spreading across his face. In this short time, along with his 6,000 gold coins in savings, his total had reached an impressive 15,000. This was a sum that would have required significant effort to earn from zombies, now effortlessly acquired. No wonder it is said that commerce is a lucrative endeavor. As someone who had always walked alone, he had never experienced such a sensation. It left him contemplating a future as a middleman. After all, purchasing items from the shop at a 10% discount, then reselling them at full price, allowed him to enjoy a tenfold profit. Earning 10 gold coins per card meant that 100 cards would yield 1,000 gold coins, and 100,000 cards. Well, that would be exhausting. Halt. Halt. It is crucial to prioritize the enhancement of one's strength. Do not be deceived by the abundant wealth one may amass today. Were it not for the presence of the formidable 3rd strongest of the Dragon Kingdom, Desha, standing here, one can only imagine how many would resort to thievery. Moreover, there are those who would secretly covet what they desire. Thus, the might of one's fist is indeed the ultimate truth. Only with strength can one attain such a harmonious and splendid tableau. At last, under Lin Ziluo's fervent persuasion, the members of the Death God Club were swept clean of their gold, as if caught in an autumn gale. Not even the scant few coins remaining in each individual's possession escaped Lin Ziluo's encouragement, leading a dozen individuals to pool their resources and purchase a supply card together. Glancing at his own gold balance, Lin Ziluo was astonished to find it had reached 16,000 coins. He had garnered a staggering 10,000 coins, equivalent to the bounty of nearly 2,000 zombies, calculated at 45 coins per fallen creature. Alas, it is a pity, for the loss of life remains far too great. In Lin Ziluo's estimation, during the past few days, they had ravaged numerous locations and besieged the museum, as well as a portion of the small Ruinfa shopping mall. Surely, they must have vanquished 3,000 to 4,000 zombies. As for the equipment and items, few had been exchanged. Consequently, Lin Ziluo received only 2 pieces of particularly inferior gear and a handful of useless items. The sole item that piqued Lin Ziluo's interest was the Decayed Dagger. Decayed Dagger, a bronze-grade weapon, long rendered obsolete, with a blade marred by irregularities and a handle encrusted with rust. Attribute: the pain inflicted by this dagger will be enhanced by 200. The area that is grazed by the dagger, if left untreated for an extended period, will gradually succumb to decay. Alas, it adds no attributes at all. It is no wonder that others dismiss this equipment. However, Lin Ziluo finds it appealing. With this item, his rusty tetanus dagger can finally be honorably retired. As for the supply cards, Lin Ziluo has expended fewer than 200 cards. In his storage space, there remain over 1,000. Truly, a wealth befitting a tycoon. Observing that there is little more to be gained, Lin Ziluo rose and declared, "The sale has concluded successfully. It is time to disperse. By the way, let us keep the noise to a minimum. It is now late at night. Should anyone attract the attention of zombies with excessive sound, do not blame me if I send Big Fool to smash you flat." The crowd nodded vigorously, eager to express their resolve. fearful that a slow response would result in a blow from Big Fool. Satisfied, Lin Ziluo made his way into Gao Dong's office. Gao Dong had just queued to purchase supply cards. Remarkably, he possessed quite a few valuable items. He exchanged 20 supply cards from Lin Ziluo for 3 bronze-level items and some gold coins. Upon noticing Lin Ziluo's entrance, Gao Dong immediately donned a broad grin. "Brother Lin." "No, Lin the Great. I cannot express enough gratitude for your willingness to lend us your supply cards," Gao Dong said. "Enough, others may not know. But you surely are aware of my true identity," Lin Ziluo replied, casually taking a seat. Gao Dong's expression turned awkward. As long as Gao Dong is not a fool, he must realize that Lin Ziluo is indeed Yazai, especially after today's ranking list. The moment the name of the Big Fool emerged, accompanied by the appearance of the Order's uniform from the Magic City, it becomes evident. Considering the black robe worn by Lin Ziluo, and the fact that the Big Fool has obediently been following him, alongside the numerous resource cards in Lin Ziluo's possession, one could easily deduce that Yazai is none other than Lin Ziluo. Ah, indeed, I was merely concerned about the impropriety of addressing a prominent figure by a nickname. Gao Dong swiftly adjusted his demeanor, a smile returning to his face. Chapter 86. The Mark of the Defender of the Magic City. Why are you so nervous? "I am not going to harm you," Lin Ziluo remarked with a hint of amusement. Although Gao Dong appeared cheerful on the surface, it was evident that his legs were subtly trembling. No, it's just that I am uncertain of what the esteemed one means by that," Gao Dong inquired. "It means nothing in particular. I find you quite agreeable and perceptive, hence I wish to bestow upon you a fortuitous opportunity," Lin Ziluo replied, feigning an air of mystery. "Esteemed one, spare me the mysteries. If there is something you need, I will certainly comply," Gao Dong responded with a wry smile. "It's quite simple." Just within Gao Dong's office, Lin Ziluo continued to speak while Gao Dong listened attentively. After a lengthy discussion, Lin Ziluo eventually took his leave. One can only hope that Gao Dong is indeed a wise individual. However, even if this endeavor were to fail, and he chose not to comply, there would be no loss on my part, absolutely no detriment. Thus, the first day after the end of the novice protection period in this apocalyptic game concluded on the 8th day of the apocalypse, at noon. Outside the library of the Magic City, Lin Ziluo and the Big Fool truly fought their way here. It is worth mentioning that the attributes of the zombies have been significantly enhanced, and the rewards have also improved. For each zombie slain, the gold and experience gained have increased by approximately 20. However, eliminating zombies is no longer a simple task. The new form of zombies is manageable, as they typically wander alone, allowing Lin Ziluo to dispatch them with a single strike. Ordinary zombies, on the other hand, appear in swarms. Moreover, they tend to congregate in open areas like the streets, often surrounding Lin Ziluo and the Big Fool in relentless waves. Were it not for their formidable strength, they might not have successfully made it through. It is also unfortunate that players are now hesitant to venture outside, leaving the aimless zombies to pursue only Lin Ziluo and the Big Fool. They swiftly entered the familiar entrance of the Magic City Library. Indeed, upon arrival, it felt like returning home, as Lin Ziluo had already dispatched the majority of the zombies within, rendering the place relatively safe. However, due to a power outage, they could not use the elevator. Lin Ziluo and the Big Fool had to take the safety passage to the 5th floor. Just before pushing open the door, Lin Ziluo heard voices coming from the other side. "I propose we treat this place as our base. With the presence of this extraordinary shop, there will undoubtedly be customers in need of purchases. We can charge a toll for passage and surely prosper, resting easy. Yes, the zombies here have all been eliminated, and there is no need to worry about large hordes." This is indeed the case, but I do have one concern. What is there to worry about? We have no concerns regarding food and drink. Tell me, who could possibly have killed the zombies here? The bodies on the 3rd and 4th floors are piled high. Who could achieve such a feat? It must be a powerful team. They cannot have overlooked the shops in this city. We have claimed this territory. But what if they decide to confront us later? Creak. The door to the secure passage swung open. The group engaged in conversation immediately rose, turning their attention to the entrance. Lin Ziluo stepped inside. "Who are you? Can't you see there are people here?" A man with a full beard replied impatiently. "Hold on. Brother, take a look at the person behind him." "Is it?" A bald fellow quickly intervened, blocking the bearded man's path while gesturing towards the towering figure of the Big Fool behind Lin Ziluo. Upon examining Big Fool's status panel, the bearded man gasped in astonishment. "Goodness gracious, Isn't this the second-ranked individual on the Dragon Kingdom leaderboard? A living person. Second on the leaderboard? Lin Ziluo realized at once. It seemed that Big Fool had spent the night accumulating experience from the zombies, surpassing Zhang Yuanzhong in the process. Upon learning of Big Fool's identity, the group quickly adopted a more respectful demeanor, discarding their earlier bravado. My goodness, the second most formidable individual in the nation. How could we dare discuss tolls in front of him? It would be a miracle if we weren't eliminated. Lin Ziluo paid them no mind. It was best that they knew their place. Whether they chose to claim this territory for themselves had no bearing on him. Such is the nature of the apocalyptic game. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, the choice to seize a point becomes available, be it a shop or the entrance to a dungeon. Securing a location can yield substantial rewards, even the ability to claim a class transfer station. However, should one be ambushed and slain while attempting to take control, one must not cast blame elsewhere. Ultimately, Lin Ziluo's next objective is likewise to seize a point. His visit to the library is solely driven by the desire to acquire the coveted Guardian of the Demon City insignia. Accompanied by the bumbling fool, Lin Ziluo entered the room housing the shop. As the door clicked shut behind him, a subordinate quickly approached his leader. Boss, have you no thoughts? This fool may be powerful, but we outnumber him. He clearly exudes the air of a wealthy individual, the subordinate whispered nervously. To hell with you. The boss swatted the subordinate's head. Are you foolish? Do you really think that someone who ranks second in the entirety of Dragon Country is an ordinary person? And we have the numbers? The number of zombies he has slain far exceeds what we have encountered. He could effortlessly treat you as just another zombie to eliminate. Oh, I see now. The boss is indeed wise, the subordinate said, admiration shining in his eyes. Of course, otherwise, how could I ever be your leader? The boss replied with a sense of pride. Meanwhile, within the shop, Lin Ziluo remained oblivious to the events transpiring outside. He had already immersed himself in the shopping pod. The remaining stock of 3 hidden items had not altered in the slightest. Yet, the price of 200,000 was astonishingly steep. No, it cannot be. For merely 200,000. Such an item must be extraordinary. With some perseverance, perhaps he could gather the necessary funds before the city opens. Upon concluding his transaction, he pressed the purchase button for the Guardian's emblem of the Magic City. The system inquired whether the player, Yazi, wished to confirm the acquisition of the Guardian's emblem of the Magic City. Owing to his unparalleled privilege of a 10% discount, the cost amounted to 9,000 gold coins. A mechanical voice resonated, confirming the purchase. Lin Ziluo spoke. The purchase of the Guardian's emblem of the Magic City was successful. 9,000 gold coins have been deducted, leaving the player with 7,544 gold coins. The Guardian's emblem of the Magic City was now encapsulated within a card, ready for activation. The emblem materialized in Lin Ziluo's hand, prompting his curiosity to activate it. The Guardian's emblem of the Magic City is a diamond-grade special item. Upon activation, it will affix itself to an equipped item. Please select the activation location. Weapons are not valid. A special item? Lin Ziluo pondered briefly before decisively choosing to activate the emblem on his Order of the Magic City uniform, completing the set. Moreover, the durability of the uniform would undoubtedly surpass that of other equipment. The Guardian's emblem of the Magic City has been successfully activated. As he observed, a circular insignia emerged on the uniform, inscribed with the same design as that on the previous uniform. With that, Lin Ziluo exited the shopping pod. Upon leaving, he examined the effects of the Guardian's emblem of the Magic City. Guardian's emblem of the Magic City, diamond-grade special item. Description: an immensely precious emblem, exclusively granted to those who have made significant contributions to the Magic City. Attributes: 1. Restoration. The equipment bearing the insignia significantly accelerates the speed of automatic restoration. Unless the equipment's damage rate exceeds 40, it can be restored to its original state. 2. Dignity. As long as one is within the confines of the Demon City. If the total attributes of any player who attempts to engage you do not surpass your own, their attributes will diminish by 10 for a duration of 5 minutes. 3. Guardian. While situated in the Demon City, you may summon a Guardian robot to assist you in battle. This can be done only once per day, with each summoning lasting for 10 minutes. The attributes of the Guardian robot will fluctuate in accordance with your own attributes. To emphasize, there is no female protagonist. Longtime readers are aware that I previously authored a book that yielded considerable success. However, due to complications involving female characters, it was permanently banned, never to be released again. The fruits of several months of labor vanished in an instant, casting a shadow over me that renders me hesitant to explore that avenue again. Therefore, such themes will not be present in this book. Chapter 87. The Terror of the Class Change Station. This insignia of the Demon City Guardian is genuinely impressive. Much like the uniform of the Demon City's Order Keeper, it possesses a dignified effect that can be stacked. This means that as long as one remains within the territory of the Demon City, any players who attempt to attack will instantaneously have their attributes reduced by 20. This is no insignificant reduction. Regrettably, at the moment of activation, Lin Ziluo was informed that each player may only purchase one insignia. Otherwise, with sufficient gold, one could acquire all these insignias and summon a legion of guardian robots, though the information regarding these guardian robots is not entirely comprehensive. It is said that calculations are based on player attributes, yet no specific ratios have been disclosed. Nevertheless, it is fortuitous that I will have the opportunity to utilize this information in the afternoon, at which point clarity will emerge. After a successful shopping excursion, Lin Ziluo was in high spirits as he exited the store, accompanied by the simple-minded companion known as Big Fool. Magic City People's Square can be regarded as the very heart of Magic City, both geographically and symbolically. It serves as the political, economic, cultural, tourism, and transportation hub of the city and stands as one of its most significant architectural landmarks. Overall, it is an expansive open square, encompassing an area of 140,000 square meters. Since the apocalyptic game update yesterday at 7 o'clock p.m., a profound transformation has occurred here. The central structures, pavements, greenery, and facilities were instantaneously reduced to ashes, scattered by the wind. Even the players and zombies present were unable to evade this catastrophic fate, illustrating the grim reality that luck may not favor one in the apocalypse, where survival is fleeting. Following the devastation, the ground began to sink, forming a square-shaped pit. Soon after, two stone sculptures emerged from the earth. One was a massive cylindrical pillar, intricately adorned with an array of weapon motifs, swords, guns, halberds, axes, and bows. Nearly every conceivable armament was inscribed upon its surface. Beneath the pillar, there was a recessed area designated for players to place their hands, enabling them to embark upon the warrior class transition process. The other sculpture was a colossal orb, its surface embellished with a kaleidoscope of colors. Surrounding the spherical object, various elemental orbs floated in the air, unmistakably the work of Newton's remarkable sibling. These elemental spheres displayed vibrant hues, red flames, blue waters, and green foliage. Before the sphere lay a delicate crystal orb, upon which players must place their hands to embark on the path of becoming a mage. In the expansive space between two stone sculptures, a mass of black mist lingered, occasionally emitting eerie sounds that sent chills down the spine. At the edge of the sunken ground, a circle of intricate runes was meticulously inscribed, suggesting that this area had been fortified. The significant changes in this region undoubtedly captured the attention of nearby players. When combined with the update announcement from the previous night, it became clear that this was a newly established class-changing platform within the city. A sense of curiosity ignited amongst several players, especially since the surrounding zombies had turned to ashes, making it considerably safer. A few of the bravest players conferred and ultimately decided to venture into the abyss together. As they stepped into the pit, no immediate alterations occurred. However, when one player dared to touch the crystal orb before the stone sculptures, a dramatic transformation ensued. The black mist between the sculptures rapidly expanded, accompanied by a piercing crackling sound. The players exchanged terrified glances toward the encroaching mist, overwhelmed by an immense sense of dread that made it difficult to breathe. Outside the pit, those too fearful to descend retreated hastily, anxious about being caught in the ominous phenomenon. As the sense of oppression intensified, several players could no longer withstand the pressure and began to flee towards the edge of the abyss. In that very instant, the runes surrounding the chasm emitted a radiant glow. A translucent barrier rose at the precipice, completely enveloping the pit. The swiftest among them reached the brink and attempted to scale its heights. In his despair, he beheld a message from the Doomsday game. The transmigration platform area has been entirely sealed. Only by vanquishing the Guardian boss can one escape. Simultaneously, a quest prompt materialized. Yet, who had the presence of mind to heed such notifications? The remaining players soon arrived at the ledge, striving to breach the barrier. After a futile effort, the shield remained utterly unmoved. "Look behind you." A player beyond the chasm alerted. To their horror, where the ominous black mist had lingered, there emerged a colossal creature. Standing nearly 4 meters tall, its ebony skin was grotesque and menacing. The blood-red eyes and white fangs stood out starkly against the dark hide. It was a giant zombie. The players attempted to inspect the attributes of this abomination. Bronze level, boss level, 18 talents, skills, base attributes. Absurd. Due to the vast disparity in levels, the talents and attributes were obscured. Yet, upon discerning the 18th level and bronze classification, the players' faces turned ashen. Could this truly be a foe they could confront? As the massive zombie barreled towards them, chaos ensued. The colossal figure thundered across the terrain, causing the ground to tremble beneath its weight, leaving behind profound imprints on the earth. The players, gripped by panic, forsook any thoughts of escape and scattered in all directions. Yet, with their meager levels of 5 to 6, how could they possibly outrun an 18-level zombie? Mere seconds later, the first player found himself ensnared by the zombie's grasp. With a brutal squeeze, the creature contorted the player's waist, resulting in a swift demise. The zombie began to tear at the player's body, devouring it like a delicacy. As the zombie sank its teeth into the player's skull, a sickening crunch echoed in the air. Blood and brain matter erupted like a burst, prompting the zombie to close its eyes in rapture, relishing the exquisite taste. The remaining players, witnessing this horrific scene, were instantly paralyzed with terror, weeping profusely and begging for a way out. Yet, was that even a possibility? After savoring the unfortunate player's flesh, the zombie immediately turned its attention to the next target. 1, 2, 3. Though some players attempted to resist, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. In mere moments, they were left battered and broken, transformed into the creature's next meal. Once all the players had fallen at the hands of the zombie, it finally halted its advance. With a gluttonous gaze, it fixed its sights on a player lurking at a distance, who had not ventured into the deep pit, and with great strides, it charged forward. However, the zombie soon realized its own entrapment. Ultimately, it reverted to a swirling mass of black mist, vanishing from the sight of the players outside the pit. At the moment the darkness dissipated, the protective barrier at the edge of the pit also fell away, restoring an unsettling calm within the depths. Only a few pools of blood and some scattered flesh bear witness to the horrors that have transpired here. Certainly, there are also 2 azure objects. Chapter 88. Activating the Class Change Platform Quest. If memory serves, the guardian boss of the Class Change platform in the City of Magic should be a ferocious type of zombie. Speaking of which, in my previous life, it was the bounty hunting guild that eliminated that fiend. As Lin Ziluo walked, he pondered deeply. At this moment, he was making his way towards the People's Square of the City of Magic alongside the simple-minded Dasha. In his eagerness to reach his destination, Lin Ziluo took the more secluded paths, encountering few zombies along the way. His intentions were becoming increasingly evident: to vanquish the guardian boss of the Class Change platform in the City of Magic. His understanding of the capabilities of the guardian boss was somewhat limited, as he had not been the one to defeat it previously. In fact, since he had transitioned to the Phantom class, he had scarcely visited that place. He had, however, observed the Class Change platforms in other cities. Nevertheless, the process of activating the Class Change platform was familiar to him. It merely involved defeating the guardian boss. Furthermore, this guardian boss was shielded by the Doomsday game as protection. Upon encountering the quest to activate the Class Change platform, a protective barrier would rise. At that moment, neither players nor zombies within the barrier could exit. However, players from outside could enter until the number reached 30, at which point complete isolation would ensue. One might wonder if refraining from touching the crystal ball or pressing the indentation would prevent the activation of the quest. There exists a hidden condition. Once the player count in the Class Change platform area reaches 30, the protective barrier will automatically rise. When the time comes, the mission will be forcibly activated, and you will have to confront the guardian boss. In essence, the Doomsday game reveals a stark truth. Employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers to defeat the guardian boss is futile. A maximum of 30 players may participate, and should you fail to vanquish the boss in a single attempt, it will consume the corpses of the fallen players, consequently increasing its level and strength. Lin Ziluo recalls a guardian boss in a small 4th-tier city that was relentlessly piled upon until it exceeded level 40. The inhabitants of that city were unable to transition to a new class until the city boundaries were opened, at which point they were forced to migrate to another city. He took a moment to recalibrate his state, ensuring he was in optimal condition to face the Guardian boss. Lin Ziluo then took a glance at the ninely bow, which had been prepared in advance to prevent excessive mental strain during the encounter. Once everything was set, he strode purposefully toward the People's Square, with Dasha trailing closely behind, wielding a bronze giant hammer. As they approached the square, Lin Ziluo distinctly felt the weight of numerous gazes upon him. It appeared that a considerable number of players had gathered in this vicinity. A casual glance around confirmed the presence of several players lurking in the shadows. Yet Lin Ziluo paid them little mind. He began to scrutinize the sunken area within the People's Square. The transition platform appeared identical to others he had encountered. The ominous black mist was a novel sight for Lin Ziluo, yet it was evident that it marked the location of the zombie boss. The blood and remnants of flesh scattered across the ground did not escape his keen observation. He swiftly discerned that a total of 8 souls had perished, and all within the preceding hour. Moreover, 2 pieces of bronze-tier equipment lay scattered across the ground. To his amusement, no one had claimed them, which presented a fortunate opportunity for him. Lin Ziluo surmised that the recent demise of these individuals at the hands of zombies had cast a significant shadow over other players. Additionally, they were oblivious to the fact that as long as they refrained from recklessly activating tasks and maintained a number below 30, they could safely venture into the pit to collect these items without consequence. Given that the equipment was left unattended, it was illogical not to seize it. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo leaped into the pit, closely followed by Dasha, who jumped down as well. How dare they? A girl gasped in shock. Look at those fools rushing in to snatch the equipment, completely unaware that they are already dead, a man remarked with a sense of schadenfreude. Just imagining them being devoured by that monstrous zombie is thrilling, his companion added. As for the mysterious figure in the black robe, that's one thing. But it's a pity about the player named Dasha. His equipment appears quite extravagant, another person commented regretfully. Dasha? That name sounds familiar. The man furrowed his brow. Wait. Isn't he one of the formidable players on the Dragon Kingdom leaderboard? His friend suddenly realized. No way. Is Dasha also one of our fierce players from Magic City? The man exclaimed in astonishment. Do you think Dasha might be able to defeat that zombie? The girl inquired, her curiosity piqued. How could it be? The 8 individuals who just perished were all formidable masters of our region. They couldn't even scrape off a layer of the zombie's skin. No matter how strong he is, it is simply impossible for that big fool. The man immediately countered. Not so. It appears they have already picked up their gear. Why has the zombie not yet appeared? His friend remarked, observing Lin Ziluo, who was blissfully examining the attributes of his newly acquired equipment, with a hint of confusion. Damn it. Could it be that as long as we don't touch that orb, we are safe? Damn, I've been duped. That lucky brat has struck gold. Otherwise, those 2 pieces of equipment would have been mine. He exclaimed in frustration. The woman beside him glanced at him, wanting to point out that when he was called to collect the gear, he lacked the courage to do so, yet now he complains about others having good fortune. Unbeknownst to Lin Ziluo, a group of individuals shrouded in shadows had engaged in a rather animated dialogue, in which he was depicted as a harbinger of death, feigning mystery, and ultimately, as the one who stumbled upon good luck. At present, he was in high spirits, stowing away the 2 pieces of equipment into his storage space. While their attributes were not particularly impressive, the fact that they were obtained for free was exhilarating. As the saying goes, a good start. If I can find 2 pieces of gear just walking around, this boss must surely drop something grand for me. Lin Ziluo swiftly approached the crystal orb and casually placed his hand upon it. In the shadows, gasps of astonishment erupted, and all eyes were anxiously fixed upon him. Lin Ziluo felt no trepidation. Glancing at the swirling black mist, he retrieved the ninely bow and made his way toward the edge of the deep pit. As he walked, a semi-transparent protective shield materialized, and from the expanding black mist, a furious roar resonated. Dasha stood resolutely in the designated spot that Lin Ziluo had previously agreed upon, vigorously wielding his bronze giant hammer. Detected that player Yazi has touched the mage class transfer spiritual orb, forcibly accepting the activation task for the Magic City transfer station. Detected that the current player team consists of 2 individuals, resulting in a substantial increase in task rewards. The guardian boss of the Magic City transfer station is about to awaken. Players are advised to prepare. Ding. The golden finger system has detected the host activating the task activate the Magic City transfer station and is currently optimizing related issues. Chapter 89. 2 arrows. Activate the Magic City transfer station Task description. In response to the terrifying onslaught of zombies, every city has established transfer stations that allow players to obtain professions. However, to proceed with the transfer, it is essential to demonstrate that the city possesses sufficient quality talent. Please activate the capabilities of the Magic City Transfer Station by defeating the Guardian Boss. Task requirements. Eliminate the Guardian Boss. Task rewards. 500 reputation points, 2,000 gold coins, 1,000 experience points, and a random high-level hidden profession scroll. Task rewards have been optimized. Task time limit, 12 hours. Task penalty. None. There will be no penalties for abandoning the task or failing it. Even in the face of impending battle, Lin Ziluo could not help but glance at the task rewards displayed on his panel once more. He was aware that completing the task to activate the transfer station would yield a hidden profession scroll, which was precisely why he had chosen to participate actively. However, it must be noted that the hidden profession scroll drawn would be entirely random, should fortune be unkind. Some concealed professions may only possess attributes slightly superior to those of commonplace vocations. Consequently, the optimization from the Golden Finger system has directly appended the adjective advanced, ensuring that one no longer draws those exceedingly ordinary hidden professions. Does this not ignite motivation? Drawing a mage class for personal use or a warrior class to bestow upon the simpleton, how exquisite. At this moment, emerging from the dense black fog was an enormous, pitch-black zombie. Titan Zombie, Bronze Level Boss, Level, 19 Basic Attributes, Strength, 56, Spirit, 30, Constitution, 55, Agility, 30 Talent, Pseudo, Titan's Body, an epic level talent that enhances your strength and constitution attributes, reducing physical and magical damage taken by 10, while significantly improving your recovery capabilities. All attacks that strike an enemy will induce a brief stun effect. Skills, Titan's Fist, a powerful strike to the ground induces violent tremors, subsequently dealing 120 of strength attribute damage to all enemies in contact with the ground within the area. Titan's Roar. Following a mighty roar, sound waves reverberate through the vicinity, augmenting your attributes by 20 while diminishing those of surrounding foes by 10. Such attributes are indeed remarkable. Typically, a bronze-level boss of the same tier would not possess such capabilities. It must be attributed to this epic talent enhancement. One must acknowledge that anything bearing the Titan name is far from ordinary. Nevertheless, this aligns perfectly with the strength expected of a gatekeeper boss. Although Lin Ziluo needed only to level up twice more, his attributes would surpass those of the Titan Zombie comprehensively. Upon scrutinizing the attributes of the Titan Zombie, Lin Ziluo felt at ease. Even without the presence of Desha, he was confident he could handle it single-handedly. Indeed, he could solo it. A boss that required the collaboration of 30 individuals to defeat could now be vanquished by Lin Ziluo alone. It was not that the guarding boss was particularly weak. After all, it had only existed for a single day and had consumed merely 8 players thus far. How could it possibly compare to Lin Ziluo, the colossal player commanding the rewards of the entire server? Ding. The system detected that the host was facing the Titan Zombie and successfully triggered the quest Defeat the Titan Zombie. Defeat the Titan Zombie. Quest requirements. Eliminate the Titan Zombie, the guardian boss of the class transfer platform. Quest rewards. 1 random ordinary golden finger and 1 piece of silver-grade equipment. Quest duration. 24 hours to accept. Lin Ziluo glanced at the quest and spoke up. At the same time, he had already drawn the Julie bow in his hand. The Titan Zombie, recently materialized, was in high spirits. It had not anticipated that, after such a brief interval, it would have the opportunity for another feast. Although there were only 2 individuals present, the sight of Desha made the Titan Zombie's eyes gleam with excitement. Such a robust figure, such muscularity. This body must be incredibly delectable. This type of guardian boss could not discern whether Desha was a zombie, for their directive was simply to eliminate all players. As the Titan Zombie languished in a daydream, Lin Ziluo, poised at the edge of the abyss, drew the Julie bow to its fullest extent. An arrow, its tip ignited with flames, materialized upon the string. With bated breath and unwavering focus, Lin Ziluo fixed his gaze upon the Titan Zombie. In an instant of precise aim, he released the arrow. The fiery projectile surged forth, hurtling directly towards the Titan Zombie's head. In the blink of an eye, it reached its target. However, the Titan Zombie's reflexes were equally swift. Raising its hands to intercept the incoming arrow, it attempted to shield itself. The flame-tipped arrow struck fiercely into the Titan Zombie's left arm, the searing heat scorching the flesh at the point of impact. Regrettably, the Titan zombie's obsidian exterior masked the charred area, rendering it nearly indistinguishable. A roar erupted from the Titan zombie, though it felt no pain. The injury was an affront to its pride. At that moment, the hulking figure of Dashin, who stood close to the Titan zombie, sprang into action. He hefted his bronze warhammer high and swung it with all his might toward the Titan zombie. The Titan zombie was compelled to raise its other hand to parry the blow. Given that it was daytime, Dashin lacked the enhancement of nightfall, rendering him significantly less formidable than the Titan zombie. Indeed, under the cover of darkness, the Titan zombie would have enjoyed even greater advantages. Thus, Dashin's strike was easily deflected by the Titan zombie. Yet, Lin Ziluo had anticipated this outcome. He had already readied the ice arrow. As the Titan zombie caught Dashin's hammer with its right hand, the ice arrow was unleashed. The chilling arrows consistently emanated a frigid aura as they struck the right arm of the Titan zombie, which was firmly grasping the massive bronze hammer. In the area where it was hit, frost rapidly spread. Indeed, my aim remains impeccable. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but commend himself. While lacking the exhilarating sensation of a warrior's grand melee, he reveled in the ability to wear down his adversary from a distance, employing a kiting strategy with cunning finesse. At this moment, the Titan zombie's rage was palpable, unable to be contained any longer. It lifted its head and let out a thunderous roar, sending invisible sound waves rippling through the vicinity. Upon hearing the roar, Lin Ziluo experienced a brief bout of dizziness. As expected, such an absurd talent considers sound waves as an attack, triggering the Titan's body disorientation effect, Lin Ziluo remarked. Though his dizziness was fleeting, the nearby Dasha was not so fortunate. Already exerting all his strength to contend with the Titan zombie's right arm, the proximity resulted in a significantly longer disorientation period. The Titan zombie, disregarding the arrows embedded in its arms, swung its left arm with tremendous force, sending Dasha hurtling away. Subsequently, it forcibly extracted the arrows lodged in its limbs. Fixating its gaze on Lin Ziluo, the Titan zombie charged forward with reckless abandon. Chapter 90, A Second Bloom. Observing the Titan zombie rushing toward him, Lin Ziluo remained utterly composed. With a flick of his wrist, an arrow conjured from his mental energy was released. Regrettably, this arrow lacked the potency of those launched with skills and was directly seized by the oncoming Titan zombie. An arrow is manageable for you to grasp. But what of 10? Lin Ziluo commenced to channel a substantial amount of his mental energy into the ninely bow. In the blink of an eye, arrows were ultimately materialized. This time, Lin Ziluo did not even take aim. Relying solely on his instincts, he unleashed a flurry of rapid-fire shots towards the Titan zombie. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. The projectiles soared forth continuously. Even in the absence of precise targeting, Lin Ziluo's shots flew unerringly towards the Titan zombie. After receiving 3 arrows, the Titan zombie appeared somewhat caught off guard, compelled to passively endure the piercing of its massive form. 1 arrow struck its thigh, another its arm, and yet another its waist. Remarkably, the final arrow grazed the Titan zombie's forehead, sweeping away a significant tuft of hair. At that moment, the Titan zombie's head resembled a concave surface, bald in the center while lush on either side. A hint of trepidation flickered within the Titan zombie. It seemed utterly incapable of reaching this elusive human. After a brief pursuit, it had scarcely moved a few steps before the human had already rounded the next corner, widening the distance between them. Thus, the Titan zombie resolved to halt its chase, standing its ground to begin digging into the earth. Digging? What manner of work did this zombie undertake in life? A construction worker, perhaps? Lin Ziluo readied his bow once more, aiming at the Titan zombie. It soon became evident why the Titan zombie was digging. It hoisted a substantial clump of hard soil to shield its chest, successfully deflecting the arrow. This mound of earth obscured Lin Ziluo's line of sight, leaving him with an unsettling sense of impotence. Big fool, unleash raging fury. Lin Ziluo immediately called upon the colossal Dasha. Just as Dasha managed to rise from the ground, he successfully received Lin Ziluo's command and was instantly engulfed in a fit of rage. With a thunderous roar, Dasha's head flushed crimson. The recent experience of being struck by the Titan zombie had propelled his anger to a fever pitch. Yet, that was not sufficient. Lin Ziluo further fueled Dasha's fury with a potent revelation. Dasha, while you were unconscious, that foul creature devoured 5 of your roasted chickens. 5 roasted chickens. That constitutes my sustenance for an entire day. No mercy shall be granted. The intensity of Dashaw's wrath surged to its zenith. With unparalleled vigor, he charged towards the Titan zombie, moving with such swiftness that Lin Ziluo thought he could rival the speed of a hunting zombie. In an instant, Dashaw found himself behind the Titan zombie. The Titan zombie was at a loss, besieged from the front by arrows and now confronted by this lunatic charging from behind. Empowered by his fit of rage, Dashaw's attributes were nearly on par with the Titan zombie, posing a formidable threat. Faced with this menace, the Titan zombie had no choice but to relinquish a large clump of earth and turn to confront Dashaw. Splendid. This was the moment Lin Ziluo had been anticipating. He drew the Julie bow taut once more, an arrow shimmering with flames materializing on the string. The cooldown for the flaming arrow had concluded. With the Titan zombie's back turned towards him, this shot was guaranteed to hit. The flaming arrow was released towards the Titan zombie. However, as fate would have it, unexpected events were destined to unfold. At that moment, the clumsy giant collided directly with the Titan zombie, who was entirely unprepared for such a sudden turn. The impact forced the Titan zombie to stagger back 2 steps. Then, the Titan zombie began to exert its strength, its tense posture reminiscent of a sumo wrestler. With its rear elevated high, coincidentally, a fiery arrow pierced straight into the posterior of the Titan zombie. Lin Ziluo, along with the onlooking players outside, felt a tightening sensation at that very moment. A sharp intake of breath escaped Lin Ziluo's lips. Surely, he had not intended to shoot there. Indeed, it was the clumsy giant's fault for pushing the Titan zombie into the path of the arrow. The rear half of the arrow continued to burn, as if roasting something within. The Titan zombie unleashed an unprecedented force, shaking off the clumsy giant and trembling as it extracted the arrow. While there was no pain, the loss of its decades-long reputation felt utterly unjust. At that moment, the Titan zombie experienced a flicker of grievance. Yes, grievance. Just look at Lin Ziluo, capable of evoking such an emotion from a zombie, albeit one with a notably higher intelligence as a boss template. Truly, a remarkable talent. After the moment of grievance came an unquenchable fury. The Titan zombie snapped the flaming arrow in half and turned its gaze towards Lin Ziluo. At that moment, Lin Ziluo had already raised the ice arrow in his hand. The Titan zombie, now completely disregarding everything else, was singularly focused on tearing Lin Ziluo apart. However, as he turned his head, he completely forgot about the large fool who had been flung away. The large fool quickly rose to his feet. Witnessing the Titan zombie fixated on its master, oblivious to his presence, which ignited a deeper fury within him, having enjoyed the roast chicken yet refusing to acknowledge him. Fueled by rage, the large fool lunged towards the Titan zombie. As he charged, he suddenly stomped his foot, seizing the moment when the Titan zombie was caught off guard. Leaping onto its neck, utilizing the momentum, he locked his legs around the Titan zombie's throat, his muscles trembling with intense effort. With a powerful tug, he managed to unbalance the Titan zombie, causing its entire body to topple over. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Ziluo decisively unleashed the ice arrow. The frost-laden projectile soared forth. Yet, as fate would have it, another twist of irony unfolded. When the Titan zombie's body flipped, it landed with its rear facing upward and head downward. Lin Ziluo had aimed for the original head position, thus the ice arrow, unexpectedly, once again pierced the previous spot. Lin Ziluo felt a pang of guilt. This time, it was truly unintentional. A chorus of gasps filled the air, the sound of people inhaling sharply resonating throughout the crowd. Everyone stood in astonishment. A second triumph. 1 fire arrow and 1 ice arrow. An exquisite blend of frost and flame. How could that single spot endure such duality? At that moment, the Titan zombie concluded its flip, crashing heavily onto the ground, face down, with the protruding half of the ice arrow standing proudly like a banner in the wind. In that moment, the foolish one's dazed fury reached its zenith, and he sank to the ground, succumbing to a state of chaos. Chapter 91, Absurd. The boss evolves? The Titan zombie lay on the ground, trembling violently, its hands gripping the earth with fierce intensity. Seizing the opportunity to strike, Lin Ziluo refused to relent. He remained steadfast, loosing arrow after arrow towards the Titan zombie. The Titan zombie, still bowing its head, showed no inclination to evade, allowing the arrows to embed themselves into its body. Dozens of arrows pierced through, blood gushing from the wounds. Just as the Titan zombie seemed to cling to its last breath, an unexpected transformation occurred. Its form swiftly dissipated into a cloud of black mist. The arrows that had once pierced its body fell to the ground, the blood and flesh on their tips attesting to their prior connection with the Titan zombie. Yet, the reason for this transformation into mist eluded even Lin Ziluo, who had never encountered such a phenomenon before. He had been on the verge of subduing the Titan zombie. Undeterred, Lin Ziluo shot a few more arrows into the black mist, each passing through without resistance, utterly ineffective. Player Yazzie, please take heed. Player Yazzie, please take heed. Suddenly, the system of the apocalyptic game materialized. Due to your despicable tactics, which deeply insult the Titan zombie, the Titan zombie's rage has successfully surpassed its limit, fully activating the Titan bloodline. The Titan zombie has successfully evolved into a silver-level boss. Evolution. Lin Ziluo recalled a hypothesis he had heard in his previous life. The level of a boss can indeed be elevated, a fact widely acknowledged at that time. Upon meeting certain conditions or acquiring particular abilities, it is possible for a boss to undergo evolution and ascend in rank. Consequently, a theory was posited. Could a boss evolve during combat? This hypothesis remained unverified, for players had never encountered such an occurrence. Now, Lin Ziluo was compelled to assert that it is indeed true. What have I done? I merely shot a few arrows at it. Dozens of arrows. To be precise. Admittedly, 2 of those shots may have been somewhat excessive, but it is certainly not my fault. I am a law-abiding citizen. Unfortunately, the Titan zombie was unwilling to entertain Lin Ziluo's explanations. It had already reformed amidst the swirling black mist. Originally towering over 3 meters, the Titan zombie's form swelled to nearly 5 meters, resembling a small mountain from a distance. Although its ebony skin remained unchanged, it was now adorned with numerous silver patterns, each emanating a silvery glow. Titan zombie, silver-level boss, level, 19 base attributes, strength, 70 spirit, 30 constitution, 65 agility, 45 talent, true Titan body, 30 a legendary talent that significantly enhances your strength and constitution attributes, reducing physical and magical damage taken by 20. Simultaneously, your recovery capabilities are remarkably improved. All attacks that hit the enemy will inflict a stunning effect and a shattering effect. Skill, Titan's Fist. With a single strike to the ground, a violent tremor will ensue, subsequently inflicting 140 of strength attribute damage to all adversaries in contact with the earth within the vicinity. Titan's Roar. After a resounding shout, sound waves will reverberate outward, enhancing one's own attributes by 20 while diminishing the attributes of nearby foes by 15. Titan's Wrath. The Titan zombie will relentlessly assault its designated target, with each successive strike increasing in power by 10, stacking up to a maximum of 8 times. If the target attempts to flee, the Titan zombie's pursuit speed will augment by 50. Legendary grade talent? The degree of evolution is utterly astounding. With such attributes, one might question its classification as merely a silver-level boss. It rivals even gold-level bosses of the same tier. Though a torrent of frustration surged within, Lin Ziluo remained steadfastly focused on the Titan zombie, wary of any lapse in vigilance. This is the Doomsday game, where luck plays an undeniably crucial role. What? Encountering a zombie that evolves mid-battle, a preposterous phenomenon, and one should lodge a complaint about the Doomsday game? Is there even a channel for complaints? Ding! The Golden Finger system has detected the successful evolution of the Titan zombie, resulting in a significant increase in task difficulty. While concurrently enhancing the rewards for the tasks, activate the Magic City class change station and eliminate the Titan zombie. There truly is. Lin Ziluo had no time to ponder the extent to which the task rewards had escalated, for the newly evolved Titan zombie charged towards him like a frenzied bull. Its nearly 5-meter stature thundered as it ran, leaving deep footprints in the muddy terrain with each step. Lin Ziluo attempted to shoot 2 arrows. Although both struck the Titan zombie, the creature effortlessly removed the arrows as it continued to charge forward. To his astonishment, the small wounds inflicted by the arrows rapidly healed. Was this the remarkable regenerative ability attributed to its noble lineage? Indeed, the prowess of its bloodline was extraordinary. It appeared that the lethality of arrows alone would not suffice. Thus, he resolved to wield a blade instead. The 9-li bow swiftly absorbed a substantial amount of Lin Ziluo's mental energy, transforming seamlessly into the 9-li blade within the span of a second. Exhaling softly, Lin Ziluo felt the toll on his mental energy. The recent expenditure from 4 attribute arrows in addition to numerous ordinary arrows had already drained him significantly. Now, with yet another transformation into the 9ly Pearl, he would have struggled had he not fortified himself with additional points in mental attributes. Nevertheless, Lin Ziluo remained in peak condition. As the Titan zombie charged toward him, Lin Ziluo decisively swung his blade. The Titan zombie did not flinch, raising its fist to strike the blade head-on. The clash between the 9ly blade and the Titan zombie's fist resulted in a resounding metallic sound. A small wound appeared on the Titan zombie's fist, leaving it bewildered. Its fist possessed a shattering effect, yet it failed to obliterate the blade. Lin Ziluo swiftly retreated a few paces. There remained a considerable disparity in their power attributes. He cast a glance at the distant Desha, who remained in a dazed state. It seemed he could not rely on Desha any longer. Yet, I am not merely accompanied by a simpleton. A robot, radiating a silvery metallic sheen and brandishing a shield, materialized before him. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to Ultron from the Avengers, albeit distinguished by the shield it wielded. This was not the end of it. After swiftly retreating to evade a Titan zombie's punch, Lin Ziluo retrieved the horn of the zombie cat from his storage space. Upon sounding the horn, a zombie cat, the size of a lion, manifested beside him. 10 minutes. The Guardian robot could only persist for 10 minutes. Thus, within that brief span, the Titan zombie must be vanquished. Lin Ziluo raised the Jiuli blade in his grasp. Chapter 92. A marvelous skill, dazzling the audience. Jiuli heavy slash. A brilliant white radiance coalesced successfully, pulsating upon the blade of the Jiuli, akin to a layer of white flames igniting along its edge. This was Lin Ziluo's inaugural use of this skill, especially considering its 2-second immobilization. Those 2 seconds could facilitate numerous actions in the heat of battle. Fortunately, he was flanked by the Guardian robot and the zombie cat. From the moment he summoned the Guardian robot, Lin Ziluo comprehended its power, 70 of his basic attributes inherited, with a significant enhancement in defensive capabilities, earning it the moniker of Meat Shield. The Titan zombie appeared to sense the potency of this strike. Dark energy enveloped its fists as it lunged towards Lin Ziluo. As the energy reached its zenith, Lin Ziluo unleashed that terrifying slash. The dazzling flash of the blade collided with the Titan zombie's formidable fists. The very air at the point of contact quivered violently, accompanied by a deep, resonant thud. This time, Lin Ziluo emerged victorious. How could the Titan zombie's attributes withstand the overwhelming force of the 9ly heavy slash, infused with a staggering 200 power attribute? Following a brief moment of contact, the previously impervious fists of the Titan zombie were cleaved open by the 9ly blade, leaving behind a gaping wound. The sheer force of the blow sent the Titan zombie tumbling backward, crashing to the ground a short distance away. Despite Lin Ziluo momentarily freezing in place, the sentient Guardian robot and the agile zombie cat, entirely under his control, sprang into action without hesitation. The Guardian robot raised its shield and charged forward, colliding with the Titan zombie, who was attempting to rise. This maneuver successfully disrupted the Titan zombie's balance once more. The nimble zombie cat darted out from behind the Guardian robot, its sharp claws sinking into the Titan zombie's hands, precisely at the site of the recent wound inflicted by the 9ly heavy slash. As the Titan zombie struggled to heal, the injury not only widened, but also its recovery rate significantly diminished. Thanks to the zombie cat's claw ability, which inhibited healing and accelerated bleeding, the Titan zombie's regenerative capabilities were effectively suppressed. At this juncture, Lin Ziluo's state of paralysis finally lifted. Observing the Titan zombie preparing to rise, he decisively activated his sprint, swiftly positioning himself beside the Titan zombie. With unwavering focus, he aimed for the palm of the hand that was bracing against the ground and delivered another strike. Indeed, it was that very wound once more. Confronted with an adversary possessing formidable regenerative capabilities, Lin Ziluo astutely recognized that concentrating his efforts on a singular point of attack was the most prudent strategy. His blade struck with precision, aggravating an already grievous wound that grotesquely extended to the creature's arm. The blood flowed with increased ferocity, heralding the activation of the bloodletting effect of the 9ly blade. A chilling roar of rage erupted from the Titan zombie, overwhelmed by the relentless barrage that rendered it incapable of countering, leaving it in a state of passive suffering. Remarkably, all of this was orchestrated by Lin Ziluo alone, who deftly executed a trifecta of maneuvers with unparalleled skill. The ordinary Guardian robots and the zombie cats were incapable of such seamless coordination. It was Lin Ziluo who, upon regaining mobility, commandeered their forms. The Guardian robot's shield bash interrupted, the zombie cat's strike landed with uncanny accuracy, and Lin Ziluo delivered the final blow, effectively rendering one of the Titan zombie's arms utterly incapacitated. Your legendary talent amplifies your attributes, while my own legendary talent elevates my prowess to its zenith. In a fit of desperation, the Titan zombie summoned all its remaining strength into its solitary fist and struck the ground with tremendous force, causing the earth to tremble violently. Anticipating this move, Lin Ziluo nimbly leapt, momentarily suspended in the air, evading the damage and disorientation that would have resulted from the ground's upheaval. The zombie cat, agile and lithe, leapt onto Lin Ziluo's back. Had it not been for the considerable strength of his brief suspension, the lion-sized zombie cat would have undoubtedly pinned him down. The Guardian robot, too cumbersome in form, was incapable of such a leap. One could only endure the damage inflicted by the tremors while remaining rooted in place. Fortunately, being composed of mechanical elements, the body proved sufficiently resilient and immune to dizziness. The most unfortunate was the distant giant fool. Having just begun to recover from the disorienting effects of a fit of rage, he was once again plunged into a deeper stupor by the latest tremor. Unable to maintain his balance, he collapsed onto the ground. As the vibrations subsided, Lin Ziluo's brief moment of weightlessness was also lifted, and the zombie cat leapt down. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo rushed towards the Titan zombie, who had managed to rise amidst the recent upheaval. The Titan zombie, almost deranged, regarded Lin Ziluo with a frenzied gaze. Ignoring the near destruction of his own fist, he unleashed a power granted only to him upon reaching the silver rank, Titan's Fury. Dark mist emanated continuously from the Titan zombie's body, and his arms swelled in size. However, the injured arm, upon swelling, bled at an accelerated rate. With a swing of his colossal arms, the Titan zombie hurled a devastating blow towards Lin Ziluo. Yet, Lin Ziluo neither chose to withstand the impact nor to flee. To absorb the blow would mean, as per the skill's description, that the force of the punch would only intensify, soon becoming unbearable. Conversely, fleeing would increase the Titan zombie's pursuit capabilities by 50%, making escape nearly impossible. Nevertheless, one of the Titan zombie's fists had sustained significant damage, preventing it from reaching its peak speed. Lin Ziluo remained unyielding, having anticipated this perilous scenario, truly terrifying. Before engaging in battle with the Titan zombie, Lin Ziluo had meticulously calculated all of the Titan zombie's skills and attack methods, planning each move with utmost precision. In the face of Titan's fury, Lin Ziluo opted for a daring approach, to dance upon the edge of a blade. As the colossal fist descended towards him, Lin Ziluo swiftly twisted his body, evading the blow with an extraordinarily peculiar posture. Following closely was another horizontal strike. He gently bent forward, then rose at an angle, narrowly escaping this punch, only to have a few strands of hair blown away by the fierce gust of wind generated by the fist. Yet another angled punch followed. Lin Ziluo once again showcased his uncanny and agile movements, sidestepping the blow with remarkable finesse. Of course, what appeared perilous to others was merely a certainty for Lin Ziluo. The success rate of dodging this punch was a resounding 100. The fourth, fifth, and sixth punches followed in relentless succession. The Titan zombie, undeterred, unleashed each strike from increasingly cunning angles. Yet, Lin Ziluo managed to elude each one with even more bizarre postures. Each time, the Titan zombie was left with the illusion that the next punch would surely land. Regrettably, after 8 fists had been thrown, Lin Ziluo emerged unscathed, his stance unchanged, save for a few lost hairs. Despair flickered in the eyes of the Titan zombie as its resolve crumbled. Seizing this moment, Lin Ziluo wielded the 9-li blade with determination. One strike cleaved a wound into the Titan zombie's neck. With a second, the incision deepened, nearing a quarter of the way through its throat. With the third strike delivered, the Titan zombie is destined for demise. Lin Ziluo inhaled deeply, summoning every ounce of strength to swing the blade with fervor. Detection shows an increase in the player team by 1, resulting in a decrease in task rewards. Detection shows an increase in the player team by 1, resulting in a decrease in task rewards. Chapter 93. The gaze of the demon. The notifications from the apocalyptic game echoed in succession. The blade of the 9-li sword. Upon making contact with the neck of the Titan zombie, was deftly redirected by Lin Ziluo to cleave into the creature's other shoulder. Rage. Unfathomable rage. He cast his gaze toward the edge of the abyss, where two players had already descended into the pit, while several others were preparing to leap down. Hurry, come in. It's truly safe, and you can relish the task rewards. They are bountiful. Come quickly. Previously, those who claimed Lin Ziluo was merely courting death were now whispering to those outside the protective barrier. Damn. The first to activate the class transfer platform is sure to make it to the world announcement. I shall attain fame, exclaimed his companion. Is that for real? Then I shall join as well. With that, a man ventured through the protective shield and leaped into the pit. You all must hurry out. That esteemed player is on the verge of vanquishing this terrifying zombie, pleaded a woman at the edge of the pit. Silence, you insufferable woman. I have tolerated you long enough. This is the apocalypse, and yet you feign concern. Just wait. Once I emerge, I shall ensure your demise, a man retorted with disdain. At this moment, Lin Ziluo approached, wielding the nine-li sword, while the guardian robots and the zombie cat were diligently suppressing the Titan zombie. The so-called suppression was merely an observation of the Titan zombie's swift demise, allowing the players to claim their rewards. The Titan zombie had been thoroughly incapacitated by Lin Ziluo, its arms severed entirely to prevent any semblance of combat capability. The leader, a man, noticed Lin Ziluo approaching. Beneath his mask, his gaze was frigid, and he could perceive the intense scent of blood emanating from Lin Ziluo. Suppressing his fear, he stepped forward. Esteemed one, you must be Yazi. Your strength is unparalleled. I have always been a devoted fan of yours. Witnessing your prowess in battle compelled me to bring my brothers to assist you. What do you require? Indeed, esteemed one, I too am your admirer. Yes, I am a fan as well, chimed in the two men behind him in unison. Fans. Assisting me? Lin Ziluo murmured softly. With a swift motion, he wielded the nine-li blade, its gleaming edge reflecting the sunlight brilliantly. The man opened his mouth to speak, but remained silent, his gaze drawn to his lower body. A stark gash was visible at his waist, crimson blood seeping forth from the wound. In a state of horror, he reached to touch his waist. Upon contact, he realized the dislocation. His upper body collapsed with a resounding thud onto the ground, his lower half unable to maintain its stance, toppling over as well. Blood, intestines, and innards spilled forth from the severance. Yet, the man continued to crawl in terror across the ground. Cut in half. This is a beheading. The previously lively scene fell into an eerie silence, and the two men who had stood behind him were now engulfed in panic. Lin Ziluo seized the head of the man crawling on the ground, compelling him to gaze upon himself. The gaze of a demon, that mask reminiscent of malevolence, with its exaggerated curve of the lips, seemed to animate in an instant. The man, along with those behind him and those observing Lin Ziluo from beyond the protective barrier, simultaneously beheld a sea composed of blood and mountains of flesh formed from severed limbs. The very horrors they dreaded manifested before their eyes in a relentless parade: claustrophobia, fear of deep waters, and the terror of the dense crowd. Every phobia they harbored was exquisitely rendered within the illusion. Such profound terror pierced their souls, plunging them into despair. Some yearned to move, yet found their bodies trembling uncontrollably from fear, rendered immobile. Many others were sapped of all strength, collapsing onto the ground. Unable to rise, the man's eyes, clouded with agony, lost their focus. Detected a reduction of one player in the current team. Mission rewards have increased. A forced entry into the mission, resulting in the division of rewards. This was the most despicable and unscrupulous act within the apocalyptic game. Such actions not only led to a significant division of rewards, but also posed the risk of endangering players in tasks that escalated with the challenger's strength. In such cases, players might find themselves doomed. Those who engaged in such behavior, once exposed in this desolate world, would face the most brutal of punishments. Of course, if perpetrated by influential families or powerful factions, there would be little recourse. Lin Ziluo discarded the man's severed body and turned his attention to the remaining two, noting with a keen eye that one of them had lost control, leaving a puddle of urine at his feet. Only one relatively clear-minded individual remained. As he observed Lin Ziluo approaching, he hastily shouted, "No, I was wrong. It was that dead thing that summoned us down here. It has nothing to do with us." Lin Ziluo continued his advance, seemingly oblivious to the man's words. The individual kept retreating until he found himself at the edge of a deep pit. Realizing that his previous arguments were futile, he quickly shifted tactics and said, "Yazi, your current reputation is that of a hero in our dragon kingdom. As a hero, it is your duty to assist us. We merely wish to follow in your wake and share in your fortune. We harbor no ulterior motives. You must think carefully. If you slay us, the world will no longer regard you as a great hero." The man was rendered speechless as he watched Lin Ziluo hurl the blade of Julie. 2 heads fell to the ground. Detected a reduction of 1 player in the current team. The task rewards have increased. Detected a reduction of 1 player in the current team. The task rewards have increased. This task can still accommodate 25 more individuals. Players are advised to manage their slots accordingly. Casually flicking the blood from his blade, Lin Ziluo gazed at the crowd outside the pit, who were visibly shaken by the gruesome scene. Not only them, but also those lurking in the shadows. Under his scrutinizing gaze, everyone lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet Lin Ziluo's eyes. "Remember, I am Yazi, the vengeful Yazi. Do not speak to me of some ridiculous heroism. Do not attempt to impose your so-called moral obligations upon me." Such nonsensical drivel, uttered by those with a twisted mindset, claiming to act for the benefit of all humanity. "I live solely for myself. Anyone who provokes me, obstructs me, or disgusts me shall face dire consequences." Chapter 94. A sequence of 3 global announcements discussing the welfare of humanity with Lin Ziluo. A mouthful of hypocritical morality. When the Li family pursued my life, where were the advocates for humanity? When powerful factions trample upon lives and oppress players, who dares to speak of humanity then? To put it plainly, they are mere cowards. Bullying the weak while fearing the strong, all while putting on a faade. To speak of reputation with Lin Ziluo, he would relish the swift spread of his notorious reputation for bloodshed. Such notoriety would deter the Na'vi and the dim-witted from provoking him. He chuckled. Having been granted a second chance at life, to live in shackles, meek and compliant, would be akin to colliding headfirst into a wall. Far better to perish than to exist in such a manner. Lin Ziluo's words resonated powerfully, silencing the entire assembly. Those outside the deep pit and the numerous onlookers took note of his declarations. Indeed, the vengeful will exact their retribution. Gradually, these words would spread, and the true nature of Lin Ziluo's character would become widely recognized. Of course, that is a tale for another time. As Lin Ziluo spoke, the system's notification chime had already sounded. Congratulations to the player Yazi for successfully vanquishing the level 19 silver tier boss, Titan Zombie, earning 400 experience points and 500 gold coins. Furthermore, the player has become the first to slay a silver tier boss in the apocalyptic game, attaining a unique global achievement, the Silver Lament. A server-wide announcement is imminent. With a sigh of relief, Lin Ziluo felt grateful for his swift execution. Had he delayed, the Titan Zombie might have perished before him, significantly diminishing his task rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the Silver Tier Guard boss, Titan Zombie, thus exceeding the mission Eliminate Titan Zombie. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an enhanced mission reward, 2 random ordinary power-ups and 2 pieces of randomly selected Silver Tier equipment. The notification from the power-up system chimed in promptly, filling Lin Ziluo with delight. This reward enhancement effectively doubled his gains. Indeed, the power-up system proved to be the most reliable. Stealing a glance at the Titan Zombie's carcass, a resplendent golden treasure chest materialized beside it. He swiftly stowed the golden chest into his storage space and hurriedly made his way to the 2 class transfer platforms, the very spot where he had previously summoned the Titan Zombie using Dark Mist. He needed to promptly complete the task of activating the Magic City class transfer platform. Otherwise, the 2 world announcements would lack coherence. Following the Titan Zombie's demise, a pedestal approximately 1 meter high emerged, upon which lay a scroll crafted from an unknown animal hide and a quill made from white feathers. Lin Ziluo glanced at the contents of the scroll, then picked up a feather quill and inscribed the name Yazi upon it. In an instant, the scroll vanished without a trace. Both class transfer platforms erupted in a dazzling radiance. Player Yazi has successfully slain the class transfer platform Guardian boss, activating the transfer platform. Congratulations to player Yazi for completing the quest to activate the Magic City class transfer platform. Congratulations to player Yazi for receiving 500 reputation points, 3,000 gold coins, 1,500 experience points, and the transfer scroll, Overlord. Congratulations to player Yazi for being elevated to level 15, gaining 3 points in strength, 3 points in constitution, and 3 points in free attributes. To ascend to level 16, An additional 2,800 experience points are required. Congratulations to player Yazi for becoming the first player in Blue Star to activate a class transfer platform, earning the globally unique achievement, Master of Class Transfer. A server-wide announcement will soon commence. Is this the reward amplified by the system? Lin Ziluo gazed at the dazzling array of rewards, his thoughts somewhat disarrayed. The substantial rewards from game quests and system tasks, the protocol scroll for activating the transfer platform, coupled with the golden treasure chest dropped by the Titan zombie. This was overwhelming. This place was ill-suited for such a bounty. Lin Ziluo resolved to seek a tranquil spot to thoroughly assess his gains. As for the body of the Titan zombie, it had transformed into a wisp of black mist after the agreement was signed, ultimately dissipating into the air. Just as Lin Ziluo, accompanied by the rejuvenated Dashin, sought a concealed location, the once bright sky swiftly dimmed. The dimness of the sky deepened gradually, soon enveloping the world in a darkness so profound that one could scarcely see their own hand before their face. Although such scenes had been witnessed numerous times before, a portion of the players gazing up at the heavens were astonished to discover that this particular darkness was more intense than any they had previously encountered. These individuals were filled with questions. Above, a somber, resonant yet crystal-clear voice reverberated. A global announcement proclaimed, "Congratulations to the player Yaji for becoming the first individual to independently slay a silver-tier boss in the apocalyptic game, astonishing the world with unparalleled prowess and earning the unique global achievement, Silver Lament, along with a plethora of rewards." Other players are encouraged to learn from this remarkable feat. Just as the crowd prepared to express their astonishment at Yaji's accomplishments, the deep, resonant voice echoed once more. The world announcement continued. "Congratulations to the player Yazi for being the first to activate the class transition platform in the apocalyptic game, thereby unlocking the shackles of the city magic capital and earning the singular global achievement, Master of Transitions, along with substantial rewards." Other players are urged to take heed and learn. As the class transition platform in the city magic capital was activated first, players within this city would receive collective rewards, which included an increase of 1 level for all players within the magic capital, a doubling of the drop rate for zombie kills within a 24-hour period, and a 10 boost in experience and gold acquired. 3 consecutive announcements. A full triad of global proclamations. As the final announcement concluded, the world erupted in excitement. The entire magic capital, including the surrounding small towns classified within its jurisdiction, was ablaze with fervor. At this very moment, the world has become the focal point. The invisible barriers of the quarantined cities on the outskirts of the magical metropolis shimmered with a golden hue. This resplendent golden barrier stood out brilliantly against the backdrop of darkness, continuously ascending. From a distance, it resembled a golden beam of light piercing through the heavens and the earth. Simultaneously, every player within the magical metropolis experienced an elevation in their levels. Members of the Reaper Club, individuals at the magical metropolis library, those surrounding the People's Square, and others within the city's bounds, all were enveloped in a moment of reverent admiration for the formidable entity known as Yaji. Even though Lin Ziluo had once cast a shadow over them, instilling fear that left them weak in the knees, such is the nature of humanity. All it takes is a tangible benefit, and grievances are swiftly forgotten. In fact, when encountering individuals from other cities, they would proudly declare, "Have you heard of Yaji? Our magical metropolis is astonishingly remarkable. It even elevated me a level." Chapter 95. Hidden Profession Tyrant. Who can enlighten me as to why I have yet to encounter a bronze-level boss, while Yaji has effortlessly vanquished even silver-level bosses? A player who has tirelessly fought against zombies in this apocalyptic game began to feel a sense of isolation. He could not comprehend how such a vast disparity could exist among people. If memory serves me correctly, the class transfer station only appeared yesterday evening, and within it was an exceptionally formidable bronze-level boss. Despite losing 30 of our members in the attempt to defeat it, how is it that they activated it this afternoon? A leader of a minor faction gazed incredulously, posing a rhetorical question. His subordinates fell silent, refraining from uttering a word. "I knew it. I knew it. I knew that the illustrious Yazi had grown weary of the monotonous world announcements. He has issued not 1, but 3. A full 3 indeed." A fervent admirer of Lin Ziluo exclaimed. "I must tell you, Yazi is, in fact, a mythical beast from our nation's ancient lore. Thus, the player named Yazi embodies our hero, who merely became trapped while visiting the magical metropolis, yet his heart remains with our homeland. A high-ranking official from a certain nation passionately elaborated to his peers. The other leaders nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yazi is one of us. The Dragon Kingdom has simply been fortunate enough to coincide with Yazi's travel. ISNT the Dragon Kingdom, an evolution of our own nation? As soon as these words were spoken, all leaders turned in astonishment towards the speaker. After a brief moment of silence, they all exclaimed in unison, "Precisely. Woof, woof, woof. Woof." A small dog barked joyfully, its tail wagging furiously. Will it be one bone for dinner tonight or two? Congratulations to the player for reaching level 16, acquiring 3 points in strength, 3 points in constitution, and 3 points in free attributes. The player requires an additional 3,100 experience points to ascend to level 17. A global announcement has been made for the player regarding the Silver Morning achievement. The player has also received the following rewards: 1,000 reputation points, 1,500 gold coins, 3 points in free attributes, and an increase of 1 cubic meter in storage capacity. Another global announcement has been made for the player concerning the Master of Class Change achievement, with identical rewards as previously stated. Lin Ziluo entered a spacious chamber, while the Shah stood guard outside. Wow, level 16 already. The speed of leveling up is even faster than before the novice protection period, Lin Ziluo mused, feeling somewhat helpless. I wish I could remain low-key, but my strength does not permit it. Sticking to the usual routine, he proceeded to collect his game rewards. The experience points were already substantial, propelling Lin Ziluo up a level. Coupled with the group reward from the third announcement, his level perfectly aligned at 16. While his experience bar remained at 0, the gold coin reward was also noteworthy, totaling 6,500 coins. Including his previous savings, his wealth had now surged to an impressive 12,000 coins. As for reputation, Lin Ziluo perused the leaderboard. Excellent. He had amassed 6,220 reputation points, which was now nearly 20 times that of the former second-place holders 10 times. How can multiples become increasingly inferior? The storage space has surged from 5.2 cubic meters to an impressive 7.2 cubic meters, successfully freeing up a significant area. With 6 points in free attributes, Lin Ziluo has yet to decide how to allocate them. He will assess the gains later. Next, he eagerly anticipates the job transfer scroll from the rewards of the apocalyptic game. Lin Ziluo had initially glimpsed the information, revealing a class known as Overlord. The very name instilled in him a profound sense of preparation. Class: Overlord description, with strength that can uproot mountains and a spirit that commands the world. When the winds are unfavorable, the steed does not gallop. If the steed does not gallop, what can be done? Alas, what can be done? Attributes: each level gained will yield 4 points of strength, 3 points of constitution, with no free attributes. Abilities: strength that can uproot mountains. 1 strength shatters myriad laws. A spirit that commands the world. 1 strength transforms myriad laws. Indeed, Lin Ziluo's intuition proved correct. It is indeed the Overlord, the legendary Overlord. Burning boats and sinking ships. The banquet at Hongmen, the farewell to the concubine, standing by to observe, traversing the night in splendid attire. All these well-known tales are intricately tied to the Overlord. If one were to categorize classes by tier, the Overlord class undoubtedly ranks among the pinnacle of epic-level professions. Moreover, this class aligns perfectly with Big Fool. Lin Ziluo was exceedingly pleased. It was truly a reward befitting the twice-enhanced tasks of the Golden Finger system. Exciting. Alas, Big Fool is currently at level 9. Unable to gain experience from completing tasks, he can only wait until Big Fool reaches level 10 to pass it on to him. At this moment, Lin Ziluo already possesses 3 job transfer scrolls: Phantom, Overlord, Butcher. The Butcher's class transfer scroll, of course, is a reward for completing the task assigned to the Fool. Lacking any cheat system, the Fool's task rewards consist solely of a class transfer scroll and a modest sum of gold coins. The rewards Lin Ziluo issued to the Fool through the Order of the Magic Capital were likewise limited to a handful of gold coins and a bronze tier item. Throughout the journey, Lin Ziluo had perused these rewards. The hidden class of the Butcher is rather ordinary, granting an increase of 2 points in strength and 1 point in constitution with each level, along with 2 points in free attributes, rendering it a rather mundane profession. However, for the average individual, it remains a rare opportunity, as such rewards can only be obtained through collaborative efforts. If one were to consider those who intruded to snatch the rewards, It would amount to at most a single individual acquiring some gold, items, or equipment. Lin Ziluo carefully stored the butcher's class transfer scroll, intending to either exchange it for other items or sell it later. Thus, all tasks from the apocalyptic game had been meticulously organized. Next in line was the golden treasure chest dropped by the Titan zombie. One could only hope for a golden-grade piece of equipment. Lin Ziluo placed the golden treasure chest upon the ground. As usual, its overall shape remained unchanged, yet it exhibited a more exquisite design than the silver chest, its golden exterior radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Lin Ziluo opened the golden treasure chest. The player, Yazi, successfully unlocked a golden treasure chest. Upon opening it, he received a boon from the chest, expanding his storage space by 0.6 cubic meters. Furthermore, his experience was enhanced, granting him an additional 104 points. After a brief exploration within the golden chest, Yazi discovered 560 gold coins. As the golden light dissipated, 2 items materialized before Lin Ziluo. Chapter 96, Peculiar Equipment. Before him lay a watermelon knife and a vial of white potion. A watermelon knife? A golden-grade watermelon knife, no less. This is utterly absurd, Lin Ziluo remarked as he picked up the watermelon knife. Surprisingly, it felt quite nice in his hand. Huaqiang watermelon knife, a golden-grade weapon, once wielded by a formidable individual named Huaqiang, exuding considerable intimidation. Attributes: 3 strength, 3 constitution, 1 agility. When aimed at an opponent's head, it increases slashing speed by 20. Skill: is this watermelon ripe? By brandishing the watermelon knife and shouting, "Is this watermelon ripe?" at the enemy, it triggers a 2-second intimidation effect, reducing the opponent's attributes by 10. Skill cooldown, 1 hour. This. Lin Ziluo pondered over the watermelon knife in his hand. It is indeed a fine weapon. However, shouting such a phrase during combat feels rather peculiar. Never mind. I shall leave it to Julie to devour later. Lin Ziluo sheathed the Huqiang brand watermelon knife and cast his gaze upon the vial of potion. From its exterior, he discerned its nature. Stamina potion, a one-time silver-grade item that instantly restores 24 of stamina upon consumption. Subsequently, it replenishes an additional 5 of stamina every minute for a duration of 5 minutes. After use, it incurs a cooldown period of 28 minutes. Indeed, it is an advanced version of the bronze-grade stamina potion. On the surface, it appears to offer merely a 4 enhancement and a reduction of 2 minutes in cooldown. However, considering that potions of the same category share cooldowns, one can appreciate its potential to sway the tide of battle in evenly matched confrontations. Yet, to be candid, the treasures within this golden chest are rather unremarkable. Let us examine the newly acquired titles. Silver's Lament, a unique title awarded to the first player to slay a silver-grade boss in the apocalyptic game. Attributes: 3 to all attributes, and an 8 reduction in the base attributes of bosses or ordinary entities below silver grade. Master of Class Transition, a unique title granted to the first player to activate the class transition platform in the Doomsday game. Attributes: 3 to all attributes, and an 8 reduction in damage dealt by players who undergo class transition at the platform. Both titles possess commendable attributes, though they pale in comparison to the unparalleled. Thus, there is no need to exchange them. Lin Ziluo furrowed his brow. Could it be that his luck was depleted upon acquiring the Overlord class, resulting in these 2 rewards failing to elate him? In truth, it was simply a matter of Lin Ziluo having elevated standards. The Huqiang brand watermelon knife is, after all, a weapon of golden caliber. Were it not for Lin Ziluo's possession of the Ninely Pearl, it would undoubtedly have been his first choice. Lin Ziluo even took the time to inquire if the simpleton required it, only to find him clinging stubbornly to his bronze giant hammer. Very well. If you shun such a fine item, then so be it. The 2 titles he had recently acquired were similarly enticing. The effects of these titles are undoubtedly coveted by other players, yet they pale in comparison to the unparalleled title, which comes with exceedingly stringent conditions and the potential to vanish at any moment. Of course, in his hands, this title shall never fade away. Moreover, he had recently acquired a class transfer platform capable of generating a continuous stream of gold coins. Lin Ziluo recalled the agreement he had signed. Upon activation of the class transfer platform in each city, that very agreement would manifest. By signing it, one could activate the platform and enjoy a slew of benefits. Lin Ziluo reaped many advantages. Firstly, The class transfer platform would forge a statue of Lin Ziluo the following day, signifying his remarkable contributions to the city. This is a permanent honor. As long as the city does not fall into utter ruin, he shall be venerated for eternity. Admittedly, Lin Ziluo did not place much importance on this aspect. Secondly, to utilize the class transfer platform, players must complete specific transfer tasks, typically involving the extermination of a certain number of zombies or a particular form of undead. Furthermore, each time a transfer task is accepted, a fee must be paid. For every player who submits the requisite fee, Lin Ziluo would receive a portion of the proceeds. The commission is modest, approximately 5 gold coins each time. However, one should not underestimate this amount. After all, this is the bustling metropolis of Magic City, an incredibly prosperous locale in the Dragon Kingdom. Even if there are only 100,000 players reaching the point of needing to change their class, Lin Ziluo could still amass 500,000 gold coins. Although this endeavor would require considerable time, it is implausible that such a vast city would only harbor a mere 100,000 players. He merely needs to await the accumulation of his gold. As for the third function, it may hold little significance for Lin Ziluo. It pertains to increasing his contribution value to Magic City. The hidden items within the Magic City shop have already been deciphered by the Golden Finger system, rendering this contribution unnecessary. He will observe what additional purposes this contribution value may serve in due course. Lin Ziluo pondered why the rewards he received were so unremarkable. A realization dawned upon him. It must be due to his lack of divine supplication. Thus, he once again invoked his grand ritual of fervent faith in the myriad deities. Infinite celestial sovereigns, Amitabha, may the Lord bless me, Amen. Now was the moment. Golden Finger system, grant me those 2 silver-tiered pieces of equipment. Lin Ziluo commanded swiftly. Ding. Extracting equipment for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the silver-tier equipment. Mystic Veil Battle Armor and Mystic Veil Pants. A complete set. I knew that this prayer would yield results. Lin Ziluo retrieved the 2 pieces of equipment he had just drawn. Mystic Veil Battle Armor, silver-tier equipment, crafted specifically to counter mages, a source of great vexation for every sorcerer. Attributes: 2 strength, 2 constitution. Magic Veil, reduces spell damage received by 10. Magic Veil Pants, silver-tier equipment, crafted specifically to counter mages, a source of great frustration for every sorcerer. Attributes: Agility 2, Spirit 2. Magic Veil, reduces spell damage received by 5. Set equipment, exceedingly rare, typically obtainable only from treasure chests. Imagine the improbability of acquiring a piece of set gear from a zombie. What kind of extraordinary luck would one require to extract another piece from a different zombie? The individual attributes of set equipment are generally quite ordinary. The true strength lies in the combined attributes of the set. Lin Ziluo hastily removed the protector's chestplate and stalwart trousers from the Orderer's uniform. He then activated the transformation for these 2 new pieces of equipment. Congratulations. Player Yazzie has successfully equipped the Magic Veil Battle Armor and Magic Veil Pants, activating the 2-piece effect of the Magic Veil set. Magic Veil set, 2-piece bonus. All attributes 1 can reflect 10 of spell damage received. Chapter 97. Big Fool, time to work. This feels quite comfortable. Lin Ziluo examined his current attributes. Base attributes: Strength, 56, Spirit, 34, Constitution, 53, Agility, 36. This does not account for the unparalleled 10 all-attribute bonus. As his level increased, Agility and Spirit had notably lagged behind. Lin Ziluo currently possessed 12 unallocated attribute points, 6 from the world announcement and 6 from leveling up twice. Therefore, he allocated 6 points each to Spirit and Agility. Basic attributes: Strength, 56, Spirit, 40, Constitution, 53, Agility, 42. With a 10 enhancement, these attributes have become quite remarkable. After admiring his own stats, Lin Ziluo spoke directly. System, let us draw both ordinary golden fingers. He had begun to relish the delightful sensation of claiming all rewards in one fell swoop. Ding. Ordinary golden fingers are being drawn. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing automatic pickup LV1 and information breakthrough LV1. Ding. As the host already possesses automatic pickup LV1, the level has been upgraded to LV2. Automatic pickup LV2. This ability allows the host to automatically collect items dropped by zombies that they have slain, transferring them into a storage space within a radius of 1. 5 meters. If the storage space is insufficient, collection will not be possible. Information breakthrough LV1. The host can now view the attributes of zombies whose levels do not exceed 10, as opposed to the previous limit of 5. The attributes of the 2 golden fingers appeared before Lin Ziluo. He was rendered speechless, only able to marvel at the unwavering strength of the golden finger system. The range of automatic pickup has increased by 1 meter. Henceforth, when Lin Ziluo dispatches zombies with the 9-ly blade, there will be no need to advance 2 steps forward to trigger the automatic pickup. The newly acquired information breakthrough golden finger is also particularly advantageous. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. This was especially pertinent during his recent encounter with the Titan zombie, whose level was precisely 5 levels higher than Lin Ziluo's own. Lin Ziluo possessed the profound knowledge of the Titan zombie's complete attributes, including its skill effects. Thus, he devised an impeccable strategy, effortlessly vanquishing the Titan zombie. Had the Titan zombie ascended to the next level, Lin Ziluo would have been compelled to explore its skills while simultaneously engaging in battle. With that, all rewards had been fully acquired, yielding an abundant harvest. Lin Ziluo meticulously organized the items within his storage space, subsequently stowing the Huqiang brand watermelon knife into the Julie Pearl. The energy within the Julie Pearl had accumulated to 1/3 of its capacity. Once filled, it would transform into a diamond-grade artifact. Ding! Not quite. The drop rate was directly doubled, supplemented by an additional 1 from the host title. In other words, my current drop rate stands at an astonishing 201. Lin Ziluo suddenly realized. What nonsense, a mere 24 hours of rest. I must seize this opportunity. Without delay, Lin Ziluo retrieved a bronze-grade stamina potion from his storage space and consumed it in swift gulps. Energized by the potion, he kicked open the door. Desha, it's time to work. Injure all the zombies today, and for every 20 zombies you bring me, I shall reward you with an extra roasted chicken tonight. Lin Ziluo proclaimed loudly, effectively drawing the attention of nearby zombies. Upon hearing of the additional roasted chicken, Desha's eyes gleamed with excitement. He raised his bronze giant hammer and cheerfully echoed Lin Ziluo's enthusiasm. Transforming the Julie Pearl into the Julie Blade, Lin Ziluo charged forth alongside Desha. As if akin to bandits entering a city, they commenced their search for nearby zombies. Not far away, a hefty zombie stood motionless. This particular undead creature was enveloped in layers of fat, with its distended belly dragging upon the ground. However, its head bore no distinction from that of an ordinary zombie, leading to a bizarre spectacle where a diminutive head was nestled within a mass of flesh. Yet, Lin Ziluo paid no heed to its grotesque appearance. He lunged forward and struck with his blade. Explode for me, explode. Drop 2 pieces, no, 3 pieces of equipment. Congratulations to player Yazai for successfully slaying a level 6 heavy zombie, earning 12 experience points and 13 gold coins. Onward, onward. Desha, hurry and attract more zombies. 10 will suffice. Just pound the ground with your hammer to create a commotion. Congratulations to player Yazai for successfully slaying a level 6 hunting zombie, earning 12 experience points and 12 gold coins. Congratulations to player Yazai for successfully slaying a level 7 war zombie, earning 14 experience points and 15 gold coins. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo was engulfed in a frenzied celebration of zombie slaying and resource acquisition. In a secluded chamber elsewhere, 3 individuals convened a meeting specifically regarding him. Equipment rankings, first place. Order a uniform of Magic City level, Diamond owner. Yaji second place. Knife of Julie level, Gold owner. Yaji third place. Mask of Evil Illusions level, Silver owner. Yaji fourth place. White Wing Cloak level, Silver owner. Yaji fifth place. Shadowed Battle Armor level, Silver owner. Yaji sixth place. Shadowed Trousers level, Silver owner. Yaji gazing at the equipment rankings. A man attired in a Zhongshan suit could not restrain himself from speaking. It appears that this newly emerged equipment was obtained by Yaji after vanquishing a silver-level boss. Is there any doubt? Undoubtedly. I am merely curious about who this Yaji truly is, remarked another young man, casually reclining in his chair with his legs crossed. Young man from the Yin family, show some respect. Were it not for your father's unfortunate transformation into a zombie, you would not even be qualified to be here. The eldest among them said with evident displeasure. Ha, masterly, do you think I am like your 2 sons? I can handle myself just fine. The youth from the Yin family jested. Then, As if recalling something, he quickly added, "Oh, I remember that fellow Li Haobo seems to be in Magic City. Look how far away he is, you cannot assist him. Given his temperament, I doubt he will survive much longer." The head of the Li family instantly turned pale, yet soon regained his composure. "There is no need for you to fret so much, Masterin. Let us focus on today's topic of discussion regarding the Yazi." As the subject was broached, a man in a Zhongshan suit immediately stepped forward to mediate. The term Yazi had never before graced my ears in the Dragon Kingdom. Yet I refused to believe that an otherwise obscure individual could wield such formidable strength. We must locate him. With his current reputation and influence, he could greatly aid our family's plans. Indeed, this apocalypse presents us with a tremendous opportunity. The entire world is in chaos. So why should we not carve our own path? Chapter 98. The Surge of the Sewers on the 8th day of the apocalypse in the magical metropolis. Following the global announcement, a day's tranquility was abruptly shattered. This was a day marked by double drop rates, with experience and gold rewards significantly enhanced. If not now, then when? Despite the increased strength of the zombies, could we not simply surround and overpower one? Thus, players who had previously hidden within their homes began to assemble teams, employing intelligence and collaboration to hunt the undead. They experimented with strategies such as luring, flanking, positioning, and manipulating attack ranges, significantly bolstering their collective combat prowess. Remarkably, several tactics that would only later be developed made their debut today. It is undeniable that Lin Ziluo single-handedly accelerated the evolution of combat capabilities among the players in the magical metropolis, enabling them to adapt more swiftly to the apocalypse. The ripple effect instigated by Lin Ziluo extends far beyond these developments. Zhang Yuanzhong, that fellow, is indeed putting in considerable effort of late, Lin Ziluo mused. Simultaneously, he recognized the significant impact he had made. Tomorrow, he would only reach level 9, and the day after he could complete his hidden class transition. Yet, astonishingly, he had already attained level 9. Furthermore, all the world announcements of this era had been monopolized by him. This begs the question, would those formidable beings, who would normally receive world announcements, be deprived of their corresponding rewards? Without the titles and attribute bonuses associated with the world announcements, would their development be hindered? Even the capability of the individual poised to transition tomorrow to successfully complete their hidden class quest remains uncertain. In essence, the trajectory of events is increasingly diverging from its original path. It is likely that soon, this will deviate from Lin Ziluo's previous memories. Nevertheless, Lin Ziluo remained unfazed. No matter how swiftly circumstances evolved, he understood that as long as he possessed sufficient strength, there was no cause for concern. Lin Ziluo closed the level leaderboard. It was now 7 o'clock in the evening on the 8th day of the apocalypse. He had been engaged in relentless combat with the Shah for over 2 hours, slaughtering his way from the People's Square of Magic City towards the northwest. To Lin Ziluo, ordinary zombies were mere trifles to eliminate effortlessly. As for those with distinct forms, a modicum of seriousness on his part was all it took for him to dispatch them with a single strike. After all, in terms of attributes, apart from their specialized skills, their other attributes were less than half of Lin Ziluo's. As for the total number of zombies he had slain, Lin Ziluo could no longer recall. He was only aware that the spoils had filled his storage space to capacity once. Compelled to pause, he consumed the excess equipment and items, allowing the Jiuli Pearl to absorb them, thereby elevating its evolution progress to the halfway mark. Meanwhile, he was on the brink of leveling up, needing merely a couple of hundred experience points to attain level 18. It was curious to note the use of again. Yet it rang true. Lin Ziluo's mental fortitude was waning. The afternoon's fierce battle with the Titan zombies had drained a considerable amount of his energy, compounded by 2 consecutive hours of relentless combat. Lin Ziluo acutely recognized that his current state could not endure the more ferocious zombies that would emerge under the cover of night. There was also the looming threat of being besieged. Thus, he and his companion, the Shah, sought refuge in a modestly sized inn that was still operational. The inn, though small, was set in an appealing environment, one that had thrived before the apocalypse. Now, however, it was marred by dried bloodstains strewn across the floor, alongside numerous corpses of both zombies and humans. Upon closer inspection, Lin Ziluo surmised that the slain zombies and players bore the marks of wild beasts turned undead, as the bite wounds were distinctly shaped like sharp fangs. After meticulously scanning the inn, he found no immediate threats, hoping that truly there was nothing amiss. Lin Ziluo selected a relatively clean room and activated his reconnaissance eye. He retrieved 2 resource cards pertaining to bottled water and treated himself to a cold shower, finally allowing himself to unwind. Sighing, he lamented his decline. Once, he had bathed once a month. Indeed, in this post-apocalyptic world, the luxury of time and sufficient water resources for bathing was a distant memory. Apart from those exalted individuals, every person is permeated with unpleasant odors, the scent of sweat, the stench of blood, the rancid smell. These aromas intertwine, and beyond a sharp tang, there are no words to adequately describe them. The environment mirrors this, with places piled high with corpses and sites ravaged by battle enveloped in a thick haze. Fortunately, in due time, players become accustomed to it, ultimately developing an immunity to such noxious assaults. Thus, it is evident that humanity possesses remarkable adaptability. Lin Ziluo, after his moment of reflection, pondered the necessity of change. Why alter one's essence? Striving for strength is solely to enhance one's survival. One must not lose sight of the fundamental purpose. Cloaked in the garb of the Order of Magic City, Lin Ziluo reclined on his bed, surrendering to slumber. Squeak! A piercing cry echoed within the sewers of Magic City. From afar, a shadow, as dark as night and comparable in size to a small dog, raced forward. It was only upon reaching a moonlit area that its true nature became apparent. A creature resembling a rat, yet of dog-like proportions. Astonishingly, have the undead rats grown to such dimensions? This zombified rodent bore blood-red eyes, exuding an eerie aura in the moonlight. Its formidable incisors appeared exceptionally sharp, inducing a visceral reaction of dread. The unfolding scene did not cease there. With the emergence of the first undead rat, the sewers were soon filled with a cacophony of shrill cries. An increasing number of zombified rats emerged from the shadows. While the incidence of animal zombification is relatively low, the sheer quantity of rats is overwhelming. The corpulent rodents swiftly filled the sewers, their numbers incessantly increasing. As if directed by an unseen force, they hurried towards a specific location, seemingly drawn by an irresistible attraction. Strangely, this place appeared to be alarmingly close to the inn where Lin Ziluo resided. Chapter 99. The zombie rodent tide in the pitch-black night. The city of magic lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of electric illumination. The intermittent, chilling howls of the undead mingled with the anguished cries of humanity, inducing a shiver down one's spine. Yet, amidst this harrowing atmosphere, Lin Ziluo slept soundly, as if those dreadful sounds served as a soothing lullaby to him. Desha stood silently at the entrance, motionless like a guardian deity. However, around 2 or 3 in the morning, Desha suddenly shifted his gaze towards the far end of the corridor, maintaining that stance. After approximately 2 minutes, a faint tremor resonated within the inn. Lin Ziluo, stirred by the disturbance, opened his eyes within a heartbeat. The 9-li blade materialized in his grasp as he swiftly donned his attire and descended from the bed. Upon opening the door, he beheld Desha intently observing a particular direction. Drawing from his experience and correlating it with Desha's reaction, Lin Ziluo arrived at 2 conjectures. Either a zombie tide was emerging, or a congregation of zombie animals was at hand. The occurrence of a zombie tide seemed implausible. Moreover, should such an event transpire, an apocalyptic game notification would surely follow. Thus, only one possibility remained: zombie animals. Furthermore, only a select few types of zombie creatures could generate such scale and commotion. Based on the bite marks observed on the corpse, Lin Ziluo swiftly deduced that the zombie creatures were, in fact, zombie rats. How unfortunate! This area turned out to be a gathering place for these undead rodents. Yet, there was something amiss. In his previous life, he had never encountered any information regarding a congregation of zombie rats in the Magic City. To be precise, the occurrence of zombified animals in the Magic City was exceedingly rare, with Lin Ziluo recalling only a few scattered instances. Could it be that the butterfly effect resulting from his rebirth had already influenced the realm of the undead? Lin Ziluo began to peer through the window of the flue corridor to observe the situation outside. The streets lay desolate, littered with the bodies of zombies. This was a consequence of Lin Ziluo and his comrade, the foolish giant, having eradicated all the zombies in the vicinity. However, the ground continued to tremble, with the frequency of the vibrations increasing. It seemed to be emanating from the sewers, yet why was it drawing ever closer to their location? Was it directed at him? A sense of confusion stirred within Lin Ziluo. Of course, this was merely his conjecture, with the likelihood being nearly negligible. The tremors persisted, peaking after several minutes. The severed heads of the zombies that Lin Ziluo had dispatched began to roll along the street due to the high-frequency vibrations. Yet, Lin Ziluo was indeed mistaken. This horde of zombie rats was merely passing through, their true objective lying beyond this street. Lin Ziluo consulted a map, noting that his area bore no distinctive features, just an ordinary street with a rather mundane residential complex behind it. Therefore, what could be the purpose of these zombie rats? Before Lin Ziluo could discern the problem at hand, he was startled by a sudden noise. He looked up to see the manhole cover on the adjacent street being forcefully dislodged. One by one, the zombie rats began to emerge from the sewer. Why were they coming out one at a time? It was due to their substantial size. Even two attempting to emerge simultaneously would block the opening entirely. The manholes along the street were continuously being overturned, each one releasing a stream of zombie rats. Observing their methodical emergence, Lin Ziluo realized that a boss-level zombie rat, endowed with commanding abilities, was orchestrating this chaos. After all, only the boss of zombie animals possessed such capabilities in the early stages. It was terrifying. A boss capable of controlling so many zombie rats. Why had he never heard of such a creature before? Perhaps it was simply due to the slow pace of their advance. The manhole covers on the street where the inn was located also began to be pried open in succession. A multitude of zombie rats poured forth, and as they passed the corpses of fallen zombies on the ground, they seized the opportunity to gnaw at them, swiftly devouring the remains. Lin Ziluo stifled his breath and concealed his presence. If given the choice, it would be prudent to avoid provoking this horde of zombie rats. As it stood, the number of zombie rats emerging from the sewers had already surpassed 1,000. The exact number remaining in the sewers was unknown, but it was reasonable to assume it was at least equal to or greater than the visible count above ground. Conservatively estimating, there could be 2,000 to 3,000 more. And in a more alarming scenario, perhaps even 4,000 to 5,000. It appeared that an entire district's worth of zombie rats had congregated here, 2,000 to 3,000 creatures, each the size of an average wild dog. Even if one were to chop tirelessly, the task would never be complete. Soon, the entire street was teeming with a horde of zombie rats. Their overwhelming numbers, coupled with their incessantly writhing bodies exuding a foul stench, would send shivers down the spine of anyone suffering from claustrophobia. As the zombie rats began to infiltrate the buildings lining the street, Lin Ziluo decisively led the somewhat foolish companion to the rooftop of a nearby inn. The entrance to the top floor was locked. However, Lin Ziluo deftly severed the lock with the Jiuli blade and ascended to the summit. Feeling the cold wind sweeping across the rooftop, Lin Ziluo donned his mask and began to survey the situation below. With the number of zombie rats steadily increasing, even the distant howls of other zombies had fallen silent. Whether they had been devoured by the zombie rats or simply dared not cry out was uncertain. After a 10-minute wait, the last of the zombie rats finally emerged from the sewers. At this juncture, the first 3 floors of the inn had become utterly congested with these grotesque creatures. Standing atop the building, Lin Ziluo observed, eager to discern the intentions of the horde. Before long, a most astonishing sight unfolded before him, within the throng of zombie rats. 10 bronze-level zombie rat bosses emerged. So, it was not merely a single boss orchestrating these creatures. There were indeed 10. This revelation was bewildering. But where could 10 zombie rat bosses possibly materialize from? Lin Ziluo felt a stirring within. If he could eliminate even a few, the rewards would be substantial. Yet, the purpose for which these zombie rat bosses had summoned their minions remained a mystery. In no time, the zombie rat bosses commenced their actions. A formidable horde of zombie mice infiltrated the residential area behind Lin Ziluo's hotel. Internally, Lin Ziluo issued a command to Desha to remain in place. His substantial size and the noise he generated could potentially compromise their position. Additionally, Lin Ziluo removed the Nightfall ring from Desha and adorned it upon his own hand, as it possessed the attribute of diminishing one's presence in the darkness, precisely what he needed. Thus, Lin Ziluo embarked on his solitary journey. Chapter 100. Unknown instance. The buildings surrounding Lin Ziluo's hotel were modest in height, averaging around 4 to 5 stories. Among them, the hotel stood as the tallest structure in the vicinity. Lin Ziluo cast a glance toward the advancing direction of the zombie mice horde before sliding down the water pipes from the hotel's rooftop. Upon reaching the rooftop of an adjacent residential building, he executed a graceful leap. Landing with a roll, he silently arrived atop the resident building. His stealth skills remained impressively comparable to those of his previous life, with any disparities arising solely from differences in attributes. The remaining row of residential buildings shared a similar height, allowing Lin Ziluo to navigate effortlessly by leaping between rooftops without excessive movement. The gaps between the rooftops were minimal, requiring little exertion. The only aspect demanding caution was to minimize noise. At that moment, the horde of zombie mice was nearly fully inside the community. Lin Ziluo could hear the anguished screams of several players within the complex, likely those who had sought refuge in their homes, only to be discovered and met with their demise. Prompted by this, Lin Ziluo quickened his pace. Before long, Lin Ziluo encountered a minor predicament. The distance between the rooftops of this building and the neighboring structures was considerable, and mere jumping would not suffice to bridge the gap. Although Lin Ziluo possessed the skills of swift movement and temporary levitation to traverse to the opposite rooftop, he refrained from employing such abilities. These skills were invaluable for survival, and utilizing them here would indeed be somewhat extravagant. After observing the rooftop for a while longer, Lin Ziluo noticed that the horde of zombie mice had unexpectedly surged into a standalone villa within the community. What appeared to be a modest dwelling was soon filled to capacity with the influx of these zombie mice, yet it remained eerily silent. This indicated that these creatures had vanished into thin air, a hidden instance. Such a thought sparked in Lin Ziluo's mind. It was evident that the villa harbored something akin to a portal. Otherwise, it would be impossible to accommodate so many zombie mice. To his astonishment, this day had yielded an unexpected discovery. However, he pondered what kind of portal could entice such a gathering of zombie mice. Yet, knowing that the zombie mice were intent on entering the portal, Lin Ziluo felt no urgency. He summoned Big Fool with his mind, instructing him to approach. His plan was to wait until the number of zombie mice diminished to a manageable amount before taking action to eliminate the remainder. When Big Fool arrived at the base of Lin Ziluo's location, he observed that only a few hundred zombie mice remained outside the villa. It was time to act. Just as Lin Ziluo prepared to execute a rapid descent through the pipeline, a raspy cry echoed from the distant sky. As Lin Ziluo turned his gaze, a stunning spectacle unfolded before his eyes. In the sky, thousands of zombie birds were soaring towards the villa. These avian creatures, transformed into the undead, were not of the same species. The sight of their flight could only be described as a phenomenon that obscured the heavens and veiled the moon. Lin Ziluo halted his actions and discreetly instructed the large fool to find a hidden spot. Upon reaching the villa's vicinity, the horde of zombie birds descended onto the vacant ground before the mansion. Subsequently, they lined up obediently behind the zombie rats, entering the villa in an orderly fashion alongside the main throng. Even with Lin Ziluo's robust mental fortitude, he now found himself questioning the absurdity of life. How could such an outrageous occurrence transpire? Zombie rats and zombie birds coexisting peacefully, dutifully queuing to enter the villa. Although his plan to hunt the zombie rats had been interrupted, Lin Ziluo felt a surge of excitement. This dungeon was simply extraordinary. Were it not for the blockade of zombie birds at the entrance, he would have already ventured inside to explore. Thus, Lin Ziluo concealed himself once more, patiently awaiting the complete entry of the zombie birds into the villa. At long last, as almost all the zombie birds had entered the dungeon, he suddenly noticed. No way, not again. Lin Ziluo glanced towards the far end of the street. The tremors and commotion emanating from that direction surpassed even the previous surge of zombie rats. It seemed it was never-ending. Soon enough, the creatures from the street emerged before Lin Ziluo's eyes. Zombie dogs, zombie cats, and zombie rabbits were somewhat familiar to him. However, the sight of zombie chickens, zombie ducks, and zombie squirrels was quite rare. Zombie monkeys were an even more extraordinary sight. In addition to the zombie tiger, zombie lion, zombie wild boar, and zombie brown bear, Lin Ziluo discerned the words Magic City Zoo from the tattered clothing draped over the brown bear. Thus, it became evident that these undead creatures had escaped from the zoo. As he observed the horde of zombie animals queuing towards the villa's entrance, Lin Ziluo felt a sense of numbness. At this point, he would not even be surprised if extraterrestrials joined the line. Due to the considerable size of the zombie brown bear, it inadvertently damaged the villa door upon entry. Finally, Lin Ziluo beheld the scene within the villa. A portal radiating a golden glow hovered in the center of the grand hall. The zombie animals were all advancing towards the portal, ultimately vanishing within its depths. No wonder the number of zombie creatures throughout the Magic City was so sparse. They had all entered this mysterious portal. However, he had never heard of such a portal before, nor did he understand its purpose or why it attracted these undead animals. Why had it remained unmentioned despite its apparent existence? The lengthy line of creatures continued to flow into the portal, and it seemed it would take quite some time for all to pass through. Fearing any unforeseen events that might arise with the portal, Lin Ziluo decided against sleeping. Instead, he retrieved his phone, connected it to a power bank from his supplies, and engrossed himself in a novel, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on the portal's activity. Time flew by, and finally, as dawn began to break around 5 o'clock, only a few zombie animals remained in the lengthy queue. Lin Ziluo stowed his phone and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Ensuring that no other undead creatures would emerge, he slid down the pipe to the lower level, leading the simple-minded companion towards the portal. After waiting for all the undead to enter the portal, Lin Ziluo decisively stepped forward and placed his hand at the portal's threshold. Congratulations, player Yazi. You have discovered an unknown dungeon. Do you wish to enter? Lin Ziluo furrowed his brow. An unknown dungeon? No specific hints provided? Generally speaking, dungeons in apocalyptic games fall into two main categories. One involves confrontations between players. To be frank, regardless of the nature of the confrontation, Lin Ziluo felt no trepidation. The other category consists of being teleported to certain locations where tasks are assigned. These dungeons typically offer hints based on one's strength prior to entry. However, this unknown dungeon was particularly peculiar, devoid of any hints whatsoever. Chapter 101, The Labyrinth of Despair. To enter or not to enter. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Ziluo resolutely made his decision. Enter. Of course, this was not an act of recklessness. With his extensive experience in dungeons and the overwhelming strength he currently possessed, he felt adequately confident. Nonetheless, Lin Ziluo's cautious nature remained unchanged. What allowed him to proceed with such boldness was undoubtedly the solid support of the Golden Finger system. Upon entering the dungeon of the Apocalypse game, he wondered if there was a protective mechanism akin to mysterious trials. Why hesitate? Let us take action. Lin Ziluo was poised to activate the dungeon. The player, Lin Ziluo, successfully activated an unknown dungeon and is about to enter, with the current dungeon accommodating only one player. Only one person? He mused, feeling relieved as he had no intention of bringing along the simpleton. With his Golden Finger system, he was well equipped, while the simpleton was not. He commanded the simpleton to remain on standby as before and stepped into the portal. The familiar sensations of dizziness and weightlessness enveloped him once more. Lin Ziluo closed his eyes, unaware that the hilt of his Jiuli knife, bearing the emblem of the Jiuli tribe, flickered momentarily. As the sensation of weightlessness dissipated, Lin Ziluo opened his eyes. He found himself in a place devoid of light, save for two floating flames on the walls. Gazing upwards, he saw a pitch-black sky that seemed endless, devoid of even moonlight. Three sides of him were blocked by towering stone walls, leaving only a single path ahead. The towering walls were so high that they vanished into obscurity, illuminated only by the flames' flickering light, which revealed they were at least 100 meters tall. Ahead, the path within Lin Ziluo's line of sight veered sharply. He attempted to strike the wall, only to find it remarkably unyielding. He then swung his Jiuli knife at the wall, leaving behind merely a faint scratch, indicating the wall's formidable durability. After thoroughly surveying his surroundings, the apocalyptic game system finally issued a prompt. Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for activating the special dungeon, the Despair Labyrinth. The dungeon quest has now been issued. Despair Labyrinth, a legendary dungeon. Quest description. This is a maze that has plunged countless souls into despair, a labyrinth that exists solely in legend. For millennia, no one has ever emerged alive from its depths. Have you seen the skeletal remains scattered upon the ground? Will you too become one of them? Quest requirements. Locate the exit of the maze. Quest hints. 1. The labyrinth conceals various types of undead creatures. Vanquishing them will yield rewards and may be your only hope for survival. 2. The maze is rife with traps. A moment's inattention could lead to your demise. 3. The maze comprises myriad paths, yet only one will lead you to the end. Quest restrictions. While within the maze, the player's storage space will be entirely sealed, rendering all equipment, titles, and item effects null and void. Quest rewards. Quest duration, 3,650 days. Quest penalty. Failure to complete the quest within the allotted time will result in the direct annihilation of the player. Alert! Alert! A player has been detected entering an inaccessible dungeon by means of a special method. Data is being reconfigured. Lin Ziluo had just finished reading the quest details when a new prompt appeared, leaving him little time for contemplation. An inaccessible dungeon? Could the so-called special method refer to that resplendent portal? Lin Ziluo pondered deeply. After correlating the quest's tasks and descriptions, he surmised that the portal he had traversed must serve as a conduit for the undead creatures within this labyrinth. It is highly likely that, following the replenishment of the zombie creatures, the entrance will be sealed, leaving one to inadvertently stumble into the labyrinth. Ordinarily, the maze should possess alternative access points. However, there is a silver lining. The first piece of good news is that the majority of the undead creatures within the maze are likely those that have just been replenished. Having encountered them last night, I harbor no fear regarding their strength. The second piece of good news is that, despite the task restrictions stipulating that equipment effects are nullified, the ninely blade remains firmly in Lin Ziluo's grasp, ready to unleash its skills at any moment. What does this imply? Is it yet another glitch? Or is it due to the binding of the ninely pearl to Lin Ziluo's soul? The reason is inconsequential with the ninely pearl in hand. That is all that matters. Data debugging successful. The conditions within the dungeon have been adjusted in accordance with the player's strength. At the moment this notification appeared, the entire labyrinth began to tremble. Moreover, concentric crimson ripples emerged in the pitch-black sky, continuously expanding outward. Within these ripples, a multitude of blood-red orbs descended upon various locations within the maze. Lin Ziluo faintly discerned numerous roars echoing through the air. This apocalyptic game has certainly become more humane, even going so far as to assist in lowering the difficulty. Lin Ziluo could not help but exclaim. Due to the player Yazi's premature entry into the dungeon, the normal order has been disrupted, resulting in a 50 increase in dungeon difficulty as a penalty. Ahem, I shall refrain from commenting further. Indeed, apocalyptic games are not to be trusted. One must rely on my golden finger system. Ding, the modification of the task failure penalty is in progress. The host may choose to terminate the task and teleport away at any time. Ding, it has been detected that the host is currently undertaking a side quest, successfully triggering the task escape the labyrinth. Escape the labyrinth. This maze has witnessed too much despair. The host is requested to find their way out. Task requirements. Exit the maze. Task rewards. Draw 2 random, ordinary golden fingers. Task time limit. None. This time, the task panel of the golden finger system is remarkably succinct. Lin Ziluo discovered that it did not contain the information he sought. Task accepted. Lin Ziluo declared. It is time to embark on an exploration of just how despairing this so-called labyrinth truly is. Raising the Julie blade in his hand, Lin Ziluo strode purposefully toward the corner ahead. Chapter 102. Traps, stone walls, wooden doors. Upon taking a few steps from the starting point, the floating flames behind Lin Ziluo extinguished, while the flames on the walls beside him reignited. How considerate. I thought I would have to traverse in darkness. Lin Ziluo mused as he glanced at the flames on either side. He then continued onward. In the vast corridor, the only sounds were the delicate patter of Lin Ziluo's footsteps and the muted crackle of the flames extinguishing and reigniting. He soon arrived at the corner, but refrained from exposing himself. A keen intuition warned him of imminent danger. Thus, he extended the Julie blade in front of him. In that instant, Lin Ziluo heard a dull thud, akin to a long-dormant mechanism being activated. A sharp arrow, propelled with great speed, struck the blade of the Julie knife, producing a crisp sound as it fell to the ground. Lin Ziluo sensed the formidable power of the arrow, equivalent to the full force of a player with a strength attribute around 30. It must be noted that the players outside at present would hardly withstand even a single arrow. After the arrow landed, a torrent of arrows followed in rapid succession. Strangely, the fallen arrows quickly transformed into a mist and then vanished without a trace. I had intended to retain some arrows as tools. Lin Ziluo tentatively extended the Julie knife once more, but this time, no arrows were shot forth. It appeared that the mechanism had concluded. Only then did Lin Ziluo step around the corner, revealing another deep passageway ahead. However, the previously firing arrow mechanism had disappeared without a trace. He continued forward and soon arrived at the end of this passage. Unlike the previous turn, 2 passages now presented themselves before him. Is this the despair maze? After careful observation, Lin Ziluo found no discernible difference between the 2 passages. Lacking a method, he relied solely on intuition and memory. Ultimately, He chose the passage on the right, for no particular reason other than convenience. However, along the way, Lin Ziluo stumbled upon a shattered human skeleton on the ground, covered in a thick layer of dust, its age unknown, perhaps having perished here many years ago. Surrounding the skeleton, there were no other remnants to be found. As time flows inexorably onward, even items such as clothing have long since faded into the annals of history. Lin Ziluo, having found no further discoveries, chose not to linger on the skeletal remains, and instead proceeded forward. Uncertain how long he had walked, the monotonous path finally revealed a change. To his right, a wooden door emerged from the stone wall. Any change is welcome, I dread the absence of it. Lin Ziluo approached and rapped upon the wooden door. Creak! An irate howl erupted from behind it. A zombie rat. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo flung the door wide open. Indeed, in the dim confines of the chamber, a zombie rat was sprawled in the center. The moment Lin Ziluo breached the door, the zombie rat, as if liberated from its restraints, lunged at him. Though he lacked the enhancements of equipment and titles, he was not to be trifled with by a mere zombie rat. The blade rose and fell. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for successfully slaying the zombie rat, earning 6 experience points and 8 gold coins. The rat's head tumbled to the ground. Simultaneously, a supply card materialized. A bowl of beef fried rice. At least there was sustenance at hand. However, without storage space, the automatic pickup feature was rendered ineffective, compelling him to carry the supply card manually. As he watched the carcass of the zombie rat dissolve into wisps of white mist, Lin Ziluo activated the card and savored the delectable meal. Since finishing dinner at 8 o'clock the previous night, he had eaten nothing until now, and hunger had begun to gnaw at him. Upon relishing the exquisite dish, the bowl and chopsticks in his hand transformed instantly into a cloud of white mist, vanishing thereafter. Truly absurd. Is there not even a sliver of leniency? At the very least, one could provide me with a napkin to wipe my mouth. With a sense of resignation, Lin Ziluo casually wiped the sleeve of the uniform of the Order of the Magic City, then exited the secret chamber, continuing onward. Once again, he found himself traversing that deep, shadowy corridor, compelled to walk endlessly. This monotonous journey, a torment for others, felt as mundane as daily life for Lin Ziluo. After all, he had endured far more brutal trials in the test of becoming a soldier. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Ziluo arrived at a crossroads, presenting him with 3 choices. He opted for the rightmost path, which unfortunately led to a dead end. Along this route, he marked his passage with the 9ly blade. Different paths beckoned, so he decided to take the middle road. This choice proved even more disastrous, as he encountered a venomous trap, and the path culminated in a stone wall. With only one route remaining, there was no need for deliberation. He pressed forward. This time, he was finally met not by an imposing stone wall, but by that familiar little wooden door. Following his usual approach, Lin Ziluo burst through the door. Instead of a solitary zombie rat, he was greeted by 2 zombie cats. However, the outcome was no different. Lin Ziluo dispatched the zombie cats with 2 swift strikes and collected 2 cards, ensuring his lunch and dinner were covered. Thus, he resumed his journey. Once again, he faced 3 paths, and this time fortune favored him, as he encountered the wooden door on his second attempt. After vanquishing the 3 zombie rats within, he acquired an item and 2 additional cards. Unfortunately, the item proved inactive in this realm, serving no purpose whatsoever. Thus, Lin Ziluo directly entrusted the 9ly pearl to devour. Following this, a series of repetitive actions ensued. He advanced steadily forward, effortlessly evading traps along the way. Upon encountering wooden doors, he would boldly stride through. When hunger struck, he would casually find a spot to sit and indulge in a sumptuous meal. When thirst arose, the water in his supply card was more than sufficient for both drinking and even bathing, though Lin Ziluo, of course, refrained from such extravagance. When weariness overcame him, he would simply recline on the ground, surrendering to sleep. Although this desolate maze theoretically harbored no other souls, Lin Ziluo remained ever vigilant, even in slumber. Chapter 103. The utterly despairing maze. Initially, Lin Ziluo successfully discerned numerous patterns. Following the 3rd intersection, which transformed into a crossroads, he discovered that every subsequent fork in the path was also a crossroads. This indicated that each time, 3 roads lay before him. Among these, one was a complete dead end, another fraught with various traps, yet ultimately leading to a dead end as well, leaving only the final path open for passage. This traversable route invariably led to that familiar wooden door. The circumstances behind the wooden door exhibited a discernible pattern as well. Although the zombie creatures within were of random species, their numbers consistently increased. His first encounter was with one creature, the second with two, the third with three, and so forth, each time adding one more zombie creature. Just as the count approached 10, upon opening the wooden door, one is greeted by the astonishing sight of a bronze-level zombie rat boss awaiting your arrival. As one approaches the threshold of 20, an alarming twist occurs with the emergence of two bronze-level boss entities. This is merely a fragment of the patterns that Lin Ziluo has discerned, yet it suffices to elucidate the origin of the term despair within the despair maze. For an individual of sound mind, traversing through such a solitary environment becomes an immense psychological burden. Each encounter with a fork in the path necessitates a decision. Should one choose the closed-off route? The implications are dire, especially if the selected path is fraught with traps, from the relentless rain of arrows to seemingly indistinguishable pitfalls. From the noxious traps that unleash poison upon stepping on a designated spot to the treacherous quicksand, the guillotine traps, and the fiery walls, each trap is more bizarre than the last. Lin Ziluo finds himself pondering the peculiar intellect capable of devising such an array of eccentric snares. Fortunately, with his extensive experience and formidable attributes, he deftly navigates these obstacles. For others, however, a few encounters would spell certain doom within these traps. You may claim to evade traps and withstand the torment of the psyche, but soon enough, the true test of raw strength emerges. The design of this despair maze appears to defy mere calculations of drop rates. For within the chamber revealed beyond the wooden door lies a cache for sustenance, albeit seemingly claimed by the apocalyptic game. This, perhaps, embodies the so-called 50 increase in game difficulty that the apocalyptic game purports. To a normal person, the situation appears dire. If one wishes to survive, the relentless pursuit of sustenance becomes paramount. Initially, a few zombie creatures may be manageable, but what of the subsequent dozen or even 20? You claim you will not enter the wooden door? Then from whence will your supplies originate? Each subsequent venture beyond the threshold inevitably brings forth an additional zombie creature, perpetuating a vicious cycle of despair. Confronted with such repugnant mechanisms, one can only succumb to hopelessness. The numerous skeletal remains witnessed by Lin Ziluo signify the countless souls who, overwhelmed by despair, have met their end in this forsaken place. Yet, Lin Ziluo remains undaunted. He is currently reveling in the spoils acquired from vanquishing 3 bronze-grade bosses. Each of the 2 bronze bosses yielded a unique item and a piece of equipment, while the third offered a bronze chest. Within that chest, a rare agility fruit emerged, bestowing upon Lin Ziluo a commendable increase of 2 agility points. However, the equipment and items obtained are of no immediate use, as he lacks the means to store them. Thus, after retaining a ring of notable attributes, Lin Ziluo seamlessly integrated the remaining items into the Jewelry Pearl. The evolution progress of the Jewelry Pearl surged to approximately 90. The 3 free attribute points gained from reaching level 18 were all allocated to agility, allowing him to traverse the terrain with greater swiftness. Lin Ziluo has come to realize that this place is indeed a treasure trove, as the abundance of zombie creatures is more than sufficient. In this realm, where formidable boss-level zombie animals can be found with relative ease, the endeavor of searching for zombies on the streets seems trivial by comparison. The treacherous paths adorned with traps have also broadened Lin Ziluo's perspective. When encountering suitable and innovative traps that he has never before witnessed, Lin Ziluo takes the time to study them meticulously. He contemplates the optimal arrangement and the best materials to employ, even considering what alternative materials might enhance their potency. Through this reflective process, Lin Ziluo has made significant advancements in trap deployment, earning the distinction of a master in this craft. Thus, he is in no haste to venture outside. It is simply impossible to do so. The outside world does not harbor as many boss-level zombies or yield such an abundance of treasure chests. Only by remaining here can he sustain the evolutionary pace of the Ninely Pearl. On the first day within the labyrinth, Lin Ziluo successfully ascended to level 18. By the third day, he achieved level 19, allocating 3 attribute points to his mental acuity. On the 4th day, the Ninely Pearl absorbed sufficient energy and successfully evolved into a diamond tier item. The Ninely Blade also received a significant enhancement. Ninely Blade, diamond level equipment. Attributes: 10 strength for constitution, Attacks possess a 25 armor-piercing property, with a chance to inflict 130 of strength-based damage, and additionally, a chance to cause bleeding and destruction effects. Accompanying skills, Jiu Li Slash, unleashes a wave of blade energy forward, inflicting damage equivalent to 140 of one's strength attribute, while the pain induced by this blade energy can reach up to 220. Jiu Li Heavy Slash, a powerful strike directed at the enemy, capable of delivering 240 of strength attribute damage, albeit at the cost of inducing a 1.8-second period of paralysis. The diamond-grade Jiu Li blade has undergone a remarkable transformation. Its fundamental attributes have been significantly enhanced, and it has acquired a mechanism akin to a critical hit, granting a chance for attacks to yield even greater strength attribute damage. Both skills have also been optimized, resulting in increased potency and reduced paralysis duration. However, this is merely a glimpse into the evolution of the Jiu Li blade. The various forms that the Jiu Li pearl can assume have also undergone distinctly noticeable changes. The Jiu Li bow has introduced a chance for consecutive shots, enabling the release of 2 arrows in a single strike. The Jiu Li spike has enhanced the wound-tearing effect. The Jiu Li Guan Dao has improved the slashing speed following a successful cleave. As for the emphasis on the effects of the Jiu Li Guan Dao, it is simply because Lin Ziluo discovered that when confronted with hordes of zombie creatures behind wooden doors, a weapon like the Guan Dao, which excels in wide-area attacks, proves to be the most efficient. Against these relatively weak zombie creatures, Lin Ziluo can effortlessly reap a large swath with a mere swing of the Guan Dao. Only when facing boss-level zombies does he revert to the Jiu Li blade to harvest their lives. As Lin Ziluo had approximately slain over 800 zombie creatures, and his inventory was brimming with resources, he pushed open the wooden door, revealing 4 bronze-tier bosses lurking behind it. Chapter 104. The 4 bronze-tier bosses easily manipulated while Lin Ziluo enjoyed a pleasant existence within the Despair Maze. Significant transformations unfolded in the lives of players outside its confines. Notably, the situation in Magic City became increasingly clear. As time progressed, a small faction of players managed to reach level 10. After all, the average level of players in Magic City surpassed that of those in other cities by 1 tier. Moreover, the boss at the Magic City class transfer station had already been vanquished by Lin Ziluo. Players who attained level 10 only needed to expend a certain amount of gold and complete the class transfer quest to acquire a standard profession. Those who successfully transitioned now possessed the strength to contend against zombies of equal rank, alleviating their previously dire circumstances to a point where starvation was no longer imminent. However, some players in Magic City began to feel a sense of urgency, for their faith in Yazi had remained dormant for an extended period. This sentiment was evident from the current level leaderboard. Ranking list: First place, Yazai level, 17 profession, Warlord 2nd place, Zhang Yuanzhong level, 13 profession, Soul of the Army 3rd place, codename, Pujuan level, 12 profession, Destroyer 4th place, Lost Soul level, 12 profession, Flame Manipulator indeed. Since the day Yazai vanquished the silver tier boss and activated the job transfer platform in Magic City, his level has remained unchanged. Even the previous 2nd place contender, the formidable and foolish Run, has stagnated at level 10 and ultimately dropped from the leaderboard. Could it be that they have encountered misfortunes? That seems improbable. There was a powerful contender on the leaderboard who vanished immediately upon death, never to linger on the rankings. Thus, many have entertained audacious theories regarding Yazai's predicament. In my view, Yazai may have discovered a serene refuge, choosing to retire early and forsake the pursuit of leveling by slaying zombies. No, that doesn't seem quite right. I surmise Yazai has likely been located by certain organizations, imprisoned, and subjected to experimentation as a test subject. What a pity it is. Such an impressive figure now lies in silence. Strangely, I find myself unsettled by the absence of his world announcements. It feels as though something is amiss. Little does Lin Ziluo know that the outside world has already spun numerous speculative narratives regarding his current situation. He was utterly perplexed as to why. Despite being at level 19, the leaderboard outside still displayed his entry into the Despair Maze at level 17. Could it be that the Despair Maze had obscured all his actions here? At this moment, he was engaged in a friendly interaction with 4 small creatures, a zombie cow, a zombie cat, and 2 zombie mice. Typically, players would flee at the sight of these bronze-level bosses, yet Lin Ziluo displayed a look of exhilaration. For upon successfully vanquishing these 4 bronze-level bosses, his level would ascend to 20. The next extraordinary boon was within his grasp. As he observed the zombie creatures charging towards him, the ninely blade in his hand radiated a brilliant glow before he executed a sweeping strike, unleashing a dazzling wave of blade energy. Once the blade energy detached from the sword, it began to expand outward, swiftly transforming into a horizontal arc exceeding 2 meters in length, enveloping the 4 oncoming zombie bosses beneath its brilliance. The smaller zombie mice and cat deftly evaded the blade energy, but the zombie cow could only charge forward, its horns bracing against the impending force. As the blade energy swept through, the zombie cow's horns shattered, leaving its entire head bereft of fur. Lin Ziluo had already anticipated the movements of the zombie mice. Just as they ducked to avoid the blade energy, he delivered a side strike that cleaved one of the zombie mice. By chance, this strike triggered the critical hit effect of the ninely blade. As the blade made contact with the zombie rat, a surge of formidable power erupted, cleaving the creature open. Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for successfully vanquishing the level 9 bronze boss, gluttonous zombie rat, earning 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. The rat's blood and entrails splattered across the ground, its lifeless body crashing heavily to the earth. In the blink of an eye, both its form and blood vaporized, leaving behind a piece of bronze-grade equipment. Lin Ziluo had effortlessly slain a boss zombie rat with a single strike. Regarding the remaining zombie rat and zombie cat, Lin Ziluo merely took a few steps back, deftly evading their assaults. The two creatures, charging from opposite directions, collided with one another, their heads meeting in an intimate embrace. Oh dear, this world is utterly mad. A rat and a cat are sweetly flirting in my presence. Thus, Lin Ziluo decisively proclaimed to them what it means to flaunt affection. It leads to an untimely demise. The ninely blade was swiftly raised and brought down upon the zombie rat. The attributes of a zombie rat of the same level were certainly inferior to those of a zombie cat. Consequently, after their recent collision, the zombie rat was knocked back several paces, unable to recover its momentum. Faced with Lin Ziluo's strike, it could only meet its end with its own head. Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for successfully slaying the level 8 bronze boss, rat-eyed zombie rat, earning 45 experience points and 78 gold coins. The remaining hornless zombie bull and zombie cat fell next, with the zombie cat swiftly transforming into experience beneath Lin Ziluo's blade. The zombie bull charged towards Lin Ziluo, its bald forehead leading the way. This was the zombie bull's skill, brutal charge. Lin Ziluo neither dodged nor evaded, raising the jewelry blade high. A radiant glow enveloped the blade, and a layer of white flames began to dance. With a mighty swing, the jewelry blade descended, cleaving a terrifying gash through the skull of the oncoming zombie bull. Congratulations to player Yazai for successfully slaying the level 9 bronze-ranked boss, brutal zombie bull, earning 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. Congratulations to player Yazai for ascending to level 20, gaining 3 points in strength and 3 points in free attribute points. The corpse of the zombie bull dissipated into a cloud of smoke and vanished. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully reaching level 20, earning an opportunity to draw a super golden finger. Would the host like to draw now? At last, the moment I have awaited for so long is here. Let me see what extraordinary abilities can be deemed super golden fingers. Draw, Lin Ziluo eagerly proclaimed. The golden finger system promptly responded. Ding! The third super golden finger is being drawn. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the super golden finger, Eye of Insight. Ding! Eye of Insight. It can perceive information previously unattainable by living beings. The effect of this extraordinary ability, while seemingly straightforward, left one feeling somewhat bewildered. What exactly constitutes information that was once imperceptible? Could it be? Lin Ziluo appeared to have an epiphany and proceeded to delve into the details of the Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight. It can unveil information previously hidden from living beings. 1. When the host examines a player's information, they can additionally observe the effects of the player's titles, occupational details, fundamental attributes, talent abilities, skill effects, and the properties of all equipped gear. 2. When the host investigates undead creatures, they can also discern their weaknesses. Lin Ziluo blinked once, then blinked 3 or 4 more times, seemingly attempting to ascertain the authenticity of the text before him. It was undeniably real. This. Truly, every extraordinary ability is remarkably powerful. He had previously stated, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures 100 victories. Yet that was in reference to the undead. Lin Ziluo could hardly have anticipated that one day he would gain the ability to scrutinize nearly all attributes of other players. Historically, the information accessible between players was quite limited, merely consisting of nicknames, titles, and levels. But now, Lin Ziluo's level alone could be deemed the pinnacle of the world. Now, any player standing before Lin Ziluo would have all their abilities and attributes laid bare before his eyes. What cunning tricks might one employ, such as suddenly unleashing a skill capable of temporarily blinding foes? What ambushes might be devised, like skills that strike from the most unexpected directions? Alas, all such tactics are futile. The only thing you cannot articulate is the color of your undergarments. Every one of your abilities is laid bare before Lin Ziluo. Coupled with his legendary combat prowess, he possesses an uncanny foresight and alertness. Is there any semblance of law in this world? Oh, in this apocalypse, there truly is none. The first function of the Eye of Insight filled Lin Ziluo with immense delight. However, the second function remained somewhat nebulous. He was uncertain of the extent to which this so-called weakness could manifest. Only upon encountering a zombie creature once more would he discern its true efficacy. Pleased, he stowed away the panel of the golden finger system and leisurely began to assess the spoils obtained from vanquishing the recent bosses, a bronze treasure chest, 2 pieces of equipment, and an item. Once the treasure chest was opened, he consumed all that lay within. The diamond-grade Julie Pearl had developed a larger appetite. After devouring these mainstream items and equipment from the outside world, the progress bar barely registered a 1% increase. He allocated all the newly acquired attribute points into agility. After indulging in a sumptuous feast while seated upon the ground, Lin Ziluo set forth once more. Upon reaching a crossroads, he confidently chose the central path. Eagerly, he opened the wooden door, revealing a staggering 41 zombie creatures before him. As he raised the Julie blade, he simultaneously scrutinized the attributes of the foremost zombie bird. Level 6 Zombie Bird Basic Attributes: Strength, 18 Spirit, 8 Constitution, 13 Agility, 20 Weaknesses. 1. Utilizing fire-based skills against the zombie bird inflicts significantly greater damage. 2. The right wing of the zombie bird has sustained damage from impact. Targeting this area yields remarkable results. This is precisely the weakness referenced by the Eye of Insight. Although it may seem trivial when faced with an opponent as easily dispatched as the zombie bird, it undoubtedly simplifies encounters with formidable bosses. As Lin Ziluo observed the interface, he unleashed the 9-ly slash against the approaching zombie creature. The blade's energy cleaved through, resulting in the dismemberment of several subsequent zombie creatures. A one-sided and bloody massacre ensued. Within a mere 15 minutes, all the zombie creatures behind the wooden door dissipated into mist. Lin Ziluo, eschewing rest, hastened his offensive. With the evolution of the 9-ly pearl, he obtained a superlative advantage. Having accomplished both of his objectives, it was time to proceed. Following the patterns he had discerned, Lin Ziluo sprinted forward. At each intersection, the path he chose proved to be the correct one. Similarly, every zombie creature behind the wooden doors fell swiftly to his onslaught. Even when confronted with 5 bronze-level bosses for the 50th time, he effortlessly exploited their weaknesses discovered through the Eye of Insight, dispatching them with greater speed than he had against 4 bronze-level bosses. After vanquishing the 5 bronze-level bosses, Lin Ziluo seated himself upon the ground. Producing a piece of paper and a pen,